700 years ago, the world changed dramatically, and the will of the heavens revived. Overnight, the Earth's area increased tens of millions of times. Mountains and rivers are surging, rivers are roaring, flowers and trees are growing wildly, poultry and livestock are breaking free from their restraints, and all birds and beasts are alienated and transformed into monsters that control terrifying powers. At the same time, a copy of the secret realm quietly arrived, demons from outside the domain invaded, the world fell into a catastrophe, and the survival of mankind was at stake. In this turbulent era, job changers emerge. When you are 18 years old and have reached level 10, you can participate in the job transfer ceremony, embark on the professional path, and start a new chapter in your destiny. Some people have ordinary talents and become chefs, cooking day after day just to make a living. Some people are blessed with destiny and are able to transfer to top-level combat professions. When monsters block their way, they can be crushed with a wave of their hands. Once you change your job, power, wealth, and glory will be at your fingertips. And I, Wang Chen, am just an ordinary game player on Earth. That day, I fought all night and cleared the dungeon level that was said to be unbreakable by anyone. He was immersed in the joy of victory, but because of excessive excitement, his blood boiled and he fainted on the spot. When I opened my eyes again, I was in another world. With my hard work, I became the top student and school idol of Dongling No. 1 Middle School. I always top the list in every exam, and everyone is convinced that I will awaken my hidden profession and become a favored child of destiny that everyone is paying attention to. It turns out that I did awaken a hidden profession. But this profession is called Giant Beast Tamer. Everyone laughed at me and regarded this profession as useless. I even became the laughingstock of the whole school. But no one knows that I have awakened 3 god-level talents at the same time. Pet fusion. 3 pets of the same kind merge to break the growth limit, achieve the strongest final state, and ignore all rules and barriers. 3 first-level mortal beasts, frost lizards, merged and evolved into frost dragons. 3 little white foxes, merged and evolved into 9-tailed heavenly fox. I even secretly abducted 3 succubi. After the fusion, the succubus queen was born, unparalleled in the world. Gradually, everyone discovered that the beast master who was once ridiculed had become invincible in all the worlds. Dongling No. 1 Middle School, Career Transfer Square. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Giant Beast Tamer? Just because of the word giant, it's even worse than an ordinary beast tamer. This can barely be considered a combat profession. He is Wang Chen. How is it possible? Giant Beast Tamer. This profession first appeared hundreds of years ago. At that time, humans were still ignorant of the professional system, and the Giant Beast Tamer was even classified as a special profession. However, as time went on, people finally realized the fatal shortcomings of the Beastmaster profession. Gradually, everyone came to a consensus: if you don't have money, don't touch the Beastmaster. This is an extremely expensive profession. After killing a fierce beast, the Beastmaster needs to share the experience points with the beast pet. This alone makes ordinary people completely give up the idea. You can't even eat enough, how can you afford to raise a powerful beast pet? But how to level up without a pet? Are you really planning to fight the beasts in the secret realm? And I, after changing my profession, turned out to be a giant beast tamer, which costs 10 times more money than an ordinary beast tamer. It's useless! Not to mention the terrifying price of the giant beast, even a wealthy family would have to go bankrupt to buy one. After buying it, the cost of raising it alone would drain all of Wang Chen's belongings. Catch it in the wild? Don't dream! Up to now, there is no record of successfully capturing a giant beast in the wild. If the cost wasn't ridiculously high, how could a giant beast master fall from a special profession to an ordinary combat profession? To be honest, it's not even a combat profession, just an individual. Wang Chen is doomed this time. TSK, from genius to waste, it only took a second. In the crowd, countless eyes fell on me. Pity. Sympathy. Schadenfreude. No one thought that a poor boy like me, born in a common family, could possibly contract a giant beast. There is only one way before me to bow my head and serve the wealthy family as a dog. Of course, if you can be kept, it is not out of the question. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, the highest bidder wins. On the rostrum, the principal, the director, and the looks of the major families were filled with complexity. The principal's face was particularly ugly. After all, he was the first person who publicly believed in me and had predicted confidently that I might turn to a hidden career. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The major families looked as if they had swallowed a mouthful of fly shit. Their faces were extremely ugly. If I were an ordinary beastmaster, even though it would cost a lot of money, I would still be able to take a gamble for the sake of my talent. But a giant beastmaster? This is not a gamble, it's a life-threatening one. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to offend him. No matter how dear your son is, you can't spoil him like this, right? The big families gave up the idea of winning me over and didn't even bother to look at me anymore. In the magic circle. The job transfer has been completed, but I have not left the magic circle yet. It was not because he was overwhelmed by the sudden bad news as the outside world thought. It was because after the job change, an unprecedented talent column appeared on the panel. Congratulations on your job transfer to Giant Beast Tamer. Gain the beast taming space. Learn beast taming, contract summoning, and beast taming rejuvenation. Awakened SSS level talent, love of 10,000 beasts. Awakened god level talent, bloodline identification. Congratulations on awakening the god level talent, pet fusion. You have the ability to fuse pets. Put in 3 pets of the same species to synthesize the pet's final form without any restrictions. I gasped, and my whole body was shaking with shock, and even my breathing became rapid. No wonder the occupational light that caused the strange phenomenon just now suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the real cause of this strange phenomenon was the awakened talent. 1 SSS level, 2 god level ones. This kind of talent, let alone Dongling No. 1 middle school, there is no second one in the entire Dongling city. Offstage. Li Xia, the head teacher of Class 7, looked at me with complicated eyes. She is the only one who witnessed my rise from grassroots to where I am today. I didn't rely on my father or family background, but only on hard work and talent. I am her proudest student. Even though her career change was not optimistic, she still firmly believed that this student was destined to create miracles. Li Xia walked to the exit of the magic circle, patted my shoulder, and said in a gentle tone, "Life is long, don't rush for temporary gains and losses. You can apply for a scholarship with the money from your beast pet. If you don't want anyone to know, you can set it so that only I can see it. Don't worry, the teacher is here." I felt a little warm in my heart. Even though I knew I wasn't a useless person, the teacher's concerns still made me feel at ease. As for the school's scholarship policy mentioned by the head teacher, according to the regulations, the amount of scholarship is differentiated according to the talent level. The highest award can reach 1 million. At least at this stage, I can't find any reason to refuse this money. Soon, I hid the panel, leaving only 1 SSS level talent, 10,000 beasts affection. The effect of the beast taming skill is increased by 1000%. What the fuck? Li Xia in the audience suddenly raised his voice by an octave and cursed in front of everyone. Li Xia suspected that she was dazzled, so she stared at the talent column and confirmed it repeatedly no less than 3 times. Suddenly, the head teacher stumbled. If I hadn't been quick enough to hold her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. It took a long while for the head teacher to come back to his senses, his eyes filled with disbelief. This scene was also seen by thousands of people present, and they were all confused for a moment. On the rostrum, the principal looked a little unhappy. I had made him lose face, and now the head teacher of Class 7 was also shocked. There were so many teachers, students, and aristocratic families watching. How could this be allowed? Teacher Li, you are an old man too, please pay attention to the impact. How come, has Wang Chen's talent reached the B+ level? The principal's question echoed throughout the audience through the microphone. Yes. Wang Chen's talent has indeed reached B+ level. Li Xia paused for a moment. A complex expression flashed across her eyes, and she finally chose to conceal the truth. There are many people and many eyes. If the news that I have SSS level talent is spread now, it will probably cause an uproar. Not to mention that in recent years, the dark forces have frequently attacked elite job changers from various countries. If it is exposed too early, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Li Xia planned to wait until the transfer ceremony was over before quietly informing the principal. As for the scholarship, I must apply for it according to the highest standards. I see. The principal nodded slightly, his expression expressionless. That's right. Although Wang Chen has changed his job to become a giant beast tamer, he has outstanding talent and a promising future. In front of everyone, the principal naturally had to give some encouraging words. Okay, let's continue the ceremony. After confirming my situation, the principal waved his hand and signaled that the process should continue. After all, there are still many students who have not completed their job transfer, and there may be hidden job awakenings. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Li Xia quietly pulled me aside and said in a low voice, "Wang Chen, I will process your scholarship application right away, and it will be in your account within an hour at the latest. Then go to the pet store to see if there is a suitable pet. So fast? I was stunned. Normally, the scholarship process should take at least 5 working days, right? Li Xia smiled brightly, as if it was a matter of course. Special matters will be handled specially. You are an SSS level talent. Even if the school is short of funds, I, your teacher, can make up for it first. She waved her hand gently, full of aura. Although Teacher Li is usually low-key, she actually has a prominent family background. The Li family is one of the few wealthy families in Dongling City. She is definitely a white, rich and beautiful woman. Thank you, teacher. Thank you very much. I nodded solemnly. I will remember this kindness. Teacher Li has always taken care of me, and I cannot let him down. Back in the classroom, I packed my things and opened the panel to check the current status. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 10 talents, 10,000 beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, God, Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summoning, B, Strength, 20 points Wisdom, 20 points Constitution, 20 points Agility, 20 points Unallocated Attribute Points, 0 points Unallocated Skill Points, 0 points. I was stuck at level 10, which was the threshold for the first level. Level 40 was the second level, level 70 was the third level, and level 100 was the fourth level. Dragon Country implements double 10th compulsory education. Regardless of family background, every child can complete the transfer high school for free and participate in the first transfer ceremony. Only those who successfully transfer to combat professions are eligible to take the transfer college entrance examination to decide which combat academy they can enter in the future. My eyes fell on the talent column. All beasts love SSS. All your beast taming professional skills are increased by 1000%. Tenfold improvement. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't hide my excitement. This talent directly increased the effects of all professional skills tenfold. It was simply too strong. Let's look at another God-level talent. Pet Fusion. God, you have the ability to fuse pets, and can combine 3 pets of the same species into the final form without any restrictions. Concise description, domineering effect. If I have 3 ice lizard pets, I can directly fuse them to obtain the final form of the ice lizard, which is usually a behemoth. Giant. If a beast master wants to exert his true strength, he must contract a giant beast. The giant beast not only improves the survival rate, but also feeds back attributes and enhances combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, my heart surged. With these 2 talents, not only can I train giant beasts, but I can also make my own combat power far surpass that of other beast masters, showing my invincibility. Plus this God-level skill, Bloodline Identification. God can check the detailed information and final form of the beast's pet. With it, I no longer have to rely on luck when choosing a pet. I can tell at a glance which one has the greatest potential. If ordinary beast masters want to know the final form of their pets, they can only send them to institutions for identification, which costs a lot of money. But I can do it myself. How cool! I couldn't help but sigh. Even if I go to the animal pet market, I can accurately find the top quality pets and save countless money. Finally, it is the basic skill of the beast tamer profession. Beast taming, use it on beasts such as magic beasts and spirit beasts. If successful, they will become your exclusive beast pets. Beast taming rejuvenation, B. After casting, restore 40% of the maximum health of your beast pet. Contract summoning, B. You will have a special space to store your pet beasts. You can summon your pet beasts at any time when you need them for battle. These 3 are the basic skills of a beast master. To unlock more skills, you must upgrade your job or learn skill books. Ding! Longhua Industrial and Commercial Bank of China SMS reminder. Dongling number 1 middle school transferred 1 million gold coins to your account ending in 3868 at 12:32 on May 20th. The current balance is 1 million gold coins. Teacher Li Xia is so efficient. The scholarship arrived so quickly. Just when I was extremely excited, a notification sound came from my cell phone. Nowadays, in the world of job transfer, paper money has long lost its value, and gold coins have become the global currency. Of course, there is a higher level currency above gold coins, Saint Quartz. 1 Saint Quartz is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. With this generous scholarship, I can finally buy a pet. After packing my school bag, I plan to leave the classroom and take a taxi to the trading market in Dongling City to try my luck and see if I could find a pet that suits me. At this moment, a pretty girl walked into the classroom with her hands behind her back, skipping like a lively little rabbit. Wang Chen, is your talent really B+? Yeah. I nodded in response, but my eyes wandered around, trying to find a chance to escape. Hey! Wang Chen! I'm not a big tiger, why are you in such a hurry to hide? Seeing that I looked like I was facing a great enemy, Sitiyu pouted her rosy little lips and spoke in a dissatisfied tone. I smiled helplessly. The girl in front of me was the eternal runner-up, just announced in the school. Sitiyu. She has successfully changed her job to Swift Shooter. The Wind Archer not only has high burst but also outstanding agility. It is a popular profession that many solo dungeon players dream of. No wonder her head teacher was so excited. After all, in the upcoming exam, there was a high possibility that she would be among the top 3 in Dongling City. As a school beauty, Situyu's appearance and figure are beyond words. She is 175 centimeters tall, has a pair of long, straight legs, delicate facial features, a pointed face, and a high ponytail that makes her look so cool. Not only boys flock to her, but many girls also secretly admire her. However, the reason why I avoided her was that ever since I took over her position as the second one, she would come to me from time to time to compete with each other. Even when we were eating in the cafeteria, she would carry her luxurious plate and sit directly opposite me, making me the public enemy of all the boys. There were a few times when some ignorant boys blocked my way and said, "Wang Chen, stay away from Situyu. A rich lady like her is not someone you can get close to." As a result, I gave those guys a good lesson, grabbed their collars and yelled, "Open your eyes and see clearly. I'm not the one pestering her, she's the one pestering me." Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Situyu. She was stunned at first, then she squinted her eyes and smiled, walked over, and gave those boys another beating. The crying boy fled in embarrassment, and I thought Situyu would calm down, but she continued to do as she pleased. Many students were so envious that they gnashed their teeth and wished they could take my place. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" I glanced at Situyu, who was smiling. "Of course I have something to do. There is only 1 month left before the final exam. I have to go to the wild to level up quickly." "Then what?" "Team up with you, level up and improve your strength." Situyu smiled brightly. I shook my head. "Don't you know my profession? A beastmaster without a pet is not even as good as an ordinary beastmaster. Joining a team will only drag you down." "It's settled. See you in the Dawn Guild Hall at 8 o'clock 3 days from now." Situyu made the decision seriously, then skipped out of the classroom humming a song. I sighed helplessly. After all, we've been together for 3 years, and I know Situyu's personality too well. Standing her up? Impossible. I remember one time, I didn't show up for a date, so she went straight to my house, broke into my bedroom, and in front of my parents she did an elegant high jump and a heavy weight, almost crushing me seriously as I was sleeping in. She didn't care about the gender difference, but she really shocked my parents. Later, I had to go through a lot of trouble to prove that our relationship was innocent. But this also shows that Miss Situyu is indeed a little sick. Shaking off all distractions, I packed my things and took a bus to the Dongling City trading market. In the market, all kinds of equipment, props, elixirs, pets, and skill books are available. Although the items here are more civilian-oriented, high-level items are extremely scarce, and there are very few items above level B. Even so, the market is still bustling with people. Most job changers need these low-level resources. After walking around the stalls for a few rounds, I was a little disappointed. The animal pets here were generally sickly. Not to mention the mysterious beasts, even the demon beasts were rarely seen. The levels of beast pets from low to high are ordinary beasts, demon beasts, mysterious beasts, spirit beasts, source beasts, divine beasts, holy beasts, and ancestral divine beasts. The ranks above the divine beasts are divided into extraordinary level, legendary level, epic level, overlord level, king level, and cosmic level. After careful consideration, I headed to the inner part of the market, the busiest area. Here, there are many varieties of pets, which are very suitable for novice animal masters. The only drawback is that the prices are very touching. "Welcome!" A salesperson with a smile on his face came forward and asked, "Do you need a living pet or a combat pet?" "I want a combat pet." I expressed my needs without any hesitation. Looking around, the pets here are obviously much better than those sold on the street stalls, but most of them are life-oriented pets. They are cute and well-behaved, with gentle temperaments, but unfortunately their fighting ability is not impressive, and at most they can help pick up a ball at home. Most of these pets are artificially bred, and it's not even worth my wasting my bloodline identification skills. "Sir, the combat pets are all on the second floor. Please follow me up." Upon hearing my needs, the salesperson's eyes flashed, and the smile on his face immediately became warmer. After all, the price of combat pets is several times that of living pets, starting at more than 100,000 gold coins. "If this deal goes through, the bonus will be secure." She was secretly delighted, and with a little excitement, she enthusiastically made a gesture of invitation and walked gracefully in front. "Sir, you're in luck today. Our store just got a few source beast level pets, which are absolutely worth the money." Along the way, the salesperson smiled sweetly and strongly recommended. However, I followed behind, listened to her sales pitch, touched my nose, and felt a little embarrassed. A source beast level pet costs at least 3 million gold coins each, and it takes 3 or more to trigger the pet fusion talent. This is a tens of millions level expense, and I can't even afford a tail now. My goal for this trip is actually a mysterious beast level pet. I plan to select the one with the highest potential as a partner for the first stage, and synthesize the final form through the pet's talent fusion. For higher levels, I will wait until my strength breaks through the second level. After a beast master changes his job, a blank pet slot will be unlocked. One more pet slot will be added each time he changes his job, which means that he will eventually have to contract 9 giant beasts. The behemoths are no ordinary creatures. Each one possesses the power to destroy the world. It is said that their growth limit can even rival that of gods. Unfortunately, there are only a handful of giant beasts that have appeared on Blue Star so far, and their cubs are extremely rare. Because of this, the Beast Tamer has become the most expensive profession on Blue Star, and it is so despised that no one is willing to change jobs. Even the big families can't afford it. They would sell everything they had to buy one, but there were 8 more waiting for them later, and their mentality collapsed. Fortunately, I have the god-level talent of Pet Beast Fusion. I secretly rejoiced in my heart while casually responding to the salesperson's enthusiastic recommendation. Second floor. Sir, this is the illustrated guide of all the combat pets we have in our store. The salesperson handed me a thick illustrated guide and kindly helped me turn to the first page. There are a total of 160 beast pets, of which 100 are at the mystical beast level, 50 are at the spiritual beast level, and the last 10 are at the origin beast level. As soon as I sat down, my eyes were attracted by the source beast pet pattern on the first page. Even if it was just a pattern, one could feel the oppressive feeling coming towards them. The ferocious, luxurious, and aggressive claws, each of which exuded the aura of a strong man, were coveted. But after seeing the price, I silently suppressed the excitement in my heart. Golden Scaled Giant Python, Source Beast level, priced at 3 million gold coins. King Kong Demon Ape, Source Beast level, priced at 3.1 million gold coins. One Horn Thunder Leopard, Source Beast level, priced at 3.3 million gold coins. I flipped through the pages, and every time I saw a price, my heart was bleeding. It was too expensive. The student loan I just got approved could barely buy one of these pets' claws. You'd better take a look yourself. I took the illustrated book and turned directly to the spiritual beast section. It would be torture to look at the source beasts for a few more times. Sure enough, the price of spiritual beasts seems much more affordable. Two-headed dog, spiritual beast level, priced at 800,000 gold coins. Flame tiger, spiritual beast level, priced at 850,000 gold coins. Gale wolf, spiritual beast level, priced at 500,000 gold coins. The price of spiritual beasts is generally within 1 million, which barely fits the budget. Most ordinary beast masters can only choose beasts within this range. Among them, I am particularly interested in the two-headed dog. This guy has the dual attributes of water and fire, has good combat power, and has a variety of future advancement routes with a high success rate. There was once a beast master who bred a two-headed dog to mutate, and it eventually evolved into a mythical beast, the Hellhound. Although it is only an extraordinary level beast, it is enough to sweep away most professionals. However, the price tag of 800,000 gold coins calmed me down. I really can't afford it now. I have to keep it under 300,000. Sir, are you interested in the two-headed dog? When the salesperson saw me lingering on the page about the two-headed dog, a gleam flashed in his eyes and he immediately started selling it. This two-headed dog has outstanding talents and a high affinity for water and fire magic. The probability of advancement is very high. How about I take you to see it? I nodded. I had to see the real thing, so I could use the blood identification technique to select it. Then please lead the way. You are so polite, sir. Please come this way. The salesperson smiled and led me to the pet warehouse behind the building. The warehouse holds all kinds of combat pets, from adults to young ones. As soon as I stepped in, a low roar came from the animal cage. Countless fierce eyes were cast at me, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As soon as I stepped into the warehouse, the shrill roar came like a tsunami, making my eardrums buzz. In the iron cage, various pets stared at each other angrily, each pair of eyes full of wildness and hostility, staring at me. Although most of these pets were still in their infancy, and not very powerful, their untamed wildness was chilling. If an ordinary newcomer faced such a scene for the first time, he would probably have lost his legs. But I am an exception. When I was a student, I was at the top of the class in all subjects, and I even faced ferocious wild monsters during field training. The eyes of these beasts, although wild, lacked some real murderous intent. In my eyes, it was just a breeze blowing on my face. Sir, in order to prevent damage to the health of your pet, we do not use any inhibitory drugs. We apologize if we scared you. When the saleswoman saw me stop in my tracks, she hurried forward to explain, looking a little worried. It's okay, I'm just taking a look, I responded calmly, without further explanation, and walked straight towards an animal cage. There was a leopard with jet black fur in the cage. Its figure was vague and illusory, as if its shadow had become a solid entity. As I approached, it narrowed its amber eyes and let out a low, threatening growl. Shadow leopard, mysterious beast level. This is a pet I have seen in the illustrated book. It costs 300,000 gold coins, which is just within my budget. I no longer hesitated and raised my hand to perform the bloodline identification technique. A subtle wave enveloped the shadow leopard in the cage, and then a piece of information emerged in his mind. Shadow leopard, mysterious beast, final evolutionary state, shadow divine leopard, divine beast, extraordinary level. I nodded and looked away with satisfaction. A beast-level pet worth hundreds of millions of gold coins is rare in the entire dragon country. I didn't expect that the first beast-level pet would have such potential. It's a good start. But I was not in a hurry to make a decision. I continued to move forward and check the other pets one by one. Swift Windwolf, Spirit Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Howling Moon Silverwolf, Source Beast. Flame Tiger, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Winged Demonic Tiger, Source Beast. Lightning Eagle, Spirit Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Sky Eagle, Source Beast. I performed bloodline identification techniques one by one, but was disappointed. The final forms of these beast pets mostly remained at the Source Beast level. Although their rank was higher than that of the Shadow Leopard, their potential was far behind. It seems that the potential of a beast pet has nothing to do with its initial level. I thought to myself. The initial level determines the lower limit, while the upper limit of the final form depends on other factors. While I was thinking, I walked to the cage of a King Kong Demon Ape and performed the bloodline identification technique. King Kong Demon Ape, Source Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Mountain Giant Ape, Divine Beast, Extraordinary Level. I was slightly stunned, and the answer already came to my mind. The initial level of the King Kong Demon Ape is 2 levels higher than that of the Shadow Leopard, and the price difference is 10 times. However, both can eventually evolve into extraordinary beasts. In comparison, it is self-evident which one is more cost-effective. After that, my interest in Spirit Beasts and Source Beast level pets dwindled, and I headed straight for the mysterious beast area. The saleswoman followed me closely, and showed no impatience when she saw me picking and choosing. After all, choosing a pet is different from buying groceries. This will be your partner in the future, and a wrong choice will not only mean financial loss, but may also endanger your life. The momentum of the beast pets in the mysterious beast area was obviously weakened. When the Source Beasts and Spirit Beasts barked wildly, these mysterious beasts huddled together, and were surprisingly well behaved. But I am not disappointed. Low level does not mean poor combat power, the key is potential. As long as the aptitude is strong enough, I can definitely train these mysterious beasts into beings that people look up to. I hope I can pick a tough guy, otherwise I can only choose Shadow Panther. I secretly look forward to it. Red Feather Eagle, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Fiery Eagle, Spiritual Beast. Spiked Boar, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolution State, Tusk Pig King, Spiritual Beast. Fire Swallowing Python, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Sky Swallowing Python, Source Beast. One-Horned Rhinoceros, Mysterious Beast, Final Evolutionary State, Moon-Gazing Divine Rhinoceros, Divine Beast, Extraordinary Level. After a look around, I found that the only one that could rival the Shadow Leopard was the One-Horned Rhinoceros, the rest were mediocre. It seems that I still have to choose between the One-Horned Rhino and the Shadow Leopard. I stopped, feeling a little disappointed. For ordinary beast masters, a divine beast level pet is already a dream come true. But for me, this is obviously not enough. Forget it. Dongling City is just a small place after all, and resources are limited. I still have a chance. At this stage, a divine beast is enough. Just as I was about to make a decision, I suddenly heard a faint cry in my ears, delicate and soft, with a hint of childishness. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 little guys in the animal cage in the corner looking at me with clear eyes. The 3 ice blue ice lizards, less than 30 centimeters long, looked cute with their pink little tongues sticking out. Looking at this, my heart softened and I couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, little guys, let's see how far you can evolve. The bloodline identification technique was quietly released, and I didn't hold much hope. However, a moment later, the feedback made my pupils shrink and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Inside the warehouse, I breathed rapidly, staring at the ice lizard in the cage with burning eyes. Ice lizard, mysterious beast, final evolutionary state, ancient overlord extreme cold dragon, ancestral divine beast. Ancestral divine beasts? I almost thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect that these 3 little guys that I almost overlooked actually had the potential to defy the heavens. That's the ancestral beast. A terrifying existence that has never appeared on Blue Star. All along, the knowledge about the ranks of beast pets was gained by job changers through exploration in the secret ruins. Since this information was made public, the strongest beast pet that had appeared on Blue Star was only a 5-colored giant dragon at the holy beast level. The 5-colored dragon was once the fighting partner of the strongest job changer in the history of Dragon Country, possessing power comparable to that of a god. However, after the 5-colored dragon, Blue Star has never seen a holy beast again. Many experts even assert that sacred beasts are the limit of animal pet evolution, and that the so-called ancestral sacred beasts are nothing more than fictional products of fantasy and should not be taken seriously. For many years, there has been endless debate surrounding the topic of whether the ancestral beast exists. But I never expected that today I would actually solve this unresolved mystery with my own hands. The ancestral beast does exist, and it will soon become my contracted pet. Once this news gets out, I'm afraid the entire Blue Star will be in an uproar, with countless people scrambling for it. The bloodline identification technique is indeed a god-level talent. It's ridiculously powerful. I was ecstatic, my scorching eyes fixed on the ice lizard in the cage. The light in my eyes was frighteningly bright. The 3 little guys were a little frightened by my stare. They huddled together and hid in the corner of the cage, not daring to move. Calm down! Calm down! This news must not be leaked out. I am still too weak now. If the news leaks out, I will not be able to protect the ancestral beast at all. Keep a low profile, develop quietly, and make a fortune in silence. I took a deep breath and forced myself to suppress the excitement in my heart. But the saleswoman seemed to have noticed the strangeness. Sir, are you interested in the ice lizard? She walked up to me and asked tentatively, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I nodded calmly. That's it. The saleswoman's expression suddenly became complicated, and she hesitated to speak. Customer, would you like to reconsider? The ice lizard. As a qualified salesperson, she shouldn't have said anything after the customer made a decision. But the special nature of the ice lizard made her reluctant. As we all know, the ice lizard is the weakest among the mysterious beasts, only slightly stronger than the warcraft. If we really compare them, even a shadow leopard can easily defeat 3 of them. However, because the ice lizard is cute and popular among female professionals, the price is the same as the shadow panther, both at 300,000 gold coins. It is no exaggeration to say that this price-performance ratio is ridiculously low. Logically speaking, the higher the selling price, the greater the sales commission, but the young and handsome guy in front of him is obviously a novice beast master who has just changed his job, and he makes people feel pity for him. The way the young lady seemed to be hesitant to speak made me laugh. This girl is quite kind, I thought to myself, but in the end I smiled and shook my head, rejecting her kindness. What a joke! With the ancestral beast here, what's the point of a divine beast? Okay, sir. Whichever one you choose, I'll help you put it up. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the young lady said no more. Which one? I grinned. I want all 3. As I said that, I took out my mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. 900,000 gold coins, the student loan that just arrived was cleared in an instant. But for me, this is not worth mentioning. The ancestral beast. With it, money will still be a problem? The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, and then a mixture of surprise and joy appeared on her face. Could it be that she had made a mistake before? Could this handsome boy in front of her be some rich young master with a bad taste? Although she was confused, she soon became concerned about the commission she was about to receive. For a large order of 900,000 gold coins, she could get at least 900 gold coins in commission. Okay, I'll pack it for you right away. The young lady completed the transaction quickly, packed the ice lizard, and gave some food as a gift. A cozy community. In the suburbs of Dongling City, there is an old community with a history of 30 years. My home is located in Building 9, Room 302. It was purchased by my parents with all their savings when I was admitted to Dongling No. 1 Middle School. I took the bus back home. It was just 6 o'clock and my parents had not yet finished get off work. I prepared dinner skillfully, put it in the incubator, and returned to the room. Click, I closed the door and immediately took out the cage, with excitement shining in my eyes. The ice lizard in the cage was not as fearful as before. Instead, it opened its amber eyes and looked at me curiously. The exciting moment has arrived. I took a deep breath, stretched out my hand, and aimed at the ice lizard. God-level talent beast and pet fusion, activate. Buzz. Invisible waves spread out, enveloping the 3 ice lizards. A virtual panel appeared in front of him, with the projections of 3 ice lizards quietly suspended in 3 grids. Below the grids was a conspicuous, synthesize button. So this is the way to merge pets and beasts. It's so convenient. I excitedly pressed the synthesis button. In an instant, it seemed as if most of his mental strength was drained away, and his whole body felt empty. But my eyes were still fixed on the cage. The 3 ice lizards transformed into azure blue light balls, slowly merged, and gradually condensed into a strange ice crystal-like sphere. Bang! Bang! The light faded, and a figure slowly emerged. In Dongling City, it was just after 6 in the evening, the rush hour for people getting off work. The city streets were bustling with people, who were taking public transportation or walking to the light rail station after a busy day. However, all this hustle and bustle came to an abrupt end under a sudden invisible wave. The crowd suddenly stopped, and their hearts seemed to skip a beat. What happened? Why are you suddenly having palpitations? That breath just now gave me a horrible premonition. Unease spread among the crowd, and everyone looked at each other, trying to find the answer in other people's faces. But the same confusion and fear made the atmosphere even more depressing. The sky gradually darkened, and someone looked up. Is it going to rain? But what came into view was not rain clouds, but rapidly rolling dark clouds, sweeping over the entire city in the blink of an eye. Go back quickly, it might be an illusion. Don't make a fuss, it's just a change in the weather. Wait a minute, why did it suddenly get cold? It's snowing in the summer? People in the open air quickened their pace, trying to avoid the sudden cold. But at this moment, a cry of surprise broke through the long street. What is that in the sky? Everyone looked up at the same time, and then froze in place as if frozen in time, with shock and astonishment written all over their faces. Goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered in the night, wrapping the entire Dongling city in silver. Beep beep, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded, and the Dongling City Guard headquarters instantly fell into chaos. Guardian, a strong energy fluctuation has been detected in the city, the danger level. The guard rushed into the office and was interrupted by the silent man in front of the window before he could finish his words. Red. That was the guardian of the escort team, a middle-aged man with a square face. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were staring solemnly at the snowflakes outside the window. The red danger level symbolizes a disaster that is enough to destroy the entire city. With Dongling City's defense force, it is likely that they will not be able to hold out for a moment. Notify the mayor, Dongling City is on alert, and the defense array is activated at full power. His voice trembled slightly, and his face was gloomy. Even a rank 4 strongman like him still felt unprecedented powerlessness in the face of such a disaster. A roar exploded over Dongling City, and the defense array that had covered the city for many years spread out like water waves, illuminating the night sky and giving the cold crowd some peace of mind. However, the dusty fears were also awakened. Magic circle? Are there monsters attacking the city? No way, to this extent. Don't joke, Dongling City is guarded by a guard team, nothing can happen. Despite the words of comfort, the uneasiness in people's eyes became more and more intense. Roar. A deafening dragon roar came from the sky, piercing everyone's eardrums. When people looked in the direction of the sound, their breathing instantly froze. A huge monster slowly emerged in the sky above Dongling City. Its huge wings flapped gently, stirring up the clouds. The light that leaked through reflected its azure scales, which looked like flowing crystals, sacred and could not be looked at directly. Is that a dragon? Exclamations rang out one after another above the city. Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds going blank. The mythical beast-level existence, the overlord at the top of the food chain, the dragon, has arrived in Dongling City. Roar. The giant dragon roared to the sky, circled over the city for a few times, and then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Amidst the thunder and lightning, it disappeared, and the dark clouds dissipated, and Dongling City returned to peace. The guardians and the controllers of the major forces collapsed on the ground, their foreheads covered with cold sweat. Investigate. Find out the cause immediately. In a warm community. I knew nothing about this. At this moment, I was looking at the ball of light in front of me excitedly, my hands trembling slightly. As the light slowly faded, a figure gradually emerged. It was a creature that looked like a giant dragon, slender, azure blue, and its scales sparkled in the light. The small wings behind it were tightly attached to its back, and every pattern on it exuded mystery and power. Huh! Is this the final form of the ice lizard, the ancient overlord, the Arctic dragon? I swallowed, my heart beating faster. A strong chill filled the air. Frost had formed on the floor around the frost dragon. The temperature dropped sharply, and I couldn't help but wrap myself tightly. I almost forgot. We haven't signed the contract yet. Taking a deep breath, I slowly stretched out my hand, the light of the beast taming technique flowing through my fingertips. The bedroom was quiet. Suddenly, buzz! An invisible wave overflowed from my palm, spreading like ripples, instantly enveloping the extremely cold dragon in my arms. Under the powerful effect of love of 10,000 beasts, the power of beast taming technique was directly increased tenfold. Soon, 2 contract runes sank into the forehead of me and the Arctic dragon respectively. Then, I felt an intimate and warm feeling in the contract. My heart trembled, and an itchy touch came from the palm of my hand. When I opened my eyes, I saw the little Arctic dragon sticking out its pink little tongue and licking my palm earnestly. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. From today on, this little guy will become my closest fighting partner in this world. Okay, little guy, put away your magic power. I hugged the Arctic dragon, who looked dependent, in my arms and joked in a good mood. With a thought, I called up the attribute panel of the Arctic dragon. Pet, Ancient Overlord, Frost Dragon nickname, none gender, female age, less than a month, infant, level 1 rank, ancestral divine beast talent, infinite growth, SSS, 4-dimensional attributes, strength 500, wisdom 500, vitality 500, agility 500. Skill, frost body, SSS, passive skill, the embodiment of the law of ice attribute, immunity to ice and water attribute damage, and reduction of other magic and physical damage by 20%. SSS, active skill that spits out extremely cold dragon breath, causing huge ice damage to the enemy. Ice Hell, SSS, active skill, summons endless frost to freeze all enemies within the range. Those with lower intelligence than the Arctic dragon will be killed instantly. Dragon's Might, SSS, passive skill that weakens the combat power of enemies whose rank is lower than that of the Frost Dragon by 10%. Loyalty, 100 equipment, none introduction, 1. The Ancient Overlord, the Frost Dragon, the only ancestral beast with ice attribute, the embodiment of ice laws, with unlimited potential. 2. Each advancement will awaken SSS level talent skills. After reading the panel, I gasped. It was too scary. The first level 4-dimensional attribute directly reached 500 points, which was comparable to the strength of an ordinary second-level professional. What's even more exaggerated is that row after row of SSS level skills. Is this the essence of the ancestral beast? It comes with 4 SSS level innate skills at birth, and each time it advances, it will definitely awaken a new SSS level skill. You should know that a pet needs to go through 6 stages from its infancy to its ultimate form, namely, infancy, adolescence, youth, adulthood, prime age and ultimate form. In other words, the Arctic dragon will eventually possess 10 SSS level talent skills. Holding the cold frost dragon, I like it more and more. With this ancestral beast in hand, all hidden professions have to stand aside. If anyone says that the Giant Beast Master profession is rubbish, I will slap him in the face. After I contracted the frost dragon, even the sky will be afraid of me. Thinking of this, I excitedly opened my attribute panel. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 10 talents, Beast Affection, SSS, Beast Fusion, God, Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B, Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summoning, B, Strength, 70 Wisdom, 70 Vitality, 70 Agility, 70 Unallocated Attribute Points, 0 Unallocated Skill Points, 0. Looking at the information on the panel, I nodded with satisfaction. The 4-dimensional attributes were increased by 50 points each, and the total increased by 200 points. Now, my 4-dimensional attributes are close to those of a level 20 professional. The only thing missing is the skill gap. In fact, I had anticipated this improvement when I made the contract with the Arctic Dragon. On Blue Star, the strength of a Beast Master depends entirely on his pet beast. The Beast Master himself is not considered very powerful. Each pet will provide the tamer with a fixed percentage of attribute bonuses based on its growth cycle, 10% in the infancy and 60% in the ultimate form. Some people may think that it is a bit of a disadvantage to train a pet to the ultimate form and only get 60% attribute feedback. But this idea is totally wrong, because every time a Beast Master changes his job, a new Beast Pet slot will be added. The current maximum job system of Blue Star is 9 changes, which means that a Beast Master can contract up to 9 Beast Pets. When the attributes of 9 ultimate Beast Pets are superimposed on one person, it is simply terrifying. However, this is only a theoretical beauty. In reality, few Beast Masters can train their Beast Pets to the ultimate form, because the promotion requires a lot of resources. It costs money to raise ordinary pet animals, and the ancestral beast, the Arctic Dragon, is even more of a money-eating beast. I can foresee that there is only one thing left in the future: making money like crazy. Thinking of this, I smiled bitterly and rubbed the head of the Frost Dragon. This is really a mixture of pain and pleasure. Woo woo. The Arctic Dragon seemed to be aware of my emotions. It called out in a baby voice and rubbed my hand gently with its little head. Feeling the sense of dependence from the contract, my heart softened. Don't worry, little guy, we will live and die together from now on. Come, I have to give you a loud and majestic name. In a secret meeting room, the mayor of Dongling City tapped his fingers on the table, and a low voice rang out in the quiet air. Everyone. He looked at every important person present with a sharp gaze. I want to know what you think of the red danger alert that just passed. The meeting room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Those sitting at the table were all top figures in various fields in Dongling City: the presidents of large guilds, the heads of top chaebol, and the guardians of Dongling City. Each of them was very powerful in their respective fields. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn. They looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. The strange vision that had previously shrouded the sky of Dongling City and the huge nightmare-like creature were like a huge rock pressing on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Changing the celestial phenomena of a city, if power of this level really comes, wealth and power will vanish in an instant. Mr. Mayor, this matter is too big for us to jump to conclusion. Why don't we listen to the opinion of the Lord Guardian? A middle-aged man sitting at the bottom wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and awe. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the square-faced middle-aged man next to the mayor at the head of the conference table, Situ Honan, the guardian of Dongling City, a level 124th rank warrior. He can crush everyone present by himself. The mayor nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Since everyone trusts Guardian Situ, please tell us. After all, no one here has a more accurate judgment than you." Situ Honan picked up the teacup and took a sip, seemingly unconcerned about everyone's nervousness. "You are too nervous." He put down the teacup and said in a relaxed tone. Everyone was stunned, with a hint of expectation and suspicion on their faces. "Master Situ, do you mean this red alert will not pose a real threat to Dongling City?" "That's right." Situ Honan nodded, then waved his hand, and one of his men started the projector. The picture on the wall instantly unfolded, and a huge monster came into view. It was hundreds of meters long, with azure scales shining brightly in the light, its dragon wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and its sharp claws seemed to be able to tear apart everything. According to the monitoring equipment of the escort team and discussions with experts, we all agree that this phenomenon was caused by a pet with a mutated talent. Situ Honan pointed at the giant dragon on the projection and said slowly, "Now we should consider how to find it. Because this is an ice dragon, an epic beast." The meeting room was filled with gasps of air. The bigwigs who had just looked worried had their eyes glowing with fervor and their faces flushed red. Epic beast. Even if they are extremely wealthy and powerful, they can hardly resist this temptation. Once they can make friends with the dragon's master, or even bring it under their command, the future will be completely rewritten. The owner of an epic beast is almost destined to enter the 7th level, become an important official of the country, and stand at the top of the dragon kingdom. Find it! No matter what the cost! Everyone's heart is shouting, longing for this opportunity. In the living room, the azure dragon waved its paws excitedly, its amber eyes sparkling with anticipation. Woo-woo! She knew that she would soon have a name. I picked up Xiaolong in my arms and rubbed her head with a smile. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let me think about it." This little fellow, covered with crystal-clear scales, looks like a finely crafted work of art, reflecting colorful light in the sun. "You are a pretty girl, so Destruction Dragon King is definitely not appropriate." I held my chin in my hand and pondered, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. "Bingqing Shuangjiat, you have the ice attribute, so let's call you Bingqing." "Woo-woo!" The little dragon in my arms chirped continuously, obviously very satisfied with this name. I put her on the ground with a smile, and was about to do something when the little girl suddenly rubbed her head against my leg, looking like she was acting coquettish. "What's wrong?" She held her belly and cried out softly. "So you're hungry?" I suddenly realized and patted her head. "Come on, I'll get you some ice crystal flowers to eat." Turning into the kitchen, I started preparing food for her. Ice crystal flower is an F-level magical plant. Although it is inconspicuous, it is a rare delicacy for ice attribute pets. "Mom and Dad are back?" I shouted towards the living room when I heard the door open. But the king's father and mother who appeared at the door had pale faces and wet stains on their bodies. I was stunned, feeling a little uneasy. What happened? Chapter 12, Beginner's 4-piece set. Cozy community. Wang Chen's family of 3 sat neatly on the sofa watching TV. The TV was broadcasting the Dongling City evening news. The pretty host had a solemn and serious expression on her face. According to the information obtained by our reporter, the large-scale sky changes and giant dragons that appeared in the sky above our city were caused by the abnormal talents of the beast pets. Please do not panic, citizens. The red crisis alert was triggered by mistake and will not affect Dongling City. In order to make up for the shock caused to the citizens, the mayor and the guardian have decided. Listening to the broadcast on TV, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He never imagined that when he used his pet fusion talent, it would cause such a big commotion. Good job. It caused unusual celestial phenomena throughout Dongling City. Should we say it is worthy of being the ancestral beast, the dragon of extreme cold? Thinking silently in his heart, he looked at the TV screen. The picture in the camera was a little blurry. A huge and ferocious creature was circling in the sky, roaring towards the sky from time to time. On the ground, countless people collapsed on the ground in panic, with expressions of fear on their faces. At a quick glance, he saw his father Wang Jiangwo and motherly Xiufan next to a bus stop that flashed across the screen. In the picture, the kind and honest father holds his mother in his arms, and his body seems to be trembling. Before Wang Chen could take a closer look, the screen went black. Old Wang, whose face was a little pale, picked up the remote control quickly. "Don't look at it. The mayor and the guardian said it's okay. The matter is over. Xiao Chen, did your job transfer ceremony go smoothly today?" Lao Wang pretended nothing had happened, turned off the TV, pursed his lips and asked. Wang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to tell his parents about the Arctic dragon to make them happy, but looking at his father's expression, he was afraid that this would remind him of some experiences that he wanted to erase. "Not bad, first turn into a beastmaster profession. I have already taken care of the beast pet myself, so there will be no problem with the college entrance examination in a month." After thinking about it, Wang Chen did not reveal that he was a giant beast master in order to avoid worrying his parents. After all, they are all beast masters, and no one else can tell if he doesn't say it. Hearing their son's words, the king's father and mother couldn't help but be overjoyed even though they had not yet recovered from their previous experience. Well, you are worthy of being my son, Wang Jiangwo. You are a first-level beast master. Considering your previous performance in school, you can at least get into a top university. The king's father smiled happily and patted his chest with a look of comfort. The queen mother didn't say anything, but the smile between her eyebrows showed her surprise. Since the establishment of the vocational college entrance examination, Longwa has divided the country's vocational universities into 4 categories, namely 4 top universities, 20 first-tier universities, 80 second-tier universities, and more than 200 third-tier universities. The teaching strengths and resources of each university vary greatly depending on their level. It is no exaggeration to say that the difference in the amount of resources between each level is at least 10 times. In the simple understanding of Wang's parents, a first-class university is the limit of their expectations for Wang Chen. Every year, the number of people in Dongling City who can pass the exam is less than a handful. The fact that Wang Chen had a chance to be admitted to a top university was a great honor for them, bringing glory to their family. But, in response to his father's earnest expectations, Wang Chen just smiled and said nothing. A first-class university? If it were the old him, he would be excited about this. But now, having acquired 3 top talents and skills and contracted the ancestral beast, the ancient overlord, the Arctic dragon, Wang Chen's vision has been set higher. His goal had long since become the 4 top universities at the top of Dragon Country. Only by being admitted to a top university can he maximize his talents and gain access to more resources. You should know, the resource gap between first-tier, second-tier and third-tier universities is 10 times. The top 4 universities have as many resources as all other universities combined. Every year, outstanding graduates from top universities have a strength of at least the 4th level. In a third-rate city like Dongling City, they can directly obtain the position of guardian. On the same level as the mayor, he controls the life and death of millions of people. Of course, Wang Chen did not intend to tell his parents about this goal at the moment. He decided to wait until everything was settled before giving them a surprise. "You little brat, are you thinking of something bad again?" Wang Jiangwo saw his son smiling without saying anything, so he reached out and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. However, he did not ask more questions. He knew his son best. Wang Chen had been very independent-minded since he was a child and could do everything in an orderly manner. He did not need to worry about anything at all. "Come, to celebrate your successful transition to a combat profession, Daddy has prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, Wang's father pushed the box that he had been holding in his hands since he came back in front of Wang Chen. "And any gifts?" Hearing this, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. "No wonder my parents came back so late today, it turns out they were preparing a surprise." "Of course, open it and take a look," Wang Jiangwo said with a little pride. Wang Chen did not hesitate and opened the box immediately. After seeing what was inside, he pursed his lips. Sharp long sword. Boots of agility. Necklace of courage. Tough cloth armor. In the box, 4 pieces of equipment were neatly arranged. Under the light, the reflection of the bright black iron luster made Wang Chen's eyes become a little moist. These 4 pieces of equipment are the famous high school graduation outfit, which is also the 4-piece set for novices. Although the name is unremarkable, it can provide considerable help to professionals who have just changed their careers. "Dad, Mom." Wang Chen looked at his parents with emotion, his voice a little hoarse. In today's Blue Star, anything that can have an effect on professionals is very expensive. The same is true for the 4-piece set for beginners. The total price reaches 100,000 gold coins. Wang Chen knew that his parents had probably spent all their savings over the years to buy this equipment. "You little brat, you're going to graduate from high school soon, why are you still acting like a child?" The Queen Mother put her arm around her son's shoulders and said with a smile on her face, "Although our family lives in poverty, we cannot let you lack what others have. Take it back to your room and try it on. Make sure the equipment doesn't fit you." On the side, although Wang's father did not say anything, he looked at Wang Chen with a look of satisfaction on his face. Hearing his mother's words, Wang Chen nodded heavily, holding the 4 pieces of equipment tightly in his hands, and the thoughts in his mind became stronger and stronger. My parents have worked hard for me for most of their lives. From now on, it is time for me to respect them. Chapter 13. Heading to the Dawn Guild. Return to the room. Wang Chen fed the ice crystal grass to Bingqing, and then checked the 4-piece set for beginners. Equipment: sharp long sword. Type: melee weapon. Grade: black iron. Level limit: level 10. Attribute: strength +5. Equipment: boots of agility. Type: armor. Grade: black iron. Level limit: level 10. Attribute: agility +5. Equipment: necklace of courage. Type: accessories. Grade: black iron. Level limit: level 10. Attribute: wisdom +5. Equipment: tough cloth armor. Type: armor. Grade: black iron. Level limit: level 10. Attributes: constitution +5. All 4 pieces of equipment are just the most basic black iron equipment, with only attribute point upgrades and no enchantment attributes. Moreover, the added attribute points are only 20 points in total, and the improvement brought is only equivalent to the free attribute points obtained by a professional who is promoted 2 levels. Even with such rubbish attributes, 4 pieces of equipment can be sold at a high price of 100,000 gold coins. From this, we can see how expensive higher level equipment will be. In today's Blue Star, the types of equipment are divided into 3 categories: weapons, armor, and accessories. The levels are from low to high, respectively. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, solar, and artifact. Every time the equipment level is increased, the attribute increase is greatly increased. And starting from bronze level equipment, the equipment will come with various enchantment effects, which will bring even greater improvements to professionals. Of course, compared with the amplification effect, the prices of these higher level equipment also rise accordingly. A few years ago, a piece of top-grade gold level equipment with 3 enchanted attributes appeared in the Dongling City trading house. The final auction price was as high as 6 million gold coins. This price shocked Wang Chen for several months. 6 million gold coins is a number that an ordinary person, or even an ordinary professional, cannot earn in several lifetimes. This time when I go to the mountain of 10,000 beasts, I can try to explore deeper into it. The higher the level of wild monsters, the higher the drop rate. Not only can you level up quickly, but you are also likely to get dropped items. As long as I get a few pieces of bronze equipment, my parents' lives will be greatly improved. After putting on his equipment, Wang Chen lay on the bed and thought about his action plan for the next few days. 3 days later. Dawn Union Hall. It was just 8 o'clock and the hall was already packed with people. Seeking a healing profession above level 30 to join the team for the mission. You can sign a contract. Regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, you will be given an additional 1,000 gold coins as a reward. Take a look. I am a level 38 warrior, wearing full graduation uniform. I am strong and capable of fighting. I have entered the mountain of 10,000 beasts many times. If any young master or young lady is interested, please contact me. The Mountain Adventure Team is recruiting new members. All professionals are welcome to sign up. No restrictions on novices or veterans. As long as you have potential and strength, our Mountain Adventure Team will accept everyone. You will sign a formal contract on the day you join, and food, accommodation, and 5 insurances are provided. The professionals coming and going chattered, or enthusiastically promoted themselves, or looked for teammates to complete tasks together, making the atmosphere in the Union Hall as noisy as a vegetable market. But people passing by were accustomed to this situation, and many of them even showed genuine joy on their faces after walking into the hall. Since the will of the heavens revived 700 years ago, the area of Blue Star has expanded thousands of times, and secret dungeons and wild maps have appeared one after another. The Adventurers Guild Hall has been as bustling as it is today for hundreds of years. Today, the Adventure Guild has become a large force spanning the entire Blue Star and an important hub connecting various countries and the public. Countless professionals come here, register as adventurers, take on missions to earn gold coins, and explore the wild map with the dream of getting rich. The wild map near Dongling City is called the Mountain Range of 10,000 Beasts. It is said that there are all kinds of wild monsters in it. The deeper you go, the stronger and more numerous the wild monsters will be. Even in the deepest part, there are terrifying creatures that are as powerful as 4th or even 5th level monsters. Of course, this refers to the deep areas, in the outer edge areas of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. After years of sweeps by adventurers, the danger has become quite small. Many ordinary people who have not changed their jobs will also come to the Adventure Guild to take on some gathering tasks within their capabilities to supplement their family income. For example, Wang Chen before his job change. He once secretly registered as an adventurer in the Adventurers Guild without telling his parents or the school, and took on some herb-collecting missions to help ease the burden on his parents. Sure enough, as soon as the job transfer ceremony ended, the number of people coming and going in the Adventure Guild at least doubled. Arriving outside the Dawn Union, Wang Chen looked at the people coming and going with a smile on his face. It is said that every year after the job transfer ceremony ends, the wild monsters in the outer areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range will become very popular, and it will be difficult to find one. I don't know if that little girl Situ is ready to go deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen stepped into the Hall of Dawn Guild. Wang Chen, that bastard! You agreed to team up with me, yet you dare to be late? I'm so pissed off! At the front desk of the Dawn Union Hall, a beautiful young girl looked at the bustling crowd around her, with an increasingly cold expression on her face. The girl is about 1.75 meters tall, with long legs and a slim waist. She is wearing exquisite leather armor and carrying a deep blue longbow on her back. Her delicate facial features and slightly heroic ponytail make her look both beautiful and cool. Standing in the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting many glances. Normally, when such a beautiful girl appears in the Adventurers Guild Hall, she will immediately become the focus of the crowd and attract many people to approach her. Not to mention, the leather armor and longbow on the girl reveal her identity as a long-range professional archer. But if you look closely at this time, you can find that although there are many prying eyes around, after these eyes fall on the token on the girl's waist, they all move away in panic. The token engraved with the word Situ made the adventurers in the hall lose the courage to strike up a conversation. The mayor and Situ jointly govern Dongling City. This sentence has been circulating in Dongling City for decades. Anyone who dares to question it will have grass several feet high on his grave. The girl was none other than Situ. But ordinary adventurers are wary of Situ's identity, but some children who are also born into wealthy and powerful families are not like this. Instead, they will flock to it. Student Situ, I didn't expect to meet you in the Adventure Guild. This is such a coincidence. A flashy young man with greasy hair and a fake smile squeezed out of the crowd. Chapter 14. What a waste of this face. In Dongling City, Situ is truly a favored daughter of heaven. She has a distinguished family background and stunning looks. During the job transfer ceremony, she successfully changed to the special profession of Gale Shooter, and her future prospects are limitless. All the wealthy and tycoon children in Dongling City regard Situ as their goddess and pursue her madly. The young man with slick back hair and powdered face is named Chen Hao. He is the only son of the tycoon Chen family. Although he looks a bit showy, he is still talented. At the job transfer ceremony 3 days ago, he successfully changed to the combat profession of Ice Mage. Among all the students who changed jobs this year, he was considered outstanding. Moreover, in the past at Dongling No. 1 Middle School, he was a crazy pursuer of Situ. Student Situ, are you planning to accept the mission and go to the wild map? You don't have any companions, so why don't you come with me? Looking at Situ with fiery eyes, Chen Hao walked closer and showed a smile that he thought was a gentleman on his face. But Situ turned around after hearing the voice, and when he saw him, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Roll! With a cold snort, Situ had no intention of paying any attention to this annoying guy. With her status and talent, he didn't need to take her peers in Dongling City seriously except someone who made her hate him to death. Hearing Situ's words, Chen Hao's expression froze, but he was not angry. Situ was recognized as an ice goddess in Dongling No. 1 Middle School. She was never polite to anyone. It was a first for her to say a word to him today. Student Situ, I'm sure you know the dangers of going to a wild map alone. There's really no need for you to keep people away. With a smile on his face, Chen Hao continued to move closer and said, I'm a first-level ice mage. I've formed a team with a few classmates before coming here. The team is well equipped. You will be very safe if you team up with us, and you will definitely level up quickly. As he spoke, as if to enhance his persuasiveness, Chen Hao waved his hand, and 3 arrogant young men walked out of the crowd. It is indeed as Chen Hao said, the professional combination of these people is very reasonable. A warrior, an assassin, a priest, and him as a mage, it is a common 4-man team among adventurers. And if you look closely, you can find that the equipment on these 3 people is very good, with a faint hint of green light, which should be a well-matched bronze-level equipment. Such a team can almost be said to be a top-level configuration among newbies. After he finished speaking, Chen Hao looked at Situ expectantly. He felt that the other party would most likely agree to his proposal. However, Sityu glanced at him indifferently, with no expression on his cold face. Not interested. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the crowd around her. Sityu has always been among the top students in Dongling No. 1 middle school, so he is naturally proud of himself. She didn't take Shenhao, a third-rate guy who got a good job by luck, seriously at all. She came to the Adventure Guild today and had her own things to do. How could she let such an eyesore interfere with her work? But, looking at the crowd surging around him, Sityu's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Wang Chen, that bastard, isn't he going to stand me up today? Thinking angrily in his heart, Sityu stomped his feet. Aside. Seeing this scene, no matter how stupid Shenhao was, he could tell that his goddess was waiting for someone. For a moment, he felt a little angry and unwilling. After successfully becoming an ice wizard, he was considered a top-notch talent in Dongling No. 1 middle school. Who else would be more qualified than him to team up with Sityu? And dare to let the goddess wait here? With a gloomy look in his eyes, Shenhao took a few steps forward. Student Sityu, it seems that you already have a candidate for your team. I wonder which genius in Dongling City this is? While asking with a smile on his face, Shenhao sneered in his heart. He wanted to see who dared to compete with him. Hearing this, Sityu ignored it completely. At this moment, she suddenly seemed to realize something and looked towards the door of the Union Hall, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. A handsome young man was walking in from outside the door. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an indescribable extraordinary temperament. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of many adventurers. The young man was Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Chen appear, Sityu moved her feet and prepared to meet him, but then she thought of how this bastard dared to be late. Snort! With a cold snort, Sityu frowned. I also want to save face. Enter the Dawn Union Hall. At first glance, Wang Chen saw the beautiful girl standing among the crowd. Although there were many adventurers coming and going in the guild hall, Sityu's unique temperament directly overshadowed the brilliance of others. Sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road. Walking straight towards Sityu, Wang Chen said with a smile. Snort! Upon hearing this, Sityu snorted coldly, but a hint of secret joy flashed across his pretending to be cold face. This bastard actually still knows how to give me an explanation. Thinking about how Wang Chen had always been indifferent in the past, Sityu's unhappiness disappeared. Since you are so sensible, I will forgive you today. Her snow-white chin was slightly raised, and a smile appeared on Sityu's face. Okay, let's go to the front desk to accept the mission. The outer area of Wansho Mountain Range is overcrowded recently. If we go too late, we won't be able to occupy a good spot. Sityu said with a smile, then turned around and skipped towards the Union front desk. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Good job. I was only 1 minute late. Why did you make it sound like I was guilty? Shaking his head helplessly, he immediately followed. However, just as Wang Chen took 2 steps, a man suddenly strode over and blocked his way. Wang Chen! Is it really you? You are a giant beast master who doesn't even have a pet beast, and you dare to come to the Adventure Guild Hall to accept a mission? Don't you know how to write death? Shenhao looked at Wang Chen with an exaggerated expression, and when he mentioned the words, Giant Beast Master, he spoke especially loudly. The words fell. The adventurers in the hall who were admiring the handsome men and beautiful women were suddenly in an uproar. Giant Beast Master? No way! Is there really someone who would be so unlucky as to switch to this profession? I heard that this is known as the most expensive profession in history. Not to mention the wealthy and powerful, even a country cannot support it with all its strength. For a moment, many adventurers looked at Wang Chen with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. He is so handsome, but he changed his job to a garbage giant beast master. What a pity! Chapter 15, Troublemaker. Dawn Union Hall. Wang Chen felt the gazes from all around him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at the showy young man opposite with displeasure. This young man had an ordinary appearance, a pale face, and looked as if he had indulged in excessive sexual activities, but he was wearing equipment that was worth a lot of money. After just a few glances, Wang Chen understood. This should be the trouble caused by Miss Sityu. Thinking that he was implicated, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown and said, Who are you? You! Shenhao seemed to have not expected that Wang Chen didn't know him at all, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Wang Chen, you are no longer the high-ranking academic master in the school. How dare you, a rubbish giant beast master, be so arrogant? Haha! So what? Hearing this, Wang Chen sneered. Let me tell you, you have to recognize your own identity as a rubbish professional. Why are you still thinking about climbing up the social ladder? Shenhao glared at Wang Chen and said arrogantly. I advise you to draw a clear line between yourself and Sityu, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Oh? Hee hee. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen shook his head in disdain and looked at Chen Hao with amusement. At this moment, he was even more certain that Sityu was a troublemaker. It was obvious that Sityu approached him for unknown reasons, but in the eyes of others, it was seen as him trying to climb up the social ladder and was imagined by others to be his love rival. How ridiculous. Wang Chen felt that saying a few words to a moron like Chen Hao would be an insult to himself. Shaking his head in disdain, he walked towards the front desk. What do you mean? Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent look, Chen Hao became even more furious. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to stop Wang Chen. Bang! However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was hit back. The huge force caused Chen Hao to stagger. Retracting his hand, Wang Chen took out a piece of paper and wiped it, then looked at Chen Hao indifferently and said coldly, I don't want to bother with you, don't push me too far. Opposite. Chen Hao's face changed drastically. Wang Chen's action of taking out paper to wipe his hands made him feel extremely humiliated, and his face turned red. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered such humiliation. Wherever he went, he was treated like a star, and no one dared to touch him. Wang Chen. Chen Hao sneered and his eyes became extremely fierce. You dare to hit me? Don't you know how to write the word death? Heh! Upon hearing this, Wang Chen sneered, his eyes indifferent. Sorry, I really know this. If you don't know, I can teach you. After he finished speaking, Wang Chen took a step forward and looked down at Chen Hao. You! Feeling the indifference in Wang Chen's eyes, Chen Hao felt a flash of panic in his heart, but then he became arrogant again. Do you know who I am? Looking at Wang Chen, Chen Hao shouted madly. My father is one of the top 5 tycoons in Dongling City, and he has wealth that you can never imagine in your lifetime. I am the only son of the Chen family. My status is far different from that of a peasant like you. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he looked at Wang Chen fiercely. You still want to teach me? Don't you see how shabby you look? Many adventurers in the hall had been focusing their attention here. After all, watching these young people fighting over jealousy was a rare pleasure for them in their daily lives. However, after everyone heard what Chen Hao said, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. The eldest young master of the Chen family? No wonder this young man looks so familiar to me. Fuck! This young man named Wang Chen is really brave to be jealous of the eldest young master of the Chen family. However, look at young Master Chen's murderous expression, and then look at Wang Chen's indifferent look. The winner of this fight is immediately clear. This young Master Chen is really arrogant. He said this in public. Isn't he afraid of bringing shame to his Chen family? Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, the adventurers in the hall gathered around, looking at the scene with amusement in their eyes. Moreover, many people kept their eyes firmly fixed on Wang Chen. A handsome young man like Wang Chen is rare in this era when there are many job changers. Many female adventurers have a glimmer in their eyes. Such a handsome young man, who changed his job to become a giant beast tamer, is now targeted by the eldest son of the Chen family. He is really unlucky. These beautiful female adventurers all planned to wait until the matter was over before approaching Wang Chen to chat and comfort this little brother. But the thoughts of these crazy women are destined to fail. Between the fields. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen looked at him without wavering, and even showed a hint of mockery on his face. So what? You've praised yourself so highly, but your goddess still ignores you? Wang Chen smiled disdainfully and didn't take what Chen Hao said seriously at all. In his opinion, this ignorant second-generation rich kid deserves a beating. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the front desk. You! Chen Hao, who was hit by an arrow in the chest, looked at Wang Chen's back with anger in his eyes. Asshole, how dare you humiliate me like this? With an angry roar, Chen Hao quickly walked towards Wang Chen, trying to stop him. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly stood between the two of them. Chen Hao, I'll tell you again, get away from me. Wang Chen is my chosen teammate. You dare to question him here. Do you want to get beaten? Sityu looked at Chen Hao with cold eyes, anger surging in his eyes. Sityu, you. Chen Hao looked at Sityu in disbelief, his expression full of humiliation. Are you crazy? Teaming up with Wang Chen, a trash professional giant beast master? Look at how poor he is, and he's only wearing a novice suit. As Chen Hao spoke loudly, his expression looked a little hysterical. He never thought that his goddess would actually protect Wang Chen, a peasant. One is a daughter of a wealthy family, and the other is a rubbish professional who can only afford a novice suit. The gap in status between the two sides is simply heaven and earth. What made Chen Hao even more humiliated was, in Sityu's eyes, he, the son of a wealthy family, is not as good as Wang Chen. So what? Sityu looked at Chen Hao with disgust, as if he didn't care. Even if Wang Chen hasn't changed his job, he is still 1,000 times stronger than a piece of trash like you. After saying that, Sitiyu turned to Wang Chen and said, Don't pay attention to this rubbish. Let's quickly register as adventurers and take the mission to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As she said that, she walked up to Wang Chen, grabbed his arm, and dragged him towards the front desk. There was no trace of the arrogant look she had just shown when facing Chen Hao. This scene shocked the adventurers who were watching the fun, and also struck Chen Hao like lightning. Chapter 16. This is so enviable. A rich lady is paying for a commoner boy. In the Chensi Union Hall, everyone was in an uproar when Sitiyu appeared. Are you crazy? Could this kind of scene that appears in novels actually happen in real life? And everyone present clearly saw that after Sitiyu grabbed his arm, the civilian boy actually looked reluctant. Oh my god! Could it be that someone released an illusion skill of level 4 or above in the guild hall? Everyone began to doubt life at this moment. Lobby reception. As everyone could see, Wang Chen was indeed very reluctant now. Feeling the warmth coming from my arm and the faint fragrance, Wang Chen frowned slightly. It was fine in school before, but now in public, Sitiyu, you are doing this. My Wang Chen's innocent life is about to be ruined by you. Men and women should not touch each other. Muttering something, Wang Chen slapped Situyu's hand away with a look of disgust. Her hand was slapped away, and Situyu's beautiful eyes widened, like gemstones, and a smile appeared on her face, and then he pounced directly towards Wang Chen. Pity. Missed the target. As soon as he saw the smile on Situyu's face, Wang Chen guessed that this girl was going to have a seizure. Really? Shaking his head, Wang Chen reached out to stop the aggressive Sitiyu. Is this the end? Hurry up and accept the mission. If you're late, there won't be anything left, he said helplessly. However, after hearing his words, Sitiyu didn't move at all. Instead, Wang Chen kept looking up and down, his eyes sparkling. Sure enough, your talent is definitely not B-level. Looking at Wang Chen, Sitiyu had a look of confidence. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. How did this girl find out? But he was not going to admit it, so he shook his head and prepared to deny it. Hey! Wang Chen, are you planning to find an excuse to fool me? Then you have to think of a good excuse. When Sitiyu saw Wang Chen's expression, her rosy little mouth curved into a graceful arc. I am a first-level swift shooter, which gives me an advantage in speed. I didn't leave any strength behind when I pounced just now. It is absolutely impossible for a normal beast master to dodge this, Sitiyu said with a smile. The words fell. A curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chen. Name, Sitiyu. Occupation, swift shooter. Level 10. Talent, wind stigma S. Skills, wind walk A, phantom arrow A, continuous arrow B, combat endurance B. Strength, 20 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 15 plus 25 points. Physique, 15 plus 35 points. Agility, 20 plus 40 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. It turned out that Sitiyu had set his attribute panel to display to Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen smiled helplessly. Good job. This girl is really sick. In today's Blue Star where professionals are rising, attribute information is a professional's biggest secret, and many professionals won't even tell their loved ones. After all, knowing the attribute information of a professional can make targeted plans. Once leaked, the life safety of the professional will be seriously threatened. Wang Chen felt a lot of pressure because of Situyu's behavior. However, when he was helpless, he looked at Situyu's attribute information and was secretly surprised. I have heard about the special profession of wind shooter for a long time. It not only has high burst damage, but also has extremely high agility. When I saw it today, it was indeed true. Just after the job change, the strength attribute and agility attribute reached 20 points respectively, which was twice as much as before Wang Chen contracted a pet beast. The total attribute is as high as 70 points, which is 30 points more than the Giant Beast Master profession. And he even has an S-level talent. No wonder the leadership of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was so excited after this guy changed his job. Of course, if that were all, Wang Chen wouldn't be too surprised at all. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 10. Talent, love of all beasts, SSS, fusion of beasts and pets, God. Skills, beast taming, S, beast taming rejuvenation, B, bloodline identification, God, contract summoning, B. Strength, 70 plus 5 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. After contracting the ancient overlord, the extreme cold dragon, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes now far surpassed Sityu. What really surprised him was the amplified attribute points provided by the equipment on Sityu's attribute panel. With a total of 140 attribute points added, is this girl wearing a silver suit? Hateful. This little rich woman is so abominable. She just knows how to show off in front of him, a working class person. Snort. Look, I'll find an excuse to fool you. For a moment, Wang Chen thought silently. Nothing to say, eh? Tell me the truth quickly. Seeing Wang Chen remain silent, Sityu said with a smile. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll doubt your life after you know it. After thinking about it, Wang Chen shook his head slightly, turned and walked towards the front desk. You are so abominable! Sityu's expression froze when he heard that, and he chased after Wang Chen with his fangs and claws bared. I have revealed such private attribute information, but this abominable guy is still hiding it. This is simply outrageous. You damn fellow, show me your attribute panel! Hurry up! Please! Sityu jumped up to catch up with Wang Chen, looking unwilling to give in. Unfortunately, Wang Chen was not moved at all by the sweet words. Joke! How could I, a gentleman, succumb to such temptation? In the hall, many adventurers were stunned when they saw Wang Chen and Sityu flirting with each other. Sityu is the eldest daughter of the Sityu family, and the most favored daughter of heaven in Dongling City. No one had expected that they would see this young lady pestering a civilian boy in the Adventurers Guild Hall. It's so enviable. Why don't I have such good fortune? Everyone thought sourly in their hearts. Chen Hao, who witnessed this scene, felt deeply hurt. The face changed from red to purple and then to blue, performing a vivid face-changing show in public. Humiliation, resentment, anger. At this moment, a raging rage arose in his heart, and his face was distorted with jealousy. Why am I inferior to Wang Chen, a peasant? Chen Hao lowered his head and gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. The interaction between Wang Chen and Sityu was like a sledgehammer, smashing his self-esteem. Chapter 17. I'm so angry. You're pretending again. The front desk of the Union Hall. After getting rid of Sityu, who kept pestering him, Wang Chen took the registration form handed over by the receptionist. But he just took a glance and turned his hand to Sityu. What's the meaning? Sityu's head popped out from behind the registration form, a look of confusion on his face. I don't need to register. I've been an officially registered adventurer for several years. After explaining casually, Wang Chen asked the receptionist for a list of tasks for today. In the Adventurers Guild, in addition to the fixed tasks of collecting magic materials and strangling wild monsters, they also accept commissions from individuals or groups and issue them to adventurers in the form of bounty tasks. Compared with fixed tasks, the rewards for these bounty tasks are more substantial, but the difficulty of completing them is also increased accordingly. In the past, due to his lack of strength, Wang Chen only did some fixed tasks. Now that he has officially changed his job, he can take on the bounty tasks he has been longing for. Okay. Wang Chen, you dared to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before you changed your job? No wonder I couldn't catch up with you. So you've been working so hard secretly? Sityu had an angry expression on her face, and her gem-like eyes stared at Wang Chen closely. Being stared at by this pair of beautiful eyes, Wang Chen inexplicably felt something was wrong. Good job. I use my spare time to earn money to support my family. Why does it sound weird coming from your mouth? Fill it up quickly, we don't have much time. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Wang Chen pushed Sityu to the table to fill out the registration form, and then began to check the task list for today. Task 1. Purchase the tiger treasure of the double-winged magic tiger. Mission difficulty, level A. Mission reward, 2 million gold coins plus a level 50 warrior skill book. Task 2. Pick the magic star grass. Mission difficulty, B level. Mission reward, 1 million gold coins plus a set of magic recovery potions. Task 3. Claws of 30 winged wolves. Mission difficulty, C level. Mission reward, 500,000 gold coins plus a pyroblast skill book. There are a wide variety of tasks on the task list, and the rewards for each task make Wang Chen excited. If one of these tasks at the top is completed, an ordinary person can almost live a life without worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. However, Wang Chen could only look at these tasks and had no way of accepting them even if he wanted to. Adventure guilds in various places will divide tasks into different levels according to the difficulty of the tasks. From the lowest F grade to the highest S grade. Of course, this task level division is not uniform. Dongling City is just a third-rate city. The S-level missions of the Adventure Guild here may only be rated as A-level or B-level in larger cities. Because when the difficulty of the mission is divided, the strength of the adventurers in the area where the adventure guild is located will also be used as a measure. Moreover, there are acceptance thresholds for missions of each level to prevent adventurers from overestimating their abilities and taking on missions that they cannot complete. For example, the first task in the task list is an A-level task, to purchase the tiger treasure of the double-winged magic tiger. The two-winged demon tiger is a wild monster that reaches level 70 and is distributed in the central area of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Only second-level adventurer teams or lone rangers with third-level strength can deal with it. Therefore, under the acceptance requirements for this mission, it is clearly stated that only a team of 4 with all members at level 60 can accept it. After taking an envious look, Wang Chen silently crossed the task list to the end and picked out those tasks that were suitable for a newbie like him. Soon, Wang Chen found a task that he was quite satisfied with in the task list. The difficulty of these tasks is between D and E levels. As for the lowest level F-class mission, Wang Chen did not pay attention to it. F-level tasks usually involve collecting some magical herbs in the outermost edge area of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. He could complete it easily before he changed his job, but taking on such a task now is totally uneconomical. Wang Chen slid his finger across the task list and looked at the task introduction with a hesitant expression. Task 326. Purchase 30 golden snake grasses. Mission difficulty, D level. Mission reward, 100,000 gold coins. Task 327. 10 golden scaled python gallbladders. Mission difficulty, D level. Mission reward, 100,000 gold coins or a skill book of equal value. Task 328. 40 eyeballs of demonized goblins. Mission difficulty, E level. Mission reward, 60,000 gold coins. These 3 tasks are the most cost-effective among the D-level and E-level tasks. Especially the first 2, Mission 326 and Mission 327, these 2 missions can even be completed together. Golden snake grass is a magical plant that only grows in areas where golden-scaled pythons are active. The golden-scaled python is a level 35 wild monster that lives in groups and is huge in size. Its snake gall is a good magic material that can improve the field of vision of low-level professionals and is very useful for archer professions. Snake meat can also be sold at a good price in the trading market. But Wang Chen hesitated at this time, not because the golden-scaled python was too high in level. Perhaps other new professionals who have just changed their professions will feel afraid of the golden-scaled python. But now Wang Chen has contracted the ancestral beast, the ancient overlord, the Arctic dragon. Although his level is a shortcoming, as long as he releases Bingqin, he can fight against a level 40 wild monster. He was mainly worried about whether Situ was capable or not. It would be troublesome if he became a hindrance. Wang Chen, you haven't chosen yet? While Wang Chen was thinking, the task list in his hand was snatched away by someone. Why hesitate to accept the mission? We will just look for those with high rewards. Situ said with a mysterious confidence on his face. But when she set her eyes on the task list, the expression on her face froze. D level? With a cry of surprise, Situ quickly covered her mouth and looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. How dare you? A newbie who just changed his job and challenged a D-level mission, isn't this courting death? Why? Are you scared? Seeing Situ's expression, Wang Chen said indifferently. If you're scared, you can team up with others. Tisk! Upon hearing that, Situ curled his lips. I'm so angry. You're pretending again. Thinking silently in his heart, Situ put on a confident smile on his face again. If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? I'm just worried that you'll hold us back. Let me see which mission is better for us to choose. Situ suppressed her guilty conscience and scrolled through the task list with her slender fingers. However, as she watched, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Golden-scaled python? The snake gall of this thing is very useful for novice shooters. Could it be that Wang Chen chose this task? Chapter 18. Are all young people today so reckless? Hello? Can you do it? At the front desk of the Adventure Guild, Wang Chen looked at Situ, whose pretty face was flushed, and asked with some confusion. Ah? Hearing this, Situ responded guiltily and hurriedly handed over the task list. You can choose whatever you want. I'll be there for you, she said a little breathlessly. It's weird, Wang Chen muttered to himself after taking the task list. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Anyway, Situ wanted to be a hands-off boss, so it was his own decision. Hello? Putting the task list in front of the receptionist, Wang Chen politely greeted her and said, I'm going to take missions 326 and 327. This is our adventure card. As he spoke, Wang Chen also handed over his and Situ's adventure cards. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the lady at the front desk smiled back, then lowered her head and got busy. But Just change jobs? When she swiped the information on Wang Chen and Sitiyu's adventure cards, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Sir, would you like to reconsider this? The golden-scaled python is a level 35 wild monster. The lady at the front desk looked at Wang Chen and Sitiyu as if they were monsters. In her opinion, two rookies who had just changed their jobs and accepted a D-level mission were no different from seeking death. Are young people nowadays so reckless? Thank you for your reminder. We have considered it. Wang Chen was very grateful for the kindness of the receptionist, but at the same time he shook his head without hesitation. He entered the mountain range of 10,000 beasts in order to quickly improve his strength and make money, but he had no intention of competing with other newbies for those pitiful and weak wild monsters. This? Hearing his words, the lady at the front desk hesitated. She really couldn't bear to see this handsome guy going to the mountains of beasts to die. But seeing Wang Chen's insistence, she nodded silently. All right. Please wait. In the hall, the adventurers, seeing that there was nothing to watch, began to busy themselves with their own affairs. However, after hearing the exclamation of the front desk lady, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Chen and Sitiyu at the same time. Fuck! Did I hear correctly? The golden-scaled python, these two little guys, are they planning to challenge the D-level mission directly? You're crazy! You're crazy! They just changed their job and are only at level 10. Are they planning to give the golden-scaled python a treat? Are young people nowadays so reckless? I remember when I just changed my job, the first mission I took was to deal with a level 10 red-eyed rat. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and everyone felt as if they were hearing hallucinations. A newbie challenges the golden-scaled python. There is a level difference of 25 levels between them. This is not the way to seek death. For a moment, many adventurers looked at Wang Chen and Sitiyu with sympathy. My goodness, these two people are so good-looking, but it turns out they have serious brain problems. In the crowd, Chen Hao, who was extremely angry, was also attracted by the discussions. Hee! Wang Chen, a peasant is just a peasant, he has no idea at all. Chen Hao sneered repeatedly and looked at Wang Chen with great contempt. He and his classmates formed a standard team of 4, and each of them had at least bronze equipment. Such a lineup is already a luxurious configuration among newbies, but even so, Chen Hao did not dare to challenge the golden-scaled python. He really couldn't figure out whether Wang Chen was so ambitious or crazy to dare to take on such a difficult task. But Chen Hao, who had a sneer on his face, became distorted again when he saw Sitiyu sign the task letter without hesitation. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was stabbed with a knife. Nima! Wang Chen is crazy. The goddess actually accompanied him in going crazy? What on earth is wrong with this world? Damn you, Wang Chen, what kind of magic potion did you give Sitiyu? Thinking silently in his heart, Chen Hao's face looked as ferocious as a devil. The deadline for a D-level mission is 1 month. If the mission item is not submitted within 1 month, the mission will be automatically judged as a failure. After entering the information into the system, the receptionist handed the adventure card to Wang Chen and gave instructions. Thank you for your hard work. After receiving the card, Wang Chen nodded politely to express his gratitude, then turned to look at Sitiyu. Okay, now we should get going. The light rail to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts runs every half an hour. If we rush to the platform now, we can just catch the next one. As he spoke, Wang Chen took Sitiyu and left the Adventurers Guild Hall directly. As for those stares and comments, he didn't take them to heart at all. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. After the two of them left, the gathered adventurers shook their heads and no longer paid attention to the little episode. But there was only one person who looked at Wang Chen and Sitiyu's backs with resentment, and did not look away until they disappeared. Brother Hao, what should we do now? A young man with pockmarks on his face patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, drawing his attention back. What to do? Chen Hao said with a resentful tone. Since they have accepted the mission to hunt down the golden-scaled python, we should accept it too. I just don't believe it. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than the 4 of us? After hearing Chen Hao's words, the expressions of the 3 young men who surrounded him became a little hesitant. In their opinion, Wang Chen and Sitiyu dared to take on the task of the golden-scaled python because of the presence of Miss Sitiyu. As the most powerful family in Dongling City, only God knows how many life-saving equipment and props the Sitiyu family will prepare for Miss Sitiyu. Maybe there is a 3rd-level master protecting you in secret. Them? Although they are considered an upper-class family in Dongling City, they are not as good as Sitiyu in the slightest. How can they compare with him? How? Seeing the hesitation on the faces of his 3 companions, Chen Hao frowned and said with a somewhat unhappy tone. Is it because my words are useless? He said as he looked at his 3 companions. No. Under the gaze of Chen Hao, the three teenagers hurriedly shook their heads to deny it. The gap between them and Sitiyu is huge, and the gap between them and Chen Hao is also quite large. So at this moment they didn't dare to refute Chen Hao at all, and could only curse Wang Chen in their hearts. Damn you, Wang Chen, what are you doing in front of Sitiyu? Don't let us meet you alone in the future, or you will suffer the consequences. Thinking angrily in their hearts, the three of them walked to the front desk with expressions as if their parents had died and started to register. Chapter 19 Preparation. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, the area of Blue Star has expanded tens of millions times. The distance between cities has increased tens of millions of times. These extra areas are covered by mountains, lakes, swamps, and wastelands filled with wild monsters. Nowadays, the distance to travel from one city to another is even farther than when Wang Chen went abroad in his previous life. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is a large gathering place for wild monsters located 300 miles away from Dongling City. The levels of the wild monsters inside range greatly, from the lowest level 10 red-eyed rats and incomplete skeleton soldiers, all the way to the level 100 giant forest apes and two-headed demon wolves, which are equivalent to the third-level human professional transformation. For the professionals in Dongling City, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is their paradise for upgrading and acquiring resources. Beep beep. We have arrived at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range station. Please get off the train in an orderly manner. The sound of the light rail arriving at the station rang out, and Wang Chen, Sitiyu, and a large number of professionals who had just finished their missions at the Adventure Guild swarmed down from the light rail. As soon as he stood on the platform, Wang Chen felt a desolate atmosphere coming towards him. Coming to the Wanzhou Mountains from Dongling City is like traveling through time and space from a technological world to a primitive world. There are no tall buildings everywhere, or various technological objects here. What there are only endless wastelands and forests, and huge mountains in the distance that look like giant dragons crawling on the ground. Roar! Here, you can hear the roars of wild monsters from time to time, as well as the panicked cries of novice professionals when they are chased by wild monsters. Is this the mountain range of 10,000 beasts? Why does it feel a little different from what I saw on TV? Sitiyu looked at the situation around him with a puzzled expression. To be precise, this place can't be considered the mountain range of beasts. Hearing this, Wang Chen explained. This is just the outermost edge. Usually, only ordinary people who haven't changed their jobs, and newbies like us who have just changed their jobs, hang out here. The monsters that appear here are usually small animals like demonized rabbits that have little attack power. The introduction to the mountain of 10,000 beasts that you saw on TV is what you can only see when you go deep into it. Oh. Sitiyu nodded, then blinked, turned his head and looked over curiously, and asked. Wang Chen, I heard that bounty hunters are rampant in the 10,000 Beasts mountains. Many professionals who entered the mountains were not killed by wild monsters, but died at the hands of these bounty hunters. Have you ever seen a bounty hunter before? Hearing her words, Wang Chen touched his nose unnaturally. Where there is light, there is darkness. The will of the heavens revived, and professionals came into being. In this age when great power belongs to oneself, the powerful force allowed humans to preserve their existing homes. At the same time, it also activated the darkness in some people's hearts. Bounty hunter is one of them. They are a bunch of human scum who will do anything for money. They usually hide among professionals, enjoying the peace that others have worked hard to earn. Once they enter the wild, they will turn into vicious wolves and specifically attack those professionals who are left alone. Robbing property, murdering people, they are committing all kinds of evil. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the curious Sitiyu. Sister, can't you think of me a little better? He said somewhat speechlessly. I didn't change my job before. Do you think I could survive until now if I met a bounty hunter? At this moment, Wang Chen was even more certain that this girl was seriously ill, otherwise how could she ask such a stupid question? However, Sitiyu did not hear the disgust in Wang Chen's tone. Instead, she looked angry at this moment. It's best if I don't run into them. I've heard that these guys are evil. If they dare to cause trouble for me, I will shoot them like hedgehogs with one arrow after another. Sitiyu clenched her fists and looked vicious. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, and the look he gave Sitiyu was more like looking at a mentally retarded person. Bounty hunters are bad guys, but they're not idiots. To cause trouble for the eldest daughter of the Sito family in the territory of Dongling City is like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Unless these guys don't want to stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range anymore. Thinking in his mind, Wang Chen glanced at the decoration on Sitiyu's waist that looked like a token. With this thing around, no one in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts would dare to provoke it, except for those wild monsters without eyes. Hello? What do you mean? Do you not believe what I said? Seeing that Wang Chen looked uninterested, Sitiyu wrinkled her cute nose and said with some dissatisfaction. No, no, how could what you said, Miss Situ, be wrong? Let's go quickly. We still have to stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a while, and we need to prepare some things. Wang Chen shrugged, did not argue with Situ, and fled from the platform. Entering a place like the 10,000 Beasts mountain where wild monsters gather is not like going to summer camp. There are many things that need to be prepared. Needless to say, food, water, tents and other necessities were already prepared in the big bag Wang Chen was carrying. However, some medicinal powders for repelling mosquitoes and concealing one's own scent, which are rarely used in daily life, can only be purchased here on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After leaving the platform, Wang Chen took Situ directly to the flea market outside the Wanshu Mountains. This is the trading market spontaneously formed by professionals who go in and out of the 10,000 Beasts mountains. Although it is small, it has everything. Equipment, props, elixirs, skill books and other items can be said to be everything. And because this place is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the prices of many items are cheaper than those in the trading market in Dongling City. But precisely because they are cheap, you have to keep your eyes open when buying things here. If you buy defective or fake products, you are basically out of luck. There is no concept of after-sales service here. I guess when you turn around, you won't even be able to find the seller who sold you the goods. When Wang Chen brought Situ to the flea market, he found that the atmosphere here was extremely warm and lively. Tearful sale, 80D grade spiritual medicine silver moon grass, with sufficient medicinal effect and in good condition. Don't pay 998 or 888, just 668, and you can take away 80 silver moon grass. Don't miss it if you pass by. This is a newly made bronze level staff. It has double attributes plus 10, and comes with a special effect of increasing magic damage. It is the first choice whether it is for killing monsters or giving it to others. The price is 300,000 gold coins. Take a look, the Southern Xinjiang Adventure Group has been disbanded. The leader indulged in drinking, gambling, whoring and running away with his sister-in-law. The equipment that originally cost more than 300,000, 400,000, and 500,000 gold coins now only costs 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 20. I'm just negotiating a price. Why are you running away, boss? I didn't expect that there would be such a prosperous market outside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After arriving at the flea market, Situ looked at the noisy scene around him with curiosity, like a curious baby. In particular, I heard the adventurer who sold equipment saying in a very rhythmic manner that the adventure group was disbanded and the boss ran away with his sister-in-law. This silly guy actually showed a sympathetic expression on his face. Wang Chen, this uncle is so pitiful, he was abandoned by his companions. Should I buy all the equipment on his stall? Only 200,000 per piece, it's really cheap. Looking at Wang Chen, Situ asked hesitantly. Talent? In an instant, Wang Chen's eyes looking at Situ suddenly became stern. Good job. Why does the word 200,000 coming out of your mouth sound like about $20? Sister, please put away your money. Besides, what gives you the feeling that this guy is pitiful? After slowly calming down his emotions, Wang Chen looked at Situ speechlessly. Equipment worth 500,000, only sold for 200,000? There is no such good thing in the world. The things this guy sells are either defective products that are about to be scrapped, or fakes made using camouflage scrolls. However, seeing that Situ really wanted to buy it, Wang Chen rolled his eyes and did not tell her the cruel fact directly. After all, some things can only be remembered best after you experience them yourself. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the adventurer dares to sell the things to Situ. Of course, we're here to prepare things, you can buy as much as you can hold. But I don't think you can make this deal. Wang Chen nodded indifferently, hiding the smile in his eyes. Humph! Impossible! Also, when I came here, I brought the largest space equipment in my house with me. It has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, so it can hold a lot of things. Hearing this, Situ pouted in dissatisfaction and walked towards the vendor excitedly. Later, Wang Chen touched his nose unnaturally. Oh my god! Space equipment, area of 1,000 cubic meters. In today's Blue Star space equipment, which was extremely magical in Wang Chen's previous life, also appeared with the revival of the will of the heavens. However, this is not something that ordinary people can handle. The most common space equipment, with an area of 3 cubic meters, costs as much as 1.5 million gold coins. 1,000 cubic meters? Wang Chen feels that this value is at least not less than a small goal. Silly girl, I have to admit that I was fooled by you. Hello, beautiful lady. Please feel free to pick whatever you like. Each item only costs 200,000 gold coins. The adventurer boss, who was shouting loudly, his eyes lit up when he saw Situ coming, and he hurriedly came up to him with a smile on his face. I'm just taking a look. Sityu also became cautious at this time. He did not directly state his purpose. Instead, he picked up the equipment on the road and began to check it. The properties of this equipment are very good. Is it really only 200,000? After seeing that the equipment he just picked up at random were all top-notch bronze-level equipment, Sityu's expression was a little surprised. Although she usually didn't pay much attention to low-level bronze equipment, she still had the most basic common sense. The worst quality bronze equipment is worth more than 300,000. Of course, beautiful lady! All of these equipment I have on display only cost 200,000 gold coins each. There is no other way. The adventure group has been disbanded, and our damn leader has owed a lot of foreign debts. Now we can only sell the equipment at a low price to pay off the debts. Hearing Sityu's words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the stall owner's eyes, but he still pretended to be sad on his face. For this kind of newbie who obviously just graduated from school, the boss knows very well that his tragic character must not be destroyed. That's a great deal. Pack up all the equipment you have here. I want them all. Hearing this, Sityu waved her delicate hand and took out a platinum card generously. At this moment, Sityu was extremely happy. She felt that she had gotten a great deal. If these equipment were sold in the city, the price would increase by at least 30 to 40%, and she would be able to make a lot of money. Hee, I will definitely impress my dad this time. Thinking silently in his heart, Sityu handed the platinum card to the stall owner. Swipe the card. Hearing this, the stall owner who was about to take the card happily took a closer look and was shocked. What the hell? Platinum card? He looked up at the beautiful girl in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. In today's Blue Star, not everyone is eligible to hold a platinum card. This must be a certain amount of assets before it can be obtained from the bank. If the stall owner remembered correctly, in the entire Dongling city, the number of people who owned this card was less than one handful. The stall owner never imagined that this naive-looking girl in front of him actually owned such a precious platinum card. This is definitely someone I cannot afford to offend. Thinking silently in his heart, the stall owner carefully looked at the girl in front of him. This sight made him even more shocked, and he bent down unconsciously. Sityu. That is the Sityu family's identity token, and only the most direct relatives can hold it. Needless to say, the young girl must be the most outstanding talent of this generation of the Sityu family, Sityu. It turns out to be Miss Sityu. Sorry, I have something urgent to do today, so I won't be selling these equipment for the time being. The stall owner spoke cautiously, moving his eyes away from the platinum card with great effort. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to sell these fake goods to the eldest daughter of the Sityu family. How? Do you regret it? I can raise the price a little bit. Seeing that the stall owner was not planning to sell, Sityu thought that he felt the price was too low. But after she proposed to raise the price, the stall owner still shook his head firmly. What a joke! I don't even dare to sell it at the original price, so how can I increase the price? I haven't lived enough. For a moment, the stall owner didn't bother to explain to Sityu. After all, he had nothing to explain. He simply used the cloth spread on the ground to roll up and pack the equipment, then ran away with the bag. Ran away. Looking at the stall owner who fled in panic, Sityu was dumbfounded. What is going on? I was just negotiating a price. How did I scare the boss away? On the side, Wang Chen, who was standing behind and watching the whole process, tried his best to suppress the urge to laugh. Ha! Now you know what I said was right. You definitely can't make this deal. Chapter 21. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. At the flea market, Sityu was in a state of complete confusion. She never thought that she just bargained for a price and scared the boss so much that he ran away with his bag. Wang Chen! Is this your doing? Pursing his lips, Sityu looked at Wang Chen with a wronged look. If this were not the case, she could not figure out why Wang Chen knew in advance that the deal would not go through. This has nothing to do with me, it's your fault. Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly shook his head to deny it. This matter has nothing to do with him. It was obviously the stall owner who ran away because he was afraid of being retaliated by the Sityu family after selling fake goods to Sityu. Then explain to me why you knew it in advance? Sityu was very dissatisfied with this answer. He looked at Wang Chen angrily, and leaned his head forward, breathing like orchid. You! The sudden attack caught Wang Chen off guard. Looking at the pretty face so close to him, he took a step back with some disgust. Good job. My innocence was almost lost here. After thinking about it, Wang Chen looked at Sityu who was still insisting on his decision and decided to explain. Otherwise, he felt that he would be annoyed to death by this guy. It's because he's afraid of retaliation for selling fake goods. Pulling Sityu aside, Wang Chen whispered something to her. No way? His equipment attributes seem to be fine, right? After listening to Wang Chen's explanation, Sitiyu's expression became even more confused. She had just checked the information of the equipment in her hand, and it didn't look fake at all. Haven't you ever heard of the Scroll of Disguise? Wang Chen asked back at this time. He even had some doubts that the good grades of this girl in school were not bought with money. How could she ask such a common-sense question? Disguise scroll? Hearing this, Sitiyu's face showed realization. This is a magic scroll that seals the art of camouflage, which can disguise the information of an object within a certain time limit. After figuring out the situation, the girl curled her lips, the grievance on her face turned into anger, and she said angrily, "Damn it, he actually used such a despicable method to deceive people." As he spoke, a sly look flashed across Sitiyu's gem-like eyes, and then she put the identity token hanging around her waist into the space equipment. After doing all this, she winked at Wang Chen and said proudly, "These guys are so abominable. I'm going to find evidence of their crimes and put them in jail for life." Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. "I never noticed it before, but this girl has a strong sense of justice. Let's go, there aren't that many scammers here for you to catch. After we buy the things, we'll go into the mountain range of 10,000 beasts." Shaking his head, Wang Chen walked towards the inside of the flea market. Behind him, Sitiyu followed with a dignified look. At this moment, she looked at the vendors around her and thought everyone looked like a liar. At the same time, the moment Sitiyu took off his identity token, a middle-aged man with a heroic appearance standing at a stall not far away had a look of helplessness in his eyes when he saw this. "Why did Xiaoyu put away her identity token? Well, now my hard-earned vacation is going to be a restless one. And that damned boy, he clearly knew the function of this identity token, but he didn't stop it." The handsome middle-aged man shook his head and threw the items in his hand onto the stall casually. The vendor did not dare to raise any objection to this. Instead, he smiled respectfully. Because on the sleeves of this heroic middle-aged man, there were 3 dragon-shaped inscriptions embroidered in gold thread. This person is actually a powerful third-level warrior. After purchasing some wilderness survival items, Wang Chen and Sitiyu officially set off. The area where the golden-scaled giant python is active is located at the junction of the outer and central areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There are many powerful wild monsters living between our current location and this area. Walking in the forest, Sitiyu pointed excitedly at the electronic map, as if he was pointing out the whole world. The electronic map is distributed free of charge by the Adventurers Guild to every registered adventurer. It briefly introduces the habitats of wild monsters in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. The purpose is to prevent some weak adventurers from accidentally entering areas with powerful wild monsters and dying on the spot. Among these wild monsters, the ones that pose the greatest threat to the two of us are the Goblin Tribe, the Wind Wolf Pack, and the Tarn Camp. At that time, we can bypass these 3 gathering places of wild monsters. What do you think, Wang Chen? Sitiyu handed the electronic map to Wang Chen and asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Wang Chen looked at the excited girl and subconsciously touched his nose. Big sister, do you know that if we continue this way, it will take us at least twice as long? No need to bother. He reached out to take the electronic map and drew a straight line on it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Taking a detour is a waste of time. Speaking lightly, Wang Chen returned the electronic map to Sitiyu. Hearing this, Sitiyu looked a little surprised and asked hesitantly, "Traveling like this? Isn't the risk too great?" Her worries were not without reason. Although goblins and wind wolves were only wild monsters with a challenge level of 20, they lived in groups, with at least hundreds appearing each time. For some veteran adventurers, the danger was very great. But after hearing her words, Wang Chen shook his head firmly. "Isn't this better? We came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range not only to complete the mission, but also to upgrade our levels and prepare for the big test in a month. Wild monsters are strong and provide more experience points, which is the most suitable for us." As he spoke, Wang Chen glanced at the girl meaningfully. "By the way, are you afraid?" he asked. I didn't. It's just that you don't even have a pet. Don't hold me back when the time comes." Sitiyu waved her little fist in dissatisfaction. As she spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth in embarrassment and looked at Wang Chen with a hint of apology in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm not," she explained in a panic. Hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The situation of the Giant Beast Master is well known to everyone, and what Sitiyu said only represents the public's understanding. "And who told you I don't have a pet?" Wang Chen looked at Sitiyu and asked with a smile. "Does that even need to be said?" Hearing Wang Chen's words, Sitiyu's expression became even more embarrassed, and he lowered his head and said, "The behemoth is so rare that there is not even one in the entire Dongling city, or even the entire Nanjiang province. I went back and asked my father, and he said that there are less than 5 giant beasts registered in Dragon Country now, and they are all in the hands of those 7th level masters. Chapter 22. Oops, my position is shifting. In the forest. Sitiyu's voice became smaller and smaller, until it sounded like a mosquito's whisper. She felt that what she said at this moment might hurt Wang Chen's heart. Worried, she quietly looked up at Wang Chen and found that after she finished speaking, the expression on the boy's face did not fluctuate at all. Wang Chen, you won't be angry with me, right? With his head lowered, Sitiyu asked somewhat embarrassedly. No. Wang Chen shook his head indifferently. You're telling the truth, why should I be mad at you? Besides, I also have a pet. As he spoke, he summoned out Xiao Bingqing, who was getting impatient in the beast-controlling space. Swish. The light flickers. A creature that was azure blue all over and looked like a fine work of art appeared on Wang Chen's shoulder. Woo woo! As soon as she appeared, Bingqing let out a dissatisfied cry, and her cold little paws messed up Wang Chen's hair. This little guy is almost going crazy in the beast-taming space. Alright, stop making trouble. Wang Chen gently rubbed Bingqing's head to calm the little guy down, then turned to look at Sitiyu. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce you. This is my pet Bingqing. Woo! After Wang Chen finished speaking, Xiao Bingqing looked at Sitiyu with curiosity, stretched out her little dragon claws, and looked very polite. Hello? Sitiyu subconsciously stretched out his hand, completely stunned. Isn't Wang Chen's profession a giant beast master? Where did he find the behemoth? Or... The cool feeling in her hands brought Sitiyu back to her senses. She glanced at Wang Chen, then at Bingqing, her face full of confusion. Wang Chen, is this your pet? Is it a giant beast? After being stunned for a moment, Sitiyu asked in disbelief. Certainly. Wang Chen nodded directly. During the rest of the journey, he would definitely summon Bingqing to take action, so there was no need to hide it from Sitiyu. Bingqing is not only a giant beast, but also a dragon. Of course, Wang Chen still had some reservations. After all, the title of the ancient overlord of the ancestral beast, the Arctic Dragon, was still a bit too shocking, and it would be bad to scare the children. Stop it! Sitiyu, who originally didn't believe it, became even less convinced after hearing what Wang Chen said. Dragon? What a joke! How could this creature, which is at least at the level of a divine beast, appear in Dongling City? Moreover, every dragon is majestic, ferocious, and strong. The little Bingqing in front of me is as beautiful as the most exquisite work of art, and looks very cute. How could it be a dragon? You must have used the contract scroll to trick me with an ordinary beast pet. But Xiao Bingqing is so cute. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Sitiyu looked at Wang Chen suspiciously, then snatched Bingqing away and held her in his arms with a look of love on his face. In today's Blue Star, beast pets are not exclusive to beast masters. Other professions can also use contract scrolls to contract beast pets to enhance their combat effectiveness. The only difference is that other professions cannot obtain feedback on the attributes of their pets like the Beast Tamer can. Therefore, what Sitiyu said was not without reason. At this moment, she completely regarded Bingqing as an ordinary pet bought by Wang Chen. Hee hee. The boy's pitiful self-esteem. Sitiyu looked at Wang Chen proudly. He acted as if to say, I see through everything. Please stop being stubborn. Opposite. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. I'm so sincere you don't believe it? What a stupid woman. You are right. Let's set off quickly. Shaking his head, he was too lazy to explain to this girl who had no idea what was going on in her mind. The truth will teach this girl a good lesson. Hearing this, Sitiyu hugged Bingqing with a proud look on his face. However, she did not take any action at this time. Instead, she smiled and took out a piece of equipment from the space ring and handed it to Wang Chen. It is a long sword with gleaming light. Bingqing is so cute, it's just cruel to let her fight. This is my discarded equipment. I'll lend it to you first. See here. Wang Chen touched his nose and looked at Sitiyu with a strange look. Something seems to be wrong. This girl, knowing full well that he is a giant beast master and the chances of contracting a beast pet are very slim, still dared to send out a team invitation, and now she is borrowing equipment. What does she want? Do you want to help the poor? Noticing Wang Chen's burning gaze, Sitiyu couldn't help but blush. Don't get me wrong, the girl said shyly. I'm worried that you'll hold me back and affect my upgrade speed. I don't believe you, Wang Chen complained in his heart and looked carefully at the girl in front of him. She had a delicate face and a slender figure, and her big, gem-like eyes contained a hint of panic. She no longer looked like the icy school beauty that she usually was in front of other students. Looks extremely tempting. The only drawback is that my family is too rich. whenever there are some ups and downs. Well, with a sigh, Wang Chen collected his messy thoughts. What do you mean by sighing? On the opposite side, Sitiyu looked over with suspicion. Were you thinking about something very rude just now? It's okay, I just thought of something sad. Shaking his head, Wang Chen took the equipment with a somewhat evasive look. Good job. Am I being that obvious? Muttering to himself, he checked the information of the equipment. Equipment, Gale Sword. Type, melee weapon. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 10. Attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 20. Enchantment effect, 1. Each time an attack hits a target, the attack speed increases by 2%, lasting for 10 seconds, and can be stacked up to 5 times. 2. Increase the power of all your skills by 5%. 3. Double attack. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to summon a sword energy equal to the damage of this attack to attack the enemy. Silver level equipment? And it has 3 enchantment effects? When Wang Chen saw the attribute information of this equipment, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This is definitely top-grade silver equipment. Its attributes and value are totally different from those of the novice sword in his hand. There was no need to ask. Based on the attribute information alone, Wang Chen dared to conclude that the price of this Gale sword was at least over 4 million gold coins. In an instant, he felt the weight of the sword in his hand. How is it? Aren't the properties very good? I picked this out on purpose. Sitiyu, who was standing by, saw Wang Chen's expression and came over and said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Chen came back to his senses and looked at the smiling girl in front of him with a somewhat conflicted expression. Oops. Is this the lethality of a rich woman? I feel like my position is becoming unsteady. Chapter 23 Hidden Danger. In the forest. Woo woo! A clear chirping sound was heard, and the extreme cold dragon Bingqing rubbed restlessly in Sitiyu's arms, its 2 cute big eyes looking at its master curiously. She was a little confused. Why did her master's expression suddenly become so strange? After Bingqing's cry, the slightly dull atmosphere in the field was broken. Wang Chen touched his nose awkwardly and looked at Sitiyu seriously. Thanks. I will return the equipment to you after we leave the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. Hearing this, the girl nodded imperceptibly and looked away evasively. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen didn't say much. If he said too much, it would make things even more awkward later. Next, he replaced the novice sword with the Gale sword, and his 4-dimensional attributes experienced an increase. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 10. Talent, Love of all beasts, SSS, fusion of beasts and pets, God. Skills, beast taming, S, beast taming rejuvenation, B, bloodline identification, God, contract summoning, B. Strength, 70 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 0 points. Taking into account the benefit of equipment, his highest attributes of strength and agility among the 4 dimensions have now reached 100 points and 95 points respectively. This attribute value is already comparable to that of a level 20 first level professional. From this we can see how great a boost good equipment can bring to a professional. Of course, this is also because the attribute feedback Wang Chen obtained from the extreme cold dragon Bingqing is strong enough. If it is an ordinary new professional, even if he wears a full set of gold equipment, his attributes cannot reach Wang Chen's level. Let's go next! First, go to the first wild monster gathering point on the map, upgrade the level, and get familiar with the cooperation. After looking at his attribute panel, Wang Chen turned around and suggested. Good! Sitiyu nodded upon hearing this. Then the 2 of them started on their journey. Not long after the 2 of them left, 4 hurried figures appeared in the woods. These 4 people were neatly equipped, dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, with a bit of immaturity on their faces. It was obvious that they were all new professionals who had just changed their professions. Mr. Chen, the 2 of them went east. One of them observed on the ground for a moment, then spoke to his companion beside him. The man called Chen Xiao was a pale-faced young man. If Wang Chen and Sitiyu were here, they would definitely find out that he was Chen Hao. Hee! Chase them, and when they encounter wild monsters, you guys take action and destroy Wang Chen for me. Chen Hao sneered at this time, and glanced at his 3 followers. Remember, don't hurt Sitiyu. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Understood, Master Chen. The 3 people beside him all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction, his eyes showing some excitement. As long as he gets rid of this dirtbag Wang Chen and then jumps out as a hero to save the beauty, he will definitely be able to win the heart of the goddess. Walk! With anticipation in his heart, he waved his arm and strode in the direction where Wang Chen and Sityu left with his followers. Arrive! The area ahead is where the fallen demons are active. An hour later, Wang Chen and Sityu appeared in the first wild monster habitat marked on the electronic map. This is a valley in the primeval forest. It is pocket-shaped, and its area is roughly equivalent to that of a football field. Now, Wang Chen and Sityu were standing behind a big tree, observing the situation in the valley in the distance. You can see hundreds of green-skinned dwarfs in the valley. They gather in groups of 3 or 4, playing around or cooking something in huge clay pots. If you ignore their ugly appearance, this place looks like some primitive tribe. These green-skinned dwarfs are wild monsters with a challenge level of 15, the Fallen Fiends. Although their names contain the word demon, the status of the fallen demons in the wild monster circle of the Mountain of Beasts is actually lower than that of goblins of similar size. These guys are timid by nature, and a new professional who has just changed jobs can fight one alone. However, the fallen never act alone, and they often rush forward in a swarm when they encounter an enemy. Therefore, for new professionals who have just changed their careers, these guys are still quite dangerous. Moreover, sometimes some mutated individuals will appear among the fallen demons and awaken some special skills. For example, the fallen demon wizard, the strong fallen demon warrior, these mutant individuals have reached the challenge level of 20. The gathering place of the fallen demons discovered by Wang Chen and Sityu at this time had this kind of mutated individuals, and there were more than one of them. Monster, fallen demon warrior. Level 15. Fighting method close combat. Skills by charge. Type ordinary. Monster, fallen demon wizard. Level 20. Battle method, long range output, auxiliary. Skills, primary healing technique, poisonous ray. Type mutation. Monster, a strong fallen demon warrior. Level 20. Fighting method close combat. Skills, skin hardening, biting, charging. Type mutation. Behind the trees, Wang Chen released a detection spell towards the damned demon in the valley. When he saw the information fed back by the detection technique, a strange color flashed in his eyes. 2 mutated fallen demons, and one of them is a rare fallen demon wizard. He and Sityu have such great luck. What now? At the side, Sityu, who also checked the attributes of this group of fallen demons, had a serious expression on his face. He turned his head to look at Wang Chen and asked. Although the strength of the fallen demon wizard and the strong fallen demon warrior is only 5 levels higher than that of ordinary fallen demons, the meaning is completely different. Once these guys appear, they become the backbone of the timid and cowardly fallen demons. With them around, the combat effectiveness that hundreds of fallen demons can exert is at least 30% to 40% stronger than when they are not around. Even though Sityu was one of the top talents in Dongling No. 1 middle school and was wearing a full set of silver gear, he was still a little scared when he encountered hundreds of commanding fallen demons. But cold salad, of course. Seeing the solemnity on Sityu's face, Wang Chen spread his hands indifferently, with a very relaxed expression on his face. Now that he has encountered them, there is no way he can give up on this large wave of wild monsters. He had just gotten the Swift Wind Sword and wanted to try out whether the sword was sharp or not. Chapter 24 Wang Chen's plan, Chen Hao's expectations. Then we use the tactic of luring monsters out? Lure out the fallen demons one by one and kill them? In the woods, Sityu asked after thinking for a moment. For a long-range profession like her, kite flow is a good choice. However, no. Wang Chen shook his head upon hearing this. If these 2 mutants weren't there, the monster luring tactic would have worked very well, but now, these guys won't be fooled so easily. So what do you mean? Sityu looked at Wang Chen with some confusion. Of course, we will just charge indirectly. Wang Chen silently held the Gale sword in his hand, and his words seemed to be about a trivial matter. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Sityu couldn't help but let out a low cry, his face full of shock. There are hundreds of fallen demons in the valley, and there are 2 mutant individuals in command. Their overall strength is at least comparable to that of an elite adventure team with an average level of 15. Although Sityu was very confident in her own strength, she did not think that she and Wang Chen together could fight these fallen demons head-on. Seeing the girl's look of disbelief, Wang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he explained. In fact, the danger is not as great as you think. The fallen demons are timid by nature. As long as we take them by surprise and kill the 2 mutants quickly, the remaining fallen demons will be without a leader and will be defeated on their own. By that time, these green dwarfs will pose no threat to us except for their large numbers. No. Sityu shook her head and refused directly. She still felt it was too risky. The 2 mutants are in the middle of the valley. If we want to reach them, we must first eliminate the dozens of fallen demons that are blocking the way. If we execute the decapitation plan under such circumstances, we will probably be held back by ordinary fallen demons before we even reach the target. And, as he spoke, Sityu looked at Wang Chen steadily, his expression hesitant, as if he found it difficult to speak. But after a pause, she continued. Besides, my profession is not suitable for this kind of decapitation operation. Once I am surrounded, my advantages will not be able to be brought into play at all. Hearing this, Wang Chen looked at Sityu speechlessly. Sister, I always feel that your ideas are a bit offensive to me. You don't think that when I proposed this beheading plan, I intended for you to carry it out, right? This is too much of an insult to me, Wang. Don't worry, your advantages are your high burst damage and agility. How could I let you fight a fallen demon in close combat? Your task will be to stand behind and shoot arrows. Bingqing will be there to protect you. Shaking his head, Wang Chen said calmly. Are you crazy? You don't even have a pet, how can you execute the decapitation tactic? Hearing his words, Sityu became anxious. A giant beast master without a pet is not much stronger than those in living professions. In Sityu's opinion, now that Wang Chen is equipped with the Gale's sword, he can only bully ordinary fallen demons. There is no chance of killing the fallen demon wizard and the strong fallen demon warrior. And that's it. She tried to estimate it as high as possible because of Wang Chen's excellent actual combat performance. Originally, Sityu didn't want to say these words for fear of hurting Wang Chen's self-esteem, but when she saw the resolute look of this hateful guy in front of her, she didn't care about that anymore. Wang Chen smiled helplessly when he heard this. Good job. So when I just said that I had a beast pet contract, you didn't believe a word of it? Do you really think of Xiao Bingqing as a beautiful ornamental pet? This is because Bingqing felt that these fallen demons were too weak and she was too disdainful to take action against them. Otherwise, even if all these fallen demons were packed together, they would not be enough for her to swallow in one bite. It's settled. I'm not as delicate as you think. Shaking his head, Wang Chen decided not to give Sityu any more chances to speak. He moved his feet and his body jumped directly into the valley like a cannonball. Hello? Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, Sityu stomped his feet angrily. Xiao Bingqing, your master is so abominable. How could he be so reckless? It's safe here. Stay here and don't move. I'll come find you later. Waving his hand and taking out a glittering longbow, Sityu put Bingqing on the ground, gave her some instructions, and then hurriedly chased after her. Woo woo! Later, Xiao Bingqing saw this scene and a puzzled expression appeared on her cute face. How did the soft cushion disappear? Woo woo! What strange humans! It's obviously the safest place to be with me. Why are you running around? You'd better catch up with him. You can't disobey your master's orders. Thinking doubtfully, Bingqing flapped her little wings and followed Sityu. On the other side. With a bang, Wang Chen's tall body fell into the valley like a cannonball, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding demons. When these green-skinned dwarfs saw the humans appearing in the valley, expressions of confusion appeared on their ugly faces. What's going on? Human services are so thoughtful nowadays. Have they started delivering goods to your door? Roar! But soon, the dozen or so fallen demons closest to them let out roars of great excitement. This was the first time they had seen humans come to them on their own initiative. Geely Gulu! Roar! Geely Gulu! The fallen demons looked at Wang Chen with ferocious and cruel eyes, and disgusting mucus dripped from their ferocious mouths. The smell of humans drives them crazy. Finally, a fallen demon that could no longer suppress its brutal nature excitedly rushed towards Wang Chen. It was extremely fast, like a cheetah on the attack, and its ugly face was full of desire for fresh flesh and blood. It couldn't wait to see the human being torn into pieces by itself, and it couldn't wait to taste the human's delicious flesh and blood. With this movement, the fallen demons around him that reacted immediately followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Chen was surrounded by dozens of fallen demons. Ha! This mud-legged bastard is really looking for death. When Wang Chen was surrounded by the fallen demons, a suppressed laugh came from behind a big tree outside the valley. Chen Hao had a look of satisfaction on his face and looked ahead with disdain. He never imagined that Wang Chen, a waste who had changed his job to a giant beast master, would dare to provoke hundreds of level 15 wild monsters, the fallen demons. Moreover, if you provoke someone, you will provoke a large group of people. Haha, do you still think you are the genius you once were? Even if this group of fallen demons is a team of level 15 professionals, we must treat them seriously. It seems I don't have to do anything. Just wait to be torn into pieces. Thinking with disdain in his heart, a hint of cruelty flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Wang Chen being torn into pieces. Chapter 25 Crushing, Wang Chen's first experience of killing monsters. In the valley. Facing the fallen demons rushing towards him from all around, Wang Chen did not show the slightest fear on his face. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh! You're courting death!" He snorted coldly and swept out with his sword. With a swish. In a flash of cold light, the throat of the fallen demon that rushed towards Wang Chen first was cut directly. One-hit kills! After dealing with the first damn demon, Wang Chen did not hesitate at all. He moved his feet and his body, like a sharp sword, directly chiseled into the surrounding damn demons. At this moment, he was like a butterfly flying through flowers, dancing in the encirclement of dozens of damned demons. Every time he flapped his wings, a handful of blood would be raised, and at the same time a damned demon would fall to the ground. Without any surprise, all the fallen demons facing Wang Chen could not withstand more than a single blow from his sword. Generally speaking, a newly changed professional, even if it is a melee warrior, at level 10 with a silver-grade longsword, cannot kill a level 15 fallen demon with one strike. But Wang Chen is different. The attributes fed back to him by the extreme cold dragon Bingqing have made his current 4-dimensional attributes comparable to those of a level 20 professional in naked form. Coupled with his excellent combat intuition and bug-level control over his body, every attack he makes is sure to hit the fatal part of the fallen demon. All of this combined made Wang Chen burst out with terrifying killing power at this moment. The level 15 fully conditioned fallen demon fell down like a mowed grass. In less than 30 seconds, 20 of the fallen demons that rushed up were killed by his sword. This? Outside the valley, Chen Hao, with an evil and crazy expression on his face, stopped laughing, like a duck with its throat strangled. He looked at the figure in the valley who seemed to be strolling leisurely in the garden, his face showing extreme shock. Wang Chen. He was not torn into pieces by the fallen demon in the first place, but was killed instead? This guy is a rookie who just changed his job. The three followers beside Chen Hao also had shocked expressions on their faces. At the same time, I began to have the urge to back out. If Wang Chen could easily kill the fallen demon, he could definitely easily kill them as they had just changed their professions. No matter how good the things Chen Hao promised were, they had to be alive to get them. "Mr. Chen, how about we just forget about it?" For a moment, the three little followers hesitated, and one of them asked nervously. "Never mind?" Chen Hao heard the fear in his follower's words and waved his hand to throw a big bag at him. "Impossible! This guy must die here today no matter what. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will kill you when I get back." Speaking viciously, Chen Hao turned his head to look at the fierce figure in the valley. "Wang Chen, how can you be so strong when you have a rubbish profession?" He thought with hatred, a murderous look on his face, and after a moment he said coldly, "Wait for those two mutant monsters to attack, then the three of you move and use your binding skills to control him. Let him die at the hands of the mutant monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, under his fierce gaze, the three followers moved forward reluctantly. In the valley, after the death of the fallen, dim balls of light floated above their corpses. These light balls quickly split into two halves, one half sank into Wang Chen's body, and the other half flew towards Bingqing. These are the life energies gained after slaying the fallen demon, and are also jokingly called experience points by professionals. For Wang Chen, the experience points provided by the death of a fallen demon can increase his experience bar towards level 11 by 1/10. 20 fallen demons were just enough to fill up his experience bar, leading to level 11. The last ball of light was absorbed, and Wang Chen felt a warm power surging in his body. Upgraded! Delighted, he dodged the attack of a fallen demon by moving sideways, and took the time to glance at his and Bingqing's attribute panels. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extremely Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old, childhood. Level, level 2. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 550, Wisdom 550, Physical Fitness 550, Agility 550. Without any buff, equipment, or item. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Frost Breath, SSS, Frozen Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction. 1. The Ancient Overlord, the Arctic Dragon, is the manifestation of the original law of ice. It is the only ancestral beast with ice attribute. It has unlimited potential and can switch between combat state and normal state at any time. 2. Every time the Frost Dragon advances, it will awaken SSS level talent skills. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, level 11. Talent, Love of all beasts, SSS, Fusion of beasts and pets, God. Skills, Beast Taming, S. Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B. Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summoning, B. Strength, 75 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 75 plus 5 points. Physique, 75 plus 5 points. Agility, 75 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 10 points. Unallocated skill points, 10 points. Hiss! It is worthy of being the ancestral divine beast. With each level up, all attributes increase by 50 points. It is simply abnormal. Seeing Bingqing's new attribute information, Wang Chen was somewhat shocked. Unlike him, now after each level up, he can only get 10 free attribute points and 10 free skill points. Bingqing's level up is equivalent to 20 times his. It's completely a different world. It seems like I have to hold on to Bingqing's thigh tightly from now on. Thinking amusedly in his heart, Wang Chen distributed the 10 free attribute points evenly among the 4 attributes. With the attributes fed back by the Arctic Dragon, he does not need to prioritize the 4 attributes like other professionals do, and can develop in a comprehensive and balanced manner. As for the free skill points, he kept them. All the skills he currently possesses are professional skills related to Beastmaster. With the SSS level talent All Beasts Love, the effects of all his professional skills were increased by 1000%. For the time being, he did not need to spend skill points on enhancing the effects of these skills. He planned to save these skill points for use in learning general attack skills in the future. Call! After I get rid of this group of fallen demons, I can almost reach level 15. After the upgrade, Wang Chen was full of energy. He waved his sword and fought with the surrounding fallen demons again. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that after he took action, Sityu, the long-range output, did not move at all. Swish! After cutting the throat of a fallen demon that was trying to launch a sneak attack from the left, Wang Chen took the time to look behind him. Miss! Are you planning on being a cheerleader for me? Can you please stop posing? If you don't take action now, I will kill all the fallen demons. Chapter 26 I won't lose to you. This. Seeing Wang Chen easily navigate the encirclement of the fallen demons, Sityu was completely numb. She bent her bow and drew her arrow, ready to attack, and at this moment she completely forgot what she should do. Her mind and sight followed closely the figure that was twisting and turning amidst the encirclement of the fallen demons. Is this guy so strong? Sityu murmured to himself, wondering if he was hallucinating. If it were in the past, someone would have told her that a new professional who had just changed jobs could rush around surrounded by hundreds of level 15 wild monsters, and even slaughter the monsters in return. Sityu will definitely think that this person is sick. But now, she looked at the relaxed figure surrounded by the fallen demons, and felt only shock and confusion. When? A giant beast master without a pet, how could he be so powerful? She invited Wang Chen to form a team and come to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to practice. The purpose was to take this guy with her. But now she suddenly realized that she seemed to be the one being taken away. Xiao Bingqing, your master, is a monster, right? Turning to look at Xiao Bingqing flying aside, Sityu murmured. When he was in school, no one changed jobs. Wang Chen's performance and strength were inferior to everyone, and his #1 position never wavered. After changing jobs, Sityu originally thought that he would successfully join the special profession, Wind Archer, and be able to catch up with or even surpass Wang Chen, a giant beast master. Result. Looking at it now, the gap between the two has not narrowed, but has become wider. What are you doing? Are you a special profession or am I a special profession? Sityu was confused. Woo woo! Hearing her words, Xiao Bingqing, who felt warm all over after the upgrade, poked Sityu's face with her little dragon claw in dissatisfaction. Stupid human woman! You've been standing here posing for quite some time, and you still have the nerve to speak ill of my master? I poked and poked. Sityu felt a little itchy from Bingqing's little claws, and was about to swat them away. At this moment, he suddenly heard Wang Chen's voice. Well? Turning her head to meet Wang Chen's somewhat teasing gaze, Sityu's pretty face flushed and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. But then, thinking of Wang Chen saying that she was posing, she felt a little unconvinced. It's still so annoying. I won't be your cheerleader. Snort! With a cold snort, Sityu bent his bow and drew his arrow. Whoosh! An arrow, with a sharp sound of breaking through the wind, hit a fallen demon that wanted to launch a sneak attack on Wang Chen. With a bang, the arrow went straight through the fallen demon's heart and pinned it to the ground. Flash sale. After doing all this, Sityu looked at Wang Chen proudly. It seems like Miss Idan will never lose to you. But Wang Chen didn't pay any attention to her at this time. He just looked at the dead demon on the ground and nodded. As expected of a rich lady with lots of money, she has also switched to a special profession, the Gale Shooter. The damage is quite considerable. When taking this guy with you to fight monsters, you don't have to worry about him being a drag. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen once again started fighting with the surrounding damned demons. Behind. When Sityu saw Wang Chen's indifferent look, her rosy little lips couldn't help but pout. Arrogant guy. Are you pretending to be calm in front of me? Snort! I'm going to take all your monsters away! With a dissatisfied snort, Sityu bent his bow and drew his arrows, shooting out arrows like a string of cannonballs. With the addition of Sityu, the number of fallen demons in the valley began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, half of the hundreds of fallen demons were killed by Wang Chen and Sityu. At this time, Wang Chen also came close to the two mutated demons with a bloody sword in his hand. The body shape of the fallen wizard is no different from that of an ordinary fallen. He even looks a little thin, skinny, and looks like he is about to die. The strong fallen demon warriors are completely different from their weak counterparts. It was nearly 1.6 meters tall, with thriving muscles all over its body. Its body was almost as big as two ordinary fallen demons, and it was holding a ferocious bone club in its hand. Roar! Damn human, how dare you massacre my people! The strong fallen demon warrior's eyes, emitting scarlet light, stared at the human in front of him. There was undisguised murderous intent and cruelty in his eyes. Wild monsters are not completely without intelligence, especially humanoid monsters like the fallen, which generally have about the same intelligence as a 7 or 8-year-old human child. And mutant individuals like the strong fallen demon warrior can even reach the level of a normal person. So when Wang Chen heard this angry and hoarse voice, he was not surprised at all. He had seen this kind of situation in the library's materials a long time ago, and he knew more than that. After the will of the heavens revived, the horrible monsters that invaded the blue planet not only possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, but also had civilization. Among these monsters, only weak ones like the fallen will become wild monsters and be raised by humans in disguise as whetstones and nutrients for novice professionals. Those who are powerful gather in the terrifying alien battlefield, attacking the human defense line, always thinking about subverting and exterminating humans. Compared to them, the fallen demon and even the wild monsters in the entire mountain range of beasts are just little brothers. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Kingdom allow areas like the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, where wild monsters gather, to appear outside the city? That is to train soldiers and to make the new generation of novice professionals prepared for danger in times of peace. Otherwise, such places would have been wiped out by national power long ago. Facing the angry and strong fallen demon warrior, Wang Chen waved his hand to shake off the blood on the sword and smiled disdainfully. Don't be so angry. Soon you'll be down there with them. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But it was this peace that made this strong fallen demon warrior extremely angry. All the humans it encountered before were afraid of it, but the human in front of it seemed to not care at all. This made the rage in the heart of the strong fallen demon warrior begin to boil wildly. It decided to cut the human in front of it into pieces, cutting it into pieces bit by bit. Only in this way can we calm its anger and do justice to those of its fellow tribesmen who died. Roar! Damn human, I'm going to tear you into pieces! With a mad roar, the strong fallen demon warrior swung his bone stick and charged towards Wang Chen. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and he rushed forward with sword in hand. But at this moment, with a whoosh, a violent sound of breaking wind was heard, and a black shadow flew over at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Wang Chen's heart. Chapter 27, Cold Arrows from the Dark. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking wind was heard. Wang Chen, who was about to launch an attack, suddenly felt a warning in his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark shadow flying towards him at high speed from the left. Someone attacked me? A flash of enlightenment emerged in his mind, and Wang Chen stopped rushing forward instantly. In a flash, he fell backwards. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flashing with a cold light flew past his nose and fell heavily on the ground. Steadying his body, Wang Chen turned his head to look in the direction where the arrow came from. I saw 3 figures standing quietly on the rock wall of the valley. One of them had just put down his bow and arrow. Them? When he saw these people, a hint of doubt flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. The other person gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere. But he had no time to think at this moment, because due to this delay, a strong fallen demon warrior had already rushed up with a bone stick. Roar! Damn human! It roared angrily and swung the bone stick in its hand towards Wang Chen. At this moment, the strong fallen demon warrior couldn't wait to see the human being smashed into mincemeat by him. Saw this scene. There was no fear on Wang Chen's face, only indifference. Call! He took a deep breath. The muscles in his legs suddenly tensed up and his body rushed out like a cannonball. The powerful force he unleashed at this moment created 2 deep pits on the ground. Bang! The Gale's sword and the huge bone stick collided with each other, making a dull sound. Next second, a scene appeared that shocked the wild monster and everyone present. Wang Chen just relied on the thin wind sword in his hand to intercept the bone stick in the hand of the strong fallen demon warrior. Wang Chen Xiao, are you kidding me? Everything happened in a flash. Sitiyu was just about to remind Wang Chen to be careful of sneak attacks when he saw this incredible scene. The powerful fallen demon warrior, a level 20 wild monster, has a mutation that leans towards strength attributes. After launching a charge, the power of the huge bone stick it swings can at least blow a boulder into pieces. Even a level 20 warrior with main strength attribute might not be able to withstand this attack. Sitiyu never expected that this guy Wang Chen would actually go head-on and directly fight against the strong fallen demon warrior. Since when did a newly transferred Giant Beast Master become able to fight against a level 20 strength monster? Doesn't this mean that Wang Chen's strength attribute is at least comparable to that of a strong fallen demon warrior? While Sitiyu couldn't believe it, he was even more shocked and angry when facing Wang Chen's strong fallen demon warrior. It used all its strength at this moment, but not only did it fail to subdue the hateful human in front of it, the bone stick in its hand was even lifted up little by little. Didn't you eat? Holding the sword in one hand to block the bone stick, Wang Chen looked at the strong fallen demon warrior opposite him with a mocking expression on his face. Through this collision, he basically had a rough idea of his own strength. Without counting the attribute blessing of the wind sword, his strength attribute is already able to compete with a level 20 warrior. With the attribute blessing, even a level 20 warrior will have to admit defeat. Roar, roar, roar! Damn human, how dare you laugh at me? The strong fallen demon warrior on the opposite side was filled with shock and anger, and looked at Wang Chen with extremely angry eyes. It mobilized all its strength, trying to suppress the hateful human in front of it. But its efforts were in vain. Instead, as Wang Chen exerted force, the bone stick in the hand of the powerful fallen demon flew out of his hand. Since this is all you can do, just go and die. With a sneer on his lips, Wang Chen stabbed forward quickly with the sword. Brush. With a flash of cold light, the long sword shot out and instantly pierced the throat of the strong fallen demon. At this time, the enchantment effects of this silver weapon were also activated. Brush, brush. Two sword shadows, with no less attack power, also landed on the chest of the strong fallen demon warrior at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, the life of this level 20 wild monster was harvested. Well, blood spurted out, and the strong fallen demon warrior had an expression of disbelief on his face. His short and strong body shook a few times and he fell to the ground weakly. The strong smell of blood spread all around, and the fallen demon who saw this scene had a look of extreme horror in his eyes. They didn't even listen to the orders of the fallen demon wizard, and all of them quickly fled back in fear. Directly next to Wang Chen, an open space with a radius of 10 feet was formed. Now, Wang Chen simply disdained the fear of the wild monsters around him. After killing the strong fallen demon warrior, he looked indifferently at the rock wall on the left. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to attack me? Is this guy still a human being? On the rock wall, Chen Hao's 3 followers stared below in amazement, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They never thought that Wang Chen could dodge the arrows shot from the dark while fighting with the strong fallen demon warrior. Especially for henchman A who launched a sneak attack, he felt that his 3 views were about to be shattered. The profession he changed to was archer. Although it was just an ordinary profession and could not compare to Sitiyu's Gale archer, the speed of the arrows he shot was comparable to that of bullets under the effect of the skill. If a second-level professional had dodged it, he would have nothing to say, but Wang Chen was just a first-level rookie, and a useless profession, the Giant Beast Tamer. Wang Chen, how could he escape? Then, when they saw Wang Chen easily kill the strong fallen demon warrior. What to do? This guy is too scary, why don't we retreat? Follower B the mage and follower C the warrior were trembling with fear and could hardly speak clearly. Hearing their words, follower A showed an idea on his face. If possible, he didn't want to be an enemy of the terrifying Wang Chen. However, just when he was about to agree to his companion's proposal. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to attack me? The cold voice echoed in the valley. The 3 of them froze at the same time and turned their heads to see Wang Chen's cold and ruthless eyes. Damn it! He found us! The 3 followers were startled. They thought Wang Chen was doomed when they took action just now, so they did not hide themselves at all. Now. Damn it, retreat is impossible! If Wang Chen doesn't die, once he tells the Adventure Guild about what happened today, we'll be dead. He must be killed! Henchman A, who was holding the bow and arrow, swallowed hard and glanced at the 2 people beside him. Good. Under his gaze, the 2 looked at each other, and then nodded heavily. Let's do it! They just couldn't believe that the three of them, the archers, the mage, the warrior, plus the wild monsters in the valley, couldn't kill Wang Chen. With this in mind, the three of them began to move towards the valley. Chapter 28 Attack from three sides, a dead end? This girl's Sitiyu's ability to cause trouble should not be underestimated. Looking at the three people coming down from the rock wall of the valley, Wang Chen thought coldly in his heart. After careful observation, he already remembered who these three guys were. The three followers of idiot Chen Hao. Since they are here, Chen Hao must be here too. Where is he hiding? Thinking in his mind, Wang Chen scanned the rock wall, but in the end found nothing. Wang Chen, who are they? Just then, Sitiyu and Bingqing came over with nervous looks on their faces. Maybe it's your suitor? Hearing this, Wang Chen said indifferently. He didn't take Chen Hao and the other three seriously at all, so his tone was very calm at this moment. What? Sitiyu screamed, her eyes blank. What do you mean by my pursuer? He looked at the three people on the rock wall with suspicion. I looked for a long time but didn't recognize any of them. Hey! Are they bounty hunters? Don't scare me! Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Do you have any misunderstanding about bounty hunters? Such a weak guy, no one would even bother with him. Thinking in his heart, he said with a lack of interest. It's Chen Hao's three followers. I don't know where that guy is hiding now. Sitiyu's eyes narrowed and his expression instantly became very ugly. How dare Chen Hao attack him? The Chen family must be tired of living. Seeing Sitiyu's look, Wang Chen said casually, Don't think too much, their target is probably me. Humph! That won't work either. When I get back I'll ask my dad to wipe out the Chen family. Sitiyu became even angrier when he heard this. While Wang Chen and Sitiyu were talking, the morale of the demons in the valley dropped by half when they saw that one of their two leaders had died. The fierce light in the eyes of many fallen demons has disappeared, and they have begun to think about where to escape. The fallen demon wizard, who was under the protection of his younger brothers, had a ferocious expression on his withered face. Come on, all of you! Whoever dares to escape, I will kill him first! It waved its short staff to drive away the minions around it, ordering them to attack Wang Chen and Sitiyu. Under the intimidation of the fallen wizard, the terrified fallen launched a chaotic charge. However, compared with before, they are now like regular troops and ragtag troops, and their combat effectiveness and morale have fallen to the lowest point. A bunch of rubbish! Startled by the sound, Wang Chen glanced at the fallen demon that was rushing towards him. You keep an eye on those guys. I'll take care of these monsters first. After giving Sitiyu some instructions, he swung his sword and faced the damned demon. While killing ordinary fallen demons, he also kept scanning the surroundings, looking for traces of the fallen demon wizard. This guy is cunning though. He kept hiding his body among his younger brothers and kept moving around. As expected, it's an intelligent monster. It's completely different from the short, clumsy one just now. Thinking silently in his heart, a sneer flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Since the fallen demon wizard intended to play hide-and-seek with him, he would kill all the fallen demons around him so that they would have nowhere to hide. Having made up his mind, Wang Chen began to speed up the killing of the surrounding damned demons. Brush, brush, brush. Cold lights flashed, and the rushing demons fell down one after another like cut wheat. In less than a minute, their messy team became somewhat empty. At this time, behind the many fallen demons, the fallen demon wizard carefully hid his body and looked at Wang Chen with extremely resentful eyes. At the same time, the twisted short staff in his hand was swung slightly, and dark green energy condensed at the top of the staff. Soon, when the dark green energy condensed into a solid sphere at the top of the short staff, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the fallen demon wizard. The next moment, he pointed the short staff in his hand at Wang Chen from a distance, and a dark green energy sphere suddenly turned into a ray and shot out. Whoosh! The flying speed of this dark green ray is in no way inferior to the arrow shot by Sitiyu. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, a look of pride and anticipation flashed across the fallen demon wizard's bark-like face. This dark green ray is its long-range attack skill, the poisonous ray. It couldn't wait to see the human who had destroyed the camp turned into a pool of blood. At the same time, when the three followers who entered the valley cautiously saw this scene, a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Now! Henchman A roared and released the bowstring in his hand. The wizard next to him also used fireball at this time. In an instant, three attacks echoed each other and flew towards Wang Chen with fierce momentum. Rear. Sitiyu, who was holding a bow and arrow to suppress the warrior among the three followers, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the three attacks flying towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen! Be careful! Those three attacks were extremely fast. When she opened her mouth to remind her, they were less than 2 meters away from Wang Chen. But I finally ran out of patience. Wang Chen, who was strangling the fallen demon with a long sword in his hand, felt the strong wind and a fishy smell coming from his side, but there was no surprise on his face. How could he not be on guard against a level 20 wild monster with long-range attack skills and 3 malicious guys lurking around? Even though he seemed to be in the mood to kill the fallen demon at this moment, his mind was actually tense all the time to guard against sneak attacks. Now that you are out, get ready to hit the road with your companions. Turning around and facing the incoming poisonous rays, Wang Chen's sight was directly locked onto the fallen demon wizard hiding behind. Opposite. The targeted fallen demon wizard felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously shrank back. But then, the fear on his face disappeared, and instead he looked at Wang Chen with some disdain. At this time, the distance between the poisonous ray and Wang Chen was less than 1 meter. Based on the flying speed of the poisonous rays, it only takes less than 0.1 second to cross this distance. And there were 2 other attacks following closely. Unless this human is a god, there is absolutely no way he can escape. The fallen demon wizard was looking forward to seeing the human being's body being corroded by the poison and turning into blood while wailing miserably. Can. At this moment, it did not see any fear on the human's face. The other person even gave it a smile that seemed bright but was full of cold murderous intent. Playing tricks! Seeing this, the fallen demon wizard snorted coldly, not thinking that this human could escape this inevitable death at such a close distance. However, the next second, the expression on the fallen demon wizard's face froze. Chapter 29: The Ultimate Fighting Skills. In the valley. When the 3 attacks were about to hit his body, Wang Chen's body suddenly twisted against common sense. At this moment, it was as if the bones in his body did not exist, and his whole body moved 10 centimeters to the left. And especially his feet, at this moment, made a series of dazzling movements, and his body was so strange that it seemed unreal. All this happened in a very short time, just when the fallen demon wizard thought he was dazzled. It was horrified to see that the poisonous ray had flown past Wang Chen at some point and landed heavily on a fallen demon behind it. With a bang, the poisonous rays penetrated directly into the body of the fallen demon, nailing it heavily to the ground. And in just the blink of an eye, the fallen demon was reduced to nothing but blood with a fishy smell. The same was true for the other 2 attacks, which caused no harm to the human at all. How is that possible? At such a close distance, how did this damn human dodge my attack? Seeing this scene, the fallen demon wizard's scalp tingled and his eyes almost popped out. Everything he saw before his eyes was simply incomprehensible to him with his intelligence. Around them, Sityu and his 3 followers almost popped their eyes out of their sockets when they saw this scene. This is combat super sense and butterfly steps. No! And perfect body control. The 4 of them murmured in unison, and they looked at Wang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Sityu, as the top student in Dongling No. 1 Middle School second only to Wang Chen, his knowledge reserves are naturally very complete. She saw some clues about Wang Chen's various reactions to the 3 attacks and found the corresponding techniques. But it's just a glimpse. Sityu simply couldn't understand how Wang Chen had mastered these 3 fighting skills to such a high level, and could even use them at the same time. Mima! We are all geniuses, why is there such a big gap? Luckily this guy's profession is a giant beast master. If he had just switched to an ordinary profession, I'm afraid I would be suppressed by him for the rest of my life. At this moment, Sityu, who had always presented an icy image to the outside world, couldn't help but swear. At the entrance of the valley, a series of figures that were sneaking in, after seeing this scene, hid directly beside the corpse of a fallen demon. Fuck! Is Wang Chen still human? Can he dodge this? At this moment, Chen Hao stared into the distance with wide eyes, wailing in his heart. He never thought that when he was about to come in to see how Wang Chen died, he would see such a shocking scene. At this moment, Chen Hao was a little doubtful. Could he really achieve his goal? At the same time, call! At the center of everyone's attention, Wang Chen let out a long breath, silently feeling the pain in his body. He used 3 superb fighting skills in succession, especially the butterfly step, a skill that puts a great strain on the body and mind. Even with his body comparable to that of a level 20 professional, he still felt a little weak. However, although his body was a little tired, Wang Chen's spirit was very high. In that split second just now, he felt that his understanding of the butterfly step had become even deeper. Moreover, the power displayed by the butterfly step also made him very satisfied. The butterfly step is a combat skill that is usually only used by professionals at level 3 or above. In order to perform this, not only does one need a strong body, but one must also have machine-like precise control. Even among the 3rd level professionals, less than 1% can successfully practice it. Before, when he was in school, after Wang Chen learned the fighting skills taught by his teacher, he secretly found a complete set of butterfly step training tutorials in the library. Today was his first time to test the practical power of the butterfly step. It's worth it that I have practiced hard for several months. This advanced combat technique really has a huge impact on improving my strength. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen suddenly became more interested in several other fighting skills that were as famous as the butterfly step. But now is not the time to think about these things. After stretching his body, he looked at the stunned fallen wizard opposite him with a playful look. This guy hasn't recovered from the shock of his own poisonous ray missing the target. Impossible! What on earth was that strange situation just now? That damned human's body seemed to have disappeared from this space in an instant. Why did this happen? Thinking in disbelief, the fallen demon wizard felt that the human opposite him was a monster. Its level is obviously not high, and it is about the same as those human professionals who were beaten to a pulp by it in the past, but its actual strength is incredibly strong. For a moment, the fallen demon wizard had already begun to think of retreating. If you encounter this kind of perverted monster, just run away if you can't beat it. It won't embarrass the devil at all. Roar! Come on, everyone! Tear this damn human into pieces! Angrily driving the remaining brothers to surround Wang Chen, the fallen demon wizard began to retreat silently. It could feel a pair of malicious eyes fixed on it, but it didn't dare to turn around to look. It is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Even if these fallen demons mutate, their cowardly nature cannot be changed. Looking at the fallen demon wizard who was about to escape, Wang Chen showed a sneer on his face. But he was not in a hurry. While dealing with the remaining ordinary fallen demons, he slowly approached the fallen demon wizard. The valley is generally pocket-shaped. Although the rock walls on three sides are not high, it is easy to go down but difficult to go up. The fallen wizard wanted to escape, but it seemed that there was no other way to survive except the exit of the valley. But now it is retreating into the valley, which aroused Wang Chen's interest. This situation means that there is definitely a passage leading to other places inside the valley. If he keeps the fallen demon wizard for a while longer, Wang Chen feels that he might get some unexpected gains. After all, for these intelligent mutated wild monsters, in addition to being ferocious and brutal, each of them has a habit of collecting treasures. With Wang Chen's superb efficiency, the remaining dozens of ordinary fallen demons were quickly killed. At this point, the valley floor was littered with the broken corpses of the fallen demons, and the strong smell of blood made people want to vomit. Wang Chen glanced at the figure not far away that was quietly moving towards the inside of the valley, and then looked coldly at the three figures standing dumbfounded under the rock wall. Now, it's time to settle the scores between us. Chapter 30. Talking about feelings now, what have we done before? Now! It's time to settle the scores between us. Wang Chen walked forward with a sword in hand, looking at the three people under the rock wall with a half-smile in his eyes. At this moment, the three stunned followers were awakened by the cold voice and couldn't help but tremble. Especially when they felt the murderous intent in Wang Chen's eyes, they were almost in despair. Before coming, they thought it would be easy to deal with a giant beast master, and they could use this opportunity to get on Chen Hao's good side. Unexpectedly, even with the assistance of wild monsters, the three of them did not cause any impact on Wang Chen. This guy of my age is so strong that he's like a monster. Wang Chen, we have no choice but to do this. Can you please let us go? Yes. Chen Hao forced us to do this. We didn't want to do this. Please, for the sake of our 3 years of friendship, let us go. Knowing that they were no match for Wang Chen, the three followers begged for mercy without hesitation. Even Follower shamelessly brought up the 3 years of friendship between classmates. Hee. Hearing their words, Wang Chen was amused. Friendship between classmates? He doesn't even know the names of these three guys, so what kind of feelings do they have? Besides, why are we talking about love now? What were you doing before? Stop talking nonsense to me. Where is Chen Hao? Tell me what you want, and I'll give you a quick death. Looking at the three people with indifferent eyes, Wang Chen was not moved at all. Hearing his words, the trio turned pale, and Henchman A said with some reluctance, Wang Chen, if you let us go, we will tell you. Swish. With a flash of cold light, Henchman A's head was cut off. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? You are asking for your own death. Wang Chen waved his hand to shake off the blood on the sword, his tone full of sarcasm. At one side, followers B and C had blood all over their heads and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Chen Hao is outside the valley. The two of them were as soft as mud and could only shout wildly. Hearing this, Wang Chen killed them with 2 swipes of his sword, then turned around and ran out of the valley with Sitiyu. But there were indeed signs of activity outside the valley, but there was no one there, and no trace of Chen Hao was found. This bastard can't get away. I will definitely cut him into pieces. Returning to the original place, Sitiyu kicked the stones angrily, looking furious. Wang Chen, who was stripping off his equipment, looked at the girl strangely when he heard the words. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of what Sitiyu said. After all, in Dondling City, there is really no one who has offended the Situ family and can still be alive and well. He was just a little surprised. This girl was really ruthless. She didn't show mercy when killing wild monsters before, but now she kills. What are you looking at? Sitiyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and glared at him angrily. Fine. Spreading his hands, Wang Chen stood up with the equipment he had taken off. Let's go and chase the fallen wizard. If you're too late, the duck in your mouth will fly away. After greeting Sitiyu, Wang Chen walked directly into the valley. As for the corpses of the fallen demons around them, either he nor Sitiyu were interested in looting them. Wild monsters like the fallen fiend have no useful materials on them, and even their meat is poisonous, so they only give you a lot of experience points. Because of this, the two of them did not realize that among the corpses of several fallen demons there was a guy who had been frightened unconscious. Call! Running to a bush deep in the valley, the fallen demon wizard looked back. Not realizing that the two damned humans hadn't caught up with it, it let out a long sigh of relief. Damn humans! Sooner or later I will seek revenge on you! Cursing under its breath, it used its short stick to push aside the grass in front of it, and walked in. Behind the weeds was a dark cave entrance with a diameter of about 2 meters, from which cold air was spreading out. The ground at the edge of the cave was frozen hard. This is a secret passage accidentally discovered by the fallen demon wizard. You can leave the valley directly by passing through the passage. Because this place is secretive, the fallen demon wizard also placed his lair in the passage. I'll be back again. After taking a lingering look at the surroundings, the fallen demon wizard walked into the cave entrance, and covered it with weeds again. I hope those two damn humans won't find this place. Thinking silently in its heart, it walked towards the depths of the cave. But the fallen demon wizard's idea was doomed to fail. Soon after it entered the cave, footsteps appeared around it. Wang Chen, how did you find out that it has a secret base? Seeing the cave entrance emitting cold air, Sitiyu poked Wang Chen with excitement on his face. Of course I used my brain. Hearing this, Wang Chen pushed aside Sitiyu's hands that were poking at him. This valley is shaped like a pocket, with only one exit. The fallen wizard chose to run inside when escaping, so there must be other secret passages. After explaining casually, he walked to the edge of the cave entrance, and used his sword to push aside the weeds that were covering it. Upon closer inspection, you can see that the edges and surface of the hole are very smooth. It doesn't look like it was dug at all, but more like a hole made by some creature. Be careful for a while, there might be a guy with terrifying strength in here. After reminding Sitiyu, who was full of curiosity, Wang Chen walked into the cave with a sword in hand. After walking down about 20 meters, the slope disappeared and the passage became flat. Tear! As the scroll of illumination was torn open, soft light illuminated the area within 10 meters around it. Looking at the smooth rock walls in the passage, Wang Chen became more confident about his previous guess. This is definitely not a dug passage. The rock wall is extremely smooth, and occasionally some marks can be seen, as if they were made by scales. It's about 2 meters in diameter, with scales on its body, and it can move quickly underground. Looking at the situation around him, Wang Chen put his guesses together one by one. This should be the cave left by the dark worm. Soon, he had the answer. Dark worm? Sitiyu, who was standing by, heard Wang Chen's whisper and shrank his neck, as if he had thought of some horrible scene. Dark worm. A wild monster that lives underground. Strictly speaking, it is not very powerful among wild monsters. Although it is more than 5 meters long and has a body diameter of more than 2 meters, its level is only around 35 to 40. For the elite professionals active in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, it is not a big problem. However, its ferocious appearance and huge mouthparts with a diameter of more than 3 meters make many female professionals stay away from it. Why? Are you scared? Seeing Sitiyu's look, Wang Chen asked with a smile. No! Sitiyu felt a little lacking in confidence. A bug that's over 5 meters tall is scary just to think about. Chapter 31 All attributes exceed 100. Don't worry! In the cave, Wang Chen saw Sitiyu's face was a little pale, and smiled and said, This should be the cave where the dark worm once lived. They have left now. Otherwise, the group of fallen demons outside wouldn't still be alive today. Oh. Sitiyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that everything was fine. Let's go find the collection of the fallen wizard you mentioned. If we go too late, it will disappear. To prove that she was not afraid, she strode ahead with a bow and arrow. Later. When Wang Chen saw this scene, he smiled and shook his head. This girl, who doesn't even show any emotion when seeing dead people, is actually afraid of insects. If we really encounter a dark worm, will this little girl Sitayu be scared to tears? Thinking with some anticipation in his heart, Wang Chen quickly chased after him. 5 minutes later. As the two went deeper into the cave, they gradually sensed the breath of the fallen demon wizard. At the same time, there was a ding-bang sound. The sound of objects colliding also reached my ears. There is no need to guess that the fallen demon wizard must be packing up his benefit and preparing to escape. Under the dim light of the luminous stone, a thin and dry figure laboriously placed items one by one on the spread animal hide. These objects collided with each other from time to time, making clanging sounds. Sooner or later I will form a larger tribe of fallen demons and skin those two damn humans alive! The fallen demon wizard kept cursing under his breath while quickly packing up the items he thought were useful. As for other bottles and jars, it can only give them up with heartache. As a result, its hatred for those two hateful humans became even stronger. When everything was almost packed up, the fallen demon wizard prepared to roll up the animal skins. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the light in his secret base suddenly became extremely bright, and the luminous stone in his hand dimmed. Damn human, how did you two know this place? Turning his head to look at the source of the light, the fallen demon wizard was stunned, and then let out a cry of grief and anger. You're the one who brought us here! Wang Chen spread his hands with a smile on his face. Under the light of illumination, he saw a lot of good things from the collection of the fallen demon wizard. Several valuable magical herbs, minerals emitting a faint light, and 7 or 8 irregularly shaped holy crystals. The wealth of this fallen demon wizard is even richer than I thought. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen looked at the fallen demon wizard as if he was looking at a walking gold coin. You! Damn humans, I'm going to fight you! The fallen demon wizard felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Wang Chen's gaze, and screamed while waving his short staff. Before he finished speaking, dark green magic began to surge from the tip of the short staff in his hand. A pungent smell began to spread in the cave. But, whoosh! Just as the fallen demon wizard's skill was about to be prepared, a sharp arrow hit its body like lightning. With a bang, the enormous force carried by the arrow directly nailed the fallen demon wizard to the rock wall. The severe pain made the fallen demon wizard scream, but then a cold light flashed across his neck and the scream stopped abruptly. Since you have contributed so much, I will give you a quick death. You're welcome. Wang Chen waved his hand to shake off the blood drops on the Gale's sword and put the sword back into its sheath. At the same time, the body of the fallen demon wizard fell weakly to the ground, and 3 dim light balls appeared on the surface, and then sank into the bodies of Wang Chen, Sitayu and Bing Qing respectively. Just as Wang Chen had expected, after killing the last fallen demon wizard, his level was raised to level 15, and Bing Qing also rose to level 5. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extremely Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bing Qing. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old, childhood. Level 5. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 700, Wisdom 700, Physical Strength 700, Agility 700. Without any buff, equipment, or item blessing. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Frost Breath, SSS, Frozen Hell, SSS, Dragon Might, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction omitted. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 15. Talent, Love of all beasts, SSS, Fusion of beasts and pets, God. Skills, Beast Taming, S. Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B. Bloodline Identification, God, Contract Summoning, B. Strength, 102.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 105.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 102.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 102.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 50 points. When the level reaches 15, the attribute points are still evenly distributed, and the 4-dimensional attributes in the naked state all exceed the 100-point mark. Looking at his attribute panel, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the ancestral beast, Bing Qing is awesome. Even though he didn't have any attack skills now, he could still compete with level 30 melee professions just by relying on his body strengthened by 4-dimensional attributes. As for professionals below level 20, he can crush them with one hand. However, this idea was slightly restrained after Wang Chen saw Sitayu standing beside him. This kind of professional who has the ability to make money probably needs to use both hands. What are you looking at? Do you want to practice with me? Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Sitayu glared at him with some ill intent in his eyes. Unlike the Giant Beast Tamer, the Wind Shooter needs to share the experience equally with the pet. Therefore, Sitiyu's level is 2 levels higher than Wang Chen, reaching level 17. Having surpassed Wang Chen in level for the first time, Sitiyu was now full of confidence and proud like a peacock spreading its tail. Forget it! Seeing the girl's provocative expression, Wang Chen shook his head speechlessly. I'm afraid I'll make you cry! He muttered to himself but didn't say it out loud. Sitiyu is a girl with a strong competitive spirit. If she knew about this, the gap between them would not only not narrow but widen. Wang Chen felt that Sitiyu would annoy him to death in the future. Hey! Are you scared? From now on, the title of the eternal runner-up will belong to you. With a smile on her pretty face, Sitiyu waved her fist proudly. This is the first time she has surpassed Wang Chen since she met him. Now I feel so refreshed. Woo woo! At this time, Xiao Bingqin, who was flying nearby to create the atmosphere, looked at Sitiyu with sympathy. What a stupid human being! With a flap of her wings, she flew onto Sitiyu's shoulder and patted Sitiyu's head with her little wings. So pitiful. It's just ordinary, and my brain is not working well. Sitiyu, who had no idea what Xiao Bingqin was thinking at the moment, looked even more smug. Wang Chen, did you see it? Xiao Bingqin thinks what I said is right. Well? Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression suddenly became strange. With the beast taming contract in place, how could he not know what Xiao Bingqin was thinking? Good job. Do you think she is praising you? She is pitying you, girl. Resisting the urge to laugh, Wang Chen walked to the animal hides on the ground and checked his harvest. As for Sitiyu, let her sink into the false world. Chapter 32, Instant Sword 2-Stage Attack. With the help of the light from the illumination scroll, Wang Chen checked the collection of the fallen demon wizard. 6 moon grasses, 12 pieces of mithril ore, 23 unknown scales. It has to be said that the fallen demon wizard's collection is quite rich. These D-level magic materials can be sold for at least 8 or 9,000 gold coins. However, Wang Chen just took a look at these things and put them aside. Then, he looked at the 2 items that were separated out with excitement. 8 holy crystals worth 80,000 gold coins, and a gray object that looks like a book. I never thought that this fallen demon wizard would have a skill book in his collection. Picking up this gray book, Wang Chen thought with some excitement. Without hesitation, he took out the identification scroll and identified the skill book. Swish! With a flash of light, the information of the skill book appeared before his eyes. Instant Sword, D General Skill, Active Attack Skill. After using it, you will instantly advance a certain distance and launch a powerful slash at the enemy. Note 1. The advance distance of the instant sword is 10 meters, which can be upgraded. 2. The cooldown time for each use is 10 seconds. Dash forward 10 meters. As long as it is used properly, this can be used as a teleportation skill. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen was very satisfied with his skill book. At this time, let me see quickly, what level of skill book is it? Sitiyu leaned over and looked at what was in Wang Chen's hand curiously. But, just a D-level general skill book? When she saw that flash sword was just a D-level skill book, she became a little uninterested. The level of skill books, the highest is S level and the lowest is F level. A D-level skill book is already quite good for ordinary professionals. If put on the trading market, it can be sold for at least 100,000 gold coins. But for Sitiyu, she simply didn't care about this kind of low-level skill book. After the job change, she was overwhelmed by the B-level skill books her family prepared for her. Aside. When Wang Chen heard Sitiyu's words, he rolled his eyes speechlessly. There is a widely circulated saying among professionals, there are no rubbish skills, only rubbish professionals. He did not look down on the instant sword just because it was only a D-level skill. Wang Chen, you should keep this skill book and sell it at the market. Seeing that Wang Chen didn't care, Sitiyu came over and said with a smile. Among the skill books my dad prepared for me, there are 2 B-level skills that don't match me. If you call me sister, I'll sell them to you for 2 gold coins. As he said this, Sitiyu blinked and looked as if he had made a fortune. To this, Wang Chen simply shook his head. To be honest, he was tempted to buy 2 B-level skill books with 2 gold coins. After all, a B-level skill book is worth at least 1 million on the market. But seeing the cunning hidden in the girl's eyes, he knew that this girl definitely had bad intentions and was up to something big. He would not sell himself for 2 skill books, which would be a loss-making deal. Moreover, the power he exerted when using his D-level skills was not necessarily weaker than those of first-level professionals with B-level skills. Since you don't want it, it belongs to me. As he spoke, Wang Chen distributed all the holy crystals on the ground to Sitiyu, and then directly chose to use the skill book. With a flash of light, he directly learned the skill of instant sword. Then, he spent all of the 50 skill points he had saved on the instant sword to increase its power. As a D-level skill, the level cap of instant sword is level 5, and it increases by 1 level for every 10 skill points. With an investment of 50 skill points, the instant sword skill was upgraded from level 1 to level 5. The power increased by 50%, and the advanced distance increased by 5 meters to 15 meters. At the same time, after the skill level was raised to the maximum, new changes appeared in the information of the instant sword. Instant sword, D general skill, active attack skill. After using it, you will instantly advance a certain distance and launch a powerful slash at the enemy. Note: 1. Level max. The advanced distance is 15 meters. 2. The skill is unlocked at the maximum level. Within 2 seconds after using instant sword, you can use it again, but the cooldown time will be accumulated. Looking at Shunjian's new information, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This new special effect 2-stage attack is another reason why he chose the D-level skill of instant. As we all know, any skill that is upgraded to the maximum level through skill points will have a full level effect. However, the level cap and skill points consumed when enhancing high-level skills are much higher than those of low-level skills. 50 skill points can upgrade a D-level skill to the maximum level, but if you invest in a B-level skill, it would be good if you can upgrade it by 1 level. Every time a first-level professional levels up, he only gains 10 skill points, which is a drop in the bucket for high-level skills. In this case, for Wang Chen, it is most cost-effective to upgrade low-level skills to the maximum level. As for acquiring high-level skills in the future, what if you don't have enough skill points? He is not worried. Skill points can be obtained not only through each level up of the professional, but also through challenging secret realm copies. Certainly, this way of obtaining it is a bit far away for Wang Chen at present. The secret realm copies are basically controlled by Longwu University and various major forces. What he can do now is to improve his strength as much as possible, and then get the stepping stone to open these secret copies after the college entrance examination. Aside. When Sitiyu saw that Wang Chen had directly learned the instant sword skill, he stomped his feet in anger. Stinky guy. Is it so difficult to get you to bow your head and admit your mistake? Thinking angrily in her heart, she picked up the items on the ground, turned around and ran out. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, he still hurriedly chased after him, and then dragged Sitiyu directly into the depths of the cave. The cave was straight and led directly out of the exit, saving them the trouble of taking a detour. And at the same time, call! Chenhao woke up from the pile of corpses in the valley, and crawled up using his hands and feet. Saved! Not seeing Wang Chen around, Chenhao was almost in tears. The strength that Wang Chen had shown before, as well as his aura of killing without mercy, were simply too terrifying. Chenhao, who was still frightened, completely forgot his goal. He got up and wanted to stay away from this place that left him with psychological trauma. But just at this moment, boom boom boom, footsteps were heard outside the valley. Chenhao subconsciously hid back among the corpses, looking outside in fear. Soon, 4 uninvited guests came to the devastated valley. These 4 men had different appearances, ages, and attire, but they all carried a fierce aura. After entering the valley, they kept a short distance from each other and looked around cautiously. Chapter 33 Hyena Squad. The valley where the fallen reside. More than 100 corpses of the fallen demons lay scattered on the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire valley. 4 cautious figures, 2 meters apart from each other, walked carefully in the valley. Boss, what's going on? The man walking in front was a man with a pointed chin and monkey-like face. He looked at the corpses of the fallen demons around him with his triangular eyes, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. As a first-level professional at level 35, the man is not afraid of the fallen demon. He can still kill this number of fallen demons by himself. But more than half of the fallen demon corpses lying on the ground in the valley were killed in one blow, and had no unnecessary injuries. He could never catch up with this kind of tactics even if he tried his best. Boss, could this be done by a rank 3 expert? When the man walked to the center of the valley and saw the strong fallen demon warrior who was also killed by a blow, he finally couldn't help but stop and turned around to look back. How is that possible? A rank 3 expert wouldn't be so idle. Behind him, the middle-aged man who was as strong as a polar bear frowned unhappily. It should be a second-level swordsman. Check the surroundings and don't scare yourself. The strong middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the team to disperse and search. Boss, look! After a while, the man with triangular eyes exclaimed and came over carrying a large bundle of things. They are all special arrows mixed with magical metals. Each one is worth at least 100 gold coins. Which archer is so wasteful? He uses it once and then doesn't want to use it anymore? He put the thing on the ground and said with a shocked look on his face. Hearing this, the strong middle-aged man took a look and his expression was a little surprised. The arrows used by ordinary archers are all made of synthetic metals, and each one costs more than 10 gold coins. And each of those in front of him was made of a special alloy, mixed with some magical metals. The price is estimated to be more than a few hundred gold coins each. Even with the strong middle-aged man's experience, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. How rich does one have to be to treat special arrows as disposable items? Boss, I'm afraid we've run into a big fat sheep this time. The man with triangular eyes counted the arrows one by one, and the greed on his face became more and more intense. Don't jump to conclusions so early. It's still unknown whether it's a sheep or a wolf. Keep searching and see if you can find other clues. Hearing this, the strong middle-aged man snorted coldly and collected all the arrows on the ground. Oh! Hearing his words, the triangular-eyed man nodded reluctantly and turned around to continue searching. Soon, the four made another discovery. Boss, we found a live person here. He's a newbie. A man with a broom-like haircut came over carrying Chen Hao, who was covered in blood. At this time, Chen Hao's body was as soft as mud, and his eyes were full of despair. He never expected that just after the killer Wang Chen left, he would run into the notorious Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad. In the Mountains of Beasts, there is a notorious team of bounty hunters who are cruel and never leave anyone alive. There are 4 people in the team. The middle-aged man who is as strong as a polar bear is the leader of the team, a second-turn warrior at level 50. As for the other 3, the second and third ones are first-level 40th level assassins and druids, and the fourth one is a first-level 40th level shield warrior. With the strength of 1 second turn and 3 advanced first-turn members, the Hyena team ranked 36th on the wanted list of the Adventure Guild of Dongling City, with a bounty of 4 million gold coins. Bang! Chen Hao was thrown in front of the Hyena boss. In fear, he ignored the pain in his body and begged for mercy at the top of his lungs. Don't kill me, I'm the eldest son of the Chen family. I have plenty of money, you can ask me to do anything. 3 days later. The outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the dark jungle, the tall treetops block out the sun, blocking out the light from the sky. The jungle was so quiet that you could clearly hear the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. Rustle. Wang Chen walked in the jungle with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, with Sitiyu holding Xiao Bingqing beside him. Wang Chen, I regret it. Sitiyu kept using the longbow in his hand to push away the thorns that blocked the road, with a somewhat resentful expression on his face. What? Hearing her words, Wang Chen, who was repeating the same action beside her, turned his head and asked. Wang Chen! You've chosen a terrible path. Sitiyu complained as he pushed aside the thorns and weeds that blocked the way. Originally, after witnessing Bingqing's powerful strength, she thought that the journey to the golden-scaled giant python's activity area would be smooth, and she would kill gods and demons that stood in her way and crush all wild monsters. Result. Just 3 days after setting out, Sitiyu sadly discovered that things were not at all as she had imagined. The imagined beautiful journey has now turned into a wilderness survival. We encountered quite a few wild monsters, but most of our time was spent on clearing the way. These damn thorns and weeds made all the beautiful clothes she had spent so much time and effort to prepare useless, and now she looked like a savage. On the side, Wang Chen touched his nose awkwardly when he heard Sitiyu's words. This is indeed his fault. When planning the route, I was thinking about saving time, but I forgot that the mountain range of 10,000 beasts is a completely pristine area. If I deviate from the route on the adventure map, the result will be that there will be no road at all. Surviving alone in a primitive area is also an essential skill for professionals. I'm just letting you feel it in advance. Don't complain. Once you pass this area, the road will be easier to walk on. Swinging his sword to cut off the thorns blocking the road, Wang Chen defended his mistake. Hearing his words, Sitiyu pouted. Hee hee. Fuck you. A man's mouth is a lie. That's what you said yesterday, but you haven't left this area today. As he thought about it, Sitiyu looked at Wang Chen with a more kind look in his eyes. But just when she was about to tell this hateful guy that she was not so easily fooled, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the weeds and thorns and pounced fiercely at Wang Chen. The black shadow was extremely fast and crashed directly into Wang Chen's arms. With a bang. The next second, Wang Chen's body flew backwards. And where he was standing, a leopard appeared. It was 2 meters long, half a person's height, and had hair as black as ink. Level 30 wild monster, Shadow Panther. Wang Chen! Seeing this scene, Sitiyu exclaimed and quickly bent his bow to attack the shadow leopard, trying to attract its attention. But the shadow leopard suddenly appeared and dodged the arrow easily. It didn't pay any attention to Sitiyu at all. Instead, it used all four legs to chase after Wang Chen, who was knocked away. Chapter 34. The Cunning Shadow Panther. In the jungle. The shadow leopard was extremely fast, like lightning, and caught up with Wang Chen almost instantly. Swish! Amid the piercing sound of breaking wind, its two sharp claws flashed with a cold light, pointing directly at Wang Chen's throat. The person is in midair. Wang Chen looked at the shadow leopard rushing towards him with a calm look in his eyes, without the slightest fear. He took a long breath, turned suddenly, and held a long sword in his hand across his body, blocking the two sharp claws of the shadow leopard. With a bang! With the sound of collision, he used the force of the recoil to fly diagonally to the other side, avoiding the subsequent attack from the shadow leopard. Boom boom! After landing, Wang Chen moved his feet and quickly retreated to Sitiyu's side. On the opposite side, the shadow leopard made a beautiful turn in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Are you okay? Sitiyu's pretty face turned pale and she looked at Wang Chen's chest with some worry. It's okay. This guy's head isn't hard enough. Shaking his head, Wang Chen stared at the shadow leopard vigilantly and replied to Sitiyu. He reacted the moment the shadow leopard appeared. Although the opponent was caught off guard, he consciously released the force backwards when he was hit. His body was knocked away, half because of the impact of the shadow leopard, and half because of Wang Chen's active choice. This cunning guy is so insidious? Seeing that Wang Chen was fine, Sitiyu breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the shadow leopard fiercely. He bent the bow and shot an arrow like a cannonball, aiming directly at the shadow leopard's head. The sudden incident just now scared her. The narrow-minded girl decided to take revenge. But, facing this arrow, a hint of human disdain flashed in the shadow panther's scarlet eyes. When the arrow was about to hit its body, it moved its four legs and its body flashed rapidly in a flash, like a distorted shadow, and directly avoided Sitiyu's attack. Saw this scene. Sitiyu was a little stunned. He never thought that the shadow leopard could actually dodge the attack at such a close distance. Moreover, is this guy so intelligent? Sensing the disdain revealed by shadow leopard, Sitiyu thought angrily in his heart. However, when Wang Chen saw the shadow leopard dodge the arrow like a ghost, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Despite such intense movement, the shadow leopard did not make any sound at all. No wonder I didn't notice it before it took action. I'm afraid this is another mutated monster. Thinking silently in his heart, a gleam of light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and the detection technique was activated. Monster, mutated shadow panther. Level 30. Fighting method close combat. Skills claw, bite, shadow walk. Type mutation. Really? Seeing the attributes of the shadow leopard, Wang Chen nodded silently. Just as he guessed, this shadow leopard was indeed a mutated wild monster. Its previous movements were silent, even its breath was hidden, which should be the result of the shadow walking skill. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen felt a little scared. If the shadow leopard's target of attack just now was not him, but Sitiyu, the consequences would be unimaginable. But if this shadow leopard had been hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to strike, it would have been troublesome. But now that it appeared before our eyes, its shadow walking skill was useless. Use range skills to restrict its movements and prevent it from retreating into the jungle. After giving an order to Sitiyu, Wang Chen rushed towards the shadow leopard with sword in hand. Instant sword. His body left a trail of afterimages in the air. The next second, Wang Chen had arrived in front of the shadow leopard and slashed it down heavily with the long sword in his hand. His sudden burst of speed at this moment stunned the shadow leopard, but then a look of brutality surged in his scarlet eyes. The damn prey actually dared to attack? You really don't know how to live or die. Roar! Roaring cruelly, it swung its claws fearlessly and rushed forward. Bang! The swift sword and sharp claws collided with each other, making a loud bang. At this moment, the shadow panther's scarlet eyes suddenly widened, and it felt a huge force surging from its sharp claws. This damn prey is not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Without any surprise, the powerful slash of Shun Jian directly knocked the shadow leopard away. Roar! However, the shadow leopard is indeed a mutated wild monster, and its ferocity is simply incomparable to that of ordinary wild monsters. As its body flew backwards, it roared angrily, and its tail behind its butt lashed at Wang Chen fiercely like a whip. Wang Chen, be careful! Not far away, Sitiyu, who was aiming with a bow, called out nervously and released the bowstring in his hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out and hit the shadow leopard's tail heavily. Bang! A ball of blood exploded, and the shadow leopard fell to the ground with a piece of its tail missing from its butt. Roar! The pain made the shadow leopard let out a shrill roar. Its scarlet eyes stared at Sitiyu intently, with a fierce murderous intent surging in them. That expression seemed to be saying, I'll remember you. After doing all this, the shadow leopard's body quickly retreated backwards. It will hide in the darkness again and wait for the opportunity to take revenge for this arrow. But its plan was good, but Wang Chen didn't want to give it a chance. At this moment, Wang Chen, whose body was falling downwards due to inertia, suddenly stepped 1 foot in the air. With this kick, he seemed to be stepping on solid ground, and his body rushed out like a phantom. Instant sword. 2-stage attack. This is the special effect that appears when you increase the skill points and upgrade the instant sword to the maximum level. Next second, Wang Chen's body appeared in front of the shadow leopard as if teleporting. The shadow leopard, who was preparing to evacuate, saw this scene and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It seemed that it had never expected that this prey could burst out with such terrifying speed. But it had no time to think about it at this moment, as the sharp sound of breaking wind was whistling in its ears. The swift sword slashed down heavily. Roar! With a roar, the shadow leopard swung its claws and rushed forward. With a bang, a violent collision sounded. The shadow leopard, which was in a passive position, was directly pressed to the ground by the powerful force carried by the sword. Roar! With mud all over its body, the shadow leopard felt extremely humiliated. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit the human in front of it. It wants to tear this hateful prey into pieces. However, at this moment, lying on the ground, its threat has been reduced to a very low level in Wang Chen's eyes. That ferocious open mouth looked more like a joke. With a move of his feet, Wang Chen dodged the attack of the shadow leopard like a ghost. Then, when the shadow leopard's head was about to pass by him, the wind sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Chapter 35 Serious Face. You can't beat me. With a puff, the sharp sword pierced into the shadow leopard's bloody mouth and went out directly from the back of the head. Swish! As Wang Chen retracted the sword, the shadow leopard's body shook weakly for a few times and fell heavily to the ground. This level 30 mutated wild monster turned into a corpse miserably. Wang Chen, was the arrow I shot just now just right? After the battle, Sityu came up with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Chen shook off the blood on the sword and glared at her unhappily. The task he had just assigned to Sityu was to use long-range attacks to restrict the shadow leopard's movements and prevent this guy from escaping. As a result, Sityu disobeyed the order and shot the shadow leopard's tail with an arrow. A shadow leopard fur in good condition can be sold for 20,000 gold coins on the market. Without the tail, the price will be at least reduced by half. However, Wang Chen also knew that the little girl was acting like this because she was worried about him. Yes, you are the best. Wang Chen said this somewhat insincerely. Hearing his words, Sityu's eyes curved into crescents, and a silly smile appeared on his face. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at this scene. At the same time, while the two were talking, 3 dim balls of light appeared on the body of the shadow leopard, and then sank into the bodies of the 2 men and Xiao Bingqing respectively. The accumulation of the past 3 days plus the experience points gained now made the 2 people and their pet show signs of upgrading at the same time. Wang Chen's mind moved, and Xiao Bingqing and his new attribute information appeared before his eyes. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extremely Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old, childhood. Level 11. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1000, Wisdom 1000, Physical Strength 1000, Agility 1000. Without any buff, equipment, or item. Skills, Frost Body SSS, Frost Breath SSS, Frost Hell SSS, Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 21. Talent, Love of All Beasts, SSS, Fusion of Beasts and Pets, God. Skills, Beast Taming, S. Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B. Bloodline Identification, God. Contract Summoning, B. Instant Sword, D. Strength, 147.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 147.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 147.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 147.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 60 points. Still the same as before, distribute attribute points evenly, and keep skill points first. Now, without taking into account any equipment enhancements, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes alone have already approached the 150-point mark. This attribute is basically twice the main attribute of professionals of the same level. As for Xiao Bingqing, 1000 points of a single attribute is too much. A level 60 warrior would probably be knocked down by Xiao Bingqing with one slap. After looking at his own attributes with satisfaction, Wang Chen turned his head and glanced at Sitiyu. This girl had a blank look in her eyes and a silly smile on her face, and she was obviously allocating her free attribute points. Speaking of which, because Wang Chen had to share the experience points equally with Bingqing, Sitiyu's current level was 4 levels higher than his, reaching level 25. According to this upgrade speed, Wang Chen felt that the journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had not yet ended, and this girl Sitiyu would reach the maximum level of the first transformation and would be ready for the second transformation. Wang Chen, are you very envious of me now? As long as you give Xiao Bingqing to me, all the experience points from wild monsters you encounter in the future will belong to you. By then, your level will be able to catch up with me. After assigning the attributes, Sitiyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and a sly smile appeared on his face. During her 3 years of high school, her grades were far behind Wang Chen in all the school exams. Now that his level has been raised to level 25, he has left Wang Chen far behind, which greatly satisfies Sitiyu's vanity. Hee hee. Hearing her words, Wang Chen sneered. Just for a few experience points, you want to exchange Xiao Bingqing from me? Stupid woman, do you have any misunderstanding about the ancestral beast? Besides, what's the use of just having a high level? Wang Chen stared at Sitiyu silently for a few seconds, thinking for a moment, and then slowly said, You can't beat me. The words were filled with such sincerity that Sitiyu could not find any possibility of rebuttal. Snort! Sitiyu kicked his feet angrily, then turned around and continued walking forward while holding Xiao Bingqing. So angry. Sitiyu is autistic. Behind him, Wang Chen looked at the girl walking away angrily, touched his nose and smiled. Why are you walking so fast? Was there something wrong with what I just said? If you think what I said is wrong, you can refute me and I will apologize to you. Roll! Before Wang Chen could finish his words, Sitiyu picked up a branch and threw it at him, his chest heaving rapidly with anger. Get out! This girl doesn't want to care about you anymore. After giving Wang Chen a vicious look, the girl turned around and walked forward with big strides. Son of a bitch! This girl is really angry, the kind that can't be appeased no matter what. Woo woo! At this time, Xiao Bingqing stuck her head out and put it on Sitiyu's shoulder. She looked at Sitiyu, then at her master. Woo! Humans are so troublesome. Rustle. After the battle subsided, a group of uninvited guests soon came to the jungle. Bang! Little devil, are you deceiving us? It's been 3 days. Why haven't you caught up with your 2 classmates yet? The hyena leader threw Chen Hao to the ground with an extremely impatient tone. Brother, I really don't know. The thorns pierced into his flesh, causing Chen Hao to shiver with pain, but he did not dare to cry out in pain. He looked at the hyena leader with eyes full of fear. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. All his equipment had been stripped off, leaving him only in a thin, blood-stained shirt. He had completely lost the air of a rich young man. Snort! Hearing this, the hyena leader snorted coldly. It's getting dark, let's rest first and continue our journey tomorrow morning. If we still haven't found it tomorrow, you will be useless. As he spoke, he stepped forward and picked up Chen Hao, preparing to take him to negotiate a deal worth several hundred million. But at this moment, Boss, I found something! The third hyena with triangular eyes cried out and ran over with an arrow in his hand. It was the arrow from before, and the blood from the battle on the ground hasn't dried yet. Chapter 36 The Iron Law in the Dark. In the dark jungle. What? Hearing what the third brother said, the hyena leader dropped Chen Hao and snatched the arrow. Yes, the same arrow as before. Those 2 little devils, they just left not long ago. After observing for a while, the hyena leader showed excitement on his face. Hearing this, the 3 people around him also showed ferocious smiles on their faces. Treating arrows worth hundreds of gold coins as disposable items is such a fat sheep that the hyena squad gets excited just thinking about it. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao, who was lying on the ground with his butt covered in humiliation, breathed a sigh of relief silently. Very good. Chrysanthemums don't need to be destroyed. Thinking silently in his heart, he looked at the cruel expressions on the faces of the hyena squad members, and his heart became slightly excited. Wang Chen. Just wait, you are so handsome, the hyena boss will definitely like you. Just at this moment. Thinking about the treatment Wang Chen would receive in the future, Chen Hao, who was excited, suddenly found himself shrouded in a shadow. Boss, hurry up and catch them. They have a lot of valuables on them. Looking up and seeing that it was the hyena leader, Chen Hao said excitedly. Rest assured. Hearing his words, the hyena leader smiled strangely. I will let them 2 accompany you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung out with a fist as big as a sandbag. With a bang, Before Chen Hao could figure out the meaning of the words, he was shot through the heart. You promised me that you would let me go. You don't keep your word. As his life slipped away bit by bit, Chen Hao looked at the hyena leader in disbelief. Hee. After hearing what he said, the hyena leader threw him aside like garbage. Let you go. Credit? The rule of our hyena squad is that we never leave anyone alive after every attack. Leaving a cold word, the hyena boss licked the blood on his fist and looked excitedly into the depths of the jungle. Let's go chase those 2 fat sheep. He waved his arm and strode in the direction where Wang Chen and Sityu left with his 3 companions. Dusk. The sun sets. The entire Wancho mountain range fell into silence. The dim skylight could no longer break through the blockade of the treetops and cast its light on the ground. At this time, the light inside the Wancho mountain range was so dim that one could hardly see one's hand in front of one's face. Not to mention the professionals who enter the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to seek wealth. Even the wild monsters that are native to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains will stay obediently in their nests at dusk and will not move around easily. Rustle. Amidst a slight noise, a flashlight beam of light cast a beam in the dim jungle, breaking the silence. Wang Chen and Sityu walked in the jungle, taking 1 deep step and 1 shallow step. Wang Chen, I can't walk anymore. Under the light of the flashlight, Sityu's face turned pale and his breathing became heavy. As a Gale shooter, her attributes are biased towards strength and agility, and her physical strength is totally incomparable to that of the pervert Wang Chen. Got it. After we pass through this forest, we will find a place to camp. Wang Chen, who was leading the way, said without turning his head. Needless to say, Sityu also planned to find a place to camp as soon as possible. After all, the nights in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains are too dangerous, and professionals who have been in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains for a long time will silently follow an iron rule. That is, after entering the night, you must not act in the mountains of 10,000 beasts. Because at night, although the wild monsters in the 10,000 Beast Mountains basically do not come out, there are always some exceptions. These wild monsters that dare to move at night are, without exception, all powerful and terrifying hunters. They are the undisputed overlords in their respective regions. Therefore, the old birds who enter the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, even if they did not find a suitable camping site, would just stay overnight nearby and would never get up before dawn. Rustle. Exploring forward with the help of a flashlight, Wang Chen silently searched for a suitable place to camp. Soon, his eyes lit up. Not far ahead, he saw an extremely thick tree. This tree is at least as thick as 3 people can hug together. As long as the operation is done properly, it is no problem to dig out a tree house that can accommodate 2 people. Are you ready? Seeing Wang Chen stop, Sityu leaned over and put his chin on Wang Chen's shoulder, looking weak. Hold on a little longer, we'll camp ahead. Wang Chen angrily pushed away the girl who took advantage of him and pointed at the big tree in front. Very good! Hearing his words, Sityu cheered and immediately lost her previous listless look. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't we hurry over there? As she spoke, she ran towards the big tree holding Xiao Bingqing in her arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Good job. It seems like you were just pretending before? He shook his head helplessly and followed. Bang bang bang. With a series of muffled sounds, Wang Chen used his Gale sword to dig a big hole in the tree trunk next to the thick branch. After everything was done, Sityu couldn't wait to squeeze in. Hey Wang Chen, do you want to come in and rest for a while? In the hollowed-out tree hole, Sityu moved his butt and made room in the narrow space. Never mind! The place is too small and crowded. Outside the tree hole, Wang Chen glanced at the narrow space inside the tree hole and shook his head. Such a big place is only enough for 1 person. If there are 2 people, the space each gets is not even as big as their butts. I'd better lie here. I can still pay attention to the situation outside. Rest quickly, you have to travel tomorrow. Tie up the hammock, Wang Chen said. Oh. Then, good night. After hearing his words, Sityu responded, and seemed to be a little disappointed. After saying good night to Wang Chen, she tightened the blanket around herself and prepared to rest. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a glimmer of light in her peripheral vision. Wang Chen, there seems to be someone over there. Sityu instantly became alert. She pointed in the direction where she saw the light and spoke in a low voice. Anyone? Hearing Sityu's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. No way? This road is so difficult to walk, and there are other professionals coming here. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen looked in the direction of Sityu's finger. This sight immediately made his eyes become serious. Goodness! Is there really anyone who walks on this lousy road like us? After muttering something, Wang Chen and Sityu looked at each other. What now? If they come any closer, they will surely discover us? Sityu asked in a low voice. After hearing her words, Wang Chen touched his nose and felt a little toothache. This is indeed a problem. Chapter 37. I, Wang Chen, would like to call you Langmi. What should I do? Looking at the light gradually approaching in the distance, Wang Chen touched his nose and began to think silently in his heart. At this moment, it is definitely unrealistic to change the camping location. It would soon be completely dark, and wandering around in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range at this time would be like dancing on the edge of a knife. But if we don't change location, those guys in the distance might come over and cause trouble again. After all, in the mountains of 10,000 beasts, the most trustworthy thing for all professionals is their own weapons, and they must be wary of anyone else, including their companions. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen gradually made a decision. Wait and see what happens first. If they are just ordinary professionals who come to the mountain of 10,000 beasts for adventure, we will ignore them. If not, then prepare to fight. He turned his head and looked at Sitiyu and said. Hearing this, the girl became a little nervous. Isn't this bad? Sitiyu said hesitantly. Although there are no laws in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, we can't kill people at will, right? Wang Chen looked at Sitiyu strangely, with a very uneasy expression. I was just talking about fighting, and you're talking to me about killing? TSK. Girl. You have a really broad mindset. I, Wang Chen, would like to call you Langmi. What's wrong? Being stared at by Wang Chen, Sitiyu was somewhat confused. Fine. Seeing that the girl didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said, Wang Chen shook his head, turned around and looked into the distance without wanting to say anything. This woman is too cruel. I must try to avoid offending her in the future. Russell. The 4 members of the hyena squad walked dully through the jungle. Boss, there's someone in the tree ahead. At this moment, the 3rd member of the team suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then said excitedly. There are 2 in total. They should be the 2 fat sheep. After hearing his words, the other 2 simultaneously set their eyes on the hyena leader. They had no doubts about the 3rd brother's words. After all, as a level 40 druid, he could already have some simple communication with the plants in the forest. Boss, what should we do now? Should we just attack them directly? The 2nd assassin licked his lips and asked excitedly. No! Hearing this, the hyena leader shook his head, a cunning look flashing across his face. These 2 brats were able to eliminate so many fallen demons before. They must have powerful equipment and magic skill scrolls. Let's get closer and confront them first, and try to eliminate them by surprise. 3rd brother, you go into stealth mode and wait for my order to act. Looking around at the 3 teammates beside him, the hyena boss gave orders. Okay, boss, you're wise. The 3 people around nodded, and the 2nd one didn't say anything, just shook his body and disappeared. If you look closely, you can see that there is a faint outline in the shadow on the ground. Action! Seeing this scene, the hyena leader did not hesitate, and walked directly towards the target. Soon, the 3 of them came to the big tree where Wang Chen and Sitiyu were. When they got here, the hyena leader waved his hand and everyone stopped. Friend in the tree, it's getting dark. Do you mind if we give you some company around here? He looked at the shadow on the big tree and shouted. On the tree. A strange look flashed across Wang Chen's eyes when he heard this. When did these guys discover me and Sitiyu? Thinking in his heart, he cautiously emerged from the tree and looked at the 3 people below. Sorry, it's not convenient. You should go to another place. After hearing his words, the 3rd and 4th hyenas showed anger on their faces and were about to refute. But at this moment, a big hand patted their shoulders. It was the hyena boss. That's understandable. In a place like the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, being more vigilant might save more lives. While speaking, his gaze kept moving around Wang Chen's handsome face, and a strong greed emerged in his eyes. Masculine, handsome. This is the type I like. The hyena leader stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. At the same time, he quietly moved his fingers and gave orders to the 2nd brother. Opposite. Being stared at by this gaze, Wang Chen felt the chill rushing from his tailbone to his brain. Good job. There's something wrong with you. It's great that you understand. Goodbye. But Wang Chen was not a bloodthirsty person after all. He silently clenched his sword and ordered them to leave. However, at this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, a strong sense of threat suddenly rose in his heart. With a whoosh. The next second, a violent sound of breaking wind rang in his ears. When the hyena leader gave the order to attack, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the root of the tree. He moved forward on the tree like a snake and rushed to Wang Chen's side silently, and quickly like lightning. This kid is so handsome. I have to leave his body intact, or the boss will teach me a lesson again. This black shadow was none other than the 2nd in command of the hyena squad. He held a dagger in his hand, and there was a hint of regret in his cold eyes. The skill he used at this time was the exclusive skill of a first-level assassin, Shadow Assault. It allows him to sneak up on his target through the shadows and then deliver a fatal blow. In just a few breaths, the second hyena approached Wang Chen. When he saw Wang Chen start to speak, with all his attention focused on the boss, a cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Good opportunity! Without hesitation, he suddenly jumped out from the shadows, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into Wang Chen's chest like a poisonous snake. After launching the attack, the second hyena had an excited look on his face. He couldn't wait to feel the wonderful touch of the dagger piercing the human body. However, just as the dagger in his hand was about to hit the target, his pupils suddenly shrank. Whoosh! The sound of violent wind rang in my ears. Wang Chen was shocked. He had no time to think and slashed out with his sword subconsciously. In order to increase the power, he even used his skills directly. Flash sword. Cool! The sound of violent wind echoed, and the long sword in Wang Chen's hand slashed out as if teleporting. The second hyena, who immediately thought he was about to succeed, had his pupils shrink. A long sword falling at a very fast speed appeared in his field of vision. Next second. Clang! There was a violent sound of metal clashing, and dazzling sparks were produced from the collision of the two weapons. With the help of the sudden light, Wang Chen saw the attacker's appearance clearly. For a moment, a strange color flashed in his eyes. And on the opposite side. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Just as he felt surprised, the third hyena felt a powerful force coming from the falling sword. He was in midair and had no place to relieve the force, so he was struck and flew out. Chapter 38. 4 million gold coins walking. With a bang. Only when he fell to the ground did the second hyena stop flying backwards. Call! After knocking the attacker away with one blow, Wang Chen moved his numb arms and let out a long breath. He had used all his strength in that sword strike just now. Judging from the recoil force, the attacker was at least 20 levels higher than him. It seems that I have encountered an elite among the first-level professionals. Thinking solemnly in his heart, Wang Chen patted Sitiyu, who seemed a little dazed beside him. How is it? Are you okay? Sitiyu seemed to have just woken up from a dream at this moment, and was a little dazed. She still hasn't figured out why they were talking peacefully just now and suddenly started fighting. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. He pulled Sitiyu behind him unhappily and looked down with vigilance. Hyena squad? Pa. Boy, your adaptability and observation skills are outstanding. Why? Are you interested in joining our hyena squad? Under the tree, the hyena leader, who was as strong as a polar bear, clapped his hands and looked at Wang Chen with admiration. Masculine, handsome, and with good strength and talent. It is also great to absorb new blood into the team. The hyena leader stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Opposite. Wang Chen finally understood where the inexplicable chill he felt came from. However, the look he gave the hyena boss and his men at this moment was not much different from that of the other party. His eyes were gleaming with light, as if from gold coins. The sparks from the collision just now revealed the appearance of the second hyena, which allowed him to learn the other party's identity. Hyena Squad. Hey. This is the wanted criminal rank 36th on the Dondling City Adventure Guild's wanted list. The total value of his 4 heads is 4 million gold coins. When Wang Chen thought about the 4 million gold coins walking before his eyes, he felt that the disgusting gaze was not unbearable. I am indeed interested in you, Hyena Squad, but I am interested in your heads. Looking at the leader of the Hyena Squad, Wang Chen showed a sunny smile on his face. Act recklessly! After hearing his words, the leader of the hyena team, who had just been struck by lightning, jumped out before he could say anything. At this time, he moved his numb arms and looked at Wang Chen with extremely cold eyes. At this point he had already seen that the other party was just a level 15 rookie. The second hyena was furious at the thought that he was chopped down by a sword by a newbie who had just changed his job. However, despite this, he did not act rashly, but slowly surrounded the tree with his companions. The second hyena knew very well that the eldest hated it most when others interfered with his sex life. The second hyena from the previous term was dealt with because of his rash actions. At this moment, the 3 members of the hyena team surrounded the big tree where Wang Chen and Sitiyu were from the left, right and back. The hyena leader was holding a long knife and blocking the front with a grim smile on his face. Boy, since you rejected my kindness, I can only follow the rules. Don't worry, I will take good care of your body. On the tree. Wang Chen, let me run quickly. Seeing the 4 ferocious hyena squad members approaching, Sitiyu's voice trembled a little, and one hand tightly grasped the corner of Wang Chen's clothes. Apparently she recognized this notorious team of bounty hunters as well. Run? Hearing Sitiyu's words, Wang Chen patted her trembling little hands. Don't worry, nothing will happen. They are the ones who should be running away now. Wang Chen spoke in a light tone and glanced at Xiao Bingqing, who was eager to try. The little guy became excited after seeing the 4 members of the hyena squad appear. The combative talent hidden in her blood made her gem-like eyes glow with fighting spirit. But after hearing Wang Chen's words, Sitiyu became even more nervous. There are rank 2 warriors among them. We can't defeat them at all. Seeing her nervous expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Usually at school, this girl is loud and noisy, acting like she is fearless. I didn't expect that there is such a little girl's attitude. If this were filmed, it would probably become a dark history in Sitiyu's life. However, Wang Chen just thought about this idea in his mind. The girl was already very scared, and it would be unkind to add fuel to the fire. Rest assured. Have you forgotten that I am a giant beast master? Just because the 2 of us can't beat them doesn't mean Xiao Bingqing can't. Just watch Xiao Bingqing display her divine power in a moment. Patting Sitiyu's hand, Wang Chen said with a smile. Xiao Bingqing? Hearing his words, Sitiyu was confused and looked down at the little guy in his arms. Woo woo! Little Bingqing chirped at this moment, with a proud look on her cute little face. I look like I'm so awesome. No! Wang Chen, you are sending Xiao Bingqing to her death. However, Sitiyu's brain waves did not match Xiao Bingqing's at all. If we're going to die, we'll die together. You can't be so cruel. She'll be eaten. Looking at the cute little guy, Sitiyu showed pity in his eyes and held Xiao Bingqing tightly in his arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen touched his nose speechlessly. Good job. You really didn't take what I said before to heart. For a while, Wang Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. When Xiao Bingqing shows a fighting stance in a while, what expression will Sitiyu have? The 4 members of the hyena squad completely blocked the space in front, behind, and on both sides of the tree. They looked at Wang Chen and Sitiyu, who were talking in whispers, and each of them showed a ferocious smile on their face. Ha ha ha, you 2 have a deep relationship. What's going on? Have you discussed who will stay behind to cover the retreat? I can give you a chance and let one of you run first for a minute. The hyena boss said jokingly. As he spoke, he quietly gestured to the second in command in the team. After seeing the second brother's body twisted slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The reason why the hyena boss led his men to surround them slowly instead of launching a direct attack was mainly because he was worried that Wang Chen and Sitiyu would throw high-powered skill scrolls at random. But now, the hyena boss is not worried. The first-level assassin has an exclusive skill called Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone, see an assassin exclusive skill, active skill. After use, a Shadow Clone can be created. Within a range of 10 meters, the main body and the Shadow Clone can swap positions at any time. Note, the Shadow Clone has no attack or defense power and lasts for 60 seconds. He had just asked the second brother to use his skills. Soon, these 2 fat sheep would be unable to escape even if they had wings. Get ready, the hyena leader quietly looks at the 2 fat sheep in front of him. When he saw Sitiyu, a hint of disgust flashed across his eyes, but when his gaze fell on Wang Chen, a flame of desire surged in his eyes. Since you don't want to join, we'll just have to take advantage of the opportunity later. Thinking excitedly in his heart, the hyena leader licked his lips unnaturally. Chapter 39. I'm so angry, is there anything wrong with being handsome? On the big tree. After hearing what the hyena leader said, Sitiyu's expression changed. He looked at Wang Chen reluctantly, gritted his teeth and was about to move forward. But as soon as she raised her foot, Wang Chen reached out and grabbed this silly girl. Do you seem to be seriously ill? If you can believe what the bounty hunter says, even an iron tree can bloom. Pulling Sitiyu behind him unhappily, Wang Chen looked at the hyena leader mockingly. Trying to sway us with words? What a crude trick! Besides, as he spoke, he curled his lips in disdain. In a magic wave perception course, a top student who got full marks used the Shadow Clone skill right under his nose. Do you think I'm blind? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen turned the sword in his hand and stabbed it heavily to the left. Puff! The long sword instantly penetrated 1 foot into the tree trunk. The shadow that was stabbed twisted violently, and then turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the next second. The Shadow Clone, which had no attack or defense power at all, was crushed directly. After seeing this scene, the second hyena, who was preparing to attack from behind using his Shadow Clone skill, had a shocked expression on his face. He never thought that a level 15 rookie professional could actually find the trace of the Shadow Clone. What the hell? Are you sure you're not kidding? After using his skills, even the hyena boss who has reached level 50 cannot accurately find the location of the Shadow Clone. What a keen insight! The hyena leader was also shocked at this time, and the look he gave Wang Chen was even more amazing. You have such talent. It would be a pity to die here. Think about it carefully. As long as you kill that woman, I will let you join our hyena squad. When the time comes, I can satisfy you with whatever you want, including me. As he spoke, the hyena leader's body, which was as strong as a polar bear, trembled strangely a few times. This scene made Wang Chen and Sityu shudder. Even the other 3 members of the hyena squad nearby were terrified and quietly moved away from their boss. This hobby is so damn scary. Wang Chen, is he in love with you? Would you like to consider it? Hiding his body behind Wang Chen, Sityu stuttered. Hearing her words, Wang Chen almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Is there anything wrong with being handsome? I feel cold and shivering. You damn girl, do you really want to die? Originally, when Sityu was ready to sacrifice himself to cover the retreat because of the hyena leader's suggestion, Wang Chen's favorability towards this girl almost exploded. But now, no more. What does it mean to like someone? What does it mean to be in love with you? If you can't speak, don't speak. Stuttering will lead to misunderstanding. After glaring at Sityu fiercely, Wang Chen reached out and grabbed her in her arms, then threw the impatient Xiao Bingqing directly towards the 4 members of the hyena squad. Xiao Bingqing, kill them for me! No! Seeing this scene, Sityu exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chen, you are so cruel! You actually let Xiao Bingqing die? As he spoke, Sityu glanced at Xiao Bingqing's back reluctantly, then gritted his teeth, grabbed Wang Chen's arm, and was about to jump from under the tree. You cruel fellow, leave quickly and don't waste the time that Xiao Bingqing bought for us. However, Wang Chen was like an old tree taking root, staring straight ahead. Sityu's strength was so little that his body didn't even shake. Angry. I don't want to bother with this seriously ill guy. Son of a bitch! Seeing this scene, Sityu stomped his feet in anger. Opposite. When the 4 members of the hyena squad saw Wang Chen waving his hand and a blue shadow flew out, their eyes couldn't help but become solemn. Be careful, avoid the skill scrolls! Especially the hyena boss, who loudly reminded his teammates at this moment. However, after they finished speaking, when the azure shadow appeared before their eyes, they could see clearly that it was not a skill scroll at all. Instead, it was a strange creature with a body covered with azure blue scales, a pointed horn on its head, 4 claws, 2 large and 2 small, and it flew in the air with the help of small wings. He looks cute and is the type that little girls will chase after crazily. Is this a fucking pet? Seeing this scene, the hyena boss was furious. He was actually scared by a little pet just now. This is such a great shame. Catch it for me, I'm going to stew it and eat its meat today! With a roar, the hyena leader didn't take Xiao Bingqing seriously at all. He swung his long knife and prepared to move forward. The other 3 also launched an attack immediately. Woo woo! Xiao Bingqing flapped its wings, looked at the 4 people rushing up excitedly, and let out a clear cry from its mouth. After being out for so long, I finally met a few guys that could barely be considered toys. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingqing flapped her wings and headed directly towards the 4 members of the hyena squad. Seeing this scene, the hyena leader holding a long knife showed a ferocious smile on his face. You are a very loyal little thing. I think it would be very delicious if you dug out your heart and roasted it. As he spoke cruelly, the hyena leader swung his long knife, ready to chop off the small creature in front of him. However, at this moment, the hyena leader's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Hold head high! The clear cry from Xiao Bingqing's mouth suddenly turned into a loud dragon roar. Then, her petite body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a 5-meter-long behemoth. Whoosh whoosh! The biting cold wind blew, the moisture in the air condensed, and the entire dense forest seemed to have entered winter in an instant. At the same time, the other 3 members of the hyena team had not yet figured out what was happening when a sudden gust of wind blew in front of them. Then their bodies were knocked flying backwards by an irresistible force. Bang bang bang! After the 3 of them rolled to the ground, they spat out blood almost at the same time. The previous blow had broken several of their ribs. However, they were worthy of being notorious bounty hunters. They endured the pain and stood up, vigilantly looking for the source of the attack. But then, they were so stunned that their eyes almost popped out. In front of me, I saw a creature that seemed to have walked out of a myth, hovering in the air. This creature was covered in azure blue scales, and the slight flap of its wings brought up a biting cold wind. Ferocious claws and a pair of sharp horns hovering on the huge head. All these features indicated that what appeared before their eyes was a mythical creature from legend. Dragon? Chapter 40. How many sins did one commit to be targeted by the dragon? Dragon? Giant dragon? The hyena leader looked at the giant creature in front of him and felt like his soul was frozen. That inconspicuous little pet turned out to be an extremely noble dragon? Are you crazy? This is at least a giant beast at the level of a divine beast, and it was actually held in someone's arms as a pet before? The hyena leader never thought that one day he would be able to see the giant dragon among the mythical beasts with his own eyes, and unfortunately, he would become the enemy of this dragon. He commit to deserve such retribution? On the side, the other 3 members of the hyena squad were so frightened that they trembled all over and fell to the ground. Damn it! Why would a terrifying creature like a dragon appear here? Just now, the 3 of them were seriously injured by the strong wind brought about by the 2 dragon wings. This moment, the 4 members of the hyena squad were filled with despair. On the tree. Sityu looked at what was in front of him and was completely stunned. A huge creature over 5 meters long appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Those powerful dragon claws, those ferocious dragon horns, those huge wings with a wingspan of more than 7 meters. Everything reminded her that this was a mythical beast that came out of a legend. Dragon? Sityu never imagined that Bingqing, whom he had always treated as a pet, would actually turn into a giant dragon among the mythical beasts. This seems like a fairy tale. At the same time, hold head high! A loud dragon roar sounded, and the energetic Bingqing prepared to use an extremely cold breath to give his first battle a perfect start. A moment. The vast frost power gathered in Bingqing's mouth, forming a ball of azure-colored extremely cold energy, emitting terrifying power fluctuations. Boom! The energy accumulated to the extreme. Bingqing deflected the dragon's mouth, and the azure energy ball turned into a beam of light, sweeping towards the 4 members of the hyena team. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and violent energy turbulence instantly spread in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, a deep gully appeared where the extremely cold breath hit. Except for the hyena boss, the other 3 members of the hyena team in the ravine were torn into pieces by the violent force without even having time to scream. So strong! Seeing the damage caused by the extremely cold breath, Wang Chen clenched his fists with excitement in his eyes. Kill 3 level 40 first-level professionals in one strike. Xiao Bingqing's strength did not disappoint him. On the side, the hyena leader who escaped the disaster saw the tragic deaths of his 3 teammates, and began to tremble with fear. The power of this attack is so terrifying. He knew very well that if he had not dodged it just now, he would have been killed instantly. Is this the power of the mythical beast dragon? It's too much. After a long while, the hyena leader came to his senses, his eyes still filled with disbelief. This was definitely not something that a second-level professional like him could handle. Thinking with fear in his heart, the hyena leader quietly retreated, trying to escape. However, as soon as he moved, he saw a pair of azure-blue vertical pupils full of majesty appear in front of him. With a plop, the hyena leader knelt down on the ground without any hesitation and kowtowed to Bingqing frantically. I was wrong! I am blind. I am willing to pay any price. Please spare my life! The hyena leader kowtowed like crazy at this time. Dignity? Face? Money? At this moment, in the hyena leader's heart, nothing is more important than his own life. At this moment, he only regretted why he was so blind to treat the young man who possessed the dragon as a fat sheep. Oh shit! After escaping a disaster today, I will definitely stay away from Dondling City and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Thinking depressedly, the hyena leader kept kowtowing and begged for mercy loudly. I am blind and have offended you too. These are all the property I have. I am willing to use them in exchange for my life. As he spoke, the hyena leader took out all the valuables from his body. His life depended on the thoughts of the handsome young man opposite him. Now, he somewhat understood the feelings of those adventurers who had been killed by the hyena squad before they died. Woo-woo! At this time, Bingqing also looked at Wang Chen, with a hint of grievance in her big gem-like eyes. That expression was as if he felt his toy was about to be taken away. On the big tree. When Wang Chen saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Bingqing is a little kid who likes to play. As the owner, how could I possibly snatch the toy from her? Just take your time with it, and don't break it like the other 3. This guy is very valuable. From now on, all your snacks will be exchanged for his head. After smiling and instructing Bingqing, Wang Chen turned to look at Sityu. As for the hyena boss, he didn't care at all about the other party's proposal. Paying for life? Hey! Only a dead bounty hunter is a good bounty hunter. Damn kid! I curse you to die! Seeing that Wang Chen ignored him, the hyena boss' heart sank into the abyss, and he started cursing in anger. Cursing angrily, he clenched his sword and stood up with difficulty. Asshole, you really think you can beat me? If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. Knowing that he would not be let off today, the hyena leader became ferocious and decided to fight to the death. Although the giant dragon in front of him was a mythical creature, it was not as huge as described in the legend and was obviously still in its infancy. With luck, the hyena leader felt that he might be able to escape with his life. But just as this thought arose in his mind, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. Bingqing flapped her wings and instantly came to his side, then swung out her dragon claws as big as millstones. He directly gave the hyena boss a big bag. Bang! The hyena leader didn't even have time to react before he was hit by an extremely powerful force. The body spun in circles and flew out. With a loud bang. Under this powerful force, he crashed directly into the rock wall, and his whole body was embedded in it. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. After this blow, the hyena boss had at least 17 or 18 ribs broken. And where he stood before, the extreme cold dragon Bingqing was excitedly moving his dragon claws, looking like he was having a lot of fun. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen silently mourned for the hyena boss for a second. A level 50 second-class professional should be able to let Bingqing stretch her muscles, right? Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen patted Sitiyu, who was still a little dazed. Hey, come back to your senses. Now do you believe what I said before? At this moment, awakened by the sound, Sitiyu came back to his senses. She turned her head and looked at Wang Chen, her eyes full of disbelief and shock. Chapter 41. Do you want to cool down with dragon breath? Wang Chen, this arrogant guy, actually made a contract with the giant beast. And it is the pinnacle of giant beasts, a dragon? Sitiyu thought about how he had held Bingqing in his arms and needed her before, and he felt as if he had experienced an illusion. That's a giant dragon. How could I have treated it as an ordinary pet before? Even with her broad mind, she still felt scared now. With Bingqing's size, he could probably sit on her to death. Hey! What are you thinking about? Seeing that Sitiyu was dazed again, Wang Chen waved in front of her. Hearing this, Sitiyu looked over straight at him. Wang Chen, tell me the truth, how did you make the contract with Bingqing? In Dondling City, or even in the entire dragon country, there are only a handful of mythical beasts and giant dragons. Maybe it's luck. Wang Chen touched his nose and replied ambiguously. I just bought an ice lizard at the free market, and then I went home and used the beast control contract, and the ice lizard mutated into Bingqing. I can only say that handsome boys don't have bad luck. As he spoke, Wang Chen deliberately revealed a hint of pride on his face. Naturally, he couldn't tell Sitiyu that he got Bingqing through the fusion of beasts and pets, and Bingqing was not a divine beast, but the top ancestral divine beast. It is better to keep this kind of secret in your heart for a lifetime, otherwise it will cause countless troubles. Luck? Because you're handsome? Cut! Seeing Wang Chen's arrogant look, Sitiyu subconsciously curled his lips. Then, she suddenly took a step forward, and her pretty face almost touched Wang Chen. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by Situ Haoyan, otherwise this guy would probably have exploded on the spot out of anger. Tell me, which pet store did you buy Bingqing from? As he spoke word by word, Situyu's eyes sparkled. It's in the pet shop at the back of the free market. The pets they have are of good quality. Feeling the girl's orchid-like breath blowing on his face, Wang Chen turned his head away unnaturally. But the next second, his head was straightened by two jade hands. Look at me! Situyu's eyes were as bright as stars, and he uttered vicious threats. Don't try to lie to me, or I'll go to your house and make trouble every day. It's hard to imagine. Situyu, who was usually carefree in front of Wang Chen, suddenly became serious at this moment. Her serious face exuded an aura like that of a queen. Noble and cold, unquestionable. But the next second, she failed. Can you be more hygienic? You spit on my face! Wang Chen reached out and pushed Situyu's face back, then wiped his face with his sleeve in disgust. In front of the cave entrance, the atmosphere suddenly became unbearable to watch. Situyu's pretty face was flushed with red, and even her ears turned red. So embarrassing. She covered her face with her hands, feeling ashamed to face anyone. And on the opposite side. Are you okay? Wang Chen felt that the girl in front of him was in urgent need of Bingqing's help. Look, it seemed like smoke was coming out of her head. I'm fine. Situyu stamped her feet and spoke loudly, looking at Wang Chen secretly through her fingers, her eyes evasive. Son of a bitch. Woo woo woo. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen touched his nose. How strange. I'd rather watch Bingqing's heroic fighting figure. Thinking in his heart, he turned his head and looked under the tree. Bang bang bang. At this time, Xiao Bingqing was in a playful mood and treated the hyena boss as a ball, constantly hitting him with a pair of dragon claws. A dignified second turn, level 50 professional has fallen to the point of being treated as a toy. The hyena boss's experience is truly unforgettable. And this toy of his is not cherished at all. Xiao Bingqing's strength reached 1,000 points, and she did not hold back at all every time she swung. After just over 10 hits, almost all of the hyena boss's bones were broken, and his whole body became limp, more like a ball. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen was a little worried that if he didn't stop it, the hyena boss would be beaten to death. Okay, Bingqing. It's enough fun, so stop it! After greeting Xiao Bingqing, Wang Chen walked forward with a sword in hand and took down the hyena leader neatly and efficiently. 4 million gold coins in hand. With satisfaction, he wrapped the hyena leader's head in a sealed bag and put it into the package. Woo woo! On the side, Bingqing whimpered when she saw that her toy was gone. A pair of beautiful eyes like gems looked at Wang Chen aggrievedly. Bingqing, be good. I'll take you to the playground when we get back. However, at this time, Wang Chen was stripping his equipment, and when he heard the voice, he just took the time to comfort her. Woo woo! Hearing this, Bingqing cried out in dissatisfaction, feeling that she was being ignored. Call! She flapped her wings and instantly soared into the air, flying towards Sitiyu, who was at the cave entrance. During the flight, Bingqing's body shrank rapidly, and in an instant it returned to its previous petite and exquisite appearance. Next second, Sitiyu, who was still immersed in the awkward world and was about to dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with his toes, suddenly felt a weight in his arms. This? Looking at the cute little guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sitiyu subconsciously trembled. She has not forgotten the fighting state and majestic look that Bingqing showed just now. This is not an ordinary pet as previously thought, but a mythical dragon. If I make Xiao Bingqing unhappy, will this little guy hit me around like a ball? For a moment, Sitiyu felt under tremendous pressure. But... Woo woo woo! She threw herself into Sitiyu's arms, blinking her icy, gem-like eyes, as if seeking comfort. Seeing this scene, Sitiyu felt like his heart was hit. So cute. What kind of shitty luck did Wang Chen, this bastard, have to contract a cute creature like Bingqing? No, I want to kidnap this little guy. Thinking silently in his heart, Sitiyu took out the treasured snacks from the space equipment and handed them to Bingqing. Bingqing, you are awesome today. These are rewards for you. Just follow me from now on, and I'll give you plenty of snacks, Sitiyu said with shining eyes. Woo woo! Seeing that the stupid human woman was so sensible, Bingqing patted Sitiyu's shoulder with her wings. It's decided. From now on, you will be responsible for Benlong's snacks. As for hanging out with you, woo! This beef jerky tastes good. I'll leave one for the owner. Xiao Bing secretly picked up a bag of beef jerky in her little paw. The other 3 members of the hyena team were blown into pieces by Bingqing's extremely cold breath, so their equipment was also destroyed. This time when Wang Chen killed the hyena squad, in addition to the wanted bounty of 4 million gold coins, the rest were the 4 items he took from the hyena leader. A long knife. A half-body armor that was slightly deformed by Bingqing. A ring. A necklace. These 4 items were all gleaming with a faint magical aura, and it was obvious that they were all at least bronze-level equipment. Next, it's time to open the blind box. After placing the 4 items on the ground in order, Wang Chen took out the identification scroll. Swish! As the identification scroll was torn open, a soft light enveloped the objects on the ground. The next second, the attribute information of these 4 items appeared before his eyes. Chapter 42 Huge Harvest, 6 million gold coins in hand. Under the big tree. Wang Chen looked at the 4 items on the ground expectantly. Equipment, green blade knife. Type, melee weapon. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 45. Attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 50. Enchantment effect, 1. Each time an attack hits the target, it has a heavy hit effect, and there is a 5% chance of stunning the target whose strength attribute is lower than that of the equipment wearer for 1 second. 2. Increase the power of all your skills by 5%. Equipment, fine steel chain mail. Type, armor. Grade, bronze. Level limit, level 45. Attributes, strength plus 40, constitution plus 70. Enchantment effect, unyielding, when attacked, reduce 20% of the damage. Equipment, silver moon pendant. Type, accessories. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 15. Attributes, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 20. Enchantment effect, 1. Silver moon shelter. When fighting on a moonlit night, your attack speed increases by 10% and your physical strength recovery speed increases by 10%. 2. The power of long-range attack skills increases by 5%. 3. Blessing of the Moon. Passive. Wearing this equipment, the user will gain the effect of glimmer vision. Equipment, space ring. Type, special item. Grade, bronze. Level restriction, none. Attributes, none. Enchantment effect, it has a 5x5 cubic storage space inside. After reading the information of the 4 items, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. 2 were silver, 1 was bronze, and the other was a space ring that he urgently needed. This wave is really fruitful. From today on, I no longer have to travel with a big bag on my back. Thinking excitedly in his heart, Wang Chen put the space ring on his hand. As a faint magical wave flashed by, his consciousness established a connection with the space ring. With a slight mental perception, he saw a space about the same size as the living room, which was empty without even a hair. However, Wang Chen was not surprised by this. A low-level space ring like this has no anti-theft measures at all. Whoever gets it can use it. However, every time a low-level space ring changes its owner, the space inside will be regenerated, and all the things stored by the previous owner will fall directly into the different space. After trying to put the package in and out several times, Wang Chen contentedly put all his belongings in. Among these 4 items, this space ring is the most useful to him. Although the green blade sword and the fine steel chain mail are respectively silver and bronze equipment, their wearing levels are both too high. Level 45 is already the second level, which is still some distance away from Wang Chen. Moreover, Wang Chen is confident that when he reaches the second level, he will definitely obtain better equipment than these 2. Therefore, he planned to sell the Qingfeng sword and fine steel chain mail in the free market. It would be no problem to sell these 2 pieces of equipment for 2 million gold coins. As for the silver moon pendant, although this silver-grade equipment is of a suitable level, it increases attack speed and ranged attack, making it obviously more suitable for Sityu. It just so happens that the Gale sword is very easy to use, so I'll use the silver moon pendant to exchange for the Sityu jade. Hee, the bounty for the hyena squad is 4 million gold coins, and the blue blade knife and fine steel mail armor can be sold for 2 million gold coins. Not counting these 2 pieces for personal use, this wave directly earns 6 million gold coins. Sure enough, a wild monster map like the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts is a gold mine. If you're lucky, you can get rich overnight. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen packed up his things, destroyed the bodies of the 4 members of the hyena team, and then took the silver moon pendant to find Sityu. At this time on the big tree, Sityu held Bingqing in one hand and kept taking out snacks to feed her with the other hand. Xiao Bingqing's mouth was full of oil. She no longer looked as majestic as before. She was a real foodie. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen frowned slightly and climbed up the tree. Eat less, be careful of indigestion. As he said this, he poked Bingqing's round belly. Woo woo! The little fellow chirped in dissatisfaction, looked at his owner resentfully, turned his head away and continued to eat frantically. Are we still going to follow the established route? Seeing this, Sityu smiled and asked casually while feeding. Her tone was very relaxed at this time, not as nervous as when Wang Chen drew the straight line before. After witnessing Bingqing's fighting ability, the girl is now full of confidence, and no longer worries about the dangers she will encounter on this route. That's right. Wang Chen nodded. This straight line is the shortest route. The time spent on the journey plus killing monsters, leveling up and completing tasks will take about a month round trip, which will not delay the college entrance examination 1 month later. Oh right. This is for you. As he spoke, Wang Chen took out the silver moon pendant. When Sityu saw this, his eyes widened and a blush appeared on his face. The silver moon pendant looks great, especially because it is a silver equipment. The surface has a faint hazy glow, which is extremely beautiful. This piece of equipment, even though its attributes are inferior, is expected to be sought after by many girls. Isn't this too expensive? Sityu pinched the corner of her clothes tightly, with an embarrassed expression. It's so sudden. She's not ready yet. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen smiled helplessly. My goodness, what on earth did you imagine? This is considered a trophy. When we return to Dongling City, you will get a share after we deal with the other things. Shaking the silver moon pendant in front of Sityu, Wang Chen said with a headache. He felt that if he didn't explain, the girl would misunderstand him. Hearing that she had misjudged her idea, Sityu's pretty face instantly turned red, and a slight sense of loss emerged in her heart. I still don't want it. I didn't help much in the battle. She lowered her head and spoke hesitantly. Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Little girl, you are quite self-aware. But have you forgotten that we are teammates? If you don't want it, I'd be so embarrassed to put it in your pocket. Muttering to himself, Wang Chen held the silver moon pendant in front of Sityu. You're hesitating like a woman. Do you still want me to put it on you? May I? Upon hearing this, Sityu suddenly looked up, her voice rose an octave, and anticipation appeared on her pretty face. You are dreaming. Seeing this, Wang Chen put down the silver moon pendant and went to fiddle with his hammock in a bad mood. Behind him, after putting away the pendant, Sityu had a smile on his face and came over to help like a rabbit. Chapter 43 Silver Treasure Chest. Bang bang bang. A violent collision sounded in the forest of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. A huge monster over 5 meters long flashed quickly in the mountains and forests. Every time it stopped, it caused air waves visible to the naked eye. These air waves spread out, causing the trees that were 20 meters tall to tremble uncontrollably. Hold head high! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a giant azure dragon swung its claws, directly splitting a golden python into 2 pieces. Sityu looked at the figure that kept flickering among the broken trees, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The scene before her still made her feel thrilling no matter how many times she saw it. Especially when he saw the icy dragon claws easily breaking a tree more than 20 meters high, Sityu couldn't help but shudder. This little guy who is often held in her arms, she probably doesn't even need to use any strength, just her little paws can pat her into a small pancake. Besides Sityu, Wang Chen looked at the azure figure in the forest and felt helpless. Little guy Bingqing is having a great time fighting. He completely forgot about his master's order to fight quickly. Okay Bingqing, stop playing around and get rid of them quickly. We don't have much time. He shouted at Bingqing in annoyance. Woo! The little guy who was having fun looked at his owner with some grievance. However, Wang Chen was not moved at all. Today is the 15th day since he entered the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, and he is now in the area of the golden-scaled giant python. He had already collected all the golden snake grass, and all that was left was to deal with these golden-scaled pythons. Now there is less than half a month left before the college entrance examination, and he and Sityu must return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he missed the college entrance examination, he would have no place to cry. Woo! Seeing that his master was unmoved, Bingqing snorted angrily and turned his head to look fiercely at the golden-scaled pythons around him. Big toys. Looks like I have to say goodbye to you forever. Thinking aggrieved in her heart, Bingqing stomped her thick hind feet heavily on the ground, an invisible wave spread, and then her ferocious dragon mouth suddenly opened. Buzz buzz buzz. Terrifying energy fluctuations began to gather at the dragon's mouth. The influx of magical energy even painted the surroundings a layer of blue at this moment. And on the opposite side. Roar! The remaining few golden-scaled pythons suddenly tensed up their huge bodies and let out a low roar. They felt an indescribable sense of crisis from Bingqing at this moment. Roar! With a dull roar, the golden-scaled python's scarlet eyes locked onto Bingqing, and it began to retreat backwards. But Bingqing, who was preparing the skill of extreme cold breath, saw this scene, and a hint of disdain flashed in her gem-like dragon eyes. Then, she suddenly spat out the condensed ball of azure energy. Boom! The energy ball exploded and turned into a half-meter thick energy beam, which swept towards the golden-scaled python with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this scene, a hint of fear flashed in the scarlet eyes of the golden-scaled pythons. If you get hit by this thing, you will definitely die. Without hesitation, they swung their huge bodies and tried to dodge to the side. However, at this moment, they suddenly found that their bodies could not move. A layer of azure ice crystals covered their abdomens, freezing them firmly to the ground. And all around, a layer of azure blue ice crystals appeared on the ground. This? A hint of doubt flashed in the scarlet eyes of the golden-scaled python. They didn't even notice when the azure blue ice crystals appeared and when they froze their bodies. Unfortunately, at this moment, the golden-scaled python no longer had time to think about its doubts. In the moment they paused, the extremely cold breath transformed into beams of light and hit their bodies. Boom! Amidst the violent collision, an indescribable chill filled the air. In an instant, the bodies of the golden-scaled pythons were frozen into ice crystals, and then shattered under the impact of the extremely cold breath. These powerful mutant wild monsters will only be left with scum when they die. Woo! On the opposite side, Bingqing saw this scene, and a hint of pride flashed in her gem-like eyes. Just before using the extremely cold breath, she had already quietly used the control skill of Ice Hell. It is impossible for the golden-scaled pythons to escape. Well done! Not far away, Wang Chen praised the little guy loudly, and then said, Don't pose there, we need to leave this area quickly. Woo! After hearing what her master said, the pride on Xiao Bingqing's face instantly turned into grievance. Snort! Ben Long is not posing here. With a dissatisfied sigh, the little guy flapped his wings and prepared to fly back to his owner. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a sparkling luster in the pile of debris of the golden-scaled pythons. What? A trace of doubt emerged in Bingqing's mind. After thinking about it, she did not leave immediately, but flapped her wings and came to the side of the ice residue. Bending down, she used her 2 dragon claws to dig around and pulled out a small box with a silvery white luster. The entire small box was covered in a silver white bubble, emitting a soft light. What's this? Can I eat it? Seeing this thing, the little guy became even more confused. Not far away, Wang Chen, who was about to evacuate, saw that Xiao Bingqing did not move. He couldn't help but frown and was about to greet her again. However, as soon as he turned his head, his attention was attracted by the thing held in the icy dragon's claws. Silver treasure chest? When he saw what Bingqing was holding, he exclaimed and immediately became excited. It's actually shipped? As soon as he saw the treasure chest for the first time, he confirmed its identity. A silver treasure chest that is guaranteed to contain silver-level equipment, items, or materials and skill books of equal value. I'm so lucky today. He never thought that a silver treasure chest would burst out from these mutated golden-scaled pythons. Little guy, you have accomplished a great deed this time. Wang Chen couldn't stop smiling as he looked at Xiao Bingqing, who had returned to normal and flew back with the silver treasure chest in her mouth. This little guy is such a lucky star. Thinking silently in his heart, he took the silver treasure chest in his hand. Is this the silver treasure chest? It doesn't look like anything special. At this time, Sitiyu also came closer and looked at the silver treasure chest curiously. How should I describe this thing? It is somewhat different from what she imagined. Today's harvest is really huge. Let's find a safe place and open the box later. Waving his hand to knock away the hand that reached out to the treasure chest, Wang Chen looked at Sitiyu, who was ready to make a move, and said unhappily, "Cut!" Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Sitiyu curled his lips. Chapter 44. It's confirmed. Sitiyu, you are a lucky guy. Not long after. In a cave, Wang Chen pushed a huge rock to block the entrance of the cave, blocking out the light from the outside. Buzz! The light ball created by the illumination technique dispelled the darkness in the cave. Wang Chen, Xiao Bingqing, and Sitiyu, 3 people and 1 dragon, surrounded the light ball of illumination magic, looking at the silver treasure chest in the middle with anticipation. I don't know what good things will come out of this silver treasure chest. Sitiyu and Wang Chen both thought so in their hearts, while Xiao Bingqing beside them was secretly slurping her saliva, hoping that delicious food would come out of the silver treasure chest. I'm going to open it. After looking at Bingqing and Sitiyu, Wang Chen placed his hand on the silver treasure chest and said with a sense of ritual, "But..." At this moment, Sitiyu suddenly thought of something, and reached out and pressed his hand on Wang Chen's hand with a very serious expression. By the way, Wang Chen, are you lucky? Although the silver treasure chest is guaranteed to contain silver-level items or equivalent materials, the value and quantity fluctuate greatly. If you are unlucky, be careful to get a piece of the lowest-rated junk silver equipment. Looking at Wang Chen, Sitiyu said solemnly. Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression froze. He recalled some unpleasant memories from the past. Spending $10,000 and not getting a single SSR? This is the first silver treasure chest in my life. If something garbage comes out of it, it will be so horrible. Wang Chen thought silently in his heart, withdrew his hand and looked at Sitiyu. Are you lucky enough? Certainly. Sitiyu showed a proud smile on his face. I will definitely get an SR in the lottery. Do you know the summoner card game that is very popular recently? I have a full beast pet now. Besides, I didn't charge a single gold coin. This moment. The girl held her chin high, emitting a light that was impossible to look directly at. Hiss. Wang Chen subconsciously looked away, feeling like he was going to be blinded. Although he had never played the card game called Summoner Master, many of his classmates were playing it. Through them, Wang Chen learned that this game was extremely deceptive. If one wanted to contract a powerful pet, the only way was to open a box. Players can receive 10 ordinary boxes every day, and if they want more, they can only purchase them with gold coins. As far as Wang Chen knows, the probability of the game being released is extremely low. Many wealthy people have invested tens of millions of gold coins but still failed to collect all the pets. Sitiyu was able to achieve full pet achievement without spending a single gold coin. His luck was truly impressive. Then come on! Wang Chen stepped aside silently and gave up the treasure chest. Seeing Wang Chen retreat in the face of difficulty, the smile on Sitiyu's face became even more intense. Dang dang dang. Now it's time to witness a miracle. The girl placed her hand on the treasure chest, muttered something silently, and crushed the silver film on the outside of the treasure chest with force. Next second. This silver treasure chest was opened directly, and several dazzling silver lights gushed out from it. 1, 2, 3? Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's lips trembled slightly, and he looked at Sitiyu with extremely shocked eyes. The probability of getting 3 items from a silver treasure chest is lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. This little girl did it so easily? What kind of luck is this? Kneel down to the Emperor of Europe. Seeing Wang Chen's shocked expression, Sitiyu's smile became even more proud. It's really not easy. I finally had the chance to make this bastard drop his jaw. Thinking silently in her heart, she reached into the silver treasure chest and took out all 3 sets of items. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated by the light emitted by these 3 objects, making it look a bit glittering. The 3 items are 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. The equipment is a pair of silver boots and a small magic wand. As Sitiyu tore open the identification scroll, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment appeared in front of her and Wang Chen. Equipment, boots of speed. Type, armor. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 20. Attributes, strength plus 20, agility plus 30. Enchantment effect, 1. Increase your movement speed by 10%. 2. Reduce the impact force of falling from a height by 50%. 3. Stepping on the air, the equipment user needs to actively activate it. After activation, the user can step on the air to move forward in the next 3 seconds, once a day. Equipment, Shadow Staff. Type, Magic Wand. Grade, Silver. Level limit, level 20. Attribute, Wisdom plus 50. Enchantment effect, 1. Increase the power of your own magic skills by 10%. 2. Increase the speed of releasing your own magic skills by 5%. 3. Shadow Sphere. The staff has its own skill, which consumes magic power to shoot out a magic sphere formed by shadow energy to attack the enemy. All 3 special effects? Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Chen fell silent. This is too exaggerated. Not only did they get 3 items, but the quality is also so good. The boots of speed and the shadow staff are definitely the best of the best among silver level equipment, and are no worse than the Gale's sword in his hand. If you take it out and sell it, you can easily get 1,000,000 gold coins. Yes, the boots of speed are yours, and I'll keep this shadow staff for my own use. Throwing the boots of speed to Sitiyu, Wang Chen started playing with the small shadow staff. The little bit of agility added by the boots of speed is not worth considering his current attributes. 30 points, and 1 more level will be enough. There is also the equipment's air-stepping special effect, which plays a significant role for Sitiyu, the Gale Archer, and is most suitable for her. On the contrary, the shadow staff in his hand brought greater improvement to Wang Chen. His built-in Shadow Orb skill can give him an extra attack skill. Then I won't be polite. After taking the boots of speed, Sitiyu did not refuse and equipped them directly. Next, after testing the new equipment, the 2 of them set their sights on the last skill book. Under the light from the identification scroll, the blurry words on the surface of the skill book gradually became clear. Wind Blade, see active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon a huge wind blade to attack the enemy. When Wang Chen saw this skill book, his eyes lit up again. Good job. A C-level attack skill book, the name of Sitiyu Wang is confirmed. If you can't learn this skill book, I won't be polite. Without hesitation, Wang Chen looked at Sitiyu with a smile and took the skill book directly in his hand. 2 magic attack skills. From now on, I will be a noble wizard. Thinking in his mind, he slapped the skill book on himself. Swish. A flash of light appeared, and Wang Chen was immersed in the comprehension of the skills. Seeing this scene, Sitiyu, who was standing by, curled his lips, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Chapter 45, Girl's Sorrow. In the cave. With the help of the light emitted by the lighting technique, Sitiyu leaned against the rock wall, quietly looking at Wang Chen's profile. Immersed in comprehending skills, Wang Chen's expression now is quite serene, as if he is a handsome young man walking out of a painting. This guy looks pretty good from this perspective. Sitiyu was thinking absent-mindedly at this time, with a smile on his face. But soon, the smile was replaced by a trace of sadness. This wooden lump really has a contract with a giant beast, and it is from the absolutely powerful dragon clan among the giant beasts. It will definitely soar to the top in the college entrance examination. Won't this girl be severely beaten by him in the future? Sitiyu's thoughts gradually drifted away. Her special profession, the Gale Shooter, was the best among all the students in Dongling City, but it seemed a little inferior when looking at the entire dragon country. Before this, Sitiyu had already guessed about his results in the college entrance examination. 1 book is fine, but it is still a long way from the top. Originally, she was already very satisfied with her future college entrance examination results. A first-class university is a very high score in the whole Dongling City, and only a handful of people can pass it every year. Even in Yanjiang province where Dongling City is located, a score of getting into a top university is enough to rank among the top 100 among all the candidates. But now, Sitiyu was very dissatisfied with the future outcome. Wang Chen changed his job to become a giant beast master. Before he contracted a giant beast, he could be said to be the worst of all combat professions, only slightly better than the life professions. I guess in the college entrance examination, it would be good enough to reach the score line of the third-tier universities. According to Sitiyu's original plan, after the college entrance examination began, she would form a team with Wang Chen to participate. This will help Wang Chen's grades improve, and they can basically get into the same university. But Wang Chen has now contracted a giant beast, and it is from the most powerful dragon clan among the giant beasts. As a giant beast master, he fully demonstrated the brilliance he deserves. Sitiyu knew without even thinking that Wang Chen's goal in the college entrance examination would definitely be one of the 4 top universities in Long Country. So annoying! This bastard went to a top university. If I go to a first-class university, won't I be left further and further behind? I will never be able to catch up. How about I team up with this bastard during the college entrance exam? When Sitiyu thought of an idea, his eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. No, this will lower his score in the college entrance examination. The 4 top universities in Dragon Country have very strict numerical restrictions on the number of new students admitted each year. In all previous college entrance examinations, only the top 5 candidates from each province could get admission to top universities. Moreover, the top 5 are not the most likely to be admitted. Sometimes, the 4 top universities will reduce the number of admissions, and only the top 3 will be a sure thing. If you want to stand out among millions of peers in the province and enter the top 5 or even top 3, every score in the college entrance examination is crucial. Sitiyu felt that if she fell behind in the college entrance examination and caused Wang Chen to miss out on an opportunity to enter a top university, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Aya! This is so annoying! Thinking silently in his heart, Sitiyu was a little crazy at this time. At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of her and waved. What are you doing? Are you sick again? When she looked up, she saw Wang Chen's strange look. I don't. Sitiyu blushed a little and quickly turned her head to face the rock wall. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen touched his nose and felt a little puzzled. If you have an attack, just bear with it. There is no medicine in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. Muttering something, Wang Chen sat back on the stone and silently checked the situation of the wind blade technique. At this time, this C-level skill has been fully mastered by him and appears in the skill panel. Although this skill seemed a bit eye-catching among several S-level skills, there was no dissatisfaction in his eyes. Most of the Giant Beast Master's exclusive skills are auxiliary and only work on pets. Every additional attack skill he acquires is worth cherishing. With this wind blade technique, plus the instant sword and the shadow sphere that comes with the staff, I now have 3 attack skills, which is enough for now. When we return to Dondling City and get rid of the spoils, we can go to the trading house to see if there are other suitable skills. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen looked at the wind blade technique that had appeared on the skill bar, and silently added the accumulated free skill points to it. Now, after 15 days in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, his level has risen to level 30, and he has accumulated a total of 150 free skill points. The free skill points required to upgrade a C-level skill each time are twice as many as those required for a D-level skill. After consuming 100 free skill points, the level of Wind Blade Technique was raised to level 5. In a flash, the introduction of Wind Blade Technique changed from the previous one. Wind Blade, C active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon a huge wind blade to attack the enemy. Becomes Wind Blade, C active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon 2 huge wind blades to attack the enemy. May 5th. When the Wind Blade Technique is upgraded to level 5, the number of wind blades emitted in each attack increases from 1 to 2, and the power can be said to have doubled. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt a little emotional and expectant. There is still a long time before they leave the mountain of 10,000 beasts, and he is confident that he can accumulate the remaining skill points quickly. By that time, when it is upgraded to the maximum level and a special effect of Wind Blade Technique is obtained, it will definitely become even stronger. Wow! Let's stop here for today! Sitiyu, I'll keep watch first, you go and rest first. Wang Chen suppressed the urge to test the power of the Wind Blade Technique and turned to look at Sitiyu. However, the girl ignored him at this time. You bastard! You're the one who's sick! You should take medicine! Facing the rock wall, Sitiyu used a branch he picked up to poke Wang Chen's shadow on the ground. Curse you, you bastard will never be able to get into a top university. Even if you pass, the admissions teacher will kick you out because of your foul mouth. Sitiyu said this viciously, repeating the actions over and over again. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Good job. And you still say you are not sick? Who in their right mind would have the time to play with shadows? Muttering to himself, he leaned against the rock behind him, quietly looking at the somewhat childish Sitiyu. Chapter 46, Return, a complete transformation. Achoo! In the cave, Sityu sneezed, then opened his eyes sleepily. She always felt that someone was talking about her behind her back. Wang Chen, that bastard, is he saying bad things about me behind my back? Thinking silently in his heart, Sityu turned his head to look for Wang Chen's trace. However, she found nothing in the cave, and even Xiao Bingqing was missing. Where did this bastard go? Startled, the girl quickly sat up. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was covered with a blanket. This guy, does he care about others? Looking at this blanket that did not belong to her and still smelled of soap, Sityu's eyes flickered. Rustle. Just then, a slight noise was heard outside the cave. Are you awake? Wang Chen walked in carrying a rabbit and started to pack it up. Why are you up so early? Looking at the busy Wang Chen, Sityu asked casually. Morning? Sister, I haven't slept all night. You slept like a dead pig last night. I couldn't wake you up even if I called you. Wang Chen, who was preparing to roast the rabbit, looked at the girl speechlessly when he heard this. It was agreed that the two of them would keep watch separately, but Sityu ended up falling asleep leaning against the rock wall. She slept soundly, except that she didn't snore, otherwise Wang Chen would have thrown her out. Ah? Sityu lowered her head in shame. Sorry, it's my turn tonight. Hee hee. Please stop it. Wang Chen laughed mercilessly. You sleep so soundly, I'm afraid you'll be taken away by some wild monster at night. As he spoke, he quickly lit the fire and started his barbecue. Hey, isn't this bad? Scratching his head, Sityu felt a little embarrassed and didn't take Wang Chen's ridicule to heart at all. Hee hee. Wang Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to this duplicity guy. Anyway, his body has been strengthened with attribute points now, so as long as he finds time to take a nap, he will be full of energy again. He was about to leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he didn't want his life to pass by in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and pack up and eat, we have a lot of walking to do today. After the rabbit was roasted, Wang Chen saw Sityu still holding the blanket and looking dazed, and shouted at him in annoyance. He felt that he might have to become a babysitter for the rest of his life. Time passes. This day. At the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, two young men and women walked out, attracting many people's attention. Both of them have excellent looks, and their slightly immature faces carry a hint of sharpness that doesn't match their age. It was Wang Chen and Sityu. Call! Wang Chen stood at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, looked at the professionals coming and going not far away, and let out a long breath. It's finally out! The nearly 1-month journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountains made him feel as if he were in another world. Great, Wang Chen, you can finally take a bath! Sityu also sighed at this time, and deliberately moved aside while speaking, with a look of disgust on his face. Seeing this, Wang Chen sneered. You're talking as if you're not? After a month of living in the open air, either of them is better than the other. This journey almost turned them into savages. If it weren't for the rapidly increasing level that gave them motivation, they might not have been able to persist for so long as they were used to living in modern society. Now, compared to before entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Wang Chen and Xiao Bingqing have undergone earth-shaking changes. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extremely Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old, childhood. Level 25. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1700, Wisdom 1700, Physical Strength 1700, Agility 1700. Without any buff, equipment, or item. Skills, Frost Body SSS, Frost Breath SSS, Frost Hell SSS, Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 35. Talent, Love of All Beasts, SSS, Fusion of Beasts and Pets, God. Skills, Beast Taming, S. Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B. Bloodline Identification, God. Contract Summoning, B. Instant Sword, D. Wind Blade, C. Strength, 252.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 252.5 plus 10 points. Physique, 252.5 plus 20 points. Agility, 252.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 100 points. Xiao Bingqing's level was raised to level 25, and the 4-dimensional attribute alone reached 1,700 points. Even if a professional who has just reached the 3rd level encounters this little guy, he will die under the dragon claws of this little guy. Wang Chen, who was promoted to level 35, also underwent a complete transformation and his strength increased significantly. The four-dimensional attributes are evenly added, making him very balanced in all aspects. Although not as exaggerated as Xiao Bingqing, if he meets the hyena boss again at this time, he will be able to defeat him without Xiao Bingqing's help. As for Sityu standing aside, since she didn't have to share her experience with her pet, this girl's level was still the highest among them, reaching the first level limit of level 40. I guess she will have to prepare for the job transfer ceremony when she returns. Maybe by the time the college entrance examination begins, this girl will have already become a second-level professional. In addition to the gains in levels, Wang Chen and Sityu also gained a lot of equipment and materials. However, the exact value of these items can only be determined when they are sold at the trading house. Wang Chen, the college entrance examination will begin in 3 days. What are your plans for the next few days? On the way to the light rail platform, Sityu poked Wang Chen's arm. Intend? After completing the task, I dealt with all the gains, then stayed at home to accompany my parents and wait for the college entrance examination to begin. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen said in a calm tone. Oh. Sityu seemed a little disappointed when he heard this. But soon, she returned to her usual carefree self. Then Wang Chen, when you go to sell things, don't take my share. I'm waiting for the college entrance examination to be over, so I can sit at home and count the gold coins. Sityu said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll send it to you after the things are sold. Hearing her words, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. How could I, a giant beast tamer, be greedy for your little tricks? Tisk, let's wait until the college entrance exam is over. You won't be able to find me if you go there these days. While Sityu was speaking, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Wang Chen seemed to notice something and turned around to see a magic hovercraft flying over. Chapter 47. This young man is not easy to mess with. Goodbye. Looking at the magic hovercraft going away, Wang Chen touched his nose. Sityu, this evil little rich woman, didn't even give him a chance to ride on her coattails. It looks like Bingqing and I have to take the light rail back. Wang Chen poked Xiao Bingqing's head when he noticed that she was looking at the feeder reluctantly as he walked away. Woo woo! The little guy protected his head with his wings and chirped in dissatisfaction. Finally, she poked her head out secretly, wondering why her master didn't continue to harm her. Woo woo! Okay, let's go back quickly after completing the task. When the magic hovercraft in the distance completely disappeared from sight, Wang Chen held Bingqing and boarded the light rail to the Adventure Guild. At the same time, the figure on the back seat of the magic hovercraft also withdrew his gaze at the same time. Uncle, do you think the gap between people is really that big? Sityu leaned back in his chair, somewhat absent-minded. After hearing her words, a young man sitting next to her who looked a little cynical looked a little stunned. What? Girl, you've experienced a lot in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and you've gained some insights into life? Is it related to that kid just now? Sityu's uncle, Sityu, had a gossipy expression on his face. At the same time, he also looked at his niece whom he hadn't seen for nearly a month. Although he looked a little disheveled, his temperament had undergone a drastic change. He has shed his youthfulness and has become a powerful professional. Even at this moment, the expression on her face still seemed a little distressed, with a bit of a little girl's attitude. Hearing his uncle's words, Sityu curled his lips in displeasure. After seeing this scene, Sityu understood. I've told you before that there's a huge gap between you and that kid, but you refused to listen. This time I helped you hide it from your family and let you go out with him to gain experience. Do you feel that the good times before are gone? It's okay. This is just a small setback in your life. You still have a long way to go in the future. You two are destined not to be from the same world. Seeing that his niece was in a low mood, Sityu said comfortingly. We're definitely not on the same level now. Sityu nodded, with a very complicated expression on his face. Will you leave me far behind in the future? Thinking silently in his heart, Sityu turned his head to look at the passing scene outside the window. At this moment, she thought of the thrilling scene in the 10,000 Beast Mountains where Bingqing spread his dragon body and crushed wild monsters, and the young man's endless superb fighting skills. Aside, Sityu looked at his niece with an expression of satisfaction on his face. Finally figured it out. There will be no result between the two of you. It's worth it for me, your uncle, to risk being beaten by your brother and arrange for you two to go to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. As soon as he walked into the hall of the Dawn Adventure Guild, Wang Chen felt a lively atmosphere coming towards him. The professionals who came and went gathered together, either discussing the gains from the last mission, or calling friends to get drunk. Seeing this scene, a hint of emotion flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. Humans are, after all, social creatures. No matter how strong you are, you can't change that. Thinking silently in his heart, he walked towards the front desk. Huh! Isn't this the handsome boy who took on 2 D-rank missions that day? He actually came back alive. At this moment, a female professional saw Wang Chen walking in and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Although it was common to see newbies who had just changed their jobs in the Adventure Guild, Wang Chen's outstanding appearance was still fresh in the memory of many people even after a month. Is it really him? This guy is really lucky. He just changed his job and took on a D-level mission and he can come back unscathed. Not necessarily. Look at how he looks now. Maybe he failed in his mission and came to the Adventure Guild to cancel it. By the way, why is he alone? I remember there was a pretty girl with him that day. Could it be that the little girl died in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts and he ran back alone? It's very likely that the golden-scaled giant python is an almost invincible enemy for these newbies. This kid is able to come back intact, which means he has most likely abandoned his teammates. There was constant discussion in the hall, and many professionals were pointing fingers at Wang Chen. All professionals looked down on Wang Chen, a newbie who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, and did not think that he would be able to complete the more difficult D-level tasks. Especially when a professional made a guess, many people looked at him with contempt. Although casualties are inevitable in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, abandoning teammates is definitely the most despicable thing to do. Originally, Wang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to the discussions around him. But after hearing their speculation, he couldn't help but stop and looked over with cold eyes. Everyone, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Otherwise I don't mind suing you for defamation. Wang Chen looked around, his eyes like a knife sweeping across those guys who were making random guesses. When they were swept by his gaze, the professionals subconsciously took a step back. From this look, they felt an extremely cold, murderous intent. However, the next second, the faces of these professionals turned red and they glared at Wang Chen. Damn, they have been in the Adventure Guild for years, and now they are scared by a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. How are they going to survive in the future? However, before they could open their mouths to get their revenge, they saw the boy put a bloody head on the front desk. Then, a dull voice sounded in the hall. Please help me settle the task. By the way, I want to collect the bounty from the Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad? These 4 words seemed to have some kind of spell, instantly attracting the attention of all the professionals in the hall. Is this the head of the Hyena boss? This young man actually killed the Hyena boss? Are you crazy? That's a level 50 thug at the 2nd level. How could he, a newbie, do that? In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall exploded, and everyone's face had an expression of extreme disbelief. The Hyena Squad had been on the wanted list for 5 years, and even the official hunting teams from Dongling City were unable to capture them. But today, their leader's head was actually taken as a reward by a newbie who had just changed his job. At this moment, the faces of those professionals who wanted to cause trouble changed drastically, and they hurriedly left the hall with their tails between their legs, not daring to stay for a moment. On the side, the professionals around who had unhappy expressions did not dare to look at Wang Chen so presumptuously, but with a hint of awe. This young man is not to be trifled with. Chapter 48 Expectations from Parents. The episode of the Adventure Guild ended, and Wang Chen took a taxi home with a huge sum of 5 million gold coins. Dad, Mom, I'm back. He opened the door and shouted as usual. It was still early in the workday, and he didn't expect a response from his parents. But, Chin, you're back? As soon as he entered the door, Wang Chen saw his parents sitting in the living room, looking at him with surprise. The mission is completed. Why didn't you go to work today, Mom and Dad? After changing his shoes and walking into the living room, Wang Chen asked with some confusion. We have asked for leave. The college entrance examination will start in 3 days. We want to accompany you during these days. The Queen Mother quickly snatched Xiao Bingqing away, teasing the little creature while pretending not to care. No need. The college entrance exam is just a casual one. There's no need for you 2 elders to take it so seriously. Wang Chen looked at his mother in confusion, feeling that something seemed wrong. How can that be possible? This is a matter that concerns your future life. At this time, Wang's father slammed the table, with an expression of disappointment on his face. I have a plan. I won't do badly in the college entrance exam. What are we having for dinner tonight? I'll go cook. You need to relax your body these 2 days and prepare for the college entrance examination. Sit on the sofa and rest. Let me do it. Wang Chen was pressed on the sofa with a confused look on his face, watching his father run into the kitchen and busy himself. Something is wrong. Mom, Dad, what the hell are you 2 doing? Come into the kitchen on your own initiative. Is the sun rising from the west? Wang Chen knew his father very well. His father had always stayed away from cooking. Ever since he made fried eggplant with salt, the kitchen became a forbidden area. Why now? Queen Mother touched Xiao Bingqing's head and said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, your father has learned a new dish recently and wants you to try it. That's right. As she spoke, the Queen Mother pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Chen, I heard that you changed your job to a Giant Beast Master? Wang Chen looked helpless when he heard this. Good job. So you two are waiting for me here? That's right, but don't worry, Mom and Dad. I've already contracted a beast pet. Wang Chen saw his father eavesdropping in the kitchen and explained helplessly. At the same time, he was muttering in his heart, who is this gossipy woman gossiping? Don't quibble. We all know it. I heard from your Aunt Lu's children that you can only contract giant beasts. There are only a few of these beasts on the entire blue star. Where can you get them? Don't tell me that Xiao Bingqing is a giant beast. Look at her, she's so cute and she has no fighting power at all. The Queen Mother rolled her eyes, with an expression that said, Don't fool me anymore. As she spoke, she hugged Xiao Bingqing and ravaged her a few more times. This little guy is so cool that there's no need to turn on the air conditioner in this hot summer. That's right. Which of the Beast Master's pets doesn't look majestic? Wang's father, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but echoed when he heard this. You are not allowed to take her to the college entrance examination. What if she gets hurt? She's a dragon. Seeing the looks on his parents' faces, Wang Chen felt a little tired and spoke directly. Stop it! Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother rolled her eyes at her son and said, This little guy is so chubby, how could he be a dragon? As she spoke, she poked Bingqing's little belly with her finger, causing the little fellow to struggle and bite her finger with her teeth. However, the Queen Mother was not afraid at all and instead poked Bingqing's little teeth. Mom, you are so generous. You put your hand into the dragon's mouth. Your son is willing to call you the strongest. Leaning on the sofa, Wang Chen looked at his mother, who had a look that said, I see through everything, and felt extremely tired. It's so hard for me. Nothing to say, eh? The Queen Mother opposite saw her son's appearance, patted Bingqing's head and put her on her lap. I know you've been arrogant since you were a kid, and you don't want us to worry about this. But there's no need for you to lie to us. Even if he's a giant beast master, isn't he stronger than your father and the two of us who are just ordinary people who haven't changed our jobs? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just perform normally in the college entrance examination. Promise. As she spoke, the Queen Mother took out a box from behind her and pushed it in front of Wang Chen. A little gift for you. What is this? Wang Chen took out the box with a puzzled look on his face and opened it. After seeing what was inside, his eyes became moist. A ring with a gleaming bronze luster lay quietly in the middle of the box. The sheen on the surface and the fluctuations of magic power indicated that this was a bronze-level equipment. Mom, this... Wang Chen looked at his mother with emotion, his voice choked up. The 4-piece set for novices not long ago had almost emptied their family savings. He really couldn't imagine how much his parents paid to buy this bronze equipment worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. You're an adult, but you're still acting like a child. The Queen Mother glanced at him with a look of disdain, then she laughed at herself and said, You said your father and I were stupid. We didn't know that our house could hold so much money? Hearing this, Wang Chen felt that the light box in his hand suddenly seemed heavier than Mount Tai, pressing down on him so much that he had difficulty breathing. Mom! I told you I didn't need it, so why did you mortgage the house? This card contains the money I earned from the mission in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. You should redeem the house as soon as possible. You little brat, you still want to teach me how to do things? Hearing this, the Queen Mother rolled her eyes at her son and took the card with a smile. How much money is in it? I'll save it for you to marry a wife in the future. 5 million gold coins. Wang Chen closed the box and said as if he didn't care. What? The Queen Mother was stunned when she heard this. The king's father in the kitchen exclaimed, Stinky boy, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything illegal or criminal. No, this is what I earned from completing missions. Wang Chen scratched his head. He had guessed that this would be the case. What kind of mission can earn so much money? Wang's father stopped cooking at this time. He sat on the sofa with Wang's mother, staring at Wang Chen with an expression as if he was interrogating a prisoner. It's just an ordinary mission. Go into the mountain range of 10,000 beasts to kill some monsters and collect some magical materials. Touching his nose, Wang Chen simplified the process of his journey to the 10,000 beasts mountain range to the extreme. He didn't want his exciting experience to scare his parents. Don't make a fuss. Although your father is not a professional, I am not unaware of the ins and outs of this. Wang's father slapped the table and stared at his son fiercely. You earned 5 million gold coins in less than a month. Do you think you are one of those third-level experts? Tell me the truth. Woo-woo! Xiao Bingqing, who was sitting on the sofa, was startled by the noise, but when he saw his owner's helpless expression, a gloating smile appeared on his cute little face. Noticing the little girl's emotions, Wang Chen rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, while thinking about how he should deal with it. But at this time, his mother came to his rescue. "Lao Wang, it seems like my son went out with his classmate this time, right?" Pulling Wang's father aside, Wang's mother spoke quietly while looking at Wang Chen with a strange look. The one from the Situ family? No, how could Chen do such a thing? Wang's father raised his voice an octave and looked at Wang Chen with a look of disappointment. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen felt very innocent. "What does your wild thoughts have to do with me? Mom, you guys should return this ring tomorrow." As he spoke, he closed the box, stood up and walked towards the room. "Why?" "Chen, bronze equipment can improve your performance in the college entrance examination." Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother said hurriedly. Hearing this, Wang Chen walked back to the room and looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, my son. Even if you wear a suit of black iron, you can still beat the college entrance examination." Chapter 49: A Glorious Beginning. 3 days later. The sunshine dispels the last ray of darkness and brings light to the world. Dongling City, a third-rate small city in Dragon Country, became bustling after the sun rose. It was not even 8 o'clock yet, but the main road outside Dongling No. 1 Middle School was already jammed with pedestrians and vehicles. Everyone gathered around the school, looking at the sky with anticipation. There, a huge projection screen hung high in the sky, and on the screen was a picture of thousands of young boys and girls with young looks standing solemnly. The crowd watching had different identities. They were either reporters from major news media, recruiters sent by major guilds, or parents who wanted their children to succeed. And on the screen, thousands of boys and girls have the same identity. This year's Longwood College entrance examination, students from Dongling City taking the exam. Now, on the playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, a bronze gate emitting a mysterious luster stands quietly, and thousands of students taking the exams are all focused on it with expectant and anxious eyes. This bronze gate is the entrance to the Dragon Country's super-large college entrance examination secret realm. All the students taking the exam will enter it, fight wild monsters, pass levels, and strive for their future. 3 years of hard work. It's a dragon or a worm. To soar into the sky, or to fall to earth. It all starts today. At the same time, the college entrance examination is not only a grand event for the students taking the exams, but also an opportunity for countless families to cross class boundaries. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, professionals have attributed their great powers to themselves, creating a situation where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. In some small countries on Blue Star, powerful professionals even dominate everything and hold all resources in their hands. Although Dragon Country is one of the top powers in the world with strong national strength, it has implemented compulsory vocational education across the country with great perseverance and courage. But under pressure from all sides and the threat of the monster army, they can only be as fair as possible and give everyone a way to rise. College entrance examination competition. Only by passing the college entrance examination and entering a good university can you continue to obtain upward resources. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze light gate trembled, and the cold light reflected on the faces of thousands of students taking the exam. Under everyone's expectant eyes, the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School and a middle-aged man with an aura as powerful as the sea appeared in front of all the students taking the exam one after another. The college entrance examination is about to begin. Please prepare well for the exam. The powerful voice echoed throughout the playground, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the students taking the exams. Everyone looked at the tall figure next to the principal with awe and expectation in their eyes. What they were in awe of was the guardian's strength of level 120 at the 4th level. What they expect is that they can become such strong people in the future. In the crowd, Wang Chen was influenced by the emotions around him, and a strong fighting spirit rose in his eyes. One day the great rock takes off on the wind and soars up to 90,000 miles. Thinking of a line of poetry that he once loved very much, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Under the bronze gate, Situ Haonan looked at the students who were full of fighting spirit, nodded with satisfaction, and then said loudly, "The college entrance examination competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. Now everyone, please check your equipment and find your teammates." After the words fell, the light emitted by the bronze door became more and more violent, and pieces of information appeared in the minds of all the students taking the exam. College entrance examination secret realm dungeon, lava cave. Secret realm dungeon level, bronze. Minimum entry level to the secret realm, none. Secret realm difficulty, easy, normal, difficult, hell. The number of people allowed to enter the secret realm, minimum 1 person, maximum 3 people. Secret realm introduction, the dark and evil orcs live in the lava caves. To face them, you need not only strength but also wisdom. Please act within your ability, and don't let your passion become a delicious drink in the mouths of orcs. Bronze level secret realm copy? After checking the information in his mind, a gleam of light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Although it was the first time he saw a secret realm copy, he had already learned a lot of information about it from textbooks. The division of secret realm copies is similar to the equipment levels, starting from the lowest black iron level. The higher the level, the more rewards can be obtained in the secret realm copies. The rewards from a bronze level secret realm copy are at least twice as much as those from a black iron level copy. And starting from the bronze level, you can choose the difficulty when entering the secret realm copy. Simple represents the minimum reward, and hell represents the maximum reward. The differences in rewards represented by these must be calculated in multiples. It can be said that the difficulty level chosen when entering the secret realm copy basically determines the candidate's final score. If you pass the exam of average difficulty, you can get admission tickets to 3 universities. If you pass the difficult level, you can get the admission ticket to a second-tier university. If you clear the hell difficulty, you can get a university admission ticket. As for the top universities, only those who have passed the hell difficulty level perfectly and ranked among the top among all the candidates in the province who chose the hell difficulty level will have the opportunity to choose them. If Wang Chen wants to enter the 4 top universities in Dragon Country, he has no choice but to go to hell difficulty. So, after learning about the information about the college entrance examination secret realm copy, he looked around. At this moment, when the information about the college entrance examination secret realm copy came out, the atmosphere on the playground suddenly became noisy. Many candidates gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss how to respond after entering the dungeon. These people all planned to form a team to enter the dungeon. Through teamwork, you can challenge higher difficulties, get higher scores, and enter the university of your choice. However, among the crowd, there were also some candidates standing quietly. These people are all confident in their own abilities and plan to clear the secret realm dungeon alone to achieve better results. Wang Chen scanned these people and soon found his target. A girl who is 1.7 meters tall, has an aura of 2.8 meters, and is pretty like a crane standing out among chickens. As if forced by the girl's powerful aura, a large area was left empty around her. The girl was none other than Sitiyu. "Hey, you've been missing for the past 2 days, are you changing jobs?" Walking to Sitiyu's side, Wang Chen looked at the girl curiously and asked. The aura of this girl at this moment was completely different from when she just came out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If Wang Chen's perception was not far beyond that of ordinary people, he would not have been able to detect the extremely restrained power in the girl's body. Snort! Hearing Wang Chen's words, Sitiyu snorted coldly, looking cold, arrogant, and indifferent. However, the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her pride at the moment. Of course, I am now a second-level girl, and I am completely different from before. Sitiyu, who was trying very hard to endure, was finally defeated by Xiao Bingqing's adorable pounce. Don't mess with me, or I'll beat you up before the college entrance exam begins. Holding Xiao Bingqing in her arms, the girl waved her fist proudly. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Good job. It's just the second level, and you're going to go to heaven? Do you believe that I can knock you down with just one hand? Muttering in his heart, he did not expose Sitiyu's boast, but asked with a smile. Since you are so strong, want to form a team? The kind where 2 are short of 1. Chapter 50. Are you crazy? You wear a novice outfit to go to the hell. The playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Sitiyu looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. She never thought that this guy would take the initiative to invite her to form a team. Isn't your goal to go to a top university? Being in a team will lower your final score. Feeling a little happy, Sitiyu asked shyly. It doesn't matter. That score doesn't affect it at all. Think about it carefully. This is a good opportunity for you to curry favor with someone. Hearing this, Wang Chen spread his hands indifferently. With his current strength, he can easily push through the hell difficulty college entrance examination secret realm copy, and bringing someone with him is not a problem at all. Anyway, after entering the college entrance examination secret realm copy, in order to pursue the ultimate efficiency in passing the level, no matter who you bring with you, they will just be watching the show from the sidelines. TSK, I don't care. I'm a level 2, I don't need to cling to anyone. Sitiyu bared his little fangs and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Although she was full of joy at this moment, she still rejected Wang Chen without hesitation. On the one hand, she didn't want to lower Wang Chen's score in the college entrance examination because of herself. On the other hand, she was very confident in her current ability, and wanted to prove herself. The strength of the second level is outstanding among all the candidates in Yuanjiang province. She wanted to rely on her own strength to get into the same university as Wang Chen, and then annoy this guy to death. Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Wang Chen touched his nose. This girl is really competitive. Okay, then I'll look forward to your performance. A top university is waiting for you. Shaking his head, Wang Chen said nothing more. And on the side, when the examinees around him saw that Wang Chen was rejected, they all showed disdainful expressions on their faces. Good job. You are so shameless. A rubbish giant beast master dares to approach our goddess? You still thought you were the genius who was high above everyone else? Now you are kicked away by the goddess. Garbage should stay in the garbage dump. Many of the candidates had malicious thoughts in their hearts, and were ready to make some sarcastic remarks. However, they soon stopped paying attention to these things. Silence, everyone! This year's college entrance examination competition has officially begun. All students taking the exams, please enter the secret dungeon. Situ Haonan's rough voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly suppressing all the noise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge bronze gate shone brightly. In an instant, all the students taking the exams on the playground disappeared. When all the students taking the exam disappeared from the playground, the giant live broadcast screen in the sky flickered, and the scenes of the students entering the secret copy appeared on the big screen one after another. It's finally started! It's so exciting! The big moment of the year has arrived! I wonder how many candidates from our Dongling city can enter the top 100 at the provincial level this time? Son, I see you! You must do your best in the secret dungeon! Outside, the crowd watching the college entrance examination live on the big screen was talking about the matter. Many people couldn't help but excitedly pump their fists and cheered when they saw the familiar figures appearing on the screen. At this moment in Dongling No. 1 Middle School, a light screen also appeared on the huge bronze gate, showing the situation of the students taking the exam in the secret round copy. However, the live broadcast screen outside could only show random battle scenes of examinees, while the light curtain on the huge bronze gate was divided into thousands of small grids, showing the situation of each examinee. On the other side of the light curtain, Situ Haonan and the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, who had just announced the start of the college entrance examination, walked to their seats in the crowd and sat down. Also sitting here at this time were the mayor of Dongling City, leaders of the education department, and teachers from Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Dear leaders, in this year's college entrance examination, 11 people from Dongling No. 1 Middle School chose the held difficulty dungeon, 160 people chose the difficult difficulty dungeon, and most of the remaining teams chose the normal difficulty dungeon. After Situ Haonan and the other man sat down, a staff member began to report on the situation of the college entrance examination. 11? It seems that our Dongling City students are very confident this year. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Dongling City smiled and couldn't help but praise him. The more students perform well in the college entrance examination, the better his political achievements as the mayor will be. That's right, 11 people. This has broken the record of our Dongling City. I'm afraid that after this college entrance examination is over, our Dongling City will be able to take off the hat of a third-rate small city. And I heard that Situ has already achieved the second transfer. This time, he might be able to make it into the top 10 in the provincial college entrance examination. When the leaders of Dongling City around heard the boss speak, they all echoed a few words. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly discovered that the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School looked a little embarrassed. What's wrong? With so many talented people choosing the held difficulty, why are you not happy, Principal Lee? Seeing this, the mayor asked curiously. Mr. Mayor! Hearing this, Principal Lee hesitated for a moment and said, there are a total of 10 students in No. 1 Middle School who can challenge the hell level difficulty this year. This extra one. Principal Lee didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood what he meant. Reckless. He is playing with fire by not following the school's instructions. The mayor snorted coldly, his expression somewhat serious. Before the college entrance examination begins, schools will advise students to choose a subject of varying difficulty that matches their abilities. On the one hand, this is because the school is experienced and can roughly estimate the results based on the students' abilities. On the other hand, it is also to protect these students. After all, although the college entrance examination is held in a secret dungeon and every student is given a scroll to return to the city, deaths have occurred. If you choose a difficulty that is far beyond your ability, you may not even have time to use the scroll to return to town and be killed by monsters in the secret round copy. Let's find out. I want to see which student didn't listen to the teacher's teachings and wanted to die in such an important occasion as the college entrance examination. At this time, the guardian Situ Haonan at the side also had a cold expression, wanting to see who this daring guy was. Soon, everyone found the daring guy on each small screen. Wang Chen? How dare he, a giant beast master without a pet? Looking at the slender figure in the live broadcast, Principal Lee couldn't help but exclaimed. He never thought that the person who dared to choose the held difficulty was actually Wang Chen. At the side, the guardian Situ Haonan raised his eyebrows and his face suddenly darkened when he heard this. Not only did he dare to do that, but he also wore a set of black iron equipment to go to the held difficulty secret realm dungeon. After entering the dungeon, the equipment of the examinees will release different colors according to their levels. After hearing his words, everyone present looked carefully and their mouth corners twitched. The dim black light on Wang Chen's body was extremely conspicuous among all the students taking the exam. Good job. Wear the 4-piece set for beginners and go to hell? Isn't this just courting death? Chapter 51. He can definitely create a miracle. Warm reminder. Candidate Wang Chen, you have successfully entered the bronze level secret dungeon lava cave. The currently selected difficulty is Hell level. The number of people currently challenging the secret realm dungeon, 1 person. The scroll of returning to the city has been automatically issued. If you are in danger of your life, please use it with caution. I wish you excellent results. Time and space changed, and when Wang Chen stepped on the ground again, a blazing heat wave hit him in the face, as if he was in a furnace. Looking around, he found that he was in a 5-meter-high underground cave with a wide space. The surroundings are brown rocks formed by cooling lava, emitting a faint red light, illuminating the entire cave. On the ground, some magma that has not yet cooled down is flowing slowly, emitting hot steam. Woo-woo! Just after observing the surrounding environment, Wang Chen heard Bingqing's dissatisfied cry in his ears. The little guy flapped his wings, fanning out a cold wind to dispel the heat around him. As an ice attribute creature, the little guy instinctively felt disgusted by this hot environment. Just bear with it. I'll take you for ice cream after we finish this dungeon. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes and he patted the little guy's head. Woo-woo! Hearing this, Xiao Bingqing hummed excitedly and prepared to discuss with her owner where the ice cream was delicious. However, at this moment, she suddenly turned her head, and her azure vertical pupils locked onto the depths of the cave. Boom, boom, boom! Heavy footsteps were heard, and 20 ferocious black shadows walked out from the depths. This is a group of orcs with green faces and fangs. They are burly and over 3 meters tall, and each of them has a powerful aura. Monster, Orc Warrior. Level 40. Fighting method, close combat. Skills, Beastly Roar, Power Explosion, Charge. Type Ordinary. Monster, Orc Shaman. Level 40. Battle method, Long Range Output, Auxiliary. Skills, Primary Healing, Lava Ray, Boiling Blood. Type Mutation. There are a total of 19 Orc Warriors and 1 Orc Shaman. The monster that appeared is level 40? It really deserves to be the hell level difficulty. When Wang Chen saw the information fed back by the detection technique, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the college entrance examination secret realm copy was divided into 4 levels. If he chose the easy difficulty, the challenge levels of the monsters that appeared ranged from level 20 to level 30. The difficulty of hell starts at level 40, and I am afraid that by the 4th level of the secret realm copy, the level of the monsters encountered will reach level 50. No wonder the school strictly instructed us to choose a difficulty that matches our ability before entering the secret realm dungeon. The difference in monster strength between different levels of difficulty is really huge. Wang Chen shook his head, waved his hand and took out his novice long sword, ready for battle. He used the novice equipment at this time not because he was arrogant, but because he wanted to get a higher clearance evaluation. Because the college entrance examination secret realm copy is different from other secret realm copy, the ultimate mission of the copy is to select talents. So the final score ranking of the examinees is based on a comprehensive combination of multiple factors. After all, if the only criterion is the speed of passing the exam, it would be easy for there to be collisions among the millions of students taking the exam in Yanjiang province. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the equipment worn by the candidates will be taken into consideration when making the final settlement of the college entrance examination secret realm copy. The higher the rating of the equipment, the lower the corresponding score will be during settlement. Many students who are determined to achieve a higher ranking will control their scores through the equipment they have when entering the secret dungeon of the college entrance examination. However, Wang Chen is the only one in hundreds of years of history who wears a novice suit. Roar! On the opposite side, the orcs, who had long since been unable to suppress the ferocity in their hearts, roared brutally when they saw the humans appear, causing the entire lava cave to buzz. Boom, boom, boom! Then, 19 orc warriors stepped forward without hesitation, waving their weapons and charging forward in a black mass. At the same time, the orc shaman standing at the end also waved the magic wand in his hand, and a piece of blood light fell on these orc warriors. Boiling blood technique. Blessed by this blood light, the strength of the 19 charging orc warriors increased by nearly 10%, and the aura they exuded became even more violent. Bingqing, it's time to go! However, when seeing this scene, there was no fear in Wang Chen's eyes. Instead, a surging fighting spirit rose in his body. He called out to the little guy, then gripped his novice sword tightly and rushed out quickly, directly running head-on into the charging orc warrior. It's hopeless! How audacious! A giant beast master without a pet actually dares to challenge a hell difficulty dungeon. This is not the way to seek death. Behind the huge screen of the bronze light gate, Principal Lee of Dongling No. 1 Middle School wanted to catch Wang Chen and give him a beating immediately. With so many leaders watching, there's no hope of being evaluated for excellence this year. And this ignorant kid, I hope he can use the scroll to return to the city and leave the secret dungeon as soon as possible, and not die in there. While praying silently, Principal Lee glared fiercely at Li Xia, the head teacher of Class 7. A student died during the college entrance examination, which can be considered a serious dereliction of duty for him as the principal. I'm afraid your prayers will be in vain, Principal Lee. The guardian Situhanan, who was standing by, heard Principal Lee's prayer, shook his head and sneered. As he spoke, he pointed to the giant light curtain and the tall figure holding a sword charging towards the orcs. This kid chose the hell difficulty. I'm afraid he has no intention of coming out alive. Hearing this, Principal Lee and others turned their heads to look, and the expressions on their faces became even more speechless. My goodness! Facing the charge of 19 level 40 orc warriors, a giant beast master who doesn't even have a pet beast dares to engage in a head-on collision. This is really an old man hanging himself. He is tired of living. If this student had used the terrain to his advantage, he could have fought the orc warriors for a few minutes. But now, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to use the scroll to return to town. He will be torn to pieces by the orc warriors. Seeing this scene, the mayor of Dongling spoke lightly, and directly sentenced Wang Chen to death. After hearing his words, everyone around him shook their heads and said nothing, and no one refuted. It takes time to activate the scroll of returning to the city, although it is only a few seconds, but Wang Chen, who is seeking death, obviously does not have the opportunity to use it. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes away, too lazy to watch the bloody scene that followed. But at this moment, a firm gaze was still fixed on the tall figure on the small screen. Wang Chen, you can definitely create a miracle! Li Xia, the head teacher of Class 7, thought silently in her heart. Chapter 52 Efficient Killing. On the viewing platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia looked expectantly at Wang Chen, who took the initiative to charge at the orcs in the secret realm copy. That was the student she was most proud of and the one she was most satisfied with. She believed that Wang Chen's choice of the hell difficulty secret realm copy was by no means arrogant, but a choice made based on his own strength. Moreover, Wang Chen, who possesses SSS level talent, also has the capital to be arrogant. You little brat, the teacher is waiting for you to create a miracle for me. Don't let me down! However, although Li Xia firmly believed that Wang Chen would not fall here, she was still nervous when she saw the figure charging at the orcs. In the secret realm copy, Wang Chen rushed out like a cheetah and instantly closed the distance between him and the orc warrior. Roar! The orc warrior who was rushing in the front let out a cruel roar as he looked at the human running towards him. He swung the weapon in his hand with a fierce gust of wind, intending to smash the human into pieces. However, at this time, facing the attack of the orc warrior, there was no fear on Wang Chen's face. While running, he suddenly exerted force on his feet and threw himself directly into the arms of the orc warrior. Knee strike. Only a clear sound of bone cracking was heard, and the orc warrior's chest was directly dented by his impact, and then his 3-meter-tall body flew backwards like a sack. Then, while still in midair, Wang Chen turned his body and swept out with the novice long sword in his hand. Brush, brush. A cold light flashed, and the sword blade slashed across the necks of the 2 orc warriors without any delay. Amidst the spurting of blood, the 2 orc warriors who wanted to attack together fell limply to the ground. Flash sale. In an instant, Wang Chen quickly and efficiently killed 3 of the 19 orc warriors. Roar, roar, roar! But at this moment, the orc warriors behind followed closely. The death of their own kind did not scare them. Instead, stimulated by the smell of blood, these guys let out crazy roars and rushed to attack Wang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 4 orc warriors rushed up, brandishing their weapons and launching an attack. Whoosh whoosh. The 4 weapons attacked Wang Chen, who was still in midair at high speed with a loud sound of wind. But seeing this scene, Wang Chen, who had not yet landed, stretched out a hand to greet him. Wind blade technique. The magic power surged violently, and 2 light blue wind blades shot out and hit the 4 weapons of the orc warrior hard. The wind blade directly cut off the 4 weapons, and then hit the orc warrior with the remaining force. Tear! The sound of flesh being torn was heard, and the orc warrior's tall body was directly cut in half by the wind blade. Blood and viscera spilled on the ground, instantly filling the cave with a disgusting smell of blood. At this moment, as the 4 orc warriors fell, a gap appeared in the densely charging team, exposing the orc shaman to Wang Chen's sight. Good opportunity! Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. After landing, he tapped the ground with his feet and rushed out like a cannonball. Flash sword. The next second, he rushed directly to the orc shaman and slashed with the novice long sword in his hand without hesitation. On the opposite side, the orc shaman only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then saw a cold light coming towards him. Roar! Seeing this, the orc shaman roared angrily and swung the magic staff in his hand towards the long sword. With a bang! In an instant, the two weapons collided with each other, making a loud noise. However, before the orc shaman could rejoice that he had blocked the attack, he saw the human on the opposite side turn around and rush towards the orc warrior. Roar! Seeing this scene, the orc shaman's eyes were filled with anger, and he muttered to himself that he was about to use lava rays to teach this ignorant human a lesson. But just as it waved its hand, it found that the magic wand in its hand broke into two pieces, and then the world it saw with its eyes was torn apart. Snap! The next second, the orc shaman's body split into two halves, one on the left and one on the right, falling to the ground. On the viewing platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia, who had been paying attention to Wang Chen, was stunned. Swift, powerful, and every blow is a kill. Wang Chen's efficient and decisive actions made Li Xia feel a little shudder in her heart. Well done! She couldn't help but pump her fist and exclaim loudly, her eyes full of pride for her student's excellent performance. Teacher Li Xia, please pay attention to your emotions. On the side, Principal Li, who heard the exclamation, showed a hint of displeasure on his face. This teacher Li Xia was shouting and yelling in front of the mayor, the guardian, and so many other leaders. He had no idea of his proper place. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of Li Xia's gaze, wanting to see which student's outstanding performance had caused Li Xia to lose her composure at this moment. However, fuck! Is this Wang Chen? Principal Li couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. On the screen, a tall figure was seen walking among the orc warriors like the god of death. In less than 20 seconds, the remaining 14 orc warriors in the first level of the secret realm copy all fell under the sword of this figure. How is this possible? Wang Chen is so powerful. Seeing this scene, Principal Li murmured in disbelief. He never expected that Wang Chen, who had been sentenced to death in his heart, would actually show such terrifying strength. This is really a useless profession, Giant Beast Tamer? Efficient killing, perfect combat awareness, and body control. This kid has something. At the side, the guardian Situhaonan, who was attracted by the exclamation, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after watching Wang Chen's battle scene. After hearing his words, the eyes of the people around him were shocked. Guardian Situ, could it be that this kid really has the ability to clear the hell difficulty dungeon? The mayor of Dongling City looked at the tall figure in the picture and asked Situhaonan. It's possible that if he continues to maintain his current state, he might actually be able to pass. Hearing this, Situhaonan nodded. Although Wang Chen's profession is a giant beast master, without a giant beast, there is a gap between him and other professions. But looking at the qualities Wang Chen had shown in the clean and neat fight just now, Situhaonan felt that this kid might really be able to make it to the end. The only difference between me and others is that it takes a little longer to complete the game. Real? After hearing Situhaonan's words, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of Dongling Mayor. One more candidate who can enter the first-tier university can make his political achievements even better. However, the joy of Dongling Mayor did not last long before it was interrupted. Court death! Situhaonan suddenly snorted coldly, and his expression became very unhappy. Chapter 53, Xiao Bingqing's Shining Appearance. In the Secret Realm copy. Call! 20 seconds, just the right amount of time. Wang Chen stood among the corpses, looking at the bloody ground around him with a calm expression. His strength has been raised to level 35, and with the added attribute of Bingqing's feedback, he can now fight against level 40 monsters with absolutely no difficulty. In 20 seconds, he killed 20 level 40 orcs. Such efficient killing perfectly demonstrated his strength after returning from the mountains of 10,000 beasts. At this moment, after the death of 20 orcs, a blood-red magic circle appeared on the ground of the cave. This was the entrance to the next level. Shaking off the blood on the novice's sword, Wang Chen stepped towards the magic circle. The speed of passing the first level in 20 seconds was considered far ahead among all the candidates, but Wang Chen was not complacent about it. If it weren't for the environment in the first level, which was not suitable for Bingqing to show his combat state, he could have solved it even faster. Hopefully the next level won't be as cramped as it is now. While thinking in their hearts, Wang Chen and Xiao Bingqing's figures disappeared in a flash of blood. How stupid! After an intense battle, instead of recovering your strength first, you rush into the next level. This is courting death. Looking at the figure disappearing in the magic circle on the screen, Situhaonan frowned. In his opinion, although the battle just now was short, Wang Chen must have consumed a lot of physical strength. Facing the stronger monsters in the second level in this state is simply dementia. That's all he's got. With a cold snort, Situhanan turned his head to look at the other candidates on the screen. At this point, the candidates who chose the hell difficulty had basically defeated the monsters in the first level. They all stood in front of the blood-colored magic circle and took out recovery potions to replenish their strength. No one could go directly to the next level without stopping like Wang Chen did. When the people around heard what Situhanan said, they all shook their heads and stopped paying attention. As the strongest person in the entire Dongling city, Situhanan's words can almost be regarded as the final verdict on Wang Chen. Only Li Xia's gaze remained unwavering. Buzz buzz buzz. As the world spun around, Wang Chen entered the second level of the secret realm copy. This is an extremely wide lava cave, comparable in size to a large football field, and its height is not as short as in the first level. The top is at least 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Torches were stuck on the surrounding lava stone walls, and the flames shot up high, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The moment he entered here, Wang Chen saw his opponents in the second level, 20 orcs. However, compared with the first level, these 20 orcs are more muscular, with green faces and fangs, and are 5 meters tall. Standing there, they look like a small mountain. Monster, Orc Berserker. Level 43. Fighting method, close combat. Skills, Frenzy, Power Burst, Charge, Battle Cry. Type, Ordinary. Monster, High-level Orc Shaman. Level 43. Battle method, Long Range Output, Auxiliary. Skills, Advanced Healing, Lava Ray, Boiling Blood. Type, Mutation. Not only are the strength levels of these orcs stronger, but the number of orc shamans with long-range attack capabilities has also increased to 5. When Wang Chen used the detection technique to check the strength of these orcs, the orcs in the cave also discovered him as an uninvited guest. Roar, roar, roar! Amid the deafening roar, pairs of scarlet eyes immediately locked onto Wang Chen. The 5 orc shamans waved their magic wands at the same time. Lava Ray! As the magic power surged, 5 rays emitting a scorching breath instantly shot out towards Wang Chen. Roar, roar, roar! At the same time, 15 orc berserkers roared, carried their battle axes and took heavy steps to charge forward. During the charge, the muscles of these orc berserkers grew rapidly, and their bodies became even taller, obviously activating their berserker skills. Are you so impatient to rush up and die? Seeing this scene, a sneer flashed across Wang Chen's lips, and then he took a step back. Xiao Bingqing, it's your turn to perform. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Bingqing on his shoulder flapped her wings and flew out, her body rapidly expanding in the air. Next second. Hold head high! A loud dragon roar was heard in the cave, and the sound waves like a raging sea shook the entire cave. A terrifying 5-meter-long creature covered with azure blue scales stood in front of the charging orc berserker. 5 beams of lava shot out and landed on the azure scales, without leaving even a white mark. They immediately turned into magic fragments and disappeared. When the charging orc berserkers saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop. The breath coming from the top of the food chain made them look terrified at this moment. What is that? On the viewing platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia, who was staring at the screen, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, with an incredible expression on his face. Teacher Li Xia, please pay attention to your emotions. On the side, Principal Li, who heard the exclamation, showed a flash of impatience on his face. Is this Teacher Li Xia ever going to stop? Losing composure in front of the guardian and the mayor again and again is simply bringing shame to the school. No, Principal, look at Wang Chen. Li Xia stuttered a little and pointed at the giant light curtain. What's so interesting? Did that brat give up and use the scroll to return to the city? Hearing this, Principal Li frowned unhappily and glanced at the light curtain. What the hell? What is that? The next second, he jumped up from his chair, his face full of disbelief. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn their eyes away out of curiosity. Then, everyone was stunned. In the eyes of everyone, after entering the secret realm copy, the little creature that had been lying on Wang Chen's shoulder changed its appearance in an instant. From being smaller than a palm, it grew into a behemoth over 5 meters in size. Its entire body is streamlined and covered with fine, azure scales, with 2 forked horns pointing obliquely toward the sky. Even if they only saw the image, everyone present could feel the noble and vast aura emanating from this creature. That streamlined body, those huge open wings, those ferocious claws, everything revealed its identity to everyone. This is a mythical beast from the legend, a dragon. Chapter 54. He actually contracted a dragon. Is this a dragon? On the viewing stand, Principal Li's eyes almost popped out of his head, his expression showing extreme disbelief. He never thought that he would actually see a living dragon appear. On the side, the guardian Situhanan's expression was not much better. Even though he was a rank 4 warrior, he felt insignificant after seeing the terrifying creature in the picture. Dragon? It is not a dragon with ordinary attributes like the 5 elements dragon, but a dragon with rare ice attributes. Based on what he saw now, Situhaonan could be sure that this was definitely a divine beast above the overlord level. As long as he grows up, he can at least reach the 7th level of strength. Mima! The strange phenomenon that occurred in Dongling City a month ago was definitely caused by this kid. He has contracted a giant dragon, but he is still so low-key. What on earth is he thinking? There were so many thoughts in his mind, and even Situhaonan, who was calm, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Among the crowd, the mayor of Dongling City stood up with a flushed face, and his breathing became rapid. A dragon? A giant beast master who has a contract with a dragon. Mayor Dongling suspected that he was dazzled, so he rubbed his eyes and stared at the screen to confirm it no less than 3 times. That's right. It really is a dragon. The appearance is exactly the same as the pattern recorded in the literature. After seeing clearly, Mayor Dongling staggered and almost fell to the ground if someone beside him hadn't quickly supported him. After a long while, Mayor Dongling came back to his senses and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha! It's a giant dragon. There is a giant beast master in Dongling City who has a contract with a giant dragon. The mayor of Dongling was so excited that he danced with joy and wanted to light a bunch of fireworks to celebrate immediately. No one knew better than him what a giant beast master who had contracted a dragon represented. I'm afraid that after the college entrance examination, Dongling City will be able to immediately take off the hat of a third-rate city and directly enter the ranks of first-rate cities. It is even possible that it will be on par with the capital of Yanjiang province. Hee hee hee. Thinking of the bright prospects in the future, the mayor of Dongling City couldn't help but chuckle. But at this moment, no one noticed his ugly appearance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light curtain, staring at the creature with a noble and vast aura. The azure dragon moved. Its speed was not very fast, but because of its huge and powerful body, it only took a seemingly slow step, but in an instant it crossed a distance of dozens of meters and instantly came in front of the orc berserker. These monsters are as powerful as level 43. Other candidates who choose the hell difficulty level need to exert all their strength to deal with one. They seem small and weak in front of the dragon. The giant dragon simply swung out its 2 wings, instantly knocking 7 or 8 orc berserkers away. Second kill. Everyone on the viewing stand could clearly see that the chests of these orc berserkers who were knocked flying collapsed instantly, blood gushed out of their mouths, and they died instantly. Next, the azure dragon rushed forward madly, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, waving its claws and wings and easily killing all the remaining orc berserkers. Even the 5 high-level orc shamans standing at the end were easily killed by her claws one by one. At this moment, when the magic circle leading to the next level lit up, only 10 seconds had passed before Wang Chen entered the 2nd level. Too strong! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked in their hearts, their eyes filled with horror. Past the more difficult 2nd level in 10 seconds? Is this the terrifying power of the dragon? It's simply too strong. Where did Wang Chen get the contract for a mythical beast like a giant dragon? With this terrifying dragon here, he will be able to clear the hell difficulty dungeon without any surprises. Too strong! Not to mention clearing the dungeon, I'm afraid that this year's top scholar in Yanjiang province must be Wang Chen. Shocked discussions rang out one after another, and everyone on the viewing platform couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, no one doubted Wang Chen's strength anymore. Wearing a novice suit and going to the hell dungeon would be tantamount to seeking death for others, but for Wang Chen who possesses a giant dragon, it is like a vacation. Quick, I want all of Wang Chen's information, bring it to me immediately. When he saw Wang Chen and the giant dragon disappear in the magic circle, the mayor of Dongling excitedly slammed the table. A top scholar and a giant beast master with a promising future. He would do whatever it takes to keep the other party's household registration in Dongling City. When everyone outside was shocked by the appearance of the giant dragon, Wang Chen appeared in the 3rd level with Xiao Bingqing. The environment here is no different from before, except that the cave space has become larger and there is more magma flowing on the ground. Hold head high! As soon as she entered, Xiao Bingqing, who had not yet had enough fun, couldn't wait to let out a loud dragon roar. The 20 orc warriors gathered in the center of the cave were instantly attracted. Each of these guys is about the same size as an orc berserker, but they are wearing fiery red armor and exude a more powerful aura. Level 46, Orc Guard. As for the specific attributes, Wang Chen took a glance and didn't even use a detection spell. The attribute information no longer matters. In front of Bingqing, who has entered combat mode, these orc guards will only end up being crushed. Roar, roar, roar! The 20 orc guards looked at the uninvited guests who appeared in the cave, and each of them roared in extreme anger. Boom, boom, boom! They picked up their battle axes and rushed forward in a swarm, ready to cut the two uninvited guests into pieces. However, their ideas are good, but the reality is cruel. Hold head high! The loud dragon roar sounded like thunder, making the entire cave buzz. Then, Bingqing opened his ferocious mouth and his extremely cold breath turned into a beam of light that shot out. The shock wave caused visible white air waves to appear in the cave. Boom! The orc guard's densely packed charging formation was torn apart by the dragon's breath. There were at least 10 orc guards, and they didn't even have time to scream before they turned into tiny ice crystals under the azure light. The orc guards on both sides of the azure light column were not feeling well either. The violent shock wave directly blew them away. Bang bang bang! The orc guards didn't stop until they crashed into the rock wall of the cave. However, before they could recover from their fear, ferocious dragon claws and sharp swords flashing with cold light appeared before their eyes. Roar, roar, roar! Amidst the shrill roars, the remaining 10 orc guards were ruthlessly killed. Chapter 55, Overwhelming Power, Bingqing's Terrifying Strength. Call! Shaking off the blood on the sword, Wang Chen looked at the messy cave and let out a long sigh. So strong! Even though he had seen Xiao Bingqing take action many times in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel emotional. 10 seconds. Another 10 seconds. The orc guards, who were stronger than the orc berserkers in the second level, were once again killed by Bingqing. None of these guys were a match for Bingqing. They were crushed to death without a single blow. So far, it has only taken him 40 seconds to complete the third level. At this time, other candidates who chose the hell difficulty were still playing hide-and-seek with the orc berserkers in the second level. Woo woo! Just when Wang Chen was feeling deeply moved, Bingqing's head, which was bigger than his entire body, rubbed him heavily several times. Woo woo! The azure eyes stared at him expectantly, and Xiao Bingqing pointed at the magic circle that appeared in the cave with a huge dragon claw. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen was a little amused. This guy is totally having fun. The orc guards just now didn't have enough fun at all. Really? You're a little beauty. How can you be so belligerent? As he spoke, Wang Chen held Bingqing's dragon head with one hand to prevent himself from being knocked flying by the head. However, he was only able to defend his head at this time, but forgot that the little guy was covered in weapons. Woo woo! Hearing his words, Bingqing let out a dissatisfied roar, swung its thick dragon tail, and threw Wang Chen directly onto its back, then ran happily towards the magic circle leading to the next level. Slow down! Slow down! Holding Bingqing's neck tightly, Wang Chen felt as if he was sitting on a speeding train. 10 seconds! 20 level 46 orc guards only held out for 10 seconds in front of the dragon? This is simply too unimaginable. Wang Chen and this giant dragon will not be able to maintain this speed and directly break through the secret realm copy. Looking at the giant dragon running wildly in the light curtain and the slightly embarrassed figure, everyone on the viewing platform opened their mouths wide. So strong! The level 46 orc guards were like paper in front of the dragon and were torn into pieces easily. Everyone felt that they might witness the birth of a new record today. I'm afraid Wang Chen will create the fastest and highest passing score in the history of our dragon country's college entrance examination this time. Situ Haonan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, there was no trace of the arrogance of a fourth-turned strongman on his face. The terrifying fighting power displayed by the dragon was enough to make his whole body break. Others were just watching the fun, but as the strongest among them, Situ Haonan saw something more fundamental behind the giant dragon crushing the orc guards. This azure dragon is only in its infancy, but it has the strength comparable to a third-level professional. This discovery completely blew Situ Haonan's mind. This is outrageous. Even if it is a dominant beast, it cannot be so powerful in its childhood. Could it be that the rank of this giant dragon is that of a king-level or even a cosmic-level divine beast? Situ Haonan thought silently in his heart, and the expression on his face became more and more shocked. As for the holy beast, it had only appeared once in the 700 years since the revival of the will of the heavens. He didn't even dare to think about it at this moment. While Situ Haonan was shocked by his own guess, the other people on the viewing platform had no other thoughts at all. They looked at the giant dragon that was charging across the light curtain, killing level 46 orc guards like killing chickens, and they had only one thought in their minds. Powerful. So strong. Invincible. At the same time, the crowd gathered outside Dongling No. 1 Middle School was bustling with activity. This candidate is quite capable. He defeated a second-level monster very neatly. He is definitely a top-level candidate. This is also okay. These three candidates work well together and have definitely worked hard. They will definitely get into the second place. That won't do. You haven't even passed the first level of normal difficulty? It's going to be hard to get into a good school. Everyone stared at the giant screen in the sky that was randomly broadcasting the candidates' situations in the secret copy without blinking. Every time a new candidate appears, there is a wave of heated discussion among the crowd. Look, it's Situ. She is so powerful that not a single monster can get close to her. She is worthy of being the top talent in Dongling City. I'm afraid she will be the top scorer this year. At this moment, a pretty figure with delicate features, wearing silver armor and holding a longbow appeared on the giant screen. She was like a butterfly flying among the orc berserkers in the second level, and the arrows in her hands shot out like phantoms. Every 3 arrows would take the life of an orc berserker. Such a beautiful and solemn scene caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. However, before everyone had seen enough, the scene on the giant screen changed. A huge figure covered with azure scales appeared in front of everyone, running wildly in the 3rd level of the secret realm copy. What is that? What a terrifying creature! Just one look at it makes me feel a little dazed. Oh my god! Dragon head? Dragon claws? Dragon wings? This can't be a giant dragon? Seeing this scene, the crowd watching were all stunned. They were not only shocked that there was a candidate who had reached the 3rd level, but they were even more shocked by the creature in front of them who exuded a noble and vast aura. Dragon? Oh my god! Who is this? There is actually a candidate who owns a dragon. Is he crazy? He finished the 3rd level so quickly. Is this candidate a monster? Someone wake me up? I actually saw a living dragon in my lifetime. This must be an illusion. Don't switch the screen. I want to see the dragon. What's so interesting about watching these rubbish break through the levels? After a brief shock, it was as if a depth bomb had been dropped on the crowd, and thunderous discussions rang out. Everyone had an expression of extreme disbelief on their face. A giant dragon appeared right before their eyes, taking part in the college entrance examination. This simply shattered their worldview. However, this picture stayed on the giant screen for a short while before being replaced by pictures of other candidates, causing the onlookers to roar with dissatisfaction. In the noisy crowd, a couple looked at each other with extremely incredible expressions on their faces. The azure dragon in the scene just now and the embarrassed figure on the dragon's back gave them an extremely familiar feeling. Old Wang, did you see clearly just now? It seemed to be Bing Qing and our son. Wang Chen. Chapter 56: The Terrifying Power of Ice Hell. In the secret realm copy, Wang Chen was not aware that his and Xiao Bingqing's brief appearance on the giant screen in the outside world had filled his parents with confusion. At this time, he was combing his messy hair and patted Xiao Bingqing's dragon horn in annoyance. Just now, Bingqing ran so wildly that the strong wind he created almost blew him away. Bingqing, you are a lady, you should behave elegantly. Woo woo! In response to the master's teachings, Xiao Bingqing shook her head and didn't listen at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen slapped his forehead speechlessly. Good job. I always feel that Bingqing will grow crooked in the future. However, although I was embarrassed by the cold wind just now, it was really exciting. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen looked around. At this time, he and Bingqing had arrived at the 4th level of the college entrance examination secret realm copy, which was also the final level. The total time so far is 40 seconds, which is absolutely the unprecedented result since the start of the Longhua college entrance examination. The space of the 4th level is larger than the previous 3 levels combined, with a radius of more than 100 meters, comparable to 10 football fields. There was a huge candle burning on the rock wall, and no one knew what the fuel was, but the flame was extremely dazzling, illuminating the huge space as bright as day. In this huge space, 20 giant orcs were wandering on the ground. Each of these orcs is over 8 meters tall, taller than Bingqing. They are covered in unknown animal skins, and their exposed muscles look as if they were cut by knives and axes. One can tell at a glance that they contain extremely strong power. Monster, Giant Orc. Level 50. Fighting method, close combat. Skills, bestial roar, trampling, huge throw. Type, ordinary. Finally, a slightly challenging opponent. Looking at the information fed back by the detection technique in front of him, Wang Chen became slightly excited. For other candidates, these 20 giant orcs are definitely something they can only deal with if they try their best. But for Wang Chen, it just made him take it slightly seriously. Now, 20 giant orcs discovered the uninvited guests who appeared in the cave, and locked onto Wang Chen and Bingqing with their scarlet eyes as big as wash basins. Looking at the 2 uninvited guests, the giant orcs twitched their noses in excitement, and took steps to surround Wang Chen and Bingqing. Boom boom boom. Their huge bodies walked on the ground, making sounds like beating drums. Roar roar roar! The smell of fresh flesh and blood made these giant orcs roar extremely brutally. Finally, a giant orc couldn't help but throw out the bones stick in his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh. With a violent whistling sound, the bone stick shot out like a cannonball. Huge throw! Its action immediately caused a chain reaction, and the other giant orcs standing nearby followed suit. Next second. Whoosh whoosh. A terrifying whistling sound filled the entire space, and 20 bone sticks flew towards Bing Qing and Wang Chen at a high speed. You still know that it is better to strike first? However, when seeing this scene, there was no fear on Wang Chen's face. Bing Qing, let's compete to see who can kill the most giant orcs. He smiled and patted the little guy's dragon horn. Before he finished speaking, Wang Chen's body flew out like lightning. Instant sword. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of a giant orc. He swung the novice long sword in his hand quickly and slashed hard at the giant orc's knee. The giant orc's body is so huge that the most convenient place for him to attack is right here. Swish! A teeth-grinding tearing sound was heard, and a pool of blood exploded on the giant orc's knee. However, Wang Chen, who had succeeded with one strike, had a somewhat speechless expression on his face after shaking off the blood on his sword. The giant orc was so big and had such thick skin that his sword only tore the flesh on his knee without even breaking the bone. Roar! Feeling the pain in his body, the giant orc roared, bent down and slapped Wang Chen. Wang Chen moved his feet and avoided the attack by a hair's breadth. After standing firm, he looked at the giant orc that was nearly 5 times larger than himself, feeling somewhat helpless. It's too difficult to inflict fatal damage to a giant like this with normal attacks. The long sword in his hand is no different from a toothpick to the giant orc. Even if it is inserted into the giant orc's chest, it may not be able to pierce the opponent's heart. But fortunately, he is not fighting alone. With a bang, the giant orc who was about to launch another attack was suddenly knocked away by a blue figure. Woo woo! At the same place, Xiao Bingqing looked at her master and made a dissatisfied cry. How abominable! We had agreed to race, but the owner actually started early. Sensing the little guy's emotions, Wang Chen touched his nose awkwardly. Alright, I give up. These giant orcs are all your prey. Raising his hands in surrender, Wang Chen took advantage of the situation and handed all the giant orcs over to Bing Qing. Anyway, he had no way to quickly deal with the giant orc now, so he might as well stand aside and assist Bing Qing. Woo woo! After hearing his words, the little guy nodded with satisfaction, as if to say, Master, you are very sensible. Hold head high. Then, Bing Qing turned her head to look at the giant orcs that surrounded her, and let out a loud dragon roar. Before the dragon's roar faded, terrifying frost magic power rose from Bing Qing's body. Icy hell! In an instant, a biting cold wind blew in the cave, and the azure ice magic turned into palm-sized snowflakes, floating and covering all the giant orcs. Click, click! These snowflakes fell to the ground and onto the giant orc, instantly freezing whatever area they came into contact with. In just a blink of an eye, the area within dozens of meters around Bing Qing turned into a world of ice and snow. The ground and the bodies of those giant orcs were gradually covered by azure blue ice. At first the giant orcs were still able to move, but after the ice completely covered their bodies, they were completely turned into ice sculptures and frozen in place. Woo woo! After doing all this, Xiao Bingqing chirped proudly, rushed out quickly, and smashed the ice sculptures into pieces one by one with one claw. But at this time, Wang Chen did not move. When those giant orcs all turned into ice sculptures, the prompt sound of the secret realm copy machine rang in his ears. Bite! Congratulations to candidate Wang Chen for clearing the lava cave secret realm dungeon. Settlement in progress, please wait. When he heard the voice, he was stunned. How come I suddenly cleared the level when I haven't killed all the giant orcs yet? Looking at the dozen or so giant orcs frozen into ice sculptures around him, as well as Xiao Bingqing who was causing trouble, Wang Chen's eyes were a little confused. Bingqing used the skill and killed the giant orc instantly? Chapter 57 Generous Rewards. Cleared the level? Oh my god! It's only been a minute! This is too outrageous. Clearing the Hell Level College Entrance Examination Secret Realm Dungeon in just 1 minute. There has never been such a terrifying result in the history of Dragon Country. On the viewing platform, everyone looked at the frozen image on the screen with extremely incredible expressions on their faces. They were still waiting to see more battle scenes of the dragons, but in the end, a flurry of snow passed by, and all the giant orcs were killed instantly. Is this an instant death skill? It killed 20 level 50 monsters in one strike. The strength of this dragon is beyond imagination. While everyone around him was shocked, Situ Haonan was also extremely uneasy. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. As a fourth turn, 120 level professional, he could tell at a glance that when the ice covered the giant orcs, the lives of these monsters were ended. Ha ha ha, I cleared the Hell Difficulty Secret Realm Dungeon in just 1 minute. The #1 scholar in Yanjiang province has been captured by Wang Chen. At this moment, a slightly crazy laugh suddenly sounded from the viewing stand. Li Xia, the head teacher of Class 7, laughed without any image, and swept his eyes over the people on the viewing stand, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. On the day of his job change, these guys ignored and even looked down on Wang Chen because he had changed his job to a Giant Beast Tamer. Who could have imagined at that time that Wang Chen, whom they looked down upon, would complete the hell difficulty dungeon in just 1 minute and create a miracle? In all the previous college entrance examinations, the best passing score was 10 minutes. Wang Chen has now directly raised this result tenfold, which is absolutely unprecedented and unmatched. At this moment, Li Xia felt extremely superior. Did you see it? This is how good my vision is. Noticing Li Xia's gaze, many people on the viewing stand lowered their heads, feeling ashamed of their past short-sightedness. However, this does not include Principal Li of Dongling #1 Middle School and the mayor of Dongling City. These two guys, who are over 50 years old, smiled like chrysanthemums. Mayor Dongling looked at the tall young man in the picture, his body shaking with excitement. Provincial #1? The mayor of Dongling City never thought that such a great fortune would fall upon him. A provincial top scholar comes from a third-rate small city, and promotion is not far away. This kind of luck is not just smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. It can be said that corpses are exploding in the ancestral grave. Principal Li, who was standing by, had his mouth almost split to the back of his head. He didn't care at all about the disdain in teacher Li Xia's eyes. Compared with the provincial top scholar, it was nothing. At this moment, if Wang Chen agreed, Principal Li would even be willing to kneel down and kowtow to him and acknowledge him as his father. In the past college entrance examinations of Longhua, most of the provincial champions died young, and none of them eventually reached the level of rank 6. Let alone being a son, he would have made a lot of money even if he had been a grandson. In the copy, Wang Chen still had a confused look on his face when he heard the clearance prompt. He still hasn't figured out why the secret realm copy was suddenly broken through. However, when he saw Xiao Bingqing smashing the eye sculptures into pieces, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Bingqing's Ice Hell skill had a special effect. Ice Hell, SSS active attack skill, summons endless frost, freezing all enemies within a certain range. Note, within the range of the ice area, any enemy with a lower intelligence attribute than the Arctic Dragon will be killed instantly. These giant orcs are obviously wild monsters with special strength. Their intelligence attributes are no match for Bingqing, and they are killed instantly by the special effects of Ice Hell. Bingqing's control skill seems to be able to be used as a large-scale monster clearing skill. Thinking silently, Wang Chen suddenly became excited. All of Bingqing's attributes are developed evenly. If we consider the intelligence attribute alone, even monsters that are 30 or 40 levels higher than her cannot compare to her. If you use this skill well in the future, your experience points will increase rapidly. For a moment, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about the future when he would bring Bingqing with him. At this moment, the reminder sound from the secret realm copy sounded again. Ding! Settlement completed. Congratulations to candidate Wang Chen for completing the secret dungeon lava cave perfectly. Current secret realm copy difficulty, Hell level. Clearance time, 1 minute. Overall score, SSS highest. The scores have been uploaded to the College Entrance Examination Data Center, and the clearance rewards will be issued next. When the reminder sound in his ear ended, Wang Chen nodded silently, without any surprise on his face. This result was already within his expectations. After all, if he still couldn't get the highest score even with the ancestral beast, he could just dig a hole and bury himself. Bingqing, stop playing and come over here to get your reward. At this time, he greeted the little guy, and then looked expectantly at the colorful treasure chest that appeared in front of him. The treasure chests given as rewards for clearing secret realm dungeons are all of the same color, unlike those dropped in the wild where there are different divisions. However, the things that can be found inside will fluctuate depending on the performance of the person who passes the level and the level of the secret realm copy. There is no need to worry at all, like when a treasure chest drops in the wild, you might get junked just because of bad luck. Woo woo! The great hero Bingqing came over curiously, stretched out his dragon claw and directly poked open the colorful treasure chest. Colorful lights flickered, and objects floated in the air. As the detection technique swept over, the information of these things appeared in front of Wang Chen. 5 million experience points. 100 points of free attributes. 100 free skill points. Golden set, Lava Roar. Elite title, Orc Hunter. B-level general skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. B-level magic material, Orc Blood Essence. Looking at the pile of things in front of him, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. I have to say, it's worthy of being produced from a secret realm copy, it's so rich. What he gained this time was at least several times what he gained from fighting in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a month. First up are 5 million experience points, free attribute points, and skill points. As Wang Chen's mind moved, the experience points were transferred into his and Bingqing's bodies respectively. In an instant, his and Bingqing's levels were directly increased by 5 levels. Pet, Ancient Overlord. Extremely Cold Dragon. Nickname, Bingqing. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, infancy. Level 30. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1950, Wisdom 1950, Physical Strength 1950, Agility 1950. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skills, Frost Body SSS, Frost Breath SSS, Frost Hell SSS, Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Chapter 58, Terrifying Ascension, Leaving the Dungeon. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Seeing that Xiao Bingqing's level had been raised to level 30, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. To gain the experience that Bingqing needs to reach level 5, he will need to fight in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for at least half a month. After checking Bingqing's attributes, Wang Chen turned his attention to the other items that were opened. First up is the gold level set Lava Roar. Equipment, Lava Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Enchantment effect, 1. Every time you take an attack, 10% of the damage will be rebounded. 2. Increase the power of all your skills by 5%. Equipment, Lava Belt. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 50. Enchantment effect, 1 built-in weapon storage slot, can quickly switch main combat weapons 0/2. Equipment, Lava Leggings. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level limit, level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 100. Enchantment effect, 1. Increase movement speed by 10%. At the same time, when these 3 pieces of equipment are put together, a set of attributes emerges. When you have collected all 3 items of the Lava Roar set, you will gain an additional 10% defense and reduce fire attribute attack damage by 10%. Not bad. This gold suit is definitely a rare and valuable item in Dongling City. If I sell it, I'm afraid it can fetch at least tens of millions of gold coins. After reading the introduction of Lava Roar, Wang Chen happily put it on and learned the B-level skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy at the same time. Bloodthirst Frenzy, B active skill. After activating the skill, the player will enter a Bloodthirsty Frenzy state, reducing pain by 20% and increasing attack by 20%. In an instant, Wang Chen felt the power in his body become even stronger. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 40, first turn limit. Talent, Love of All Beasts, SSS, Fusion of Beasts and Pets, God. Skills, Beast Taming, S. Beast Taming Rejuvenation, B. Bloodline Identification, God. Contract Summoning, B. Instant Sword, D. Wind Blade, C. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, B. Strength, 315 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 315 plus 10 points. Physique, 315 plus 150 points. Agility, 315 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 150 points. After the attribute points were evenly distributed, and with Bingqing's feedback, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes had exceeded 300 points in his naked state. If the attribute enhancement brought by equipment is taken into account, his highest strength attribute is close to 600 points. Such exaggerated 4-dimensional attributes are comparable to those of ordinary second-level professionals at level 60 or 70. As for the free skill points, Wang Chen has no plans to use them for the time being. Each upgrade of a B-level skill consumes 50 skill points, which is currently too cost-effective for him. Moreover, his current level has reached 40, the limit of the first level. If you want to upgrade again, you must complete the job transfer task before you can continue to improve. Keeping skill points is just in case you need them. After successfully changing my job, I can get a new contract position. I will be able to contract a second pet soon. Thinking happily in his heart, Wang Chen set his sights on the remaining 2 rewards. Elite Title, Orc Hunter. After using, when fighting against orc monsters, the attack power will be increased by an additional 10%. The levels of titles are divided into 4 categories: General, Elite, Epic, and Legendary. The title of Elite level is already quite good for a fledgling professional like Wang Chen. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Next is the last item, a B-level magic material, the essence of orc blood. This thing is also very valuable and is the main material for refining berserk potion and bloodline potion. If you put it in the trading house, you can easily sell it for more than 2 million gold coins. However, this thing is of no use to Wang Chen. He already has the bloodthirsty frenzy skill, and he doesn't want to change his human bloodline and turn into an ugly creature like an orc. Therefore, he planned to sell this material together with other unnecessary materials in the trading house. Okay, Bingqin, we should go back. After putting all the things into the space ring, Wang Chen clapped his hands and held Xiao Bingqin in his arms. Then, with a thought, he directly activated the return scroll on his body. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 seconds later, his figure completely disappeared in the secret realm copy. Hurry, hurry, Wang Chen is coming out! On the viewing stand, when everyone saw the frozen image turn into nothingness, there was a sudden panic. This means that Wang Chen has completed the settlement in the secret realm copy and is about to leave. The mayor of Dongling City howled at this moment, and rushed out from the viewing platform without any image at all. Behind him, the others also woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed him to the playground. At this time, they were too lazy to pay attention to the performance of other candidates in the secret realm copy. They just wanted to get some of the spiritual energy of Wang Chen, the provincial top scorer, as soon as possible. Buzz buzz buzz. The space in front of the bronze light door fluctuated a few times, and then a tall figure appeared on the playground. It was Wang Chen. After landing on the ground, Wang Chen had just dispelled the dizziness of teleportation, and before he had time to observe his surroundings, he felt dizzy. The next second, he was surrounded by a group of hungry wolves. The usually arrogant Dongling City leaders and the mature and steady teachers from No. 1 middle school surrounded him. The mayor of Dongling City and Principal Li's faces were smiling so much that they were almost sticking to him. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Chen's eyes, but then his expression returned to calm. Such a big fuss must have been caused by his performance in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. Student Wang Chen! You are the pride of our Dongling City. The city and the school will give you the highest level of rewards in the future. If you have any other requests, you can ask for them now. You can ask for anything you want. The mayor of Dongling City and Principal Li stared at Wang Chen intently, and their voices trembled. A guaranteed provincial champion, and a giant beast master who has a contract with a giant dragon. This is worth them spending any price to win over. However, when hearing their words, there was no fluctuation on Wang Chen's face. He knew that the promise made by the mayor of Dongling, Principal Li, and the change in attitude of many people around him were simply because they saw the potential in him. If he was still the giant beast master without a pet, these people would kick him away without hesitation. Chapter 59, The Situ Family's Kindness, Wang Chen's Resentment. The playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School. Facing the praise from the mayor of Dongling and Principal Li, Wang Chen just nodded politely. This kind of hypocrisy is not worth his happiness at all. I will just follow the arrangements of my leaders and the principal. After saying some meaningless nonsense, Wang Chen's gaze began to move among the crowd. Soon, he saw his mature and steady head teacher at the back of the crowd. Teacher Li Xia! He greeted, a genuine smile on his face. This teacher had always taken good care of him. On the day of the job change ceremony, Li Xia was the only one among the people around who really cared about him, and did not look down on him because he had changed his job to a giant beast tamer. Instead, he encouraged him and got him the startup capital to buy a pet. Wang Chen is grateful to his mentor from the bottom of his heart. You really did it! Walking through the crowd, Li Xia looked at the boy in front of her who seemed to be shining brightly, her eyes a little dazed. During the 3 years of high school, she witnessed Wang Chen's rise from a grassroots level, relying on his diligence and hard work step by step to get to where he is today without relying on his father or family background. But even though she had always firmly believed that Wang Chen was her proudest and most satisfying student, she had never expected that this boy could reach such a height. Provincial No. 1. Although the results have not been announced yet, Wang Chen's results are well deserved. For a moment, Li Xia felt a pang of pain in her heart when she thought that Wang Chen's efforts over the years had finally paid off. It's not easy. Teacher, with my grades, is it okay for you to get an A this year? Looking at Teacher Li Xia, who was in a daze, Wang Chen asked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Xia put away her sentimental emotions and congratulated softly. Congratulations, Wang Chen, for achieving the goal you have always pursued. Thank you too. The teacher's performance bonus this year has been maxed out. As he spoke, Li Xia patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, a smile from the heart appearing on his face. The college entrance examination is over. I'm sure you can't wait to share your results with your parents. The teacher will treat you to a meal someday. It's settled then. Wang Chen nodded. I felt a little excited when my beautiful teacher invited me to dinner. Next, the people around him noticed that Wang Chen was not in a good mood, so they came forward to congratulate him and then returned to the viewing platform. However, after the emergence of a monster like Wang Chen, they found the performances of other candidates a bit boring. After waving goodbye to teacher Li Xia, Wang Chen prepared to leave school to find his parents. But as soon as he took a step, a tall figure blocked his way. "Wang Chen, congratulations!" Situ Haonan spoke with a serious expression. "Thank you, guardian." Hearing this, Wang Chen thanked him politely, and then looked at Situ Haonan with some curiosity. He still respected Situ Haonan very much. On the one hand, it was because he had the strength of the 4th level and 120 levels. On the other hand, it was because he was Situ Yu's uncle. On the opposite side, Situ Haonan nodded. He was very satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude, which was completely different from his attitude towards the mayor of Dongling and Principal Li. "This boy is very sensible." After a moment's silence, Situ Haonan said solemnly, "Wang Chen, you have won honor for our Dongling city in the college entrance examination. On behalf of myself and the Situ family, I have prepared some gifts for you. A total of 200 million gold coins, and an A-level skill book. The gold coins will be deposited into your card later. As for the skill book, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you tomorrow." Hearing Situ Haonan's words, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shocked. "Good job. 200 million gold coins and an A-level skill book in one go? The Situ family is indeed the richest family in Dongling. They are so rich. I never thought that one day I would be able to take advantage of the Situ family. I wonder if Situ will go crazy when she finds out." Thinking playfully in his heart, Wang Chen did not refuse Situ Haonan. He is now worthy of being won over, and if he is accepted, Situ Haonan will feel at ease. "Thank you, Lord Guardian. I will be honored to receive your gift. But as for the skill book, you don't need to arrange for someone else to bring it. Just ask Situ to bring it over. She knows where my home is." Wang Chen bowed and thanked Situ Haonan respectfully. Seeing Wang Chen accept it, Situ Haonan nodded with satisfaction. But then he felt something was wrong. "Let Situ bring it to you. Does she know where your home is? When did you two get along so well?" "Hard. The fist is hard." Situ Haonan looked at Wang Chen with strange eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Although this kid is extremely talented and has a promising future, he seems to be trying to steal his own cabbage. Otherwise, it's better to destroy it. "Master Guardian, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. See you later." Sensing that the atmosphere was a little bad, Wang Chen ran away. If he stayed any longer, he felt his life was in danger. When Wang Chen walked out of the school, the crowd outside immediately noticed him. "Are there any candidates coming out so soon? Oh my god, how long has it been? I must have failed in my attempt to challenge the secret realm dungeon. This kid is so brave. He's still smiling so happily even after failing. This guy is so handsome. It doesn't matter if he can't get into college. He's probably better off than the rest of us if he can make a living with his looks." A series of surprised and doubtful voices were heard, and many people looked at Wang Chen with sympathy in their eyes. When Bingqing, who was in combat mode just now, appeared on the giant screen, no one noticed him on their backs at all. So in their opinion, Wang Chen's coming out of the secret realm copy so quickly obviously meant that he had failed the challenge. However, Wang Chen didn't care about the discussions around him. The college entrance examination had not yet ended, and the results would be announced. Even if he explained, no one would believe him. It would be better to just let it go. The official list released tomorrow will be more powerful than any words. "Chin, this way." As he walked out, Wang Chen heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw his mother waving at him. "Mom, why are you here with so many people?" As Wang Chen walked forward, he was held up by his parents on both sides before he could finish his words. "Tell me the truth, is Bingqing really a dragon?" Dragging him to a secluded corner, the king's father and mother asked secretly. "Certainly." Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. "Real?" The two elders were stunned when they saw the little cutie on their son's shoulders. That's a giant dragon. They just couldn't connect the noble creature they had seen before with the adorable little Bingqing. The difference is simply too huge. "I told you a long time ago, but you didn't believe me. Go home quickly, I'm hungry." Seeing his parents' dazed expressions, Wang Chen felt a little jealous. "You are truly my dear parents. I just came out of the secret realm dungeon, and you didn't even ask about my grades. You are only concerned about Bingqing." Chapter 60, Commoner Number 1, about to be promoted to the second position. Not long after Wang Chen left, the space on the playground of Dongling Number 1 Middle School kept flickering, and a series of embarrassed figures appeared one after another. These are all the students taking the exams who were teleported out of the secret realm copy. At this moment, among these people, some shouted loudly and excitedly, sharing their joy with people around them, while others walked out of the playground dejectedly with dull eyes. There is a sharp contrast between those who successfully passed the level and those who failed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, space fluctuations appeared again, and the next second, a pretty figure stood on the playground. That bastard Wang Chen actually dared to run away without waiting for me. After the dizziness from the transmission ended, Sitiyu looked around and did not see the hateful figure, so he stomped his feet angrily. Then, she took out her cell phone and prepared to find that hateful guy to question him. However, before she could take any action, a group of people on the viewing stand surrounded her. Xiaoyu, how are your grades? As Situyu's uncle, Situ Haonan walked straight forward and asked. Not bad, score SSS, cleared in 12 minutes. Seeing her uncle, Situyu raised her neck and spoke in a reserved manner. Not bad, not bad. If it were last year, your result would have put you in the top 10 at the provincial level. This year, it should be about the same. Looking at the pride in his niece's eyes, Situ Haonan patted her shoulder and said sincerely. Ha ha ha, what a double happiness! It looks like our Dongling city will have 2 provincial top 10 players this time. Mayor Dongling and Principal Li, who were standing nearby, both had pleased smiles on their faces. Being in the top 10 at the provincial level was something they would never have dared to think about before. If it weren't for Wang Chen's example, they would probably want to worship Situyu as their ancestor. 2. Hearing this, Situyu's expression changed and he looked at his uncle. Uncle, how is Wang Chen's grades? He cleared the level in 1 minute. This kid is definitely going to be the top scorer in the province. As Situ Haonan spoke, he glanced at his niece suspiciously. Xiaoyu seemed to be very familiar with this Wang Chen. Without anyone telling her, she actually guessed that the other person was Wang Chen. For a moment, thinking of the previous conversation between himself and Wang Chen, Situ Haonan became alert. However, Situyu didn't notice anything strange about his uncle at all, and was completely immersed in his own world at this moment. The provincial champion? Although he had known that Wang Chen's grades would be better than his, Situyu still felt a little disappointed when he heard the news. The provincial top student will definitely be able to enter a top university, but the top 10 in the province is full of uncertainty. If I rank low in the top 10, I'll have to go to 2 different universities with that bastard. Situyu stamped his feet, feeling a little depressed. What's wrong? Worried about choosing a school this year? Seeing that his niece was not happy, Situ Haonan thought she was hit hard and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Because for some reason, the 4 top universities have decided to expand enrollment, and the top 15 students from each province can enroll. Real? Situyu looked up in surprise, and when he saw his uncle nod, a smile immediately appeared on his face. What great news! I'll wait until the results are announced tomorrow, and then go show off to that arrogant guy Wang Chen. Uncle, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Situyu waved his hand and skipped out of the school. Behind him, Situ Haonan originally wanted to ask his niece about Wang Chen, but had to give up after seeing this scene. The next day was the day when the results were announced. As the official website of Longwa Education posted the ranking of college entrance examination candidates in each province. Wang Chen. This ordinary name was like a bombshell, causing the entire Dongling city and even the entire Yuanjiang province to boil. Provincial number 1. A commoner genius. Numerous halos were suddenly superimposed on Wang Chen, making countless people notice him. Giant Beast Master. Contracted a powerful ice dragon. Information about him spread on the internet, causing countless shocks. Many media websites reporting on Wang Chen were even paralyzed due to the influx of too much traffic. This day, the entire Dongling city was decorated with lights and colors for him, and many people spontaneously lit fireworks to celebrate like it was Chinese New Year for Dongling city to have produced the provincial top scholar. Many local journalists and guild leaders heard the news and wanted to obtain first-hand information or recruit Wang Chen to their ranks. In such a short period of time, I don't know how many phones were flooded with calls, and how many people's thighs were bruised from slapping their hands. Especially those union leaders who had visited the job transfer ceremony and ignored Wang Chen, they came to Wang Chen's neighborhood with a lot of gold coins and resources. At this time, they were so angry that their intestines turned green, and they only hated themselves for being blind and not discovering such a genius at that time. Now they have no intention of recruiting anyone, they just hope that what they bring out can slightly improve the impression they have left in Wang Chen's mind. In addition to the shock in Dongling City and Yanjiang Province, the 4 top universities at the top of Longwa also sent people to Dongling City because of Wang Chen's achievements, hoping to recruit Wang Chen into the school before others. However, when the outside world was extremely noisy, Wang Chen's mood was unusually calm and was not affected by it at all. After the results were announced, he shared his scores with his parents, disguised himself, and came to a magnificent building in the city of Dongling. This building is extremely magnificent, with 4 large characters. Job Transfer Temple. On the entrance, exuding a sacred aura. Call! I hope the job transfer task I receive will be simpler, so that I can have a second pet sooner. Wang Chen looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he stepped into the job transfer temple. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, professionals who want to continuously improve their strength need to constantly change jobs and expand their upper limits. Job transfer tasks are randomly issued through the sacred stones enshrined in the temple. The difficulty level all depends on the luck of the professional. Generally speaking, the difficulty of job transfer tasks fluctuates within a range. But the world is full of wonders, and there are always some people with particularly uncanny luck. Some people may be able to successfully achieve the second transformation just by killing a goblin, while others, if they want to achieve the second transformation, need to kill a level 100 wild monster with their own hands. Walking into the job transfer temple, Wang Chen found it a bit deserted. Apart from the sacred stone enshrined in the center, there were only a few staff members dozing off behind their desks. However, when seeing this scene, there was no surprise on Wang Chen's face. Today is the day when the results are announced. The people of Dongling City are immersed in the carnival, so it is normal that the job transfer temple is a little deserted. And this is exactly what he wants. If he didn't think it was too troublesome to stay at home, he wouldn't have sneaked here. After taking a quick look around, Wang Chen walked straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm here to accept the second job transfer mission. Chapter 61 Mission, Destroy the Goblin Tribe. In the empty job transfer temple, Wang Chen's voice rang out, immediately attracting the attention of the staff. A sweet-looking staff member at the front desk showed a hint of surprise when she saw Wang Chen, who was wrapped up tightly. This was the first time she saw a professional who came to change his job being so mysterious. Okay sir, please take off your mask and hat. I need to verify your identity. I took out a registration form and the staff member smiled politely. Hearing her words, Wang Chen nodded, removed his disguise and handed over his identity credentials. Every time you change jobs in the job change temple, you need to go through real name authentication. On the one hand, this is because the professional information needs to be reported to the Dragon Country Central Database. On the other hand, it is mainly to prevent the criminals on the wanted list from taking advantage of the situation. Each of these wanted criminals has committed a serious crime. No job transfer temple in Dragon Country will be open to them, and they will be captured as soon as they appear. Okay, sir. I'll take you to take the job transfer mission now. After verifying the identity, the staff returned the identity certificate, turned around and walked to the back. Following the staff, Wang Chen came to the area behind the hall. This is a spacious space with no decorations to be seen, and the entire space is made of silver-white metal. In the center, an irregular stone more than 3 meters high was suspended above the ground, counterintuitively, emitting a gentle light all over. This is the magical stone for changing jobs. As soon as he approached the job-changing divine stone, Wang Chen felt the power in his body boiling up little by little, as if he was cheering. Sir, place your hand on the job transfer stone, and you will receive a random job transfer mission. The stone will then teleport you to the corresponding mission location. Coming to the job-changing stone, the staff member said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate and placed his hand directly on the job-changing divine stone. Buzz! A bright light shone on the divine stone, and a mysterious power enveloped Wang Chen's whole body. The next second, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Dear professionals, you are welcome to come and receive the job transfer task. Testing. The current level of the professional is level 40, which meets the standard for job transfer. Second job task is being generated, generation completed. Quest requirements, resolve the rampant goblin tribe, general. Are you sure? A normal difficulty job transfer task? After absorbing the information in his mind, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. I was lucky this time. The difficulty of the job transfer task is similar to that of secret realm copies above bronze level, and is also divided into 4 levels. According to the experience summarized by many professionals. Under normal difficulty, the highest level of monsters encountered by professionals is equal to the current level of the professionals. In the difficult difficulty level, the monster's strength is greatly improved, up to 30 levels higher than professionals. The difficulty of hell is even more abnormal. The monsters that appear in the mission are at least 30 levels higher than the professionals. As for the highest level, it is still unknown. Because since the revival of the will of the heavens, no professional has been able to pass the hell difficulty job transfer task. What's even more annoying is that, as of now, the job transfer tasks of simple, normal, and difficult difficulty all provide the same improvement to the professional after completion. Hehe, today's luck is pretty good. It looks like Xiao Bingqing will soon have a friend to play with. Patting Bingqing's little head, Wang Chen directly chose to confirm in his heart. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a flash of light, and his figure disappeared in front of the job transfer stone. The world was spinning, and when Wang Chen stepped on the ground again, he had arrived outside a lush forest. The job transfer task is officially launched. Mission objective: eliminate the goblin tribe, 0 out of 100. Wish all the professionals all the best. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounds similar to that when entering a secret realm copy appeared in his mind. 100 goblins? It's such a simple task. It looks like I could easily complete it without Xiao Bingqing's help. Wang Chen thought playfully in his heart, and walked into the forest without hesitation. With his current strength, he can easily control wild monsters that are 30 levels higher than himself, and job transfer tasks of normal difficulty will not cause him any trouble at all. Roar, roar, roar! As soon as he stepped into the forest, he heard a crazy roar in his ears. At the same time, a series of hideous and evil gazes were projected onto Wang Chen from the shadows of the forest. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, a group of hideous goblins walked out of the forest. These goblins are short and about 1.5 meters tall, covered with dark green skin, and hold bones of unknown creatures as weapons. After seeing Wang Chen and Bingqing, greedy looks surged in their scarlet eyes, and disgusting sticky saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level 35. Fighting method: close combat. Skills: bite, charge. Type: ordinary. Monster, Goblin Wizard. Level 40. Battle method: long range output, auxiliary. Skills: corrosive ray, fanaticism. Type: mutation. Monster, strong Goblin Warrior. Level 40. Fighting method: close combat. Skills: skin hardening, charge, intimidation. Type: mutation. Among the 100 goblins, there are 6 mutants, namely 3 goblin wizards and 3 strong goblin warriors. Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Chen patted Bingqing's head, then silently drew out the Gale's sword and moved his hands and feet. Woo woo! Xiao Bingqing flapped its wings and flew to the side, chirping to cheer its owner up. Roar! The clear, childish voice seemed to have triggered some kind of switch, causing the goblins to roar wildly. Without any hesitation, this group of guys waved their weapons and rushed towards Wang Chen in a black crowd. Snort! Seeing this scene, Wang Chen curled his lips in disdain, moved his feet and rushed out at high speed. With a swish. At the same time, the long sword in his hand slashed out a crescent-shaped cold light. In an instant, the blade of the wind sword slashed through the throats of the 5 goblins without any hindrance. Well! They only had time to let out a scream before the 5 goblins in the front were killed instantly. The smell of blood filled the forest in an instant. Roar, roar, roar! Stimulated by the smell of blood, the scarlet light in the eyes of the remaining goblins became more intense. Especially when the 3 goblin wizards in the back released the spell of fanaticism, these guys stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed towards Wang Chen frantically. Chapter 62. The 4 top leaders arrived together. Dongling No. 1 Middle School. The spacious conference room was packed with people. Principal Li and all the teachers of Dongling No. 1 Middle School were present and stood respectfully by the side. Opposite them were 4 men and women with powerful auras. The aura fluctuations of each of them were much stronger than that of Dongling Guardians Situhanan. These 4 people are the admissions teachers of the 4 top universities in Longhua. From left to right, they are from Huaqing University, Yanlong University, Yanhua University, and Nanxing University. Behind these 4 people stood 8 young men and women, all of whom were outstanding students from 4 top universities. The aura of each of them was around the 3rd level. Boom! Where is Wang Chen now? The admissions teacher from Huaqing University was a sturdy middle-aged man. He knocked on the table and looked at Principal Li with a calm look. Being stared at by such calm eyes, Principal Li felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He never expected that as soon as the college entrance examination list was released today, admissions teachers from 4 top universities came one after another, which left him completely unprepared. Please be patient, sir. I'm already in touch with you. Principal Li wiped off the cold sweat calmly and spoke cautiously. As he spoke, he frantically signaled to Li Xia, the head teacher of Class 7, asking her to contact Wang Chen as soon as possible. Noticing the principal's gaze, Li Xia's expression stiffened. She wants to contact him now, but she can't. No one knows what happened to this rascal Wang Chen today. His phone was turned off. When I called home, his parents didn't know where he was. With a bitter smile in his heart, Li Xia secretly glanced at the opposite side. As soon as the college entrance examination list was released, the admissions teachers of the 4 top universities came to grab people. Wang Chen's treatment is unique among the top scorers in the college entrance examinations in various provinces of Longhua. After making a phone call and failing to get through, Li Xia gave Principal Li a helpless look. I tried my best. Principal Li couldn't help feeling a little bitter when he saw this. The 4 admissions teachers opposite were not easy to deal with. If they were dissatisfied today, I'm afraid that just one complaint would make him, the principal, voluntarily resign. Principal Lee, the teachers have been waiting for nearly 20 minutes. As a principal, you can't even contact your own students, right? At this moment, a young man standing behind the admissions teacher of Huaqing University frowned and said somewhat unhappily, No, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee shook his head repeatedly, almost like a rattle. He couldn't afford to offend the admissions teachers of the 4 universities, nor could he afford to offend the students who followed him. For example, the young man who is speaking at this moment is a student from Yanjiang province who was admitted to Huaqing University last year. His name is Zhou Zibo. His profession is the special profession Thorn Knight. After only 1 year at Huaqing University, his strength has already risen to the 3rd level 75, which is a leader among the sophomores at Huaqing University. Hee. Principal Lee, there's no need to say any more excuses. What on earth is Wang Chen thinking? The teachers came here in person, which is a great honor for him. He actually dared to be late at this time. Doesn't he take us seriously? Zhou Zibo curled his lips in disdain when he heard this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He followed the admissions teacher to Dongling City this time, on the one hand to earn credits, and on the other hand he wanted to see what kind of person this year's top student in Yanjiang province was, and why he was worthy of being personally recruited by the admissions teachers of 4 top universities. But the result? As soon as I got here, I was stood up. Normally arrogant, he could no longer suppress his anger. Noticing Zhou Zibo's dissatisfaction, Principal Lee smiled bitterly and was about to speak to comfort him. But at this moment, who knew you guys would suddenly come here today? A cold murmur suddenly sounded in the conference room. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to the pretty figure standing behind Principal Lee. This is an extremely beautiful girl with delicate facial features that seem natural and a slightly heroic ponytail, giving people a feeling of youth and vitality. It was Sitiyu. She ranked 9th in this year's Yanjiang Province College entrance examination list and, like Wang Chen, was qualified for admission to a top university. Little ancestor, can you please be quiet? Principal Lee looked at Sitiyu helplessly, feeling extremely tired. She was acting like a spoiled brat without considering the occasion. The people in front of her were admissions teachers from 4 top universities. Any one of them was someone that the Sita family could not afford to offend, even to him. Being stared at by everyone, Sitiyu stuck out her tongue and quietly hid behind her head teacher. These guys have scary eyes. Oh. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the 9th place in Yanjiang province this year. On the opposite side, Zhou Zibo's eyes flashed with surprise after seeing Sitiyu, but then he said disdainfully, If the school hadn't expanded its enrollment this year, you wouldn't even be qualified to be here with your grades, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly? He's just like Wang Chen. He doesn't know what the sky is high and the earth is deep. When Sitiyu heard this, anger immediately appeared on his face, and he stood out from behind the head teacher angrily. Do you know what the sky is high and the earth is deep? I have studied in a top university for a year, and my strength has just reached the 3rd level. What is there to be proud of? A waste of resources. She glared at Zhou Zibo with an unkind tone. You can say it's mine, but dare you say it's Wang Chen? Little white face, I will remember you. You. After the words fell, Zhou Zibo's face showed anger, and not only him, but the other 7 people standing beside him also had somewhat ugly expressions. Sitiyu's words had such a wide impact that even they were included. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little stagnant, and you could hear a pin drop. Nonsense! Principal Lee's face changed drastically at this moment, and he turned around and glared at Sitiyu. These are your future seniors, Sitiyu. How can you be so rude? Apologize to them immediately. As he spoke, Principal Lee kept giving glances, hoping that this little ancestor would quiet down. However, I wasn't wrong. Sitiyu pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, looking down at the ground, completely unmoved. You! Seeing this scene, Principal Lee was completely numb. He made up his mind and planned to forcefully pull Sitiyu to apologize. But at this moment, a waste of resources? The little girl is quite sharp-tongued. Since you look down on them, why don't you have a competition? Let's see who is the waste. The admissions teacher from Huaqing University knocked on the table and said sarcastically. Chapter 63 Second Transformation, Future Expectations. In the conference room of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant as the admissions teacher from Huaqing University finished speaking. A graduate who has not yet entered college competes with outstanding students from top universities. No matter how you look at it, this is a sure loss. The two sides are not on the same level at all. At this moment, not only were the people at Dongling No. 1 Middle School stunned, but even the admissions teachers from the other 3 top universities frowned. Teacher Zhang, this seems to be against the rules, right? Mu Weining, the admissions teacher at Yanlong University, looked at Mr. Zhang from Huaqing University with some displeasure. Nothing is against the rules. Hearing this, Teacher Zhang from Huaqing sneered and said in a playful tone, Young people are ignorant of the immensity of the world. Once they have achieved some success, they become arrogant. It is just right to give them some setbacks so that they know that there are always people better than you. This is not fair at all. A hint of anger flashed across Mu Weining's eyes. In her opinion, although Sitiyu's words just now were a bit excessive, they were also justified. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing was going too far by doing this. There is no fairness in this world, especially for professionals. No matter what happened before, everyone must learn to be respectful in front of professionals who are stronger than themselves. Your Yamong University is too weak. That's why the students you taught lost to our Huaqing in last year's competition. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University sneered and shook his head, not thinking that there was anything wrong with his decision. You! Hearing his words, Mu Weining's chest rose and fell rapidly, and she wished she could kill this arrogant guy in front of her with a sword. Oh shit! After getting the first place among all the universities in the country, he felt so proud. In an instant, the argument between the two brought the atmosphere in the entire conference room to freezing point. But at this time, let's compete! A clear voice rang out, breaking the silence in the conference room. I want to see how much better you can be than me after studying at Huaqing University for a year. Sitiyu stepped forward and looked at Zhou Zibo without fear. Hearing this, Zhou Zibo glanced at Teacher Zhang, then sneered and took a step forward. Okay. Then I will tell you how to remain respectful when facing your senior. Swish. As a cold light flashed, a line of blood appeared on the neck of the last goblin wizard, and his body fell limply to the ground. Wang Chen sheathed his sword and looked around calmly. At this moment, the corpses of 100 goblins were neatly scattered around him. Total time, 36 seconds. After the timing ended, Wang Chen nodded silently. Good. This speed barely satisfied him. If he hadn't tried out the defensive capabilities of his new equipment in the middle, this time could have been compressed even shorter. Woo woo! Seeing that his master had finished the battle, Xiao Bingqing flapped his wings and flew over. The little guy rubbed his owner's face affectionately, his eyes sparkling. Okay, you little flatterer, I'll buy you something delicious when I get home. Sensing the thoughts coming from the contract, Wang Chen rubbed Bingqing's little head in annoyance. During the 1 month in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Sitiyu completely trained the little guy to become a foodie. Woo woo! Hearing his master's promise, the little guy squinted his eyes happily. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sound rang in Wang Chen's ears. Congratulations to the professional for successfully completing the second job transfer task. Professional advancement. Giant Beast Tamer, first turn, Giant Beast Tamer, second turn. Congratulations on learning the exclusive skill of the Beast Tamer, Beast Pet Amplification. Congratulations on obtaining a new pet contract position, currently 1/2. Job transfer successful, the professional will be transferred away. Please wait. After the prompt sound disappeared, a bright light flashed on Wang Chen's body, and then he realized that the barrier that had been restraining him had disappeared. Finally, I can continue upgrading! Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From now on, his level can continue to increase. As long as he advances 10 more levels, Bingqing will reach the limit of his current growth stage. Once he enters the next stage, the little guy will be able to speak. By then, the little guy will be able to communicate normally with others and no longer need to be a riddle dragon. What he is excited about recently is the newly added pet slot, which means that he will soon be blessed with the attributes of a second pet. Your own strength will grow like a snowball. From today on, the horror of the Giant Beast Tamer profession will begin to be fully demonstrated on him. We have to choose carefully this time and find Bingqing an equally strong companion. I've almost exhausted the pet market in Dongling City. I'll go to a big city to choose my second pet. Thinking excitedly in his heart, Wang Chen checked the newly acquired exclusive skills of the Beast Master. Beast Pet Amplification. After casting, the power of your own Beast Pet will be increased by 10%. This skill is the basic skill of the Beast Master. Both the Giant Beast Master and the ordinary Beast Master will obtain it after the second transformation. However, if this skill is used by Wang Chen, it will become even more powerful. With the blessing of the SSS level talent, all beasts affection, the effects of all his exclusive skills were increased tenfold. If the Beast Pet Amplification technique is used on Bingqing, its strength will be directly doubled. Now the little fellow's strength is enough to compete with professionals around level 70 who have just entered the third transformation. Double it again. I'm afraid even a level 80 professional would be knocked down by one claw. The strength has improved again. I hope that when the geniuses from the top universities see Xiao Bingqing's terrifying strength, they won't be shocked. Wang Chen thought excitedly in his heart, waiting quietly to be teleported out. Soon, with a flash of light, he reappeared next to the job-changing divine stone. The staff waiting on the side were surprised to see Wang Chen come out so quickly. It took less than a minute, and this handsome guy was really lucky. He must have randomly got a simple job transfer task. Thinking of this, the staff member smiled politely on his face. Congratulations on successfully completing your job transfer mission. Her tone was much more polite than before. In today's Blue Star, a first-level professional is just a newbie, and only after a successful second-level transformation can one be considered to have officially embarked on the path to transcendence. Wang Chen was slightly surprised by the change in the staff and was about to say a few polite words. Ding ding ding. But at this moment, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated rapidly. Hey Mom! Where the hell have you been, little brat? The admissions teachers from the 4 top universities are all at number 1 middle school. Get over here right now! Chapter 64. All the handsome guys are bad. Admissions teachers from 4 top universities gathered at Dongling number 1 middle school. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen looked a little surprised. He was a little surprised that the admissions teachers from top universities were so hungry, even though the college entrance examination results were just announced today. However, thinking of his horrific results in the college entrance examination, Wang Chen understood something. Looking at all the universities that have taken the college entrance examinations before, the best passing score did not exceed 10 minutes. And he directly improved this result tenfold. It would be strange if the 4 top universities didn't go crazy. Hey! I wonder what kind of conditions they will offer. I'm afraid my wallet will be bulging again this time. Thinking of the preferential treatment he would receive by entering a top university, Wang Chen left the job transfer temple with some anticipation. The 4 top universities all follow an elite approach and offer generous rewards to the students they admit every year. Among these rewards, there are various items such as gold coins, holy crystals, equipment, skill books, etc. And these are not the most valuable ones. As far as Wang Chen knows, top universities will also offer precious secret realm copy entry qualifications as rewards. You know, not long ago, Wang Chen passed the lava cave, a copy of the college entrance examination secret realm, and directly obtained 5 million experience points, as well as other valuable rewards. And this is just a bronze level copy. Among the top universities, there are a large number of secret realm copies of silver, gold, and diamond levels. As long as he can pass these, Wang Chen feels that his strength will grow as fast as a rocket. Wang Chen came to school with excitement. As soon as he walked into the school gate, he saw teacher Li Xia who had received the message. Where have you been? Li Xia grabbed Wang Chen, her tone somewhat complaining. During the time when this brat was missing, she was under great psychological pressure. The aura leaked from those 4 terrifying admissions teachers made her feel a little breathless. Hey, I went to the job change temple to change my job. Touching his nose, Wang Chen said a little embarrassedly. As soon as he saw so many missed calls on his phone, he knew that he would be blamed. Second turn? You succeeded! Hearing this, Li Xia looked at Wang Chen with some surprise. It was not until this moment that she noticed that the aura of her favorite student was slightly different from before. For a moment, Li Xia's eyes were a little complicated. How long has it been? This brat who grew up under my care is almost catching up with me in strength. Alright, stop being so boastful here and follow me quickly. Those adults are waiting anxiously. However, Li Xia quickly calmed down and dragged Wang Chen towards the playground. Teacher, isn't it in the conference room? Realizing that the direction was wrong, Wang Chen asked in confusion. Well? Hearing his words, Li Xia paused and said helplessly as she walked. Something happened. Calm down and choose a school first. Hearing this, Wang Chen was confused. But soon, after entering the playground, his doubts were resolved. Sweeping his eyes across the playground, he saw Situyu's face was pale, his eyes were red, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Not far away, there stood a young man with an arrogant and showy look. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen frowned. What's going on? Walking to Situyu and helping her wipe the dirt off her face, Wang Chen asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone. They say. Situyu seemed to have found his backbone. He grabbed Wang Chen's clothes and told him the situation. After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. A competition between the third and second turn? Isn't this obviously bullying? The other sighed. Are you Wang Chen? You look no different. Junior Situyu wants to feel the strength of our senior. Do you want to try? Zhou Zibo took a look at Wang Chen and found that he had a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, like a banished immortal walking out of a painting. His tone became unnaturally hostile. All the handsome guys are bad. I really want to beat your face into a pig's head. However, what disappointed him was that when Wang Chen heard his words and turned to look at him, there was no emotion in his eyes, like a bottomless sea. In a trance, Zhou Zibo seemed to see the high and mighty god staring coldly and mercilessly at a savage ant. And unfortunately, he is that ant. It seems that you, Wang Chen, are very unconvinced? Why, come over and practice with me, senior? Zhou Zibo stared at Wang Chen with a very gloomy expression. This condescending look made him extremely angry. Who do you think you are? Okay. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded indifferently. Even if this guy doesn't say anything, he will teach him a lesson. Wang Chen. Sitiyu grabbed the corner of Wang Chen's clothes tightly, with a worried expression. Although she hated Zhou Zibo opposite her at this moment, she had to admit that this guy was indeed very strong. In the competition just now, she was defeated miserably. On the side, Principal Li and others also wanted to persuade them. For a high school student to face off against a sophomore from a top university is like an egg hitting a stone. Sitiyu's defeat just now has clearly proved this problem. But before they could say anything, Wang Chen patted Sitiyu's hand, then took a step forward and walked in front of Zhou Zibo. But his eyes were not on Zhou Zibo at all at this time. Instead, he looked past him and looked behind him. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University. Teacher, can I cripple him? Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flashed across Mr. Zhang's face. Yes, but you have to have the ability. Also, we at Huaqing University will not accept people who have no self-awareness. Teacher Zhang's mouth curled up and his tone was somewhat sarcastic. A student who had just finished the college entrance examination had no respect for him, an admissions officer of a top university? How outrageous. Do you think that just by contracting a giant dragon, you can look down on the geniuses from top universities? At the side, 3 other admissions teachers from top universities showed interested expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. After Wang Chen arrived, he faced off against people from Huaqing University, which in their view was the best thing that could happen. Before the recruitment conditions were even put forward, a competitor was eliminated. On the other side, hearing Teacher Zhang's words with hidden anger, Wang Chen shook his head indifferently and directly passed the option of Huaqing University in his mind. Judging from his grades, it was he who chose the school rather than the school choosing him. I don't know where these guys from Huaqing get their sense of superiority from. It just so happens that I have no interest in a school that likes to bully the weak. Focusing his gaze back on Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen extended his hand disdainfully and waved it like he was teasing a dog. Let's start. If you don't make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Chapter 65 You win. Wang Chen's words fell on the playground like thunder. In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely shocked. Mr. Zhang, the admissions teacher at Huaqing University, turned visibly red in the face, and he was so angry that his breathing became unstable. Bullying? He never thought that Wang Chen would give such an evaluation of Huaqing University. What a nonsense! A lucky guy who has managed to contract a dragon, his tail is about to reach the sky. With such a mentality, even if one does not die young, his future achievements will be limited. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing was furious, while the 3 admissions teachers on the other side were laughing. Wang Chen said this at this time. No matter what the result of the competition between him and Zhou Zibo was, Huaqing University had already been eliminated. This young man has character. We at Yanlong University need talents like him. Mu Weining, the admissions teacher at Yanlong University, didn't care about Teacher Zhang's ugly face and praised him. After hearing her words, Teacher Zhang's face turned even greener. Zhou Zibo, if you don't crush Wang Chen today, I'll deduct all your credits for this year. His anger rose, and he couldn't help but send a message to Zhou Zibo. In the playground, Zhou Zibo, who was already furious at Wang Chen's disdain, showed a cruel look on his face when he heard the words. Good, good, good. Before, he was afraid that he would be too harsh and displease Teacher Zhang, but now with this sentence as a basis, he could do it without any scruples. Bang! Zhou Zibo pushed the ground with one foot and pounced towards Wang Chen with a violent roar. Let you show off. I'm going to beat you into a cripple today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Zhou Zibo's fist came in front of Wang Chen with a violent whistling sound. Facing this attack, Wang Chen did not dodge or evade. When the fist was about to touch him, he moved his feet and his body left a phantom on the spot. When he appeared again, he had passed Zhou Zibo and stood behind him. Then he kicked the other person hard on the butt. Bang! The kick was not very powerful, but extremely insulting. Zhou Zibo missed his attack and was kicked so hard that he lost his balance. With a plop, he lay prone on the playground with his mouth touching the ground, like a wild dog pouncing on its prey. Senior, it seems you have eaten a lot of shit in the past, so you have mastered this wild dog pounce move. Looking at the embarrassed Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen smiled slightly and silently retracted his foot. Ah! Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you! Climbing up from the ground, Zhou Zibo looked at Wang Chen with a ferocious expression and extremely resentful eyes. He had just wanted to rely on the powerful attributes of his third transformation to crush Wang Chen with ordinary attacks, but he didn't expect to make such a big fool of himself. Buzz buzz buzz. Magic power surged violently, and a halo of thorns instantly enveloped him. In a rage, Zhou Zibo didn't care about anything else and directly used his professional skills. Aura of Thorns. This is the signature skill of the Thorn Knight. When he uses it at this time, he can increase the strength bonus by 30% and rebound 10% of the attack. Boy, I will tear your mouth apart bit by bit! Then he stretched out his hand, and a 2-meter-long lance appeared in his hand, and then he immediately charged towards Wang Chen. Boom boom boom! For a moment, fierce footsteps sounded on the playground, and Zhou Zibo's charge alone brought with it the momentum of thousands of troops. Seeing this scene, the onlookers subconsciously tensed their bodies. Mu Weining and other admissions teachers also focused and became alert at this moment, ready to rescue people at any time. After all, a third-level Thorn Knight at full firepower is definitely not something a second-level knight can handle. But, looking at Zhou Zibo rushing over, there was no fear on Wang Chen's face. Boom! A flash of blood appeared on his body, his heartbeat accelerated, his blood flowed wildly, and his aura suddenly became violent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Reduces pain by 20% and increases attack power by 20%. Instant Sword. The next second, Wang Chen rushed out at an even faster speed, and his Gale Force sword slashed fiercely at the lance that was thrusting at him. With a bang, the two weapons collided violently, sparks flying. Zhou Zibo's forward momentum was blocked, and Wang Chen flew backwards. Even with the clear attribute feedback now, Wang Chen still has a certain gap in hard power compared to the third-level professional. Ha ha! You don't know your own limitations! Seeing this, Zhou Zibo laughed wildly. Wang Chen's defeat made him feel extremely excited. But, at this time, he did not notice that Wang Chen's expression did not change at all as he flew backwards. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh! With a sneer, Wang Chen landed on one foot and turned his body to dissipate the force of the recoil. Then he rushed out again like lightning. Flash Sword. 2-stage attack. Call! Amid the fierce wind, Wang Chen instantly came in front of Zhou Zibo, who still had an excited expression on his face, and stabbed his neck with his long sword. Zhou Zibo, who had never expected that Wang Chen could make a comeback, had no time to dodge and could only hold his lance horizontally above his sword. Bang! Zhou Zibo only felt a powerful force hitting the lance, and he had to use all his strength to keep it from falling out. But his body was directly lifted into the air by this force. Brush brush. Wang Chen took advantage of the situation and swung his other hand quickly, sending out 2 huge green wind blades. Bang! Bang! Zhou Zibo, who was still in midair, had no time to dodge before 2 wind blades hit his body. He spun around several times and fell prostrate on the playground. You! Puff! Zhou Zibo raised his head in pain, looking at Wang Chen with crazy and resentful eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Although the wind blade was blocked by the equipment on his body, the huge force it carried made him feel as if he was run over by a steamroller, and his internal organs were about to shift. Seeing this scene, everyone around stood up straight and looked at Wang Chen with shocked eyes. In particular, the 3 admissions teachers other than Teacher Zhang all had a glimmer in their eyes. Pretty! Perfect combat awareness and timing. Although Zhou Zibo did not show his full strength because he underestimated his enemy. But the same is true for Wang Chen. He is a giant beast master, and there are even more powerful dragons that have not yet appeared in the battle. I'm going to kill you! Zhou Ziting was trembling all over, and the looks from the people around him made him feel like a knife was cutting his heart. With a roar, 3 halos rose from his body, and the lance in his hand burst into dazzling light. Then he rushed towards Wang Chen madly. But, faced with such an attack, Wang Chen didn't even move, and didn't even take a defensive stance. Because he saw a figure blocking Zhou Zibo's way. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University grabbed the lance and swung Zhou Zibo out. Then, you win! He shook his head and looked at Wang Chen with complicated eyes. Chapter 66, Yanlong, Sincerity That Cannot Be Refused. The playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was completely silent. Everyone looked at the young and handsome figure in the middle of the playground with some disbelief. No one expected that Wang Chen actually defeated Zhou Zibo in a head-on battle. Although this was due to Zhou Zibo's underestimation of the enemy, the result is enough to be called a legend. You know, there is a gap of 35 levels between the two of them. Moreover, Wang Chen's most powerful trump card, the dragon, has not yet appeared. Is this the strength of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination in Yuanjiang province? It's so enchanting. No matter what the cost, we must recruit this pervert into the school. Looking at this scene, the eyes of the three admissions teachers collided fiercely, and sparks seemed to be growing in the air. And in the center of the playground, Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University looked at Wang Chen with an extremely complicated expression. He used to think Wang Chen was arrogant, but now, he was only shocked and regretful. 1 billion gold coin bonus, 1 diamond level equipment, 2 A-level skill books of your choice, 1 free entry to gold level and silver level secret dungeons each month. This is the condition of our Huaqing University, Wang Chen. I hope you will consider it. Teacher Zhang's tone was extremely complicated. However, upon hearing his conditions that were enough to make countless people jealous, Wang Chen simply shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in Huaqing University. After saying that, he walked straight towards Sitiyu. After looking at Wang Chen and then at Zhou Zibo, who was already unconscious on the ground, a deep regret flashed in Teacher Zhang's eyes. A genius who was destined to have a bright future just missed the opportunity to attend Huaqing University. Teacher Zhang pursed his lips, picked up Zhou Zibo from the ground and flew away. Wang Chen, I apologize to you for my previous contempt. On the playground, only his voice, with a hint of regret, echoed. Wang Chen looked at Teacher Zhang's receding figure from afar, then looked down at the stunned Sitiyu and asked, Am I awesome? There was a bright light in Sitiyu's eyes. You're not really great, you're too great. The girl rushed over and smiled like an idiot. Cough. Wang Chen was a little embarrassed and looked around for help. However, beside him, everyone looked straight ahead, as if they saw nothing. After laughing foolishly for a long time, Sitiyu let go of Wang Chen helplessly, his face as red as a monkey's butt. But at this time, no one made fun of her. Mu Weining and 3 other admissions teachers pushed through the crowd and surrounded Wang Chen. Student Wang Chen, I am the admissions teacher of Nanxing University. I hope you can join us. We are willing to provide. Student Wang Chen, I'm the admissions teacher at Yanhua University. You must come to our school. The bonus you get from the school will be doubled based on what you get from Nanxing University. The admissions teachers from Nanxing University and Yanhua University grabbed Wang Chen's hands on the left and right, and couldn't wait to offer extremely enviable conditions. Especially the admissions teachers at Yanhua University, who could double their bonuses just by asking for it. You know, Nanxing University offered a prize of 1 billion gold coins. If he doubled it, it would be 2 billion gold coins. This is money that ordinary people, or even some wealthy families, cannot earn in their entire lives. The teachers and principal around were so shocked when they heard the conditions proposed by these two people that their jaws almost dropped. However, Wang Chen's expression was very calm and he was not overwhelmed by these things at all. Instead, at this moment he looked at the admissions teacher of Yanlong University with some curiosity. Student Wang Chen, I'm Mu Weining, the admissions teacher at Yanlong University. The conditions I offer you are the same as those at Yanhua University. But I see that you have reached the 2nd level now, so you must have a vacant contract position. Yanlong University is willing to provide you with a giant beast pet. Mu Weining smiled at Wang Chen and spoke very gently. As soon as he finished speaking, the admissions teachers from Nanxing University and Yanhua University fell silent. Yanlong University is well prepared. If it were other conditions, especially the bonus, they could still compete, but a behemoth? Yanlong University has invested a huge amount of money, and the two of them have no say in the matter. Even if they ask for instructions, their sincerity is still slightly inferior to that of Yanlong University. Thinking in their hearts, the admissions teachers from Nanxing University and Yanhua University silently let go of Wang Chen's arm. Very good, it seems that none of you can offer a better condition. Seeing this scene, Mu Weining smiled calmly and looked at Wang Chen steadily. I choose Yanlong University. Wang Chen did not hesitate. Although he did not need the school to reward the behemoth, it could be seen from this that Yanlong University was more sincere than the other two. Okay, classmate Wang Chen, your choice is very wise. Mu Weining showed a satisfied smile on her face, and then she looked at Sitiyu. I think that classmate Sitiyu will definitely go to the same university as classmate Wang Chen. So, apart from the behemoth, how about classmate Sitiyu giving you 500 million gold coins and the same other conditions as Wang Chen? Mu Weining said in a mischievous tone. Hearing this, Sitiyu's pretty face turned red and she nodded gently. Seeing that both of them had made their choices, the admissions teachers from Nanxing University and Yanhua University exchanged a few words with Wang Chen and then left. After the two left, Mu Weining asked for Wang Chen and Sitiyu's bank account numbers. The bonus will be deposited into your card later, and you will need to collect the other rewards at school. New students will be enrolled in 3 days. You two should prepare in the next few days and don't be late. Mu Weining gently explained some matters, and then waved goodbye decisively. After she left, Wang Chen and Sitiyu exchanged a few words with the teachers and then left the school. The two decided to spend the next few days reuniting with their family. 3 days later, Wang Chen left a note for his parents, covered it with a bank card containing 100 million gold coins, and then quietly left home. He did this, on the one hand, because he didn't want to see his parents' reluctance to part, and on the other hand, to prevent them from arguing with him. Parents always give without asking for anything in return, and Wang Chen had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. After leaving home, he made his way to the interprovincial transfer station in the city center. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, the territory of Blue Star has expanded countless times, and the distance between cities can no longer be measured by previous cognition. For example, Yanlong University is located in the capital of Longhua, which is far away from Dongling City. In the past, you could get there by plane or high-speed rail, but now, if you use such backward methods, it may take at least 3 to 5 days to get there. Not only is the distance longer, but the wild monster areas located in the city also make the journey very dangerous. As a result, ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays came into being. As long as you are willing to spend the money, you can reach any city in Dragon Country in a flash. As soon as I entered the teleportation station, Sitiyu, who had been waiting here, came over skipping. Wang Chen, the tickets have been bought. Our college life is about to begin. Chapter 67 Arrival at Yanlong. Yanlong University. Located in the mountains north of Kyoto, Dragon Kingdom. Among the continuous building complexes, there are pavilions, terraces, and high-rise buildings. The perfect combination of classical beauty and modern atmosphere gives people a dazzling and mysterious beauty. Although this complex of buildings located in the mountains is called a university, its area is no less than that of a small city. There are 2 million permanent residents, of which the number of teachers and students totals nearly 1,000, and all the rest of the people serve these chosen ones and strong men. In the very center of the building complex, there is a tower over 300 meters high, piercing the sky like a sharp sword. This is the main teaching building of Yanlong University, the Eternal Tower. It is not only a magnificent building, but also a war fortress of an unimaginable level. During the 700 years of the revival of the will of the heavens, the Eternal Tower has appeared countless times on the battlefields of the heavens, crushing countless enemies for the Dragon Kingdom and the Blue Star. The countless spots and crisscrossing traces on its surface are all dazzling medals after battles. Even if you just stand close and watch, you can feel the breath of blood and fire. Now. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door at the top floor of the Eternal Tower. Enter! A gentle voice sounded, and first-class lecturer Mu Weining pushed open the door and came to a wide desk. Mr. Provost! She looked at the figure writing furiously at the desk and said hello stiffly. Here it comes! Upon hearing this, the Dean of Academic Affairs put down the pen in his hand, looked up, and a warm smile appeared on his face. This is a man about 30 years old, with ordinary appearance, gentle eyes, and looks unremarkable. But at this moment, under this gentle gaze, no matter how many times Mu Weining had come here, she still felt extremely nervous, or rather, respectful. This Dean of Academic Affairs was an important rank 8 expert of the Dragon Nation. His name as the Bloody Knight resounded throughout the battlefields of the heavens. He was a terrifying existence that killed people in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Mr. Dean, today is the day for new students to register for school. I am here to receive the reward for the new student Wang Chen. After calming down her thoughts, Mu Weining said respectfully. Wang Chen. Don't worry, Giant Beast Cub. Tell me about this little guy. I want your most intuitive opinion. Hearing this, the Dean of Academic Affairs seemed to become interested and leaned back in his chair and looked at Mu Weining gently. Evildoer! Mu Weining pondered for a moment, and said with some admiration. I have never seen any student at this age who has mastered combat skills to such an extreme that it is like an instinct in the body. So where's his dragon? Although we didn't see the giant ice dragon take action this time, judging from the power Wang Chen displayed. Mu Weining paused with a shocked expression, and continued. It's probably a divine beast above the king level. King level? Hearing this, a flash of lightning appeared in the dean's eyes, and there seemed to be thunder brewing in them. What a wonderful little fellow! He's coming! The Dean of Academic Affairs had a big smile on his face, and suddenly he looked outside the room. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of obstacles and saw something that made him happy. Go ahead and hand the beast over to him. Tell him that if he has any questions, he can come here and ask me. This? Hearing the Dean's implicit meaning, Mu Weining looked shocked and extremely unbelievable. But before she could ask further questions, she was teleported out of the room with a flash of magical light. In front of Yanlong University. Is this Yanlong University? It feels even bigger than our Dongling city. Sityu muttered to himself, with an expression on his face as if he was a country bumpkin coming to the city. At the side, Wang Chen also looked a little dazed. This magnificent complex of buildings is so large that its edges cannot be seen with the naked eye. The so-called university town in my previous life is nothing compared to this one. Thinking that this would be where he would live for the next 3 years, he couldn't help but feel excited. Isn't it shocking? At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from the side, and the admissions teacher Mu Weining came here at some point. Welcome to Yanlong University. Hello, Teacher Mu. Seeing the visitor, Wang Chen and Sityu greeted him politely, and then looked at each other with some curiosity. The two of them had also studied some information about Yanlong University in the past few days, so they knew very well that the teacher in front of them with a gentle smile was a first-class lecturer and a powerful man with the strength of the 5th level. She came out to greet me personally, which was really flattering. I just happened to meet you, so I'll take you to register your information on the way. So that you two won't be cheated by those unscrupulous seniors. Mu Weining explained, turned around and led the two of them towards the school. Being cheated? Walking behind, Wang Chen felt a little happy in his heart. As expected, no matter where you are, there is always the care of seniors for the juniors. Hello, Teacher Mu! At this time, Mu Weining brought the two of them to the registration office inside the school gate. The 3 students sitting behind the desk quickly stood up and greeted them respectfully. These 3 people, 2 men, 1 woman, are all no more than 20 years old, and their auras have all reached the 3rd level. Teacher Mu, this is really unkind of you. You won't even let go of this tiny bit of credit. When Mu Weining came closer, the girl among the 3 showed a resentful expression on her face. That's enough. I just happened to be here, and I won't take away your credits. Mu Weining gave the girl an unpleasant look. Hearing this, the girl nodded obediently, took out the registration form, and her eyes were directly glued to Wang Chen. He is so handsome. It seems that the top of the school handsome list will be replaced by someone else this year. Hello, Junior, please fill in the basic information. Hello, Senior. Wang Chen nodded politely, filled out the registration form and handed it back. Wang Chen. The sophomore student who was planning to secretly write down the contact information couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the name on the registration form. No wonder Teacher Mu personally took him to the school for admission. It turns out that he is a giant beast master who has a contract with a divine beast. Junior, do you have a girlfriend? Looking at Wang Chen, the sophomore girl's eyes were shining. This person is a future 7th turn expert for sure. Senior, I've filled mine out too. Before Wang Chen could say anything, Sityu squeezed over unhappily, looking at the nymphomaniac opposite him angrily, like a little tiger whose territory had been invaded. So angry. What if I don't exist? But the sophomore girl didn't care at all. She took the registration form perfunctorily, and kept staring at Wang Chen as if she was glued to him. I don't know if my junior would mind having multiple girlfriends. Seeing this scene, the 2 sophomore seniors standing by smiled bitterly and were secretly envious in their hearts. What a superficial woman. So what? This junior is just a little bit more handsome than the 2 of us. Chapter 68. This is a divine beast, and you despise it? After the episode at the registration office, Mu Weining took Wang Chen and Sityu to the temporary dormitory for freshmen. Compared to what you see outside, the scenery around you after entering the campus is even more shocking. The high-rise buildings standing in a disorderly manner, and the pedestrians riding flying pets or magic props coming and going, make them feel like they have walked into a wonderful world. What a wonderful place! Following Mu Weining, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The interweaving of magic and technology presents a breathtaking beauty. Our Yanlong University was built in the 35th year of the recovery calendar, which means it has a history of more than 600 years. Our principal is a 9th level warrior with the title of God of War. Mu Weining walked in front, explaining a few words to Wang Chen and Sityu from time to time. You just came in through the main entrance of the school. In addition to that, there are many other exits in the school. You will come into contact with them after you officially start your college life. The entire school area is divided into living area, teaching area, experimental area, trading area, mission area, etc. You can check the specific locations through the watches just distributed. It's a lot more than just your identity. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen and Sityu curiously fiddled with the new silver watches on their wrists. It is silver white all over and full of technological atmosphere. When you touch it with your finger, a holographic screen will appear in front of you. It displays a wide variety of information and integrates modules such as transactions, navigation, queries, games, etc., with incredibly powerful performance. After reporting, you have 2 days to familiarize yourself with the school. In 2 days, the school will start the annual ranking competition for you. At that time, corresponding rewards and ranking treatment will be issued according to your respective rankings. Another thing you have to remember is that the strongest currency in school is credits. Except for the trading area connected to the outside world, you will need to consume credits whether exchanging resources or eating, drinking, or living. Mu Weining opened her mouth and reminded solemnly. Teacher Mu, we just entered school and have no credits. Isn't it difficult for us to move forward? Hearing the importance of credits, Sitiyu showed a bitter face. Don't worry. When you registered for school, the school has already issued you the corresponding number of credits based on your college entrance examination scores. You can check it by turning on your watch. Mu Weining waved her hand and explained with a smile. Really? I have 1,000 credits now. Sitiyu swiped her watch a few times. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and then she looked at Wang Chen with curiosity. Show me how many you have. Almost. Wang Chen calmly put his hands behind his back with a very indifferent expression. Just now he took a glance and found that his credits were as high as 10,000 points, which was 10 times that of Sitiyu. It's better not to show off your wealth and not to hurt this girl by telling her about it. Teacher Mu, do you have something to talk to me about today? After sending Sitiyu to the dormitory, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. As a first-class lecturer at Yanlong University and a powerful 5th-rank expert, Mu Weining would not be so idle. It just happened to happen, it's just an excuse. I thought you would hold back from asking. Mu Weining smiled and took Wang Chen to the pavilion outside the dormitory area. I'm here to give you a special reward from school. As she spoke, she took out a creature that exuded a mysterious aura and handed it over. This creature is furry and looks like a puppy that has not yet grown up. Woohoo, woo! As soon as it was in its hands, it bared its teeth at Wang Chen and made a low threatening sound in its throat. However, as Xiao Bingqing looked at it curiously, the little guy immediately tucked his tail between his legs and started whimpering. His body was shaking continuously, as if he was extremely frightened. This? Mu Weining, who knew the identity of this creature, couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, and looked at Bingqing with shock. This is the cub of a legendary beast, and yet it is trembling with fear? Opposite. Wang Chen did not notice Mu Weining's surprised look. After seeing the little creature, he used the bloodline identification technique, without hesitation. With a gleam in his eyes, the information about this creature emerged in his mind. Howling Moon Silverwolf, Legendary Mystical Beast, Final Evolution, Devouring Sky Demon Wolf, Cosmic Mystical Beast. After checking the information, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shocked. The Howling Moon Silverwolf's initial level was a legendary beast. It was definitely the highest level beast pet he had ever seen besides Bingqing. But after the shock, he sighed again in his heart. Although the Howling Moon Silverwolf's initial level is high, its ultimate growth limit is only the cosmic level. Potential is SOSO. To others, this is a priceless treasure, but to him it is a bit useless. With the god-level talent of pet fusion, he can definitely synthesize a pet with even higher potential. For a moment, Wang Chen fiddled with the Howling Moon Silverwolf in his arms, wondering how to deal with it. Giving up is impossible. A legendary beast, its value is inestimable, he would not be foolish enough to refuse it. Huh! Damn it! At this moment, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly moved. Teacher Mu, does this giant beast belong to me now? Can I do whatever I want with it? After thinking for a while, he looked up and asked Mu Weining. Mu Weining frowned and nodded, with a strange expression on her face. For some reason, she seemed to feel that Wang Chen seemed to be somewhat disgusted with Howling Moon's Silverwolf. But then she brushed off her weird thoughts. What a joke! This is a legendary beast, a powerful pet that countless people desire. How could anyone dislike it? This Howling Moon Silverwolf is the pet of the Dean. The Dean said that if you have any questions about training in the future, you can go to him for advice. Thinking of the Dean's instructions, Mu Weining spoke solemnly at this time. Even she couldn't help but be shocked by the optimism of an 8th-level strongman. However, then please, Mr. Mu, thank the Dean for me. Hearing her words, Wang Chen just nodded lightly without much expression. On the one hand, he was not clear about the Dean's strength, and on the other hand, he had already thought of a place for Xiaoya Silverwolf. Since he didn't have a contract anyway, this opportunity to ask for advice was of no use to him. Seeing this scene, Mu Weining showed a black question mark face. Didn't you hear the subtext of what I said? Asking you for advice means that the Dean of Academic Affairs is interested in accepting you as a student. The student of an 8th-turned strongman is enough to drive countless people crazy. Why are you acting so calm? Mu Weining was shocked at this moment. Chapter 69, Goal, first on the freshman list. After Mu Weining left, Wang Chen brought the two little guys to his dormitory. I have to say that the treatment at Yanlong University is quite good. Although it is a temporary dormitory, its luxury is no less than that of a 5-star presidential suite. After putting away his luggage and letting the two little ones go play, Wang Chen walked into the living room to call his parents to let them know he was safe. After he left, Xiao Bingqing's deep blue eyes stared at the trembling Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Thump! The powerful dragon claws easily knocked over the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, and the curious older sister began to examine the younger sister's body. Woo woo! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, who looked like a puppy, spread out its 4 paws with despair and exposed its belly in a flattering manner. The blood pressure from the ancestral beast made it impossible for it to have the slightest thought of resistance. Wait for Wang Chen to come back after finishing his call. He saw a scene that made him laugh. Bingqing sat on the bed like a big sister, and Xiaoya's silver wolf beside her held the fruit in his paws and served her carefully. She was no longer as fierce as she was when they first met. She was just like a little maid who had suffered a lot of injustice. Stop bullying it! Wang Chen touched Bingqing's head unhappily, pushed the two little guys aside, and then clicked on the holographic screen of his watch. Just as teacher Mu Weining said, the functions of the watch are quite powerful, and the various introductions about the school are also more detailed. Especially on the forum, Wang Chen made up for a lot of basic knowledge of Yanlong University. For example, credits, ranking battles. Credits are the strongest currency in school. This is not just talk, but is deeply implemented in all aspects. More than 99% of the school's services require credits as a stepping stone. Without credits, it is not impossible to survive in Yanlong University, but it is impossible to improve myself. After all, without credits you can't enter the secret realm dungeon, and you can't even afford a ticket to attend classes. Compared to the importance of credits, there are relatively few ways to earn them. In addition to accepting the tasks issued by the school in the task area, the most important way is to improve your ranking. Each grade has its own ranking list for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Students will receive credits and resource rewards corresponding to their ranking every month. As for the seniors, these seniors have already gone to the battlefields of the heavens for training, and there is no corresponding ranking list. In addition to the rankings for each grade, the school also has a talent list for all students in the 3 grades. The talent list includes a total of 20 people. Students on the list will not only receive more exaggerated rewards, but also have the opportunity to receive personal instruction from top experts. There is only one condition for being on these lists, and that is strength. Strength comes first. This is a naked display of the law of the jungle in front of everyone. After reading the introduction, Wang Chen sighed and turned to the official website for freshmen. Although the ranking of this year's freshman list has not yet been released, the rewards from 1st to 50th place are marked on the official website. The other Wang Chens glanced past and couldn't move their eyes away from the top. First place, 10,000 points per month, for opportunities to enter gold-level secret realms, and 1 copy of S-level material Ice Marrow. S-level material, Ice Marrow, is the main material for Bingqing to advance to the next stage of growth. I'm sure to take the first place on the freshman list. He clenched his fists, a fierce fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Afternoon. Wang Chen, this way! As soon as I walked out of the dormitory, Sitiyu's energetic voice rang out. The girl changed into a casual dress and stood in the pavilion, attracting the astonished gazes of many passers-by. At this moment, Sitiyu looked like the girl next door, which made Wang Chen stunned for a moment. It's just a visit to the trading market. Is it necessary to be so serious? Soon he looked away evasively and muttered something speechlessly. He had 2 purposes for going to the trading market this time. One was to see the world, and the other was to fill his vacant pet position. However, at this moment, looking at Sitiyu's appearance, Wang Chen felt that he should forget about the purpose of seeing the world. Regardless of age, when women go shopping, they can be destructive. Cut! Noticing Wang Chen's evasive gaze, Sitiyu's face flashed with pride, and he came over skippingly. What do you know? Shopping is a science. Eh? Is this the monster the school gave you as a reward? So cute. Standing aside proudly, her attention was drawn to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf curled up in Wang Chen's arms. The little guy was beaten by Bingqing for a long time, and his face was full of a grieved look. In an instant, Sitiyu's eyes showed a little bit of love. The legendary beast Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but I don't plan to contract it, so I'll give it to you to play with. Wang Chen nodded and handed the little guy over. Huh! Sitiyu took the little guy with a confused look on his face. Is this a legendary beast? You just gave it to me casually? This is too expensive, Her face flushed, and she began to stutter. It's so sudden. Is this guy going to use the opportunity of giving me a gift to confess his feelings to me? Do I agree or do I agree? Sitiyu felt dizzy and his mind was a mess. 10 minutes later. Following the navigation instructions, the two arrived at the trading market located in the north of Yanlong University. After arriving here, Wang Chen dragged Sitayu and headed straight to the pet shop with a clear goal. Welcome! Excuse me, sir. Do you need a pet for daily life or a pet for combat? After entering the store, a salesperson came up to them. She glanced at the wrists of the two people calmly, and a sincere smile suddenly appeared on her face. I want to see all the combat pets in your store. Wang Chen did not waste time and directly put forward his request. Yes, sir, please follow me. The salesperson turned around and led the way, taking the two of them to the second floor. Roar, roar, roar! As soon as I walked into the second floor, I heard roars of animals one after another, and all kinds of pet animals locked in cages looked at me unfriendly. However, when a blue figure appeared in their sight, these unruly little guys immediately became as well behaved as kittens, shrinking in fear deep into the cage. The salesperson looked at this scene in surprise, his eyes lingering deeply on Bingqing for a moment. Since this guest's pet can frighten so many pets, the pet must be of a very high level. Could it be a high-level source beast? Thinking in her heart, she said with a smile. Sir, all the pets in the store are here. Please take a look to see if there is one that suits your taste. Wang Chen nodded and walked straight to an animal cage. Then, Chapter 70. It's definitely not because of Cece that I chose the little fox demon. On the second floor of the pet shop, Wang Chen came to the first animal cage and looked at the little creatures inside quietly. In the cage was a little wolf with red fur all over its body, and it was looking at Wang Chen with fear in its eyes. Red Flame Wolf, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Blazing Flame Wolf, Extraordinary Divine Beast. Seeing the information returned by the blood identification technique, Wang Chen shook his head and walked to the next one without hesitation. Moonlight Snake, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Sky-Swallowing Python, Legendary Divine Beast. Poisonous Toad, Spiritual Beast, Final Evolution, Three-Legged Golden Toad, Epic Level Divine Beast. Golden Armored Turtle, Source Beast, Final Evolutionary Form, Blue Water Divine Turtle, Universe Level Divine Beast. Winged Tiger, Original Beast, Final Evolution Form, Star White Tiger, Holy Beast. After turning around, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. The quality of the beast pets here is indeed much better than those in Dongling City, but he did not find what he wanted among them. Among hundreds of pet beasts, the strongest one, the one whose evolution limit is the Holy Beast, does not meet his requirements at all. His goal is to contract another ancestral beast like Bingqing. Dear guest, is there no pet that you like here? The salesperson saw that Wang Chen looked unhappy and spoke in a somewhat nervous tone. Do you have any other pets here? Wang Chen nodded and asked directly. There are a few special source beasts, and their strength is also quite strong, but... The salesperson seemed a little confused when he heard this. Take me to see it, money is not a problem. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen waved his hand and asked the salesperson to lead the way. Now he has a huge sum of 2 billion gold coins in his pocket, which means he is very wealthy. All right. The salesman took him into a room on the second floor. As soon as he came in, Wang Chen knew why the salesperson had that strange expression just now. There was only one animal cage in the empty room, which contained 3 tiny humanoid creatures about the size of a palm. These 3 creatures have appearances and bodies similar to human females. They look quite delicate and have curvy figures. The key parts of their bodies are covered with animal skins. They have fluffy tails behind their buttocks, pointed ears, and they exude a faint aura of charm. When they saw someone coming in, panic flashed in the 3 creatures' pink eyes and they turned into 3 furry balls. Little Fox Demon? When Wang Chen saw these 3 creatures, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, all worlds have been connected together, and some creatures that only exist in fantasy novels and film and television dramas have also appeared in the vision of humans on Blue Star. For example, dwarves, elves, angels, demons. These creatures are active in the battlefields of the heavens, and occasionally some weak ones are captured and brought to the Blue Planet. However, despite this was the first time that Wang Chen saw this kind of creature from another world with his own eyes. And it's quite special, the little fox demon. What can I say about this little thing? When it grew up, it was just as most old-timers imagined, and it fits the image of a vixen in strange novels very well. It is a rare animal pet that can partially transform in its infancy. Of course, before adulthood, just as Wang Chen had just seen, the little fox demon's body basically remained at the size of a palm. These 3 little fox demons are spoils of war that a master obtained in the battlefield of the heavens. We put them in our store for sale. If you want to buy one, it's 500 million gold coins each. The salesperson explained at this moment, and glanced secretly at Sitayu beside Wang Chen. Generally speaking, if such young couples come to the store, she will not bring them to see the little fox demon. There is no other reason, It's mainly because I'm afraid of affecting our relationship. Hearing the salesperson's words, Wang Chen's mouth twitched. So damn expensive. Although the little fox demon is rated as a source beast, her combat power. How should I put it? There is basically nothing normal about it. Wang Chen! Sityu secretly leaned over, his eyes extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman and I definitely don't have any weird hobbies. Wang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, threw out a bloodline identification technique, and prepared to retreat. The little fox demon had limited frontal combat capability, and he didn't have any hope for it at all. However, little fox demon, source beast, final evolution form, nine-tailed celestial fox, ancestral divine beast. This? Wang Chen's expression froze. Ancestral beast? Nine-tailed celestial fox? It sounds very powerful. Yes, although the little fox demon's direct combat power is not as good as other source beasts, its charm ability is quite strong. If you need a support type of beast pet, you can consider it. At the side, the salesperson saw Wang Chen struggling and a look of, I understand, appeared on his face. God damn, do you need help? The corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched wildly, and he felt that his reputation had been ruined. But, ancestral beast. Facing Sityu's murderous gaze, he silently took out his bank card. 3. I want them all. The guest is really brave. The salesperson gave Wang Chen a thumbs up in his heart, took the bank card quickly and left. After she left, Wang Chen! Sityu gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning Wang Chen like a knife. Well, it's not that I have any special hobbies, it's just that their growth potential is very high. Wang Chen touched his nose and explained sincerely. Abnormal! Old pervert! However, Sityu didn't believe it at all and uttered cold words. You are a giant beast tamer, but you can't even contract a little fox demon, so what's the growth potential you are talking about? Just buy it, why buy 3? Oh. Ugh. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled bitterly. This was a huge misunderstanding. After returning to the dormitory. Because of you 3 little guys, my reputation is ruined. Placing the cage containing the 3 little fox demons in the living room, Wang Chen looked at the little creatures inside with a wry smile on his face. The 3 little guys maintained their original appearance, with their fur as white as snow, and looked like 3 ordinary white foxes. At this moment, they were looking at Wang Chen with their pink eyes. I hope you're strong enough. After calming down his emotions, Wang Chen hugged Bingqing, who was making trouble, in his arms, and then stretched out his hand to the 3 little fox demons. Fusion of god-level gifted beasts and pets, activated. Buzz buzz buzz. Invisible waves spread out from Wang Chen's hands, instantly enveloping the 3 little fox demons in the cage. At the same time, a virtual panel appeared in front of Wang Chen, which only he could see. There are 3 grids on the virtual panel. In the middle of the grid is the projection of the little fox demon, and there is also a synthesis button below the grid bar. Without hesitation, Wang Chen pressed the synthesize button hard with his mind. Chapter 71 The Powerful Nine-Tailed Fox. As Wang Chen focused his mind on the button to confirm the synthesis, his energy quickly dissipated and a feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't care about the consumption of his body at all. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him with a strange look. Invisible waves fell on the 3 little fox demons in the cage, and light began to appear. The light became brighter and brighter, and in the end, the 3 little fox demons were completely transformed into white balls of light. The next second, under Wang Chen's gaze, the 3 light balls collided violently. Boom! A brilliant light exploded, and a strange humanoid creature vaguely appeared in front of Wang Chen in the halo. She was floating in the air, with lights flickering around her, looking mysterious. Soon, the light spots were absorbed into the body of the creature bit by bit, and her appearance was completely displayed in front of Wang Chen. The size has not changed much compared to before, the appearance is more delicate and holy, the color of the eyes has turned into peach pink, and the whole body is pure white. Wang Chen blushed, and with a serious attitude, he curiously touched it lightly with his finger. Buzz! The little creature's body trembled, and a hint of moisture rose in its peach pink eyes. With a subtle flash of magic power, it instantly turned into a furry little fox with 9 tails. After returning to its original form, the little guy seemed to have lost the ability to stay in the air. He grabbed Wang Chen's fingers in a panic. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen was immediately amused. This little guy is not as mighty and domineering as Bingqing when he appeared. Next, it's the most important moment. Holding the little guy in front of him, Wang Chen used the beast taming technique without hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz. Boundless magical power rose up in the living room, condensed into 2 sacred contracts between Wang Chen and the 9-tailed heavenly fox, and then sank into their respective foreheads. The next second, A feeling of attachment emerged in Wang Chen's heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw the nine-tailed heavenly fox's peach-pink eyes staring at him unblinkingly. There was a brilliant light surging in it, which made his eyes dazed for a moment, and it seemed as if a pink color appeared in front of his eyes. A naked and beautiful woman slowly walked towards him. Hiss! He pinched his thigh hard and finally came back to his senses. Such a powerful charm ability, even I, the master, almost fell for it. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared when he realized that he almost made a fool of himself. Fortunately, there was no one else here, otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Woo-woo! The nine-tailed fox looked at its master curiously, its furry tail shaking, and the next second a small pretty lady appeared in Wang Chen's hands. Lifelike, angels and demons, jumping around, even if they are small, they have the charm that seems to be able to bring disaster to the world. Who can withstand this? Wang Chen, who had just come to his senses, quickly avoided his gaze and reached out to grab the blanket on the sofa to cover the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Little guy, from now on, you are not allowed to change into this form outside without my permission. Yeah? The nine-tailed fox in human form cried out in confusion and tugged at the blanket on his body in grievance. He seemed to be sad that his master didn't like the way he looked. Thump! The light flickered, and the little guy became furry again. Seeing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I need to prepare some clothes for the little guy in the future. Thinking in his mind, he opened the attribute panel of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Pet, nine-tailed celestial fox. Nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old, childhood. Level, level 1. Rank, ancestral divine beast. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 300, wisdom 1000, vitality 300, agility 400. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skill, false body, SSS passive skill, immune to all charm and mind control skills. When any creature launches an attack, the power is reduced by 30%. Crimson Eyes, SSS an active attack skill. The nine-tailed fox initiates a mental judgment on any creature that comes into contact with its gaze. If the creature's intelligence attribute is lower than that of the nine-tailed fox, it will be stunned for 10 seconds. If the creature's intelligence attribute is less than 50% of that of the nine-tailed fox, it will be permanently enslaved. Charm all beings, SSS active attack skill, releases charm to attack all enemies within a certain range. Note, within the range of charm, any enemy with a lower intelligence attribute than the nine-tailed heavenly fox will fall into a frenzy and lustful state. Nine-tailed world destruction, SSS active attack skill, transforms into the true form of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, causing massive damage to enemies within range. Note, the duration of the larval stage is 5 seconds, which increases with the growth cycle. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction. The nine-tailed fox is the ancestor of the nine-tailed foxes in the universe. It masters the law of the origin of charm, and each time it advances, it will awaken SSS talent skills. Hiss! After reading the attributes of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, Wang Chen subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Powerful! It's so powerful! The wisdom attribute is as high as 1000 points, which means that when the nine-tailed heavenly fox activates the 2 attack skills of Scarlet Eyes and Charm All Beings, no one with a non-legal profession below the 3rd level can withstand it. Moreover, the other attributes of the nine-tailed sky fox are also not weak. Although it cannot be compared with Bingqing, it is far ahead of other beast pets. Be good, I'll call you Susu from now on. Satisfied, Wang Chen hugged the nine-tailed fox and rubbed it softly, then placed it in front of Bingqing. You two little sisters have a good exchange of feelings. Bingqing, please don't bully your sister. After giving Bingqing some instructions, he began to check his harvest. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level 40. Talent, love of all beasts, SSS, fusion of beasts and pets, God. Skills, beast taming, S, beast taming rejuvenation, B, bloodline identification, God, contract summoning, B, instant sword, D, wind blade, C, bloodthirsty frenzy, B, beast pet amplification, B. Strength, 345 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 415 plus 10 points. Physique, 345 plus 150 points. Agility, 355 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 150 points. It was mainly an increase in the 4-dimensional attributes. The 10% feedback from the nine-tailed heavenly fox increased his strength, physique and agility by 30 points and 40 points respectively. As for the highest wisdom, it was directly increased by 100 points. A total of 200 attribute points, equivalent to a second-level adventurer leveling up 10 levels. After counting the harvest, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. This way, I will be more confident in the upcoming freshman ranking competition. The next step is to conserve our energy and wait for the ranking competition to begin. At this moment, when Wang Chen was expecting it, the outside world was in complete chaos. Chapter 72 Ranking Battle begins. On a sunny afternoon, the sky above the living area of Yanlong University suddenly became windy and cloudy. A terrifying creature that was 100 meters long and had 9 tails appeared in the sky. Its peach-pink eyes emitted a magnificent light, and its gaze swept across the earth proudly, as if it was inspecting its own territory. At this moment, everyone in the entire living area and the entire Yanlong University stopped what they were doing and looked up into the sky in disbelief. What is this? A strange phenomenon in heaven and earth? A cosmic-level divine beast, the 9-tailed fox? Oh my God! I must be dreaming! Everyone who saw this scene uttered sounds of disbelief. However, in the next second, all these sounds disappeared. An invisible wave swept over, and everyone who looked at the 9-tailed fox's peach-pink eyes couldn't help but blush and breathe faster. Especially their eyes, which showed an obsessive look. The breath of spring quietly permeates among the crowd. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and more than a dozen figures flew over the living area of Yanlong University one after another. These figures have different appearances, but the aura of each of them has reached above the 6th level. The 9-tailed fox, a cosmic-level divine beast? This is a bloodline projection. Among the freshmen who enrolled this year, is there anyone who is lucky enough to have a contract with such a terrifying existence? A middle-aged man with a bald head and a strong aura stared at the shadow of the 9-tailed fox in the sky, his body trembling. A cosmic-level divine beast, as long as it grows naturally, its strength can reach the 8th level. It is simply the beast pet that everyone dreams of. We want this student at our battle academy. I want to personally accept him as my student. The bald middle-aged man glanced around viciously, with a look of determination on his face. What the hell are you dreaming about, Baldy Zhao? A woman in a magic robe stepped forward and confronted the bald middle-aged man. She was extremely beautiful, but her words were very rude. Are all your brains in the battle academy brawn? This is a 9-tailed fox, a cosmic beast of the charm system. With such a pet, this student is a natural talent for our magic academy. Go to your battle academy. Are you going to let him fight the enemy head-on? Both of you go away. You have reserved the genius. We will give this student to our auxiliary school no matter what. The 9-tailed fox is naturally charming. It is simply the best partner for the auxiliary route. Seeing the magic academy and the combat academy start to fight, the people from the auxiliary academy in the crowd couldn't help but join in. For a moment, a group of teachers kept shouting in the air, their faces red and their necks thick, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. That's enough! At this moment, a voice filled with anger suddenly sounded, instantly calming the teachers who were in chaos in the sky. The next second, a slender figure appeared in front of them. It was a man with a gentle aura. Mr. Provost! When they saw this person, the teachers who had been arguing with each other hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Snort! Upon hearing this, the Dean of Academic Affairs snorted coldly. We haven't even confirmed the identity of this student yet, and you are embarrassing yourself here? Hurry up and deal with the chaos around us. The alluring aura of the 9-tailed fox is not something that those little guys below the 3rd level can resist. Scolding, he waved his hand, and an invisible force directly knocked more than a dozen 6th-level warriors to the ground. After doing all this, the Dean of Academic Affairs turned his gaze to the shadow of the 9-tailed fox in the sky. A cosmic beast? Where did he get a beast of this level? With his 8th-level strength, he easily locked onto the source of the strange phenomenon. Wang Chen, and the furry little fox in his arms. The little fox's furry appearance, and the 9 tails swaying behind it but were exactly the same as the 9-tailed fox in the records. Looking at this little fellow through his divine sense, even as an 8th-rank expert, the Dean's expression was shaken. A king-level divine beast, a giant dragon, and a cosmic-level divine beast, a 9-tailed fox. The potential that Wang Chen, the Giant Beast Master, has now shown has shocked even the knowledgeable him. But when he sensed the aura of the Howling Moon's silver wolf in another place, the expression on his face suddenly became strange. You bastard! This guy didn't like my Howling Moon's silver wolf? And he gave her to his girlfriend? 2 days later. After Wang Chen had breakfast, he took Bingqing and Susu and left the temporary dormitory. The school has already issued a notice through watches that the freshman ranking battle will be held in the square of the teaching area. When we walked to the square, it was already crowded with young men and women full of youthful energy. Among them are 120 new freshmen recruited by Yanlong University this year, as well as sophomores and juniors who come to join in the fun. The freshmen stood in the center of the square, each of them filled with a burning desire to fight, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Obviously, they are all trying their best to show their strength in the upcoming ranking battle and defeat other competitors to win the best ranking. This girl said to you she's still angry? As soon as Wang Chen arrived here, he noticed a vicious gaze. The girl Sityu was looking at him with gritted teeth. That expression made him look like he had abandoned someone. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen felt that he needed to explain. Otherwise, if this little girl says something nonsense when she video chats with her mother one day, my good reputation will be ruined. But before he could take a step, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him became a little weird. Turning around, I saw the admissions teacher Mu Weining and a group of teachers with even more powerful auras surrounding them. There was a green glow in these people's eyes, and they looked at him as if they had seen some rare treasure. Now, being stared at by this group of extremely tough teachers, even with Wang Chen's strong nerves, he couldn't help but feel a little chilly. So horrible. It feels like they are going to eat people. Teacher. Student Wang Chen, I am inviting you on behalf of the auxiliary college. As long as you join the auxiliary college, you can set any conditions you want. Mu Weining didn't wait for Wang Chen to ask. She stepped forward and grabbed his hand and said. As she spoke, she glanced at the fluffy nine-tailed fox on Wang Chen's shoulder with shock. She now understood why she felt that Wang Chen disliked the Howling Moon's silver wolf. It turned out that there was a more powerful nine-tailed fox waiting. Compared with the cosmic level beasts, the legendary level beasts are indeed a bit disappointing. Today, the dean of the auxiliary college gave him a death order, requiring him to bring Wang Chen into the auxiliary college at all costs. But before Wang Chen could respond, Mu Weining, who had the 5th level strength, was squeezed out by the teachers around her who had a more powerful aura. Chapter 73 Differential Treatment and Hostility from Other Freshmen. Student Wang Chen, the nine-tailed fox and the giant dragon are the perfect combination, one attacking and one assisting. Your strength can only be fully demonstrated when you come to our Battle Academy. We can meet all your requirements. In addition, we at the Battle Academy promise you that when you enter the 3rd level, we can provide you with another giant beast of the divine beast level. Relying on his strong body to squeeze to the front, the teacher of the Battle Academy had an extremely fiery look in his eyes. Hearing the teacher's conditions, Wang Chen nodded secretly in his heart. Yanlong University is divided into 3 colleges according to the students' future career directions: the Combat College, the Magic College, and the Auxiliary College. As a Giant Beast Master, Wang Chen's career system does not have a specific direction. It is a jack of all trades and can join any of the 3 academies. However, he himself prefers the Combat Academy. After all, compared to hiding in the back and using skills, he prefers to rush forward and fight the enemy in close combat. At this moment, seeing the movement on Wang Chen's face, the teachers around him suddenly became anxious. Student Wang Chen, don't listen to Baldi Zhao's empty promises. As a beast master, especially a giant beast master, as your beast pets increase in the future, the experience required to upgrade your level will be terrifying. After entering the Battle Academy and growing according to their training method, the speed at which you improve your strength will be greatly slowed down. Why don't you come to our Magic Academy? One magic skill can kill a large area in 1 second. You will definitely level up very quickly. The teacher promises you here that the Magic Academy can not only provide you with all the resources for growth, but also give you 2 S-level skill books. The female teacher from the Magic Academy pushed Zhao Tuzi away, then took out 2 skill books and waved them in her hands, showing her sincerity. After her, the surrounding teachers also spoke up for their respective colleges, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. The brilliance of the advanced skill books and equipment made Wang Chen feel dizzy. Teachers. How about I decide after the ranking battle is over? Looking at the teachers around him who wanted to drag him away immediately, Wang Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. So passionate. Okay, no rush, no rush. You still have time to think about it. Just remember not to choose those reckless men. No problem. This involves future planning after all. But I believe you will choose our Battle Academy. You are a natural warrior. How can you associate with those sissies? The teachers around nodded one after another, glaring at each other with a tense atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. After saying goodbye, he walked towards the freshman area. At the same time, the freshmen standing in the center of the square looked at the figure walking out from the teacher's encirclement, and the expressions on their faces were very ugly. Why? They were standing here all alone, without even a teacher to ask about it. Was Wang Chen so popular? Especially among the freshmen, there were 7 outstanding men and women who stood out from the crowd. When they looked at Wang Chen, there was obvious hostility on each of their faces. These 7 people are the most likely to win the first place in this year's freshman ranking battle, and they are all top scorers from various provinces. What do you think? Asked a young man with ordinary appearance and burly build among the 7 people. His name is Zhao Li, a level 60 special professional paladin, and he comes from Sulphur Moon Province. You are just trying to attract attention. Even if you own 2 giant beasts, what does it matter? A fellow who comes from a common family, the higher he is praised, the harder he will fall. A young man with a gloomy temperament nearby shook his head and said with disdain. This man's name is Zhou Wu. He is the top scholar in Ningguang Province. He comes from a top wealthy family in Ningguang Province, and his strength is comparable to Zhao Li. When Zhou Wu mentioned Wang Chen's background, one of the 7 girls sneered. Indeed, he is only level 40, not even in the first echelon among the freshmen, and his equipment and skills are far behind ours. When he comes last in the ranking battle, I don't think he will have the nerve to continue hanging around in Yanlong University. That is. Hearing this, another girl among the 7 also nodded and said sarcastically. Everyone is SSS level, and the teachers treat us differently. I'm afraid they will make a fool of themselves after the ranking battle is over. There will be a competition in the ranking battle. When the time comes, we must severely punish this Wang Chen and let these teachers know that we are the real geniuses. After hearing her words, several people who had not intended to join the discussion couldn't help but look puzzled. What the girls said was right. Everyone had an SSS level rating, but now the difference was so obvious that it was simply unacceptable to them. You are quite popular. Wang Chen walked to the freshman area and stood still. Situ said meaningfully. Hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at the hostile looks cast upon him from all around him and touched his nose helplessly. It's only been 2 days since I started school, but I've already attracted the hatred of all the freshmen. This is probably unique in Yanlong University. However, apart from feeling a little helpless, he did not have any fear about this. Whether it's hatred or love, what does it have to do with him? He came to Yanlong University to improve his own abilities, not to build relationships. Cattle and sheep travel in herds, but wild beasts only travel alone. Wang Chen said in a literary manner, and then put his eyes on Situ's shoulder. Have you contracted the Howling Moon's silver wolf? What is this little guy called now? Nu! Situ glanced at Wang Chen and turned his head away. Too bad, the beast is a pervert, she muttered quietly. Hearing her words, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Oh my god, there's no way I can get over this hurdle. But he had no time to explain at this moment. While the two were talking, a woman in a loose magic robe walked onto the platform in front of the square. Quiet! She lightly tapped the magic wand in her hand, and invisible waves instantly suppressed the noise in the square. For a moment, everyone looked at her expectantly. Everyone, please note that the ranking battle is divided into 2 parts, Dungeon Challenge and Arena Duel. Your final ranking will be determined by the average of the highest scores in the 2 parts. The top 50 will be included in the freshman rankings and receive corresponding rewards. The rest of the people will only receive basic benefits for the next month. I am Mr. Sun Miao from the School of Magic, and I am in charge of the refereeing of the Dungeon Challenge section. If you have no objection, the ranking battle will officially begin now. Teacher Sun Miao glanced at the freshmen present, and seeing that no one spoke, he raised the staff in his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Violent magic power rushed up from the staff into the sky, and the square was suddenly filled with storms. A giant light gate instantly appeared in front of all the freshmen. Chapter 74 I'm afraid I'm a fake genius. Yanlong University Square. As the giant light gate appeared, a piece of information suddenly emerged in the minds of all freshmen. Secret Realm Instance, Beast Tide Impact. Secret Realm Instance Level, Silver Level. Minimum entry level to the Secret Realm Dungeon, Level 30. The difficulty of the Secret Realm copy is optional, easy, normal, difficult, hell. The number of people allowed to enter the Secret Realm Dungeon, 1 person. Secret Realm Dungeon Introduction, Endless Beast Tides are coming. Brave professionals, will you be able to hold on to the end, or will you be torn to pieces by the swarming monsters? Silver Level Secret Realm Copy? After checking the information that suddenly appeared, a hint of heat flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He has not forgotten what he gained from the college entrance examination's Secret Realm Copy. This time, there is a higher level Secret Realm Copy, and he can't wait to know how much he can gain. Without hesitation, he directly chose the Hell level difficulty. The next second, his body disappeared in the square. At this time, the freshmen around him made the same choice as him. In an instant, the square became empty. Immediately following, the lonely giant light gate twisted and changed as the referee Sun Yao waved his magic wand, and directly turned into a huge screen, floating above the square. The screen is divided into 120 grids, and each grid corresponds to a freshman. It's finally started! Guess who will be the top freshman this year? My guess is Zhao Li. This guy is definitely at the top among the freshmen. When the giant screen appeared in the sky, the students surrounding the square suddenly became excited. The annual freshman ranking battle is a regular feature of the school. Many people start their business at this moment, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to earn some credits. I choose Wang Chen. He has 2 divine beast level pets. Just now, the teachers from the 3 academies almost fought to grab him. He definitely has the ability to be the top one. At this moment, someone placed a heavy bet on Wang Chen. That's not necessarily true. His level is too low. Even a divine beast can't close the gap of 20 levels. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone objected. Zhao Li still has the best hope of reaching the top. He is a level 60 holy warrior who can fight and carry, and also has healing abilities. He is as good as a small team by himself. He is absolutely suitable for the beast tied to attack this secret dungeon. After hearing his words, many senior students around him nodded in agreement. That's right, the paladin class is simply a bug. It has high attack and defense and can heal itself. I'll bet on Zhao Li too. The difficulty of the beast tide impact in the secret realm dungeon is hellish. There will be a total of 9 waves of beast tides. The challengers who enter cannot use any recovery items. Zhao Li is simply too advantageous. The Holy Knight is so powerful, so I am at a huge disadvantage, right? For a moment, the old student who had bet on Wang Chen just now felt a little regretful. While they were discussing this, the teachers on the platform in the square had strangely consistent opinions. The teachers from the 3 academies who had previously scrambled for Wang Chen all sat upright on their chairs, their eyes fixed on the area on the screen that belonged to Wang Chen, without looking at anyone else. When Mr. Sun Miao, the referee who presided over the first part, walked back, he saw this strangely harmonious picture. It seems that you have great confidence in this little guy. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask. Certainly. Teacher Sun, you just came back from the battlefield of the heavens. You don't know how terrifying this kid Wang Chen is. He set a record of clearing the college entrance examination secret realm in 1 minute, an unprecedented achievement. This is the future star of our battle academy. Mr. Zhao from the battle academy was shocked when he heard this. He chuckled and seemed to be thinking of some beautiful picture. 1 minute? Hearing his words, Sun Miao couldn't help but widen his eyes. The copy of the Dragon Country College entrance examination secret realm has not been changed for so many years, so she knows very well how terrifying this result is. You know, she was also the provincial top scholar back then, but it took her 10 minutes and 20 seconds to pass through the secret realm. Wang Chen's performance is more than 10 times hers. Am I a fake genius? Sun Miao began to doubt his life. At this time, as the Battle Academy teacher's words fell. Roll! Bald Zhao, do you have any shame? Wang Chen is clearly the rising star of our Magic Academy. The teacher from the Magic Academy nearby immediately became unhappy and looked over fiercely. In an instant, the air was filled with gunpowder, and it looked like the situation was about to turn into a violent conflict. All right. Awakened by the noise made by both sides, Sun Miao stood between the 2 sides, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. She said, You don't have to be so obvious about your support for this little guy. You should also consider the feelings of the other freshmen. Cut! What does their mood have to do with me? The beautiful teacher at the Magic Academy rolled her eyes when she heard this. That's right, is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? Wang Chen is 10 times better than them. The teacher of the Battle Academy rarely agreed with the words of the Magic Academy at this time. Seeing this scene, Sun Miao felt a little tired. If these freshmen grow up smoothly, they will at least become 5th level professionals in the future. Why does it sound like garbage when it comes out of your mouth? Muttering to himself, Sun Miao looked at a tall figure on the screen. How long do you think it will take Wang Chen to clear the 9 waves of beasts? She asked with some anticipation. 9 minutes! His current level is a shortcoming after all, and the 9-tailed fox has just been contracted, so 9 minutes should be the limit. Mr. Zhao from the Battle Academy pondered for a moment and said, and the teacher from the Magic Academy beside him nodded when he heard it. That's not bad. 9 minutes! This is a result that many freshmen can achieve, Sun Miao said with some emotion. Warm reminder, Challenger Wang Chen, you have successfully entered the silver level secret dungeon. Beast Tide Impact. The currently selected difficulty is Hell level. The number of people currently challenging the secret realm dungeon, 1 person. Current number of waves of monsters in the secret realm, 9 waves. The scroll to return to the city has been automatically issued. If you are in danger of your life, please use it with caution. I wish you a successful clearance of the secret realm copy. Time and space changed, and when Wang Chen stepped on the ground again, the reminder sound of the spirit of the secret realm rang in his ears. 9 waves? Wang Chen showed excitement on his face. The more waves, the better. The more monsters appear, which means the higher the reward at the end of the game. Maybe if I can finish this secret realm copy, I can raise Bingqing's level to the brink of promotion. Chapter 75 Shocking. Susu's first move. In the secret realm copy, Wang Chen looked around expectantly, quietly waiting for the monster to appear. At this moment, he was in a wide space, very empty and without any obstacles. The ground was dark red, with traces of a fierce battle remaining. After careful observation, Wang Chen could still smell a faint smell of blood. He guessed that the dark red color was caused by a large amount of blood. Roar, roar, roar! As he observed his surroundings, a brutal roar sounded in his ears. Boom, boom, boom! The next second, deafening footsteps sounded at the same time, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, and an unknown number of monsters were approaching at a very fast speed. At the same time, the first wave of monsters is about to begin. There are 50 monsters. Challengers, please be prepared. The prompt sound of the secret realm copy also appears at the same time. It's finally here! Looking at the army of monsters approaching rapidly from a distance, Wang Chen's eyes instantly became excited. Woo woo! The two little guys felt his mood and couldn't help chirping. Bingqin even flapped her wings and flew into the air. Hold head high! A loud dragon roar sounded, and she immediately assumed a fighting stance. As for the little guy Susu, he jumped onto Wang Chen's head, waving his 9 tails continuously, showing no sign of weakness. The 9-tailed heavenly fox is different from the Arctic dragon. Before reaching adulthood, its body size will remain small unless it activates the 9-tailed world-destroying skill. After the two little guys were ready, the 50 monsters rushing towards them also appeared clearly in front of Wang Chen. This is a group of creatures that are 2 meters tall, look like big cats that have been magnified several times, and walk upright. They have pointed teeth and extremely sharp claws, and a fishy wind rushed towards Wang Chen and the two little guys with every breath. Cat demon? Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Chen casually released a detection spell. Monster, cruel cat demon. Level 50. Fighting method, close combat. Skills, bite, charge, claw, attack. Type, ordinary. A level 50 monster at the beginning? Seeing the information fed back by the detection technique, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. These are all walking experience packages. Brush, brush, brush. When Wang Chen was excited, the cat demon that was running over instantly surrounded him and launched an attack without hesitation. Ouch! At this moment, Susu, the 9-tailed fox lying on her master's head, suddenly opened her mouth and roared. Charm everyone! Buzz, buzz, buzz! At this moment, the sound waves were tainted with a pink aura, instantly covering an area of dozens of meters, encompassing all the cat monsters. Roar! The cat demon that was about to launch an attack suddenly became agitated and stopped moving forward. Roar, roar, roar! A strange peach-pink color appeared in their eyes. They turned their heads to look at their companions and let out an extremely crazy roar. Then, brush, brush, brush. They attacked their companions without hesitation. All monsters in the first wave died. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 10 seconds. Challengers, please be prepared. When Wang Chen heard the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, he was stunned. Can you save one for me? Wang Chen held the 9-tailed fox on his head in his arms, with a look of helplessness on his face. I'm ready to go on a killing spree. As a result, when you used one skill, all these cat monsters committed suicide? Isn't this too fast? Muttering to himself, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shocked. The little guy's first appearance gave him a big surprise. This skill of charming all living things is simply a magical skill for dealing with miscellaneous soldiers. Woo woo! Hearing what his owner said, Susu waved his tail proudly, as if to say, I'm great, praise me! However, her pride did not last for a second before she was ruthlessly suppressed by the big sister. The icy dragon claws stretched out and picked her up with 2 fingers, lifting her high. Fuck! What happened? How could it be so fast? Among the old students watching outside the square, one of them suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, and his eyes almost popped out. I saw that the number that appeared on a grid at the point where his sight fell directly changed from 1 to 2. Hearing his exclamation, the people around him immediately looked in the direction he was looking. I just happened to see the grid where Wang Chen was. Hiss! Then the next second, the air around the square was almost sucked away by this group of people. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. You must be kidding! It's been less than 10 seconds since the first wave of monsters appeared, and they were all killed in seconds. How can it be so fast? Even if there are 50 cat demons standing there and letting you chop them all, it would take more than 10 seconds to chop them all to death, right? The old students murmured to themselves in disbelief, with extremely complicated expressions on their faces. They were not surprised that Wang Chen was able to pass the first wave. After all, he was able to enter Yanlong University and was the provincial top student, so he must have some skills. Dealing with just 50 level 50 monsters is naturally no problem. But the fact that it was resolved so quickly was beyond their imagination. You know, every one of them, when they entered this secret realm dungeon as freshmen, could not reach Wang Chen's level in dealing with this group of level 50 cat monsters. This is fucking outrageous. On the podium, teachers from the 3 major colleges were also stunned. Sun Miao, who had a gentle temperament, couldn't help but swear. She just stared at the grid and blinked twice, and Wang Chen solved all the monsters in the first wave? Who have you counted? How long did it take him? At this moment, she turned around without caring about her image and looked fiercely at Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy, who was well prepared. 8 seconds. Teacher Zhao, who was holding a counter in his hand, spoke with a trembling voice. To be honest, he was also shocked. Although he had expected Wang Chen to perform well in the Secret Realm copy, he did not expect him to be so outstanding. When he pressed the stop button of the counter just now, he felt like his heart was about to stop. 8 seconds. Those were 50 cat demons, not 50 ants. Ha 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 ha! This must be the innate skill of the nine-tailed fox. Look, with such a powerful beast pet, it would be a waste if Wang Chen didn't come to our Magic Academy. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy was so excited that she slapped her thighs and a flush appeared on her face. So beautiful. As soon as the contract is signed, with one skill, he can charm 50 cat demons to kill each other. This nine-tailed fox and Wang Chen are simply destined to be with the Magic Academy. However, what these teachers didn't know was that the shock Wang Chen brought to them had just begun. Chapter 76. Kill everything in seconds, shocking everyone. Second wave. The ferocious dragon exhaled a breath of dragon, and the whole group was wiped out. The third wave. Endless ice freezes the ground, and the whole team is wiped out. The fourth wave. Pink light enveloped the entire place, and the whole team was wiped out. When the number above the grid where Wang Chen was, representing his persistence in the beast tide wave, became 8. The entire Yanlong University square has become silent. Hiss! The only sound was of people gasping for air, which came one after another, as if they had discussed it beforehand. At this moment, everyone was stunned, with shocked expressions on their faces. Now less than 3 minutes have passed since Wang Chen entered the Secret Realm copy, and he has already reached the 8th wave. Are you sure this isn't a joke? What kind of monster is this? It took less than 3 minutes to get to the 8th wave. When I was a freshman, it took me just 3 minutes to get to the 5th wave. Isn't this too scary? I was at level 70 at the second transformation. Nima! Even if I were to go in now, I wouldn't be able to defeat the 8th wave so quickly. The older students who were watching began to doubt their lives, especially the sophomores, who couldn't help but roar to the sky. 3 minutes, and we reached the 8th wave. This is an achievement they could never have imagined. I'm afraid that among our sophomores, only those ranked in the top 30 can achieve such a terrifying result, right? Fortunately, after the third transformation, you cannot enter the silver level secret dungeon. Otherwise, I would be ranked lower than a freshman and lose face. This Wang Chen is likely to break the record set by Baishan back then. Amidst the discussions, the expressions of all the senior students were extremely shocked. Especially when they heard the word Baishan, they were shocked and their eyes were extremely complicated. White God. Bai Ziding. A well-known 8th rank expert of the Dragon Country, one of the commanders of the Dragon Country war zone in the battlefield of the universe, and the most outstanding graduate of Yanlong University. Although he has graduated and left school long ago, he still has many admirers in Yanlong University, especially the many records he created, which are peaks that many students find difficult to surpass. Today, the record for clearing the silver level secret realm copy of the Beast Tide Impact is held by Bai Ziding. When he was still a level 2 cultivator, he cleared the silver level secret dungeon, Beast Tide Impact, in just 5 minutes. This record has been maintained at Yanlong University for 20 years and no one has been able to shake it. And today, this person appeared, and he is a new student. How could this not make many old students feel complicated? 2 minutes and 36 seconds. On the high platform, Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy held the counter tightly in his hand, and his lips trembled when he spoke. Just 6 simple words, but they represent a meaning that shocks everyone. The current record holder for the highest clearance of the secret realm is Boss Bai, who took 3 minutes and 6 seconds to enter the 8th wave. Wang Chen has improved this result by 30 seconds. The 5-minute record is definitely no longer maintainable. He may be able to compress the time to less than 4 minutes. At the same time, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy didn't look much better. Compared with those senior students, she could feel the horror of this result more deeply. After all, these old students knew Bai Ziding through his deeds and the records left in the school. She was in the same class as Bai Ziding. During the 3 years in school and the 1 year of training on the battlefield of the heavens, she lived under the shadow of the other's invincibility. Now a freshman can challenge Bai Zitting's record. Even if this person is Wang Chen, whom she is extremely optimistic about, she still feels extremely incredible. Bai Zitting is an 8th-turn strongman in his prime years. He may even be able to become a god in the future. At this moment, Teacher Sun Miao thought of a certain arrogant guy, and the expression on his face became extremely strange. When I came back from the battlefield of the universe, Bai Shuai swore to me that the record he left at Yanlong University would not be broken by anyone in the next 10 years. I don't know what he will think when this news reaches his ears. I guess your face will be swollen, right? While the outside world was extremely shocked, Wang Chen was quietly waiting for the arrival of the 8th wave of monster army. To be honest, the first 7 waves of monsters didn't make him feel any pressure at all. Xiao Bingqing and Susu easily handled everything without even having to make a move. Can't you two leave one of you to stretch your legs? Thinking that he had been watching the show from the side, Wang Chen couldn't help but look at his pet with resentment. I'm so angry. You guys deal with all the monsters, I'll just stand by and watch. As the master, don't I have any face? The little guys glanced at him and responded without sincerity. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to let the 2 little guys know what the master's majesty is. But... roar, roar, roar! A shrill roar sounded, and the 8th wave of monsters arrived at the battlefield. I'll let you 2 go this time. After kicking Bingqing's thigh, which was thicker than his entire body, Wang Chen set his sights on the army of monsters rushing towards him. The 8th wave of monsters consists of 50 trolls. These guys, who have unclear blood relations with the fallen demons, are over 5 meters tall and glow green all over. The ferocious fangs and bone spurs emerging from the surface of the body, the tips of which flash with sharp cold light. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level 60. Fighting method Close Combat. Skills Crash, Crazy Trampling, Feral Howl. Type Ordinary. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level 60. Fighting method Close Combat. Skills Wild Charge, Crash, Crazy Trampling, Feral Howl. Type Elite. What was different from the previous waves was that under the detection technique, 10 out of the 50 trolls were flashing a faint blue light. These 10 guys are exactly the elite monsters that professionals often talk about. They are different from mutations. Mutations are similar to genetic mutations. Wild monsters will awaken special abilities, while elites are strengthened on the basis of ordinary ones. Normally, at the same level, elite monsters are about twice as powerful as ordinary monsters. In addition to these 3 types, there are 2 special types of wild monsters, namely leaders and lords, which are often referred to as big and small bosses by professionals. However, Wang Chen has never encountered this kind of wild monster, so let's not talk about it for now. Roar, roar, roar! After the 50 trolls surrounded them, they immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps were so loud that the ground began to shake. It's finally my turn to take action this time. While Bingqing and Susu were not taking any action, Wang Chen flashed and rushed forward in an instant. Chapter 77. Is this something we can watch for free? Swish. With the quick attack of the instant sword, Wang Chen appeared directly in front of a troll in the next second. Roar! Seeing the human appearing in front of him, the troll let out a mad roar and opened his mouth, wanting to swallow the human into his mouth. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed before its eyes, and it suddenly felt a pain in its neck. Before it could think about what was happening, it saw the dark sky and a headless body. Is that my body? The troll only had time to think of a single thought before his consciousness fell into complete darkness. At the same time, Wang Chen, who had killed a troll with one sword, did not stop. He tapped the ground with one foot and rushed out again in an instant. 2-stage attack. He once again stood in front of a troll and slashed off its head with his sword. Roar, roar, roar! Only after all this was done did the trolls charging around react. They looked at the human who killed 2 of their companions in an instant, and they let out brutal roars one by one. They surrounded him madly, wanting to tear the human into pieces. Hold head high! But just as they moved, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded in their ears. Before the sound fell, a chill that seemed to freeze the soul enveloped them. Whoosh whoosh! Bingqing flapped its wings and flew into the air, and without hesitation, breathed out icy breath at the trolls around its master. Boom boom! The violent force instantly tore apart the 10 trolls closest to Wang Chen. Seeing these guys turned into pieces and scattered, Wang Chen showed a bitter smile on his face and dispersed the wind blade technique he had prepared in his hand. Steal monsters from his master? This little guy Bingqing is such a rebellious person. Just when he was feeling anxious, Susu, who was lying on top of his head, chirped, not wanting to be outdone. Woo woo! As the voice rang out, a peach-pink aura instantly enveloped all the remaining trolls present. Roar, roar, roar! Amid mad roars, the remaining trolls turned their scarlet eyes towards their companions and attacked without hesitation. 2 trolls even pressed their companions to the ground and discussed the continuation of life. That scene is really eye-catching. Whoosh! He waved his hand and swung out 2 giant wind blades, cutting the trolls into 2 pieces. Wang Chen pulled the 9-tailed sky fox Susu off his head with some toothache. He didn't pay attention to it during the previous few waves, but just now when he saw the 2 trolls, he remembered that the 9-tailed heavenly fox's skill of charming all beings not only has the chaotic effect of killing each other, but also has lustful effects. If this were used on someone in battle and the effect was triggered, the scene would be unimaginable. Woo woo! The little guy looked at his master with confusion. You will. Looking at the little guy with innocent eyes, Wang Chen opened his mouth, but in the end didn't say much. The power of this skill is obvious to all. If you don't use it just because of a little special effect, you are simply crazy. Fine. Well done! Patting Susu's head, Wang Chen looked around. With the combined efforts of Susu and Bingqing, the number of trolls in the 8th wave has been reduced to a few. Well, 50 trolls only managed to grab 4. With a sigh, Wang Chen felt that he still had a long way to go. Fuck! This scene is too hot for the eyes. Is this something we can watch for free? When the scene of the trolls multiplying appeared, strange screams were heard from the crowd outside who were staring at the screen. Most of the senior students, especially the girls, lowered their heads with red faces, but some of them showed excitement on their faces. The 9-tailed fox's skills are too terrifying, aren't they? Indiscriminate killing, coupled with the current effect. Who dares to fight Wang Chen in the future? Even if you win, you will probably die socially. When those trolls were killed, the old students looked at each other, and their faces became extremely strange at the same time. The impact of that scene just now was too strong. They find it hard to imagine how they would deal with it if it happened to them. This is no longer a question of winning or losing. Don't mess with Wang Chen. At this moment, the same thought emerged in the minds of all the old students. At this time, on the high platform in the square, the teachers who were watching the game all had extremely strange expressions. The strength of the 9-tailed heavenly fox made them shudder. Should we change the rules for the later part of the competition? Teacher Sun Miao's face turned red and he tapped the ground with a magic wand in his hand to attract everyone's attention. If Wang Chen's 9-tailed fox had used the same move on his opponent in the ring match, I'm afraid the reputation of our Yanlong University would have been ruined. That's right. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy nodded with lingering fear. The scene just now had such a huge impact on her. If a student were to fall for this move and unfortunately be superimposed with the lustful state, he would probably collapse immediately. This is not just a physical blow, but also a destruction of the soul. How about this? We give Wang Chen some compensation in private, and don't let him bring the 9-tailed fox to the second part of the ring battle. Anyway, with the strength he has shown now, having one less pet on the field won't have any impact on his ranking. On the side, Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy thought about it and made a suggestion. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers around him nodded in agreement. Then it's decided. Seeing this, the referee Sun Miao also nodded, and then looked at the tall figure on the screen with some shock. In the freshman ranking battle, the teachers unanimously decided to limit my strength. Wang Chen is the only one in Yanlong University's 600-year history. At this moment when everyone outside was shocked, in the secret realm copy, Wang Chen had already collided with the 9th wave of monsters. Bang bang bang! Amidst the violent vibrations, 20 elite monsters and 30 ordinary monsters surrounded Wang Chen from all directions. These monsters are not as huge as the previous trolls, and are about the size of normal adults. But their smaller size does not mean that their strength has weakened. The aura of these guys is even more powerful. Even those ordinary monsters are as powerful as the elite trolls in the 8th wave. However, Wang Chen's expression did not change at all. In front of the 2 ancestral beasts, it makes no difference no matter how many of these small fry monsters come. Boom boom boom. The 2 little guys kept launching attacks, and in almost the blink of an eye, more than half of the monsters that rushed up were killed or injured. Soon. With Wang Chen following behind to finish off the monsters, all 50 monsters in the 9th wave were crushed. Chapter 78, Strength Surges Again. Bite. Congratulations to challenger Wang Chen for clearing the Beast-Tide Impact Secret Realm Dungeon. Settlement in progress, please wait. In the Secret Realm copy. When the last monster of the 9th wave was pierced through the heart by Wang Chen's sword, the prompt sound of the Secret Realm copy machine rang in his ears at the same time. Nailed it! Shaking off the blood on the sword, Wang Chen showed an expectant expression on his face. This is a silver-level Secret Realm copy. I wonder what kind of reward it will bring him. While I was thinking silently in my heart, the prompt sound of the secret realm copy machine sounded again. Byte. Settlement completed. Congratulations to challenger Wang Chen for successfully completing the secret dungeon. Beast Tide Impact. Current secret realm copy difficulty, Hell level. Time to clear the level, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Overall score, SSS highest. Congratulations to challenger Wang Chen, your achievement has successfully refreshed the record of clearing the silver level secret realm copy. Beast Tide Impact. And the settlement reward has been increased by 1 level. Broken record? After hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Wang Chen showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He expected that his results would be good, but he did not expect that he would be able to break the record for clearing the secret realm copy. But soon the surprise in his heart disappeared and an excited expression appeared on his face. The settlement reward is increased by 1 level. It seems that I will have extra gains this time. Bingqing Su, you two come here quickly, let me breathe in the European energy from you. After greeting the little ones and rubbing his hands on them, Wang Chen looked expectantly at the treasure chest that appeared in front of him. Just like in the college entrance examination secret realm copy, there are still colorful treasure chests. However, the luster surrounding the treasure chest was a bit stronger than that in the college entrance examination secret realm. This seemed to be a sign that the rewards inside would be even richer. Without hesitation, after absorbing the European energy, Wang Chen directly chose to open the colorful treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light filled the field of vision, and objects emerged one by one. As the detection technique swept over, the attribute information of these things appeared in front of Wang Chen. 10 million experience points. 200 points of free attributes. 200 free skill points. Platinum equipment, serrated longsword. Platinum level equipment, enchanted ring. A-level magic material, sharp horn of the sharp blade demon. After checking the properties of these things, Wang Chen subconsciously held his breath. Rich. It's so generous. 10 million experience points were divided into 3 equal parts and absorbed, which directly increased his level to level 45. Bingqing's level was also directly increased to level 40, which was the limit of the current growth cycle. As for the 9-tailed heavenly fox Susu, because of her low level, she was directly promoted to 15 levels. In just a moment, Wang Chen could feel a more powerful force surging in his body. This feeling almost intoxicated him. Without hesitation, he directly opened the attribute panel of himself and the little ones. Bingqing, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2200, Wisdom 2200, Physical Strength 2200, Agility 2200. Without any buff, equipment, or item. Susu, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1050, Wisdom 1750, Physical Strength 1050, Agility 1150. Without any buff, equipment, or props. The 4-dimensional attributes of the two little guys have all experienced a surge, especially Susu, whose attributes except for wisdom have nearly doubled. Driven by their 4-dimensional attributes, Wang Chen's strength also improved after he evenly distributed the 200 free attribute points. Wang Chen, Strength, 520 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 590 plus 10 points. Physique, 520 plus 150 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 350 points. Not counting the enhancement of equipment, his individual attributes have now exceeded 500 points. If he met Zhou Zibo from Huaqing University at this time, he would definitely be able to chop the opponent away with one blow using his instant sword. As for skill points, Wang Chen still plans to continue saving them. Waving his fist with satisfaction, Wang Chen shifted his gaze to several other huge rewards. A-level magic material, the sharp horn of the blade demon. Needless to say, the value of A-level materials on the market is over 10 million, and selling them can replenish his small treasury. After putting away the materials, Wang Chen looked expectantly at the last 2 pieces of equipment. Platinum level equipment. This was definitely the highest level equipment he had ever seen in his life. If it weren't for breaking the record, these 2 platinum level equipment would probably not have appeared at all. The value of these 2 pieces of equipment is estimated to be over hundreds of millions of gold coins on the market. Moreover, there is no demand for it because the equipment was produced in a secret realm copy and is completely suitable for Wang Chen's level. In this day and age, it is almost impossible to find low-level platinum equipment on the market. Treasures of this level have long been acquired by major forces and prepared for use by their descendants. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directly used a detection spell on the 2 platinum equipment. Equipment, serrated longsword. Type weapon. Grade platinum. Level limit, level 45. Attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 100, speed plus 100. Enchantment effects, 1. Increases attack damage by 10%. 2. Attaches a bleeding effect, and the wounds caused by the serrated sword are weakened by 50% when they are treated. Equipment, Enchanted Ring. Type, Accessories. Grade, Platinum. Level limit, Level 45. Attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 100, Wisdom plus 100. Enchantment effect, 1. Increases physical strength recovery speed by 20%. 2. Weapon enchantment, temporarily adds enchantment effect to the weapon, increasing the attack range, lasts for 10 minutes, once a day. Not bad, not bad! After looking at the attributes of the two pieces of equipment, Wang Chen's face was filled with joy. Both pieces of equipment are quite powerful, and their appearance is very much in line with his aesthetic. Especially the serrated sword, which is 2 meters long and covered with sharp serrations on the blade, looks breathtaking. Although the enchanted ring was low-key, its enchanted special effects surprised Wang Chen. Increases the weapon's attack range, which greatly improves his fighting skills. After putting on the two pieces of equipment, his attributes improved again, becoming Strength, 520 plus 530 points. Wisdom, 590 plus 100 points. Physique, 520 plus 350 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 250 points. Just after checking his own attributes, which had skyrocketed again, a force of space fell on him. Next second, he and the two little guys disappeared directly into the secret realm copy. Chapter 79. Is it difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? 3 minutes and 46 seconds. The square of Yanlong Academy was completely silent. Everyone fell silent as they looked at the time displayed on the darkened grid on the giant screen. This was an extremely terrifying result, so terrifying that their worldview was shattered the first time they saw it. It only took a freshman who had just entered the school less than 4 minutes to clear the silver level secret realm copy. Before today, no one had ever thought that someone could achieve such a terrifying result. The sophomores and juniors who were watching the excitement felt a little difficult to breathe at this moment. When they were freshmen, even at the end of their freshman year, the time it took them to clear the silver level secret realm copy, Beast Tide Impact, was more than twice as long as Wang Chen's current time. No one knew how long this eerie silence lasted, until Wang Chen was teleported out of the secret realm copy and stood in the center of the square. Then someone came to their senses and made a trembling sound. Is this fake? Am I dreaming? How can this Wang Chen have such terrifying strength? Even if we have contracted 2 divine beast level pets, this shouldn't be the case? That was a record once created by Bai Xin. How could he break it so easily? Could it be that Yanlong University is going to have another terrifying genius who will dominate the school in the lower grades? What a monster! Looking at the tall figure, there was a torrent of discussion among the crowd, and everyone's face had an expression of extreme disbelief. All this was beyond their imagination. At this time, on the viewing platform, the teachers from the 3 major colleges of Yanlong University had the same expression. Although they had expected it, they were still extremely shocked when Wang Chen's result really broke the record. This kind of terrifying potential is something they have never seen before, even though they have taught many geniuses over the years. This kid will definitely achieve more than Bai Shuai in the future, the referee, Mr. Sun Miao, said in shock. At this time, Wang Chen was already standing in the center of the square, while those students who entered the secret realm copy at the same time as him, including Zhao Li, who had the fastest progress, and Zhou Wu and other provincial champions, had only reached the 5th wave. The gap between the two sides is simply self-evident. Everyone around nodded when they heard this, and at the same time looked in shock at the center of the square, at the tall and straight young man with a calm face. At this moment, they were not only shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Chen, but also surprised by the calm mentality of this young man. To be able to perform such a shocking feat and yet remain so calm, I'm afraid many of them can have this kind of mentality. I'll go and tell him about the match. You guys should first think about what kind of compensation you should give him. Sun Miao looked back at the people on the viewing stand, then moved his feet and appeared directly in the square. Hello, teacher. Seeing teacher Sun Miao suddenly appear in front of him, Wang Chen politely greeted him. Sun Miao nodded upon hearing this, and then said in a complicated tone. Student Wang Chen, because of the nine-tailed fox's special abilities, the teachers at school hope that you will not bring her to the next competition. Hearing what teacher Sun Miao said, Wang Chen was slightly stunned and his expression became a little strange. It seems that Susu displayed his supernatural powers in the secret realm copy and scared all the teachers. Don't worry, teacher. I know the severity of the situation. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, Susu will not play in the next ring match. Crispy? Sun Miao was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the nine-tailed fox on Wang Chen's shoulder. Is this her name? It sounds pretty nice. Thinking in his heart, Sun Miao nodded, very satisfied with Wang Chen's answer. Don't worry, the school will compensate you and will never let you suffer any loss. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. Are there any benefits? That's not bad. In fact, teacher Sun Miao didn't need to say that he didn't plan to let Susu play in the next competition. And it's not just Susu, Bingqing also plans to stay in the spectator seats. These two little guys push their way through the secret realm copy, so the arena competition should be left to their master. Otherwise, the two little guys would steal the limelight. Okay then, we'll make a list of compensation items for you to choose from later. Now you are the first one to clear the secret realm dungeon, so go to the side and rest and wait. After giving instructions to Wang Chen, Sun Miao turned around and returned to the platform. After she left, Wang Chen walked aside and looked at the giant screen in the sky, looking for the figure of Sitiyu. Soon, he saw a familiar figure in the lower grid. Sitiyu was seen wearing gorgeous leather armor and holding a longbow, continuously shooting arrows. Beside her, there was a huge silver-white wolf as big as a calf, which kept wandering around and biting off the throats of the monsters that approached it. It is none other than a legendary beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. With this guy joining the battle, Sitiyu's performance in the secret realm copy is pretty good. He has already reached the 5th wave and is in the first echelon with the top scorers from other provinces. It seems that this girl should have no problem clearing the secret realm dungeon. After checking on Sitiyu's condition, Wang Chen was too lazy to check on others. He found a place and teased the two little guys. 5 minutes later, there was a flash of light in the square, and a burly figure appeared in the light. It was Zhao Li. At this moment, his whole body was covered in blood, and there was still an endless fighting spirit in his body. It was obvious that he had experienced a tough battle. Clear the game in 9 minutes. This is definitely the best result among all the freshmen. The teachers will be shocked. After landing, Zhao Li thought silently in his heart. A smile appeared on his face, ready to meet everyone's astonished gaze. He had already inquired about it a long time ago. In previous freshman ranking battles, the best time for clearing the silver level secret round copy was mostly between 9 and 10 minutes. His result can basically be ranked in the top 20 among past results. However, when he was feeling very proud of himself, he found that the old students looked at him in a very strange way, and no one showed any admiration for his achievements. Snort! Seeing this scene, Zhao Li snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, with a look of disdain on his face. In his opinion, it must be because his passing score was too good that made these old students jealous. You are a bunch of petty guys. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? Thinking silently in his mind, he shook his head in disdain and prepared to check the clearance status of others. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at a figure at the edge of the square with some disbelief. Wang Chen! Why is he here now? Chapter 80. What's your rank? You're not worthy of standing with him. Zhao Li's face was full of disbelief. He thought he was the first one to pass the secret round copy, and never expected that he would see other people after he came out. So, when he saw the tall figure playing with two pet animals at the edge of the square, he was stunned. But soon, a sneer appeared on Zhao Li's face. Ha ha ha! This guy must have failed in his attempt to challenge the secret realm dungeon. He thought of a guess and couldn't help feeling happy. No wonder the teachers all have such strange expressions. They must have seen Wang Chen fail in the challenge and felt ashamed of their previous behavior. Thinking in his heart, Zhao Li walked towards Wang Chen with a proud expression. It's no big deal to fail once. Yanlong University is full of geniuses. If you can be the best in other places, it's acceptable for you to be lost in the crowd here. Zhao Li looked down at Wang Chen with a lecturing look on his face. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. What's going on? He raised his head and looked at Zhao Li with strange eyes. The guy held his chin high, like a peacock showing off his feathers. Did you make a mistake? Out of basic courtesy, Wang Chen asked speechlessly. I understand. Hearing his words, Zhao Li nodded proudly with an expression as if he had seen through everything. I'm not trying to comfort you, I'm just telling you a fact. It's okay for you to be ordinary when you come to Yanlong University, where geniuses gather. Don't be so reserved in front of me. I'm easy to talk to. Zhao Li said in a calm tone. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at this guy who was feeling good with a strange look in his eyes. Restrained? I'm so restrained. Ha! This is the first time I've seen a guy who feels so good. As expected of a holy warrior, his brain is almost completely occupied by muscles. Is he here to make fun of me? Can he check his own rank before lecturing others? But before Wang Chen could refute, the old students around him who heard Zhao Li's words burst into laughter, with expressions of contempt on their faces. Really interesting. What's your rank? Don't you know it? It took him 9 minutes to clear the secret round copy. What qualifications do he have to stand with the record-breaking Wang Chen? Hearing the laughter around him, Zhao Li's face turned red with anger, and he looked over fiercely. However, these old students were all experienced and had spent at least a year in school. None of them was afraid of him, and they all glared back at him fiercely. You are a bunch of petty guys who only know how to be jealous of my excellence. Sooner or later, I will beat you all down. Zhao Li thought silently in his heart, turned around and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. Student Wang Chen, you should not get mixed up with these twisted and jealous people, otherwise you won't achieve much in the future. Puff. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is really smart. Where does he get his confidence from? Seeing this scene, Zhao Li's face showed some displeasure. But he didn't say much, shook his head and looked at the giant screen in the sky. He originally wanted to recruit Wang Chen through this contact. After all, a commoner who can win the top prize in Yanjian province must have outstanding talents. But unfortunately, Wang Chen, like everyone else, cannot accept that others are better than him. Alas! Nowadays, there are so few people as broad-minded as me. Zhao Li sighed and scanned the giant screen to see if there were any outstanding guys. For a rich kid like him, in addition to seeking personal advancement after entering Yanlong University, he also focuses on expanding his network to recruit talents for the family. However, when his eyes swept across the giant screen, his expression froze. What the hell? Someone actually cleared the level faster than me? Which god did this? His eyes fell on a grid in the upper left corner of the giant screen, and Zhao Li exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. Although you can't see the clearance time, the SSS clearance score displayed on the grid is extremely eye-catching. Moreover, this grid is right next to his grid, and the result of the 9 minutes on it has not disappeared. Who else could it be? He is standing right next to you. Don't you even look at your own rank? Are you worthy enough to stand with this great god? At this moment, someone among the older students watching kindly reminded Zhao Li. As the voice fell, it immediately caused a burst of laughter in the crowd. What? You did it? Hearing the voice, Zhao Li turned his head blankly and looked at the calm-faced young man beside him. Looking at Zhao Li, who was doubting his life, Wang Chen nodded calmly. Swish. In an instant, Zhao Li's face turned red with blood and he felt a burning sensation on his face. Just now, I was showing off in front of Wang Chen because of my 9-minute clearance result? At this moment, thinking of his previous actions, Zhao Li felt extremely ashamed and wished he could find a place to hide immediately. Damn it! So embarrassing. A strong sense of frustration overwhelmed Zhao Li at this moment. The gazes of the people around him made him feel like he was abandoned by the whole world. Seeing Zhao Li standing there in a daze, Wang Chen sighed, stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be discouraged, you are already very good. 9 minutes is better than the other freshmen. As long as you work hard in the future, you might have a chance to see my back. Hearing his words, Zhao Li's body began to tremble. I am excellent? As long as I work hard, I can see your back? Are you trying to comfort me? Or are you trying to attack me? Zhao Li is autistic. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with the effect of his persuasion. Look, this guy's body is shaking with excitement. As time passed, the new students who entered the secret copy passed the level one after another, and appeared in the square. Among all the people, except for the monster Wang Chen, there were a total of 8 people who successfully entered the 10 minutes and obtained the SSS clearance evaluation, including several provincial top scorers including Zhao Li, Zhou Wu, and Sitiyu who obtained a divine beast pet. Furthermore, it must be said that these freshmen are indeed the geniuses selected from all over Dragon Country. Although the others are not as good as the first echelon, they have also obtained at least S-level evaluation in the Hell difficulty dungeon. When everyone finished the secret realm copy, Teacher Sun Yao, who served as the referee, waved his magic wand to dispel the giant screen in the sky and stood directly in front of all the freshmen. Everyone has completed the first part of the dungeon, and everyone's results have been recorded in the school's database. Now let's announce the rankings and start the second part of the competition. Chapter 81 All Freshmen's Doubts. Yanlong University Square. After Teacher Sun Yao finished speaking, a magical power suddenly rose from his body, and a light screen showing the initial ranking of freshmen appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wang Chen, clearance time, 3 minutes and 46 seconds, overall performance rating, SSS level. Second place, Zhao Li, clearance time, 9 minutes, overall performance rating, SSS level. 10th place, Sitiyu, clearance time, 9 minutes and 56 seconds, overall performance rating, SSS level. 11th place, Zhang Tai, clearance time, 10 minutes and 15 seconds, overall performance rating, SS level. 50th place, Wu Lingling, clearance time, 13 minutes and 25 seconds, overall performance rating, S level. Hiss! When all the freshmen looked at the list with expectation, the air around the square was almost sucked out. What the hell? First, Wang Chen, it only took him 3 minutes and 46 seconds to clear the secret round copy? Are you kidding? This is more than twice the compression of Zhao Li, who ranks second. For a moment, all the freshmen's expressions were filled with astonishment and disbelief. What's going on? Standing at the front of the crowd, Zhou Wu and his companions were also disheveled in the wind. Zhao Li's ranking and results were better than theirs, so they were well prepared. After all, as a holy knight, Zhao Li has a greater advantage than them in the secret dungeon. Beast Tide Impact. However, they never expected that Zhao Li didn't get first place, but Wang Chen did. Teacher, I don't accept it. This result is not normal at all. Zhou Wu couldn't help but stand up and spoke loudly to Sun Miao. He simply couldn't accept that Wang Chen could get first place, and with such a horrible result. After he finished speaking, several other provincial champions around him also spoke up and echoed him. That's right, Teacher Sun Miao, did Wang Chen cheat in the secret realm dungeon? Cleared the level in 3 minutes and 46 seconds. This is the most incredible result that Yanlong University has ever achieved since its founding. I want to see his video footage from the secret dungeon. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Quiet! After hearing what Zhou Wu and others said, before Sun Miao could even open his mouth, a roar like a lion drowned out all the noise. Teacher Zhao from the Combat Academy strode forward and stood directly in front of Teacher Sun Miao. Boom boom. The violent aura rose from his body, and a terrifying oppressive force fell on all the freshmen. In an instant, the people who were shouting stopped talking abruptly, as if they were ducks with their necks strangled. You guys really disappoint me. Teacher Zhao's eyes swept across everyone present like lightning, with surging anger rising in his eyes. Under the eyes of all our teachers, in this dangerous secret dungeon, you actually think someone can cheat? Teacher Zhao's roar was like thunder, making the air in the square buzz. It can be seen that he was really angry. The performance of these freshmen really disappointed him, especially Zhou Wu and other provincial top scorers, who made him feel disgusting. It would be fine if they were not as strong as others, but their mentality is so fragile that they can only question and shout when facing people who are stronger than themselves. How can such a guy support the backbone of Yanlong University in the future? I can say responsibly that Wang Chen's achievements were entirely earned through his own hard work. If any of you disagree, you can challenge him in the next ring battle and tell him that you are stronger than him. If you can't do it, then just shut up. Teacher Zhao stepped heavily on the ground, and all the strength in his body instantly condensed into an ancient arena covering an area of 100 square meters in front of him. From now on, each of you can take the initiative to challenge the students ranked on the list, and the person being challenged does not have the right to refuse. Whoever wins will directly obtain the ranking of the other party. There are no rules in the ring. As long as you are strong, you can kill the opponent directly. The school's medical team is always on standby. Even if your brains are beaten out, we can still save you. Since you disagree with the ranking, then it depends on whether you have the courage to fight for the ranking at all costs. I declare that the second part of the freshman ranking competition, the ring battle, will begin now. Teacher Zhao swept his gaze over the crowd and announced the rules of the ring battle in an extremely cold tone. Boom! When he finished speaking, the atmosphere among the freshmen in the square instantly became tense. These proud men from all provinces of the Dragon Kingdom were all aroused by Teacher Zhao's words. They all looked around with sharp eyes, looking for their own challenge targets. Standing in front of the new students, Zhou Wu and others immediately set their sights on Wang Chen. Zhao Li, will you fight in the first battle or shall I? Zhou Wu showed a sinister smile on his face and asked Zhao Li at the side. The teacher's words just now made him feel that he had been greatly insulted, and he wanted to use a victory to wash away the humiliation. You can do whatever you want, I don't intend to wade into this muddy water. After hearing his words, Zhao Li took a step back with a strange expression, as if he planned to stand by and watch. He is not stupid. Wang Chen was able to achieve a terrifying result of 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the secret realm copy. His strength is definitely beyond imagination. The anger of the Battle Academy teacher just now also proves this point well. It's nice to be second. Thinking in his heart, Zhao Li couldn't help but look at Zhou Wu with sympathy. He felt that this guy would probably be in a miserable state soon. Good. Since you won't go up, I won't hesitate to take the first place. Hearing this, Zhou Wu glanced at Zhao Li with disdain, turned around and jumped directly onto the stage. Teacher, I want to challenge the number 1 ranked Wang Chen. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes were focused on the tall figure in the crowd. Wang Chen remained calm despite the stares from people around him. Wait a moment. He said something lightly to Zhou Wu, then turned and walked to Sitiyu's side. Help me look after these 2 little guys first. Aren't you going to bring Bingqing and the others on stage? Sitiyu, who had not yet recovered from Wang Chen's horrific result, took the two pets with a dazed look on his face. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled, turned around and walked towards the ring. No need. These two little guys have already attracted enough attention. Now it's time for me to perform on my own. Keep an eye on them. When I finish the ring battle, there will be a reward for you. Chapter 82 I Never Bully People. Wow. When Wang Chen jumped onto the stage alone, the atmosphere in the square was instantly ignited. Are you crazy? He is a giant beast master, but he actually goes to the ring alone without his pet? This is too arrogant. He doesn't think that he can defeat Zhou Wu, who is level 60, with his own strength, right? The freshmen were talking about it, and everyone had extremely shocked expressions on their faces, and they were very puzzled by Wang Chen's actions. As we all know, no matter whether it is an ordinary beast master or a giant beast master with a special profession, when they are at a low level, all their strength lies in their pets. Especially before the pet enters its second growth cycle, when a beast master of the same level meets other professions of the same level, it is like an egg hitting a stone. Without a pet, you will be beaten directly by your opponent. All the freshmen couldn't understand why Wang Chen made such a choice. The expressions on the faces of the older students who were watching at this moment were also filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Chen, isn't he too confident? Although he achieved a terrifying clearance in the Secret Realm dungeon, it was almost all the dragons and nine-tailed foxes that did the fighting, and he didn't contribute much damage at all. The next battle is going to be interesting. I thought Zhou Wu was going to be beaten unilaterally by the dragon, but Wang Chen chose such an unexpected way to appear. I'll give you 500 credits. I bet Wang Chen will fall flat on his face this time because of his arrogance. In the eyes of all the old students, Wang Chen's choice at this time seemed to be simply insane. When facing a beast master, the best way to fight is to deal with the beast master's pet first, and then its master. This is the common understanding of almost all professionals on Blue Star. However, Wang Chen, as a giant beast master, gave up his greatest advantage and chose to face the challenge with his own strength. This is no different from an egg hitting a stone. You know, Zhou Wu is now level 60, and Wang Chen is 15 levels lower than him. The attribute gap is 15 levels. Even if Wang Chen has two beast pets at the level of divine beasts, the feedback attributes cannot be narrowed. This kid. At this time, on the viewing stand, the expressions on the faces of the teachers from the three major colleges were a bit amusing. They discussed to let Wang Chen not bring the nine-tailed fox into the game, but this guy turned out to be different. Not only did he not bring the nine-tailed fox, he also left the giant dragon on the sidelines. What confidence! This kid actually plans to deal with Zhou Wu with his own strength without relying on his pet. Do you think he can beat Zhou Wu? At this time, Teacher Sun Miao was sitting on a chair and couldn't help but ask others. The chances of winning are not very high. After all, Wang Chen is only level 45 now, 15 levels lower than Zhou Wu. Mr. Zhao from the Battle Academy said with a rather dull expression. He now felt a little regretful that he had agreed to Wang Chen's suggestion not to bring the nine-tailed fox into the game. Although Zhou Wu was previously evaluated by him as having a bad character, his strength is still remarkable. The level has reached the second turn level 60, and it is also a special profession Ice Swordsman. The attack has control. If you meet an opponent with lower attributes than yourself, you can even control the opponent to death. Teacher Sun Miao, did you misrepresent our meaning? We asked him not to bring the nine-tailed fox, but we didn't ask him not to bring the dragon? The beautiful teacher at the Magic Academy couldn't help but look at Sun Miao and asked. She felt that there might be something wrong. I made it very clear to him. Hearing this, Sun Miao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He understood it very clearly at the time. I didn't expect that he would make such a choice in the end. Now I just hope that Wang Chen will realize his shortcomings after losing, and bring his pet with him next time. While people outside the arena were discussing and were extremely confused about Wang Chen's choice, Zhou Wu on the ring looked at his peers who were slowly walking up to him with an equally stunned expression on his face. You don't plan to bring your pet into the game? He felt insulted. For a beast master to fight against humans without using his beast pet was as ridiculous as a soldier going into the battlefield without a gun. I am enough to deal with you. Letting the two little guys play is bullying you. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, Wang Chen spread his hands indifferently and told the truth. I never bully others. You. Zhou Wu's eyes turned red instantly, bursting out with anger that seemed to be tangible. Too arrogant. I want to see how a beast master like you, who doesn't even use a pet, can be so arrogant. After this battle, I will replace you as the number 1 rank and trample you, the arrogant fellow, into the mud. Speaking coldly, Zhou Wu slowly took out an azure blue sword. As soon as the long sword appeared, the temperature on the ring dropped significantly. Obviously, this is a magical equipment of good level. Teacher, I'm ready! He stared at Wang Chen with cold eyes, ready to attack at any time. On the opposite side, Wang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the sword in Zhou Wu's hand. An opponent using swords was exactly what he wanted. Then he nodded to teacher Zhao, who was in charge of the ring battle, and waved his hand to take out the exaggerated serrated long sword. Both sides take your positions. 5 seconds left. Seeing that both parties were ready, teacher Zhao, feeling somewhat helpless, began to count the seconds. At the same time, buzz buzz buzz. Bright magical light flickered around the ancient arena, and in an instant 4 light curtains rose up and converged in the sky. An extremely solid magic barrier enveloped the arena. This magic barrier, on the one hand, prevents the aftermath of the opposing students' attacks from falling outside the arena and injuring people. On the other hand, it prevents the outside from affecting the performance of the students on the arena. As the magic barrier was completed, teacher Zhao's countdown came to an end. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. As soon as teacher Zhao finished speaking, Zhou Wu, who was holding a long sword on the ring, moved instantly. He just swung his sword and slashed at Wang Chen from a distance. In an instant, an extremely cold air spread out with his movement. When the cold air touched the ground of the arena, it immediately formed a layer of solid ice that surrounded Wang Chen. Frost Arena! An exclusive skill for the ice swordsman that can form an extremely smooth layer of ice on the ground within a certain range. This ice layer can not only freeze the opponent and affect the opponent's actions, but also provide the ice swordsman with a 10% movement bonus and attack bonus while fighting on the ice layer. Pretty! After Zhou Wu's attack began, the people watching the fight couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, especially the senior students, many of whom had serious expressions on their faces. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Zhou Wu's performance was worthy of his ranking as the top scholar in the province. Chapter 83 I'm just afraid of trouble. What a fast skill release speed! On the stage, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but move when he saw Zhou Wu slashing out a cold wave with his sword and layers of ice rushing towards him. This guy's ice arena skill has definitely been raised to a very high level. Moreover, I'm afraid that in private, Zhou Wu has also practiced it thousands of times. It can make me a little more serious. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen waved his hand and took out his newly acquired weapon, the serrated sword. As soon as this big guy appeared in his hand, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? A long sword as big as a door panel? Does Wang Chen want to fight Zhou Wu, the ice swordsman, head-on? Is he crazy? The ice swordsman is among the top special professions in terms of close combat ability. As a beastmaster, he doesn't want to distance himself from the opponent and harass him remotely, but actually wants to fight him head-on. All the students, both freshmen and old students, who saw this scene couldn't help but talk about it, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Everyone knows. The strength of a beastmaster lies in his ability to contract beast pets to fight together. Because of the telepathic connection between the beastmaster and his pet, once the beastmaster develops, one person is basically equivalent to a team. However, even if a beastmaster has reached a certain level of strength, he still serves as an assistant to his pet beast in battle, casting spells remotely to assist the pet beast in attacking. Wang Chen now actually took out a long sword and wanted to confront a melee profession whose level was higher than his. Isn't this just courting death? Wait, look! Just when everyone was shocked, someone suddenly pointed at the stage. Wang Chen, he didn't even dodge when facing the ice arena? Does he intend to be controlled by the ice arena and then give up? The man spoke in astonishment, with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. After hearing his words, the crowd that was talking looked in the direction of his finger, and all had the same expression on their faces. It's crazy. They originally thought that Wang Chen would perform amazingly when he was on stage alone, but that's it. He has contracted 2 divine beasts, so his confidence has swelled, right? Does he really think he can be as powerful as the 2 beasts? Once the ice arena is fully deployed, all enemies within the range will be slowed down. If the improvement to the ice swordsman is taken into account, Zhou Wu's movement speed is now equivalent to a 40% increase. It's impossible. Zhou Wu will definitely crush Wang Chen in this battle. Seeing Wang Chen standing motionless under the attack of the ice arena, the students watching the battle showed disdainful expressions on their faces. The same is true for Zhou Wu on the ring. Are you planning to give up? If you surrender now, I can save you some physical pain. He waved the sword in his hand, but seeing that Wang Chen did not move, he did not attack immediately. Anyway, the ice arena is about to be fully opened. If he waits a while before taking action, he will have a greater advantage by then. Give up? On the opposite side, feeling the surging chill coming towards him, Wang Chen shook his head in disdain. Are you kidding? If you want me to admit defeat directly, you have to have the ability to do so. I'm just giving you a chance, Wang Chen said in a calm tone. If you don't reach your peak state, and I beat you in advance, you won't realize the gap between us. By then, if you think you have the possibility of catching up and your strength has increased, then you will challenge me, which will be very troublesome. I am the one who fears trouble the most. At the very beginning, I'll let you see the gap between us completely. As he spoke, Wang Chen spread his hands, looking very casual. You! How dare you look down on me like this? Very good! You will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhou Wu instantly became furious, with a ferocious expression on his face. Go to hell! He roared, moved his feet, and rushed towards Wang Chen like lightning. Whoosh! As he moved forward, he swung his sword, and 2 streams of ice blue sword energy shot out, hitting Wang Chen hard before him. Ice sword energy. This is also an exclusive skill of the ice swordsman. While it has powerful attack power, the sword energy will explode after contacting the enemy, causing additional freezing damage to the enemy. Bang! In an instant, 2 lightning-like icy sword auras appeared in front of Wang Chen. However, facing these 2 fierce sword energies, there was no fluctuation on Wang Chen's face. He just casually swung the serrated sword in his hand. The serrated sword was nearly 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. At this moment, he moved and stood in front of Wang Chen like a shield. Bang! The next second, 2 icy sword energies fell on the serrated sword at random, exploding into a sky full of frost. The moment the frost appeared, it surged towards the blade of the serrated sword. On the opposite side, Zhou Wu, who was following closely behind, saw this scene and a look of joy appeared on his face. He had never expected that the icy sword energy could hurt Wang Chen. The real purpose of launching this attack was to use the freezing effect caused by the explosion of the icy sword energy to add another debuff to Wang Chen. You're dead! The goal was achieved. Zhou Wu touched the ice surface under his feet while moving forward. His body instantly moved to the left side of Wang Chen like a phantom, and then he stabbed out with a sword without hesitation. In his opinion, the ice arena had already slowed Wang Chen down by 20%, and now with the freezing damage from the ice sword energy, Wang Chen definitely doesn't have time to defend against this sword. You arrogant fellow, prepare to experience the feeling of death! At this moment, Zhou Wu couldn't wait to see the scene of his sword piercing into the neck of this hateful guy. At the same time, the freshmen and seniors who were watching the game nearby saw this scene and looked at Wang Chen with pity in their eyes. There's no hope. With 2 negative status effects on his body, Wang Chen would not have time to react even if he had great abilities. You know, under such an attack, even many senior students who have reached the 3rd level of strength would be in a panic to deal with it. Wang Chen, who had just completed his 2nd transformation and reached level 45, had absolutely no chance of survival. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, many teachers from the 3 major colleges could not help but look solemn at this moment. They were all amazed by Zhou Wu's fierce attack. Trouble! I'm afraid this little guy Wang Chen will have to pay the price for his arrogance. Not bringing your pet to the ring, and looking down on your opponent. I hope I can teach him a lesson this time. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy couldn't help but speak softly at this time. No. But at this time, Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy, who was sitting next to him, shook his head. This kid, he's not at the end of his rope yet. Chapter 84. The harm is not great, but the insult is very strong. On the viewing platform. After hearing what Mr. Zhao from the Battle Academy said, many teachers around looked at him. Bald Zhao, you don't think Wang Chen still has a chance of turning the tables under these circumstances, do you? Due to the level difference, Wang Chen's attributes are not as good as Zhou Wu's at level 60. Now he is in 2 debuff states. Failure is inevitable. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy said this bluntly at this time. However, after hearing her words, the expression on Teacher Zhao's face remained firm. You underestimate this little guy. How can you, who can only hide in the distance and use skills, possibly feel the raging fighting spirit rising from Wang Chen? Just watch, he's about to start. Teacher Zhao shook his head in disdain, looking towards the arena with a frighteningly bright look in his eyes. Hearing his words, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy didn't bother to refute and quickly looked towards the arena. At this moment in the ring, the long sword in Zhou Wu's hand stabbed out with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and in the blink of an eye it was close to Wang Chen's body. You're allowed to show off. I'm going to pierce your neck with this sword. See if you can still pretend. At this moment, Zhou Wu could even imagine the scene of Wang Chen's blood splattering. However, at this time, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Chen waited until the sword was about to hit his body, then he suddenly moved the hand holding the serrated sword. Bang! The next second, the serrated sword seemed to teleport and blocked Zhou Wu's attack. There are the feedback attributes of the Arctic Dragon and the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox, plus the bonuses provided by the equipment on the body. Even though Wang Chen was in a debuffed state at this moment, his speed was still far beyond Zhou Wu's. "Student Zhou Wu, this is not how you use a sword." Looking at Zhou Wu, whose face was ferocious but still had excitement in his eyes, Wang Chen smiled slightly and suddenly turned the serrated sword. With a crackling sound. In an instant, the sword that Zhou Wu stabbed out was deflected by him and stabbed towards his side, and his body followed suit. Next second. Before Zhou Wu could react, Wang Chen quietly stretched out a foot. Bang! Zhou Wu staggered, his body posture was ruined, and he fell directly to the ground, like a dog eating shit. Bang! And because the surface of the arena was covered with solid ice, this guy slipped directly and hit the magic barrier around the arena heavily. Hiss! At this moment, the atmosphere around the ring suddenly became quiet, and the cold air in the air was almost sucked away. The freshmen and seniors who were watching the game were completely shocked. What just happened? How could Zhou Wu fall out? What exactly happened? How did Wang Chen dodge Zhou Wu's attack? After a brief silence, heated discussions broke out around the ring. No one could see clearly what happened, and Zhou Wu fell out inexplicably in such an embarrassing posture. However, on the viewing platform, teachers from the 3 more powerful academies noticed something. Terrible reaction speed! He likes to take risks and deflect attacks with the sword in an instant. This kid is born to be a talent in our battle academy. At this moment, Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy slapped his thigh hard, his face showing an expression of extreme excitement. As he spoke, he glanced at the people around him with a smug look on his face. It was as if saying, "Look, I still have vision." When you all looked down on Wang Chen, only I could see his extraordinariness. This? The teachers standing by paid no attention to the complacent teacher Zhao. They all looked at the 2 figures on the stage with shocked eyes. How so? After bumping into the magic barrier in a mess, Zhou Wu climbed up, his eyes trembling slightly as he looked at Wang Chen. In the previous moment, he had no idea what was going on, and he inexplicably slid to the edge of the ring like a dog grabbing shit. Although he was not injured, but what an embarrassing look. The damage is not great, but the insult is very strong. A deep sense of humiliation was erupting wildly in his heart at this moment. I'm going to kill you! Zhou Wu let out a wild beast-like roar, and his body rushed towards Wang Chen with a whistling gust of wind like a cannonball. Son of a bitch! It made me so embarrassed. Absolutely unforgivable. Rushing forward, Zhou Wu swung his sword fiercely, aiming directly at Wang Chen's neck. A fierce gust of wind blew in his face, but Wang Chen remained calm. He raised the serrated sword in his hand and directly lifted the attacking sword and Zhou Wu into the air. At the same time, the long sword that he had held up like a door panel smashed down heavily again. Zhou Wu, whose body was out of control, had not yet reacted to what was happening when he saw the hard sword body constantly expanding in front of him. Next second, the serrated sword hit him directly in the face. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground, and the huge force shook the entire arena. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the freshmen and old students watching the game couldn't help but tremble. The force was so strong that it hurt just looking at it. It is conceivable how much damage Zhou Wu suffered in the ring. You! The whole person seemed to prostrate himself at Wang Chen's feet. Zhou Wu raised his head with difficulty, looking at the hateful young man in front of him with horror and resentment. I've already told you that this isn't the way to use a sword, classmate Zhou Wu. Your sword is very fast, but it doesn't have any strength at all. Look, your face is almost taking the shape of my sword. Looking at Zhou Wu, whose face was distorted and slapped into a flat shape, Wang Chen spread his hands and said, You! Hearing his words, Zhou Wu's expression became even more distorted. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from his nose. He climbed up from the ground with one hand and swung his sword wildly to attack Wang Chen. However, with a bang, the serrated sword pressed down on his shoulders like a mountain, crushing him once again. The intense pain hit Zhou Wu's nerves, and he lay on the ground with his eyes red. Wang Chen! I'm going to kill you! He lay on the ground, clenched his sword and stabbed at Wang Chen's legs. Yo-ho! So tenacious, young man? Seeing that Zhou Wu dared to resist, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. However, his movements were not slow. He kicked out with one foot and directly kicked the stabbing sword away. Oh! The long sword flew out of his hand, and Zhou Wu, with bloodshot eyes, rushed up again like an irrational beast. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, swung his sword and slammed it away. Student Zhou Wu, I think you have realized the gap between us. Give up, I'm doing this for your own good. Get out! I'm going to kill you! Zhou Wu, who had crashed into the magic barrier, felt like something in his heart broke when he heard this. Chapter 85. This is too cruel. Roar! On the ring, Zhou Wu roared like a wild beast. The huge sense of humiliation completely swallowed up his reason. Struggling to get up from the ground, he pounced directly at Wang Chen. At this moment, he was just like an ordinary person fighting, without any rules or professional demeanor. When he came in front of Wang Chen, he directly swung his turtle fist. So tenacious? Looking at Zhou Wu rushing towards him, Wang Chen shook his head speechlessly and casually held the serrated sword across his body. Bang! Zhou Wu punched the sword hard. The next second. Ouch! The sounds of ghosts howling and wolves howling were heard, and Zhou Wu began to tremble with pain. Give up! The gap between us is as huge as the gap between heaven and earth. Looking at Zhou Wu, Wang Chen persuaded sincerely. Roll! I'm going to tear your hateful face apart. However, Zhou Wu ignored it and rushed up again while enduring the pain. With a bang! The next second, he prostrated himself on the ground again. You can't win! Looking down at Zhou Wu, Wang Chen showed a trace of pity on his face. Impossible! I will never lose! Zhou Wu saw this trace of reluctance and couldn't help but roar. He struggled to get up from the ground and swung his fists tremblingly. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes were somewhat shocked. What a tenacious fighting spirit! With such a huge gap in strength, this guy actually dared to punch me? In this case, I must not let him down. Wang Chen thought to himself, put away the serrated sword, and swung his fist to meet the attack. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ouch! Bang! Woo! The sound of punches hitting flesh continued to ring out, mixed with Zhou Wu's miserable wails. In just a short moment, Zhou Wu's somewhat slender body on the ring became strong. His whole body was swollen. Hiss! Seeing this scene below the stage, all the freshmen and old students couldn't help but gasp, their eyes becoming extremely shocked. This is simply a one-sided crushing. Zhou Wu, a level 60 ice swordsman, was beaten like a child in front of Wang Chen, who did not have his pet beast, and he had no power to fight back at all. How strong is Wang Chen? Zhou Wu, who is only level 60, is not even qualified to be taken seriously by him? Is this junior so evil? If we beat Zhou Wu unilaterally, I'm afraid even if we have just reached the 3rd level, it won't be as easy as Wang Chen. Are you crazy? Could it be that Wang Chen now has the strength comparable to that of a 3rd level cultivator? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and the faces of the sophomores and juniors were filled with shock. Today they were really enlightened. A giant beast master who didn't use a pet beast could beat an opponent who was 15 levels higher than him. They wouldn't even dare to imagine this explosive scene in their dreams. While they were shocked, the freshmen in the crowd were trembling with fear. This is too cruel. Looking at Zhou Wu, who was almost unrecognizable on the ring, they all swallowed subconsciously, with fear in their eyes. Zhou Wu, who was at level 60 and the top scholar in the province, had no chance to fight back in front of Wang Chen. It's just like an adult beating a child. Is this really a freshman who just enrolled like us? We are all the same age, why is he acting so evil? I always feel like these people are not from the same world as us. Many freshmen were shocked and quietly took a few steps back, as if being farther away from the arena would make them feel more secure. Even the other provincial top scorers had the same unhappy expressions on their faces as the people around them. Zhao Li, did you already know that Wang Chen was so cruel? Zhang Luyao, the top scholar from Yunchuan province, swallowed and asked. She felt that the crazy and violent figure on the ring would probably become a psychological shadow in her life, the kind that would never be dispelled in her lifetime. Hearing her words, the corners of Zhao Li's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! If I had known that Wang Chen was so cruel, would I have provoked him when I came out of the secret realm copy? Thinking silently in his heart, Zhao Li tried to make his expression calm. He said lightly. Of course, from the first moment I saw Wang Chen, I sensed his extraordinariness. Otherwise, why do you think I wouldn't challenge him after the ring battle started? As he spoke, Zhao Li acted calm, as if this made him different from the people around him. Wang Chen is so scary. Zhou Wu has already lost his human form, yet he is still fighting. But Zhou Wu is really determined. He didn't give up even though he was seriously injured. I underestimated him before. I didn't expect him to be so brave. A freshman who was familiar with Zhou Wu said with a look of reluctance and emotion. Hearing his words, several people around him looked towards the ring with some emotion, watching the figure who was repeatedly knocked down and then stood up again. At this moment, they inexplicably felt a sense of sadness. But, you think Zhou Wu is unconscious now because of the beating? He wants to admit defeat but has no chance to say it? Zhao Li, who also knew something about Zhou Wu, now opened his mouth and made a guess. After hearing his words, the people around him couldn't help but feel a chill. This? If it was really as Zhao Li said, wouldn't Zhou Wu be beaten to death in the ring? On the ring. Bang! At this time, Zhou Wu was knocked to the ground again. His entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes, which were already small to begin with, were reduced to just a slit. But even in such a miserable state, he still stiffened his neck and stretched out his hand firmly. Opposite. Wang Chen looked at Zhou Wu, who was lying on the ground and still waving his fists, with a helpless expression on his face. Is this guy so resilient? I've knocked him down dozens of times, yet he still refuses to admit defeat? Do you really want to be beaten to death by me in the ring? In that case, I will grant your wish. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chen prepared to get to know this guy quickly and efficiently. But just as he was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared between him and Zhou Wu. This man has an extremely strong build and a bald head that shines brightly. It's Mr. Zhao from the Battle Academy. Student Wang Chen, can you let Student Zhou Wu finish what he is saying? Teacher Zhao looked at the handsome young man in front of him and spoke in a very complicated tone. Chapter 86. There is no light in this child's eyes. On the ring. Teacher Zhao from the Battle Academy looked at Wang Chen with a look of shock. A level 45 beast master, without using a pet beast, fought against a level 60 ice swordsman and crushed him. Even though Teacher Zhao is a 6th-turn expert and has taught at Yanlong University for many years, this is the first time he has seen such a monstrous student. I'm afraid this kid will be able to rank high on the school's talent list during his freshman year. For a moment, a shocking guess emerged in Teacher Zhao's mind. And on the opposite side, when Wang Chen heard what Teacher Zhao said, his expression couldn't help but become a little confused. Let Zhou Wu finish what he was saying. What does this mean? He touched his nose in confusion, and his eyes passed Teacher Zhao and fell on Zhou Wu, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Wu finally stretched out one of his hands tremblingly. I give up! As soon as he finished speaking, these 3 words seemed to drain all his strength, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel very embarrassed. Zhou Wu, he wanted to give up a long time ago, but you never gave him a chance. When Wang Chen was embarrassed, Teacher Zhao spoke with a strange expression. Just now, he had already seen from below the ring that Zhou Wu had lost his will to fight, and had raised his hand several times as if wanting to admit defeat. Result. Wang Chen misunderstood. Don't give him a chance to speak at all. Get ready and wait for the next challenger to come on stage. Teacher Zhao gave Wang Chen some advice and reached out to pick up Zhou Wu from the ground. Looking at Zhou Wu's distracted gaze, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is no light in this child's eyes. I'm afraid that today's battle will become a shadow in his future life. Thinking in his mind, Teacher Zhao handed Zhou Wu over to the medical team waiting under the ring. After doing all this, he turned his head and looked at the freshman below. Zhou Wu failed in his challenge to Wang Chen. Whoever wants to continue the challenge, please come to the stage. As soon as the words fell, the freshmen below the ring looked at each other, and all subconsciously took a few steps back, away from the ring. What a joke! Even Zhou Wu, who was the strongest among the freshmen, was beaten into that state. At best, these people are equal to Zhou Wu in strength, or even weaker than him. Go up to the ring to challenge Wang Chen? Isn't that asking for trouble? For a moment, there was complete silence among the freshmen. No one dared to stand up, and no one even dared to look up at Wang Chen. Seeing this scene, Teacher Zhao on the stage sighed in his heart, but didn't say much. In the past, he might have scolded these freshmen for their lack of fighting spirit. But now, thinking of the dominant strength that Wang Chen had just displayed, he no longer had any interest in preaching. This cannot be blamed on the freshmen being too timid, it's really because Wang Chen is too evil. Since no one is challenging me, the first place in the freshman ranking list belongs to Wang Chen. Next, you can start competing for other rankings. Teacher Zhao announced in a calm tone. After saying this, he looked at Wang Chen with fiery eyes. Student Wang Chen, now that the freshman ranking battle has been settled for you, why don't you consider the issue of admission? I saw your fighting style just now. It is absolutely perfect for our battle academy. Teacher Zhao. Hearing this, Wang Chen touched his nose and did not respond to Teacher Zhao's question. Instead, he asked somewhat embarrassedly. Can I compete for the rankings for others? What? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Teacher Zhao was a little confused, but he quickly thought of something and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He glanced at a figure among the freshmen calmly, patted Wang Chen on the shoulder and said, You kid! There are no rules regarding this in the ranking battles. But just this once, don't go too far. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Wang Chen smiled a little embarrassedly when he heard this. I really envy you young people, but remember, you should still focus on your strength now. Teacher Zhao shook his head, looked at Wang Chen meaningfully, and then walked off the stage. After he left, Wang Chen turned around and waved to Sitiyu. What's wrong? Sitiyu, with a shocked expression, walked to the edge of the ring timidly. Could it be that this guy has a violent gene hidden in his body? Wouldn't this girl be in danger in the future? Wang Chen's violent outburst in the ring just now scared the carefree Sitiyu a little. It's okay. Didn't I tell you before that there would be a reward for taking care of the two little guys? Now I'm going to fulfill my promise. As he spoke, Wang Chen's eyes fell on a sturdy figure among the freshmen. Student Zhao Li, I challenge you on behalf of Sitiyu, he said with a smile on his face. After hearing his words, Sitiyu, who hadn't reacted yet, widened his eyes. On the opposite side, Zhao Li, who was named, looked as if struck by thunder, his face distorted. Damn it! Do you still play with it like this? He looked at Wang Chen, and his eyes began to tremble. At this moment, he wanted to say, MMP, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. I really want to rush up and beat Wang Chen up. But thinking of Zhou Wu's miserable appearance, Zhao Li forced himself to suppress this unrealistic idea. If I really go up, I'm afraid I'll be the one who gets beaten up. Who did I offend? So what if I'm third? It's better than getting beaten. Thinking resentfully in his heart, Zhao Li glanced at Wang Chen, who was smiling gently on the stage, and lowered his head in frustration. I give up! Buzz! As Zhao Li finished speaking, Situyu's ranking on the ranking list floating in the sky jumped directly from 10th to 2nd. Wang Chen stood on the ring and looked around. Seeing that no one had any objection to the result, he jumped off the ring and gave the venue to others. Wang Chen, aren't you being too overbearing? For me, being number 10 is actually pretty good. Being pulled aside, Situyu's pretty face turned red and she spoke stutteringly. Overbearing? Hearing this, Wang Chen gave him a displeased look. Are you stupid? The 10th place only has 5,000 credits, but the 2nd place has 9,000 credits, plus an A-level material. He looked at Sitiyu with disappointment. Yes, I understand. Sitiyu smiled embarrassedly. This bastard really does care about me. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she had eaten honey. But the next second. By the way, after the ranking rewards are distributed, don't forget to transfer the extra 4,000 credits and A-level materials to me. Wang Chen looked at the little girl with a blushing face and put on a serious expression. Ah? Hearing this, Sitiyu sure turned to stone on the spot, looking a little crazy. Asshole. Give me back the feeling I just had. Chapter 87, Little Guy, are you willing to be my disciple? On the square of Yanlong University. As the first and second places on the freshman ranking list were settled, the atmosphere in the square was silent for a moment, and then became lively again. Although many freshmen were deeply shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Wang Chen, as Wang Chen left the field and faced other people, they all felt a strong desire to fight. If I can't beat Wang Chen, can I still beat you? With this in mind, freshmen soon came on stage one after another to challenge opponents ranked on the list. And it seemed that because of Wang Chen's previous battle, these freshmen were fighting very fiercely, trying their best to show themselves. Although the battle scenes were not as shocking as Wang Chen's, their battle scenes were much more exciting than the crushing one. For a moment, the arena was filled with flashing magical lights and the sound of weapons clashing was endless, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Everything seemed to be back on track. However, these have nothing to do with Wang Chen for the time being. After stepping down from the stage, he and Sitiyu had just stood aside when they were surrounded by teachers from the 3 major colleges. Student Wang Chen, the ranking battle is over for you. Now it's time to choose a branch house. Have you made a decision? The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy said this slowly, with an expectant look on her face. If you choose our Magic Academy, all the previous conditions will be valid, and in addition, the Dean of our Magic Academy is willing to personally accept you as a student. You must know, Dean, he is a rank 7 expert. 7 turns? Hearing the beautiful teacher's words, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but move. This condition is quite generous. A 7-turn strongman is ranked among the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If he is transferred to a local area, he will be a frontier official. If he goes to the battlefield of the heavens, he can even become the commander of a legion. For ordinary people, becoming a student of such a strong person is like reaching heaven in one step, and the benefits are endless. On the side, the teachers around also had shocked expressions on their faces when they heard this. The Magic Academy spared no expense in attracting Wang Chen to join. Student Wang Chen. Mr. Zhao from the Battle Academy, who had been observing this side and presiding over the ring battle, could no longer sit still after hearing this. The headmaster of magic personally came out to accept a disciple, which was simply unethical. Based on your performance in the arena, the teacher can see that you are incompatible with the path of the Magic Academy. The Battle Academy is your best choice. Teacher Zhao pushed through the crowd, grabbed Wang Chen's hand and said earnestly. Besides, don't listen to what this woman says. The dean of the Magic Academy is usually elusive and stays in the school for very short periods of time. Even if he accepts you as a student, he won't have much time to teach you personally. Come to our Battle Academy. All the teachers in the Battle Academy are willing to tailor a growth plan for you. At the same time, all the secret dungeons of the Battle Academy are open to you for free. As soon as Teacher Zhao finished speaking, something strange suddenly appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. This sounds pretty good, and is more realistic than the conditions proposed by the teacher at the Magic Academy. Having a rank 7 expert as a teacher simply meant that he would receive some hidden benefits, but all the secret realm copies were open for free, which was a real benefit. With Teacher Zhao's promise, Wang Chen felt that he didn't need to worry about earning credits to enter the secret realm copy, at least in the future. For a moment, he couldn't help but get tangled up in confusion. Around them, the teachers from the Auxiliary Academy looked at each other with embarrassed expressions when they heard the conditions proposed by the teachers from the Combat Academy and the Magic Academy. These two guys have set such high conditions that they can't win even if they spend all their money. You know, among the 3 major colleges of Yanlong University, the Auxiliary College, due to its own development direction, controls the most resources, but in terms of teaching strength, there is a big gap between it and the Combat College and the Magic College. In these 2 academies, the dean of one academy personally accepts disciples, while all the teachers of the other academy join the fight. They are an auxiliary college, and it seems that apart from the resources, they really don't have anything to offer. What to do? The teachers of the auxiliary college looked at each other, with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Over the years, although the 3 major colleges have been on equal footing, because the auxiliary colleges are not good at fighting, the students who choose to join each year are of varying quality, which has kept them at the bottom. Now that there is a monster like Wang Chen in front of them, they don't want to give up at all. But what conditions can attract Wang Chen? The teachers in the auxiliary college were in a dilemma. But soon, they don't have to worry about it. Buzz buzz buzz. A powerful force suddenly descended on the square. The next second, the people surrounding Wang Chen were involuntarily forced to retreat backwards by a force. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Dean? Seeing this figure appear, the puzzled teachers hurriedly bowed and saluted, their faces full of awe. Hearing what the people around him said, Wang Chen, who was struggling, was also shocked and hurriedly followed. The Dean of Academic Affairs of Yanlong University is named Lin Feng. He is a super powerful man with the strength of the 8th level. Just a stomp of his feet can cause the entire dragon country to shake. How come such a big shot suddenly appeared? After greeting respectfully, Wang Chen quietly looked at the person. Lin Feng has a square face, a gentle temperament, and is about 40 years old. On the surface, he looks ordinary, no different from an ordinary middle-aged uncle. While Wang Chen was observing, his eyes suddenly met a pair of half-smiles. Little guy, you are quite courageous. If you want to see it, just look at it openly. It's so petty to hide it. Dean of Academic Affairs Lin Feng looked at Wang Chen with a smile on his face and a playful tone in his voice. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the giant howling moon silver wolf cub awarded by the schools seemed to be the offspring of the pet of the Dean of Academic Affairs, Mr. Lin Feng. I gave the howling moon silver wolf to sit to you. Is the Dean of Academic Affairs here to call me to task? Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chen felt embarrassed and a little nervous. Really? The next second, he heard the half-smiling voice of Dean of Academic Affairs Lin Feng. I have never seen such a generous person in my life, who can give away a divine beast-level howling moon silver wolf. Dean Lin Feng looked at Wang Chen with a playful look and said in a calm tone. Little guy, are you willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen, who was just about to think of some words to evade the question, was stunned. Become a disciple? There seems to be something wrong with this development. Chapter 88, Auxiliary College of Picking Up Leaks. Below the ring. The teachers from the 3 colleges gathered together, and when they saw the Dean of Academic Affairs Lin Feng appear, they couldn't help but have some puzzled expressions on their faces. The Dean of Academic Affairs is in charge of the school and will not show up unless necessary on weekdays. Why did you suddenly appear now? Could it be that he also took a fancy to Wang Chen's talent and wanted to accept Wang Chen as his student? Thinking of a guess, the teachers of the 3 major colleges all felt a little resentful. An 8th-rank strongman came out to snatch the person personally. Who among them could withstand this? It's over! Mr. Dean of Academic Affairs is an 8th-rank beast master himself. If he were to speak, I'm afraid Wang Chen would not make any other choice. Now I just hope that the Dean can place Wang Chen in our Battle Academy for training. Teacher Zhao was thinking resentfully at this moment, with an expression like a bullied young wife. But, would you like to be my disciple? Lin Feng's next words were like a bombshell, which stunned him and the teachers from the 3 major colleges around him. Become a disciple? An 8th rank expert personally accepts disciples? Not yet students, but a master and apprentice with a closer relationship? There is only 2 words difference between accepting a disciple and accepting a student, but the meanings are worlds apart. For a moment, after being stunned, Teacher Zhao and everyone else looked at Wang Chen with an expression of great envy in their eyes. Wang Chen has reached the pinnacle in one step. At this moment, as long as he nodded, he would be bound together with an 8th